subject, especially covering Western Front, often providing fascinating details at multiple levels of analysis, including strategic, operational, tactical, technological, and of course the human side, personal accounts from the war. He also co-hosts a great podcast on World War II called We Have Ways of Making You Talk. This is a Let's Freeman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description or at letsfreeman.com/sponsors. And now, dear friends, here's James Holland. In Volume 1 of The War in the West, your book series on World War II, you write, the Second World War witnessed the deaths of more than 60 million people from over 60 different countries. Entire cities were laid waste. National borders were redrawn, and many millions more people found themselves displaced. Over the past couple of decades, many of those living in the Middle East or parts of Africa, the Balkans, Afghanistan, and even the United States may feel justifiably that these troubled times have already proved the most traumatic in their recent past. Yet, globally, the Second World War was and remains the single biggest catastrophe of modern history. In terms of human drama, it is unrivaled. No other war has affected so many lives in such a large number of countries. So, what to you makes World War II the biggest catastrophe in human drama in modern history? And maybe from a historian perspective, the most fascinating subject to study.
World War II is it really is truly global. You know, it's fought in deserts, it's fought in the Arctic, it's fought across oceans, it's fought in the air, it's in jungle, it's in the hills. It's also on the Russian steppe, and it's also in Ukraine. So how would I have dealt with it? You know, would I have been in the army? Would I have been in the Air Force? Would I have been on a Royal Navy destroyer? Or how would I have coped with it? How would I have dealt with that separation? I mean, I've interviewed people who were away for 4 years. I remember talking to a tank man from Liverpool in England called Sam Bradshaw. And he went away for 4 years. And when he came home, he'd been twice wounded. He'd been very badly wounded in North Africa. And then he was shot in the neck in Italy. Eventually got home. When he came home, his mother had turned grey. His little baby sister, who had been, 13 when he left, was now a young woman. His old school had been destroyed by Luftwaffe bombs. He didn't recognize the place. And do you know what he did? He joined up again. Went back out of Europe. And was one of the first people in Belsen. So,
What was his justification for that, for joining right back?
He just felt completely disconnected to home. He felt that the gulf of time, his experiences had separated him from all the normalities of life. And he felt that the normalities of the life that he had known before he'd gone away to war had just been severed in a really kind of cruel way that he didn't really feel he was able to confront at that particular point. But he decided to rejoin, couldn't go back to the 3rd Royal Tank Regiment, so went back to a different unit. Went from kind of the Italian campaign to European theatre. Didn't see so much action at the end, but, like a lot of British troops, if you were in a certain division at a certain time, you ended up passing very close to Belsen and, you suddenly realised, okay, this was the right thing to do. We did have to get rid of Nazism. We did have to do this because this is the consequence. It's not just the oppression. It's just not just the secret police. It's not just the expansionism of Nazism. It is also, the Holocaust, which hadn't been given its name at that point, but you're witnessing this kind of untold cruelty. And I always, I've always sort of, I think a lot about Sam. I mean, he's no longer with us, but he was one of the kind of first people that I interviewed, and I interviewed him at great length. And I know you like a long interview, Lex, and I totally get that, because when you have a long interview, you really start getting to the nuts and bolts of it. One of the frustrations for me when I'm looking at oral histories of Second World War vets is usually they're kind of they're put on YouTube or they're put on a museum website. They're 30 minutes, an hour if you're lucky. And you're just scratching the surface. You never really get to know it. You feel that they're just repeating kind of stuff they've read in books themselves after the war and stuff. And, I was kind of leave feeling frustrated that I haven't had a chance to kind of grill them on the kind of stuff that I would grill them on if I was put in front of them.
So Tank Man, what was maybe the most epic, the most intense, or the most interesting story that he told you?
Well, I do remember him telling me, funny enough, it's not really about the conflict. I remember him telling me about the importance of letters. And there was this guy who literally every few weeks, post would arrive intermittently. There was no kind of regular post. So it was supposed to be regular, but it didn't come out regularly. So you might suddenly get a flurry of 5 all in one day. But he said there was this guy and in his tank, a member of a different tank troop. He was a good friend of his in the same squadron. He had British have squadrons for their armor, and which is Americans would have a company.
I should say that in your book, one of the wonderful things you do is you use the correct term in the language for the particular army involved, whether it's the German or the British or the American.
Well, that's not to be pretentious. That's really just because you're dealing with so many numbers and different units, and it can go over your head, and you can get sort of consumed by the detail if you're not careful. And as a reader, it can be very unsatisfying because you just can't keep pace with everything. So one of the things about writing in the vernacular German or in the American spelling Armor rather than Armauer, as we Brits would spell it, is it just immediately tells the reader, okay, this is American, okay, I've got that, or this is German, I've got that, or Italian, or whatever it might be. But to go back to Sam. So Sam, there was this guy in his squadron, and he'd get his letters from his girlfriend, his wife, and he said it was like a soap opera. He said we all just waited for his letters to come in so we could find out, whether his daughter had, got to school okay or something, won the swimming contest or whatever it was. The sort of details of this sort of day-to-day kind of banal life was just absolute catnip to these guys. They absolutely loved it. And then the letter arrived, the Dear John letter, saying, sorry, I found someone else and it's over. And his friend was just absolutely devastated. It's the only thing that was keeping him going, this sort of sense of this sort of continuity of home, this sort of this foundation of his life back at home. And Sam said he could see he was in a really, really bad way. Mm-hmm. And he thought, he's going to do something stupid. And he went up to him and he said, look, I know it's bad and I know it's terrible. And I know you're absolutely devastated, but you've got your mates here. Just don't do anything silly. Just, maybe, when it's all over, you can patch things up or sort things out. And he said, you've got to understand it from her point of view. It's a long way. I haven't seen you for 2 years, this kind of stuff, so just don't do anything rash. And of course, the next engagement, 2 days later, he was killed. He said it was just a kind of, he just knew that was going to happen. So it was a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy. That's something I've never forgotten, that story. And I just thought, it's about human drama. That's the truth of it. And how people react to this totally alien situation. For the most part, the Second World War is fought by ordinary, everyday people doing extraordinary things. And I think that's something that's so fascinating. I suspect, I think instinctively, I'm quite slapdash, I think. So I think I'd have bought it, literally. I don't think it would have ended well for me. I'm just a bit careless.
Yeah. I think I also have an element in me where I can believe in the idea of nation and fight for a nation, especially when the conflict is as grand.
There are things worse than death.
Yes, as the propaganda would explain very clearly, but also in reality, yes. So a nation, France, Britain was, maybe facing the prospect of being essentially enslaved. The Soviet Union was facing the prospect of being enslaved, literally. I mean, it was very, very clearly stated what they're going to do. They're going to repopulate the land with Germanic people. So,
well, they're not just going to do that. They're also going to starve lots and lots of Soviet individuals to death by the Hunger Plan, for example, which is planned, really very casually and not by the, this is not SS units or anything like this. This is the Wehrmacht. This is the economic division of the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, the German Combined General Staff. General Georg Thomas comes up with, and Hermann Bacher, they come up with who's the kind of minister for food. They come up, what are we going to do? We haven't got enough food, largely because German farming is inefficient. And they think, well, this is part of Lebensraum. We'll go in and we'll take food. And there's been this colossal urbanization of the Soviet Union since the revolution in 1917. So they're just not going to get their food, these people in these cities, because we're going to take it all, and that's going to lead to a lot of deaths. Umpteen millions is the phrase that Georg Thomas used.
So let's talk about the hunger plan. How important was the hunger plan and Lebensraum to Nazi ideology and to the whole Nazi war machine?
Essential to the whole thing. This is all about this notion that is embedded into Hitler's mind and into the minds of the Nazi Party right from the word go, is there is a big sort of global conspiracy, the Jewish Bolshevik plot. I mean, completely misplaced that Jews and Bolsheviks go hand in hand and somehow dovetail. They don't, obviously. And the whole ideology is to crush this. Part of the way the Nazis think, the way Hitler thinks, is there is a them and there's us. We are the whites, Northern European Aryans. We should be the master race. We've been threatened by a global Jewish Bolshevik plot. We've been stabbed in the back in 1918 at the end of the First World War. We need to have to overcome. This is an existential battle for future survival. It's a terrible task that has befallen our generation, but we have to do this. We have to overcome this, or else we have no future. We will be crushed. It's absolutely cut and dry. And one of the things about Hitler is that he is a very kind of black and white, them or us, either or kind of person. It's always one thing or the other. It's a 1,000-year Reich or it's Armageddon. There's no middle ground. There's no gray area. It's one or the other. And that's his worldview. And the reason he came to the fore was because of the crystal clear clarity of his message, which is, we've been stabbed in the back. There is a global plot. We have to overcome this. We are naturally the master race. We have to reassert ourselves. We have to get rid of global Jewry. We have to get rid of global Bolshevism, and we have to prevail or else. But if we do prevail, what an amazing world it's going to be. So he starts with this, every speech he does always starts the same way. Always starts from a kind of negative and always ends with an incredible positive. This rabble-rousing crescendo of, if you're in the front row, spittle, halitosis, and gesticulation. I mean, you've seen pictures of him. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen pictures of him. He's almost, he wants to grab the air and clutch it to him. You can see the kind of the venom coming out of his mouth just in a single still photograph. I mean, it's amazing. There's apps you can get now where you can translate his speeches. And it just sounds, by today's standards, you just think, what a load of absolute wibble. I mean, just total nonsense. But you have to kind of put yourself back in the shoes of people listening to him in 1922 or 23, or indeed 1933, and see how kind of captivating that is to a certain part of the population. So to go back to your original point, Lebensraum is absolutely part of it. So what you do is you crush the Bolsheviks, you crush world Jewry, then you expand. Britain has had this incredible empire, global empire. Germany needs that too. Germany's stuck in Europe. It doesn't have access to the world's oceans. So we're not going to be a maritime empire. We're going to be a land mass empire. The whole of land mass of Europe and into Asia. That's going to be us. And we're going to take that land. We're going to take the breadbasket of Ukraine. We're going to use that for our own ends. We're going to spread we're going to make ourselves rich, but we're also going to spread our peoples. We're going to spread the Aryan northern master race throughout Europe and into the traditional Slavic areas, and we will prevail and come out on top. And so you have to understand that everything about Operation Barbarossa, the planned invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941, is totally wrapped up in the Nazi ideology. And people, I've read it that historians will go, if only Hitler had realized that, the Ukrainians have been quite happy to kind of fight on his side. If only he'd actually brought some of these Jewish scientists and kind of into the Nazi fold, then Germany might have prevailed in World War II. You kind of think, well, you're missing the entire point. That's just never going to happen because this is an ideological war.
Yeah, this is not a pragmatic, rational leader.
No.
I mean, part of his effectiveness, we should say, is probably this singular belief in this ideology. And there's pros and cons. For an effective military machine, probably having that singular focus is effective.
Yes, except that when you're making military decisions, if those decisions are always being bracketed by an ideology which is fundamentally flawed from a pragmatic point of view as much as a kind of
ethical,
a kind of reasonable point of view, you're kind of opening yourselves up for trouble. I mean, this is a problem he has with Barbarossa. They realized very early on in 1941 when they're wargaming this whole operation that it's not going to work. And so, there's people like General Paulus, who's on the general staff at the time. He's given a kind of, he's in charge of kind of wargaming this. And he goes, this isn't going to work. And Keitel, who is the chief of the OKW, goes, no. Go back and make it work. He goes, okay. So he comes back with a plan that does work, but it's bogus. I mean, it doesn't work because they don't have enough. They don't have enough motorization. They go into the Barbarossa with 2,000 different types of vehicle. But every single one of those vehicles has to have, different distributor caps and different leads and plugs and all sorts of different parts. There's the interoperability of the German mechanized arm is super inefficient. And so you've got huge problems because they kind of think, well, we took France in 1940, and that's kind of one of the most modern countries in the world with, one of the greatest armies and armed forces in the world, and we did that in 6 weeks. So, Soviet Union, look, they struggled against Finland, for goodness sake. I mean, how hard can it be? But what you're failing to understand is that attacking the Soviet Union is a geographical landmass 10 times the size of France, just on the frontage. And you haven't really got much more mechanization than you had in May 1940 when they attacked the Low Countries in France. And you've actually got less Luftwaffe aircraft to support you. And you just do not have the operational mechanics to make it work successfully. I mean, it is largely down to incompetence of the Red Army and the Soviet leadership in the summer of 1941 that they get as far as they do. I mean, Barbarossa should never have come close to being a victory.
Let's talk through it. So Operation Barbarossa that you're mentioning, and we'll go back.
Yes, we jumped straight into 41.
Straight into it.
I've eaten off 2 years of war.
So this is June 1941. Operation Barbarossa, when Hitler invades the Soviet Union with, I think, the largest invading force in history up to that point.
Collectively, yeah.
And there's 3 prongs: Army Group North, Army Group Center, Army Group South. North is going to Leningrad. Center is going, it's the strongest group going directly towards Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
And South is going and targeting Ukraine and the Caucasus. So can you linger on that, on the details of this plan? What was the thinking? What was the strategy? What was the tactics? What was the logistics? There's so many things to say, but one of them is to say that you often emphasize the importance of 3 ways to analyze military conflict: the strategic, the operational, and the tactical. And the operational is often not given enough time, attention, and it's the logistics that make the war machine really work, successfully or fail.
Yeah, that's absolutely spot on. And it's interesting because the vast majority of general histories of World War II tend to focus on the strategic and the tactical. So what do I mean by that? Well, the strategic, just for those who don't know, that's your overall war aims. Get to Moscow, whatever it might be, conquer the world. That's your strategy. The tactical side of things that's the cold face of war. That's the attritional bit. That's the fellow in his Spitfire, the tank crew, the soldier in his foxhole. It's the actual kinetic fighting bit. The operational bit is the level of war that links the strategic to the tactical. So it is absolutely factories, it's economics, it's shipping, it's supply chains, it's how you manage your war. And one of the things where I think people have been guilty in the past, historians have been guilty in the past, is by judging warfare all on the same level. But obviously every competent nation has a different approach to war because of the nation they are, the size they are, their geographical location. So Britain, for example, is an island nation. Its priority is the Royal Navy, which is why the Royal Navy is known as the senior service. And, in 1939, it's easy to forget it now when you see how depleted Britain is today. But in 1939, it has comfortably the world's largest navy. There's something like 194 destroyers. I think it's 15 battleships, 7 aircraft carriers, and another kind of 6 on the way. America, it's got Pacific Ocean, it's got the Atlantic Ocean, it's got 2 seaboards. It has the second largest navy in the world, but a tiny army. I mean, the U.S. Army in September 1939 is the 19th largest in the world, sandwiched between Portugal and Uruguay. And it's just incredible. It's like 189,000 strong, which might seem reasonably large by today's standards, but is absolutely tiny by 1939 standards. Whereas Germany's got an army of 3.5 million in 1939. So, these are big, big, big differences. But America's coming at it from a different perspective. Britain's coming at it from a different perspective. Britain's empire is all about, it's a shipping, it's a seaborne empire. Whereas there's also another point, which is having large armies is actually inherently impractical and inefficient, because the larger army, the more people you've got to feed, the more kind of barracks you've got to have, the more space you've got to have for training, the more people you're taking out of your workforce to produce tanks and shells and all the rest of it, because they're tramping around with rifles. So there's an argument saying actually it's really not a very good way of doing things. So very much the British way and subsequently the United States way and the way of Britain's dominions and empire is to use kind of steel, not our flesh. As a principle, the idea is that you use technology, mechanization, modernity, global reach to do a lot of your hard yards. That's the sort of basic principle behind the strategic air campaign. When we talk about the strategic air campaign, we're talking about strategic air forces which are operating in isolation from other armed forces. So a tactical air force, for example, is an air force which is offering close air support for ground operations. A strategic air force it's got nothing to do with ground operations. It's just operating on its own. So that's your bomber force or whatever. That's your B-17s and B-24s of the 8th Air Force flying out of East England, bombing the Ruhr industrial complex of Germany or whatever it might be. So it's important to understand that when you compare, you have to have in the back of your mind that Britain, compared to Germany, for example, is coming at it from a completely different perspective. And I would say one of the failures of Hitler is that he always views everybody through his own very narrow worldview, which is not particularly helpful. You want to get inside the head of your enemy. And, he's sort of guilty of not doing that. So when you're talking about Operation Barbarossa, to go back to your original question, Max, you're dealing with an operation on such a vast scale that operational level of war is absolutely vital to its chances of success or failure. It doesn't matter how good your individual commanders are at the front. If you haven't got the backup, it's not going to work. And the problem that the Germans have is, yes, they've got their kind of, 3 million men on the front, and they've got their kind of, 3,000 aircraft and all the rest of it. But actually, what you need to do is break it down. And who is doing the hard yards of that? And the way the German war machine works is that the machine bit is only the spearhead. So people always talk about the Nazi war machine. In a way, it's a kind of misnomer, because you're sort of suggesting that it's highly mechanized and industrialized and all the rest of it, and nothing could be further from the truth. The spearhead is, but the rest of it is not. And this is the kind of fatal flaw of the German armed forces in the whole of World War II, really, but even in this early stage, because in Barbarossa, you're talking about 17 panzer divisions out of, the 100 odd that are involved in the initial attack. Well, 17, and that panzer division is not a division full of panzers, tanks. It is a combined arms motorized outfit. So scouts on BMWs with sidecars, armored cars, infantry, grenadiers, panzer grenadiers, which are infantry in half tracks and trucks, mechanized. It is motorized artillery. It is motorized anti-aircraft artillery. It is motorized anti-tank artillery. And of course it is tanks as well, panzers. But those are a really, really small proportion of, you're talking less than 20% of your attacking force are those spearhead forces. And inevitably, they are going to be attrited as they go. You are going to take casualties. And not only that, you're not going to just take battlefield casualties, you're also going to have mechanical casualties because of the huge spaces involved. You simply can't function. So what you see is, in the initial phases of Operation Barbarossa, they surge forward. Red Army's got absolutely no answers to anything. Stalin weirdly hasn't heeded all the warnings that this attack is brewing, and there have been plenty, incidentally. Smolensk falls on the 15th of July, in just less than 4 weeks. It's just incredible. 3.5 weeks, Smolensk has gone. They've overwhelmed the rest of what had been Poland. They've surged into what is now Belarus, taken Smolensk, this Army Group Center. Army Group North is thrust up into the Baltic. It's all going swimmingly well. But then, the next several months, they barely go 100 miles. And that's because they're running out of steam. And the 60th Panzer Division, for example, by the time it's taken Smolensk, involved in taking Smolensk on the 15th of July 1941, the following day, it's got 16 tanks back. 16. Out of, should have 180. So it's just being attributed. They can't sustain it. And they can't sustain it because as the Russians fall back, as the Soviet Red Army falls back, they do their own scorched earth policy. They also discover that the railway line is kind of a different loading gauge, so they've got to change it. So it's the Russian loading gauge is slightly wider. So every single mile, every yard, every foot, every meter of they're capturing of Russian railway has to be moved a couple of inches to the left to make it fit the German Kriegslok in the standard train of locomotive of the Reichsbahn. Just imagine what that's like. And also Soviet trains are bigger, so they can take more water, which means the water stops in between are fewer and far between. So they have to, the Germans, when they come in, their trains, their Kriegslok are smaller, so they have to be rewatered more often and recoaled more often. So they have to, it's absolutely boggling just how complicated it is and how badly planned it is because they haven't reckoned on this. They're having to kind of think on their feet.
I love the logistical details of all of this because, yes, that's a huge component of this, especially when you're covering that much territory. But there is a notion that if Hitler didn't stop Army Group Center, it could have pushed all the way to Moscow. It was only maybe 100 miles away from Moscow. Is that a possibility? Because it had so much success in the early days pushing forward. Do you think it's possible that if Hitler, as we mentioned from a military blunder perspective, didn't make that blunder, that they could have defeated the Soviet Union right there and then?
Well, my own view is that they should never have got close. The Red Army has plenty of men to be able to see off anything that the Germans can do. The capture of Kiev, for example, in September 1941 was a catastrophe for the Soviet Union and should never have happened. I mean, Zhukov is saying to Stalin, "We got to pull back across the Dnieper." Stalin's going, "No, I can't possibly do that. You can't abandon Kiev. It's like the third city in Soviet Union. No way. No, absolutely not." And he goes, "Well, we are just going to be overwhelmed. We can't hold this." And he says, "Either back me or fire me, back me or sack me." So Stalin sacks him. Obviously, as we know, Zhukov gets rehabilitated from pretty quick order. And Stalin does learn very quickly thereafter to learn the lessons. But the opening phase of Barbarossa has been a catastrophe. And so as a consequence of Stalin refusing to let his men retreat back across the Dnieper, which is a substantial barrier and would have been very difficult for the Germans to overwhelm had they moved back in time. That's another kind of 700,000 men put in the bag. I mean, that's just staggering numbers. But yeah, I mean, there's so many things wrong with the Barbarossa plan. Too much over. It's just such a vast area. I mean, you're talking about kind of 2,500 miles or something. Of frontage. Maybe if you kind of put your panzer groups, which are these spearheads, and you put them all in one big thrust and just go hell for leather straight across on a kind of, much more narrow front of, let's say, kind of 400 miles rather than 1,200, then they might have they might have just sort of burnt away straight through to Moscow.
They really caught the Red Army unprepared.
Yeah.
Is there something to be said about the strategic genius of that, or was it just luck?
No, I don't think so. I think what's happened is you've had the Soviet purges of the second half of the 1930s, where they have executed or imprisoned 22,500 officers, of which 3 out of 5 marshals, God knows how many army commanders, etc., etc. So you've completely decapitated the Red Army in terms of its command structure.
So before that, would it be fair to say it was one of, if not the greatest army in the world?
Well, there was a lot of experience. There's a lot of experience there.
But also
that's for sure.
Technology, material.
Yeah.
The size of the army, the number of people that are mobilized.
Yeah, and they're the first people to kind of adapt, create airborne troops, for example. So, yes, I think there is an argument to say that. But the decapitation is absolutely brutal. If you decapitate an army, you've then got to put new guys in charge. And someone who looks on paper like a half-decent peacetime commander might not be a very good wartime commander. They're different disciplines and different skills. And what comes to it, you don't know that until you're tested. It's very hard to kind of judge. And of course, Stalin is existing in a sort of, a vacuum of paranoia and suspicion all the time, which is unhelpful when you're trying to develop a strong armed forces. So they go into Finland in back end of 1939, and they get there, they get really badly hammered. They do take about, they get the Karelia Peninsula, and they do take some ground, but at a huge cost. I mean, the casualties are 5 times as bad as those of the Finns, and it's a humiliation. So Hitler sees that and thinks, okay, they're not up to much cod. Then Hitler loses the Battle of Britain, and he thinks, I can't afford to fight a war on 2 fronts. That's one of the reasons why Germany loses the war in 1914 to 18, is fighting on the Eastern Front, but also fighting on, the Western Front at the same time. We've got to avoid that. But I've got to get rid of Britain, and Britain hasn't come out of the fight. Britain is still fighting in the back end of 1940, having won the Battle of Britain. And so maybe I'll go into the Soviet Union now while the Red Army is still weak. We're not 100% ready ourselves, but let's hurry the whole thing forward. Because originally he'd been thinking of planning an operation in 1943 or 1944. So the idea is you take Poland out, you take out France and the Low Countries, you conquer most of Western Europe, you knock out Britain. So therefore you don't have to worry so much about the United States because they're over the other side of the Atlantic. That then buys him the time to kind of rebuild up his strength for the all-out thrust on the Soviet Union. The failure to subdue Britain in 1940 changes all those plans and makes him think, actually, I'm going to go in early. And he's also been kind of, he's hoisted by his own petard because he starts to believe his own genius. Everyone told him that he wouldn't be able to beat France and the Low Countries. Everyone told him that it wouldn't work out when he went into Poland. Everyone was really nervous about it. Well, go hang you cautious, awful aristocratic Prussian generals. I'm the best at this. I've told you. I've shown you. I'm the genius. I can do it. He starts to believe his own hype, and of course, this is the problem. He's surrounded by sycophants and people who are constantly telling him that he's this incredible genius. So he starts to believe it, and he thinks everything is possible. And he's very much into this idea of the will of the German people. This is our destiny, and either will, as I say earlier on, it's the 1,000-year Reich or Armageddon, but momentum is with us, and we need to strike it, and only by gambling, only by being bold will the Germans prevail, and all this kind of nonsense. And so that's why he goes into Soviet Union in June 1941 rather than a couple of or even 3 years later.
Yeah, he really hated the Prussian generals, huh?
Yeah, he hated them.
Is there a case to be made that he was indeed at times a military genius?
No. I don't think so. Because none of the plan, even the plan for the invasion of France and the Low Countries isn't his. The concept is von Manstein's, and the execution is Guderian's, Heinz Guderian. So Heinz Guderian is a kind of, he's the pioneer of the Panzer Force, the Panzer Thrust, this idea of the ultra mechanized combined arms, Panzer Army spearhead doing this kind of lightning fast thrust. It's not Hitler's idea. He adopts it and takes it as his own because, he's a Fuhrer, he can do what he likes. But it isn't his. So it's not, and up until that point, until that comes into being, till that plan is put forward to Franz Halder, who is the chief of staff of the German army at that time, Halder's just thinking, how do we get out of this mess? This is just a nightmare, because they know that France has got a larger army. They know that France has got more tanks, and they know that France has got double the number of artillery pieces. It's got parity in terms of air forces. Then you add Holland, then you add Belgium, then you add Great Britain. And that looks like a very, very tough nut to crack. I mean, the reason why France is subdued in 1940 is 50% brilliance of the Germans and their operational art in that particular instance, and 50% French failure, really, and incompetence.
I mean, there is a kind of genius to be able to see and take advantage and set up the world stage in such a way that you have the appeasement from France and Britain, keep the United States out of it, just set up the world stage where you could just plow through everybody with very little resistance. I mean, there is a kind of
yes,
geopolitical genius.
If it works, but it doesn't. That's a problem. I mean, he goes into Poland on the assumption that Britain and France will not declare war. He is not prepared for Britain and France declaring war on Germany.
Right.
He thinks they won't.
That's right. So miscalculation, blunder. But then France does, right? And then that doesn't, France does not successfully do anything with this incredible army that it has.
It has size, but one of the problems that France has is that it's very, very top heavy. It's very cumbersome in the way it operates. There's a question that it's got some brilliant young commanders, but at the top, the commanders are very old. Most of them are First World War veterans. Whether Weygand, Gamelin, General Georges, these people, they're all well into their 60s. General George is the youngest army commander, and he's 60. It's too old to be an army commander. You need to be in your kind of late 40s, early 50s. And they're too just consumed by conservatism and the old ways. And what they assume is that any future war will be much like the First World War. It'll be attritional, long and drawn out, but static. But actually, they're right on two parts of it. It is, as it turns out, it is going to be long and drawn out and attritional, but it's going to be mobile rather than static, and that's a big miscalculation.
So here's my question. I think you're being too nice on France here. So when Germany invaded Poland, correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like France could have just went straight to Poland.
Yeah, they absolutely could have.
And I know you said it's very top heavy, and you're saying all of these things, but they literally did basically nothing.
Yeah, they were appalling.
So like that, and I think a part of that, and I think you described as well, maybe you could speak to that, is the insanity that is Hitler creating this psychological, with the propaganda, creating this feeling that there's this Nazi force that's unstoppable. So that France just didn't want to step into that. Maybe they were legitimately, I hesitate to say these words, but scared of war.
100% they are. Because France has been totally traumatized by the First World War. It's fought on their land. It's fought in their industrial heartland. They lose 3 times the amount of people killed that Britain does. Britain's traumatized by it, but not to the same degree that France is. There is just no stomach to do that again. So that makes them risk averse, and by being risk averse, you're actually taking a far greater risk. That's the irony of it. And the truth is also there isn't the political will, and a successful military can only be successful if there is a political will at the top. The problem with France in the 1930s is it's very politically divided. It's a time of multiple governments, multiple prime ministers, coalition governments, really very extreme coalition governments from the sort of drawn from the left and the right as well as the center. And, this is not a coalition of 2 parties. This is a coalition of multiple parties. No one can ever agree anything. I mean, that's the problem. And it's amazing that the Maginot Line is even agreed, this incredibly strong defensive position down the western side of France, of border with Germany, which is kind of largely impregnable. But the problem is the bit that's not impregnable, which is the hinge, where the Maginot Line ends, and it sort of basically starts turning kind of towards in a kind of northerly direction, and the border with Belgium. And what they should have done is build kind of border defenses all along the northern coast of Belgium, because Belgium refused to kind of allow any Allied troops into its territory. It was neutral. And France should have said, okay, fine. Well, then we'll defend our, we're not going to come to your rescue if you get invaded. That's the payoff. And the consequence of that, we are going to stockpile everything that, and we're not going to be drawn into the neutral territory should Germany invade from the west. But they don't do that because of the psychological damage of having fought a war in exactly that area a generation earlier. And that's the problem. So there was Germany is so weakened by the invasion of Poland, there is literally nothing left. The back door into Western Germany is completely open. And so they do what they call the Saar offensive, but it's not. It's a kind of reconnaissance in force where they kind of go across the border, kind of pick their noses for a few days and then kind of trundle back again. And it's embarrassing. And that is what you're seeing there is a nation which is just not ready for this, which is scared, which is politically divided, which is then having a knock-on effect on the decision-making process, and which is just consumed by military complacency. And that's the big problem. There is this, the commanders at the very top of the French regime are complacent. They haven't bought into kind of modern ways. They haven't looked at how contemporary technology could help them. I mean, it is absurd, for example, that there isn't a single radio in the Chateau de Vincennes, which is, it's the headquarters of the Commander-in-Chief of the French Armed Forces, General Marshal Maurice Gamelin. I mean, it's just unbelievable. But that is the case. And there's no getting away from that. And it is all the more ironic when you consider that France is actually the most automotive society in Europe. It's the second most automotive society in the world after the United States. By some margin, it has to be said as well. It has a fantastic transportation system. The railway network is superb. There are 8 people for every motorized vehicle in France, which is way above Germany, which is in 1939, that figure is 47, for example. It's 106 in Italy.
So France is very mechanized.
Very mechanized. So come on, guys. Pull your finger out, get it together. And they just don't. They're incredibly slow and cumbersome. And what they think is what will happen is the Germans won't think of going, they won't do a pincer movement because you can't possibly take motorized forces through the Ardennes. It's not possible, which is the hinge area between the end of the Maginot, northern part of the Maginot Line, which runs down the eastern border of France and the northern bit. And so what we'll do with that hinge around the town of Sedan, we'll move into Belgium. We'll meet the Germans before they get anywhere near France. We'll hold them. And while we're holding them, we will bring up our reserves and then we'll counterattack and crush them. That's the idea behind it. But the problem is they don't have a means of moving fast. And their communication systems are dreadful, absolutely dreadful. They're dependent on conventional telephone lines, which, dive bombers and whatever are just kind of absolutely wrecking. Suddenly the streets are clogged with refugees and people can't move. So they're then, telephone lines are down. There's no radios. So you're then dependent on sending dispatch riders on little motorbikes. General Maurice Gamelin sends out a dispatch rider at 6 o'clock in the morning. By 12 o'clock, he hasn't come back. So you then send another one. Finally, the answer comes back at kind of 9 o'clock at night, by which time the kind of Germans advance another 15 miles. And the original message that you sent at 6 o'clock that morning is completely redundant and has passed its sell-by date. And that's happening at every step of the way. So you've got overall command headquarters, then you've got army group, then you've got army, then you've got corps, then you've got division. So the consequence of all that is that French just can't move. They're just stuck. They're rabbits in headlights. And the Germans are able to kind of move them, destroy them in isolation. Meanwhile, they're able to use their excellent communications to very, very good effect. And you were talking about the genius of war. It's not Hitler that's a genius. If anyone's a genius, it's Goebbels, the propaganda chief. And it is their ability to harness that they are the kings of messaging. They don't have X, they don't have social media, but they do have new technology. And that new technology, that new approach is flooding the airwaves with their singular message, which is always the same and has been ever since the Nazis come into power. And it is using radios. And I think radios are really, really key to the whole story, because there is no denser radio network anywhere in the world, including the United States and Germany in 1939. So while it's really behind the times in terms of mechanization, it is absolutely on top of its game in terms of comms. So 70% of households in Germany have radios by 1939, which is an unprecedented number. That is only beaten by United States, and only just. So it is greater than any other nation in Europe. And in terms of flooding the airwaves, it is the densest, because even for those the 30% who don't have radios, that's not a problem, because we'll put them in the stairwells of apartment blocks, we'll put them in squares, we'll put them in cafes and bars. And the same stuff, the Nazi state controls the radio airwaves, as it does the movies, as it does newspapers. All aspects of the media are controlled by Goebbels and propaganda ministry, and they are putting out the same message over and over again. It's not all Hitler's ranting. It's entertainment, light entertainment, some humorous shows. It is also Wagner, of course, and Richard Strauss. It's a mixture, but the subliminal message is the same. We're the best. We're the top dogs. Jewish Bolshevik plot is awful and needs to be, that's the existential threat to us. We have to overcome that. We're the top dogs militarily. We're the best. We should feel really good about ourselves. We're going to absolutely win and be the greatest nation in the world ever, and Hitler's a genius. And that is just repeated over and over and over and over again. And for all the modernity of the world in which we live in today, most people believe what they're told repeatedly. Yeah, they still do. So if you just repeat over and over again, people will believe it. If you're a die-hard Trump supporter, you want to believe that. You'll believe everything he says. If you are a die-hard Bernie Sanders man, you're from the left, you'll believe everything he says, because it's reinforcing what you already want to believe.
But the scary thing is, radio is the technology of the day. The technology of the day today, which is a terrifying one for me, is I would say AI on social media, so bots. You can have basically bot farms, which I assume is used by Ukraine, by Russia, by US. I would love to read the history written about this era, about the information wars. Who has the biggest bot farms? Who has the biggest propaganda machines? And when I say bot, I mean both automated AI bots and humans operating large number of smartphones with SIM cards that are just able to boost messages enough to where they become viral, and then real humans with real opinions get excited also. It's like this vicious cycle. So if you support your nation, all you need is a little boost, and then everybody gets real excited, and then now you're chanting, and now you're in this mass hysteria, right. And now it's the 1984 2 minutes of hate, and the message is clear. I mean, that's what propaganda does. It really clarifies the mind.
And that is exactly what Hitler and the Nazis and Goebbels are doing in the 1930s. Well, they're doing in the 1920s as well, but more effectively once they come into power, of course. And Hitler is so fortunate that he takes over the chancellorship in January 1933 at a time where the economy is just starting to turn. And he's able to make the most of that. And, if you're Germans and you've been through hyperinflation in the early 1920s, you've been through the humiliation of the Versailles Treaty, which was a terrible error in retrospect. And you've been through, then having got through that, you've emerged into a kind of democratic Weimar Republic, which is based on manufacturing. Germany's a traditional genius of engineering and manufacturing and production of high quality items. Emerging through that, then you have the Wall Street crash and the loans that are coming in from America, which is propping up the entire German economy, suddenly get cut off, and you've suddenly got depression again and massive unemployment. And suddenly Hitler comes in and everyone's got jobs and they're rebuilding and they're growing their military, and the message that's coming out is, we're the greatest, we're the best, we're fantastic. I was telling you earlier on about Hitler's speeches, starting dark and ending in hope and light and the sunlit uplands, that's what you're getting. You're suddenly getting this vision of hope. This sort of, my God, actually, this is really working. Okay, so I'm not sure that I particularly buy into the kind of anti-Semitic thing, but we'll sweep that under the carpet because overall I've now got a job, I've got money, I've got my new radio, and then this is a genius about the radios, for example. So they have the German receiver to start off with, the Deutsche Empfänger, and then they have the Deutsche Kleinempfänger, which is the German little receiver, little radio. These are genius. This is as outrageous as the arrival of the iPod. I mean, remember that. Suddenly you don't have to have a Sony Walkman anymore. You can have something really, really small and miniature and listen to thousands of songs all at once. What an amazing thing. And the Deutsche Kleinempfänger is 9 inches by 4 inches by 4 inches. It's made of Bakelite. And everyone can have one because it's super cheap. It's just incredible. And no one else said that, because up until that point, radios, generally speaking, are aspirational. They've got sort of walnut lacquer at the front, and you have them if you're middle class, and you show them off to your neighbors to show how kind of affluent and well-to-do you are. But suddenly everyone can have one, and if everyone can have one, then everyone can receive the same message. And you can also, and this is the whole point about the Hitler Youth as well. The young guys, that's where they're most impressionistic. They're least risk averse. So they're most gung-ho, they're most full of excitement for the possibilities of life, and their minds are the most open to suggestion. So you get the youth, you hang on, you get them. And so a whole generation of young men are brought up thinking about the genius of Hitler and how he's delivering us this much better nation and returning our, overhauling the humiliations of the First World War, we're overcoming the stab in the back that happened in 1918, etc., etc. And as a young 16, 17-year-old German, you're thinking, yeah, I want a piece of that. And hey, guess what? They've got really cool uniforms and come and join the SS and, get the Fräulein. What's not to like? You can see why it's so clever. And what's so interesting is propaganda today is still using those tenets that Goebbels was using back in the 1930s. And this is what I would say that, history doesn't repeat itself. Of course it doesn't. It can't possibly repeat itself because we're always living in a constantly evolving time. But patterns of human behavior do. And what you always get after economic crisis is political upheaval. Always, always, always. Because some people are in a worse off position than they were financially before. They're thinking, the current system doesn't work. What's the alternative? So, in the case of now, we in the West, we faced the crisis of 2008, financial crisis of 2008. Then we've had the kind of double whammy of COVID, and that has been incredibly unsettling. And so we're now in a situation of political turmoil. And whether you're pro-Trump or anti-Trump, he's offering is something completely different. And he's saying, ways don't work. I'm just going to say what I think. I'm going to come out. I'm not going to bother with all the sheen of diplomacy and kind of, mealy-mouthed words that politicians always use, where you can't trust anyone. I'm just going to tell you as it is. And obviously people respond to that. You can understand why that has an appeal. And if the country already feels, and here's someone who is going to adopt her and going to change to go about things, you can see why a reasonably large proportion of the population is going to go, I'll have a piece of that, thank you very much.
And especially when the country is in an economic crisis, like Germany was. I think you've written that the Treaty of Versailles created Hitler, and the Wall Street crash and the Great Depression brought him to power.
Yes.
And of course, the propaganda machine that you describe is the thing that got everybody else in Germany on board.
Yeah. It's amazing how because he comes in with 33% of the vote. He had 37% of the vote in July 1932. So again, this is another period of turmoil, just like it is in France, where you're having constant different kind of coalitions and different chancellors, leaders of Germany.
So it's very possible he wouldn't have come to power.
Well, he said, I will only, we will only take our seats if I can be chancellor. Otherwise, forget it. I'm not coming into any coalition. So then the government falls again in January 1933. They have the election. The Nazi vote is down from where it was the previous summer, but this time they go, okay, Hitler can be chancellor, but we'll manipulate him. Oh, how wrong they were. He's manipulating everyone. And then Hindenburg, who is the president, dies the following summer. And he's able to get rid of the presidency. There is no more president of Germany. There is just the Führer, him. And he gets rid of, he has enacts the Enabling Act, which is where all other political parties are disbanded, and suddenly you've got a totalitarian state, just like that.
I think there's a lesson there. There's many lessons there, but one of them is don't let an extremist into government and assume you can control it.
Yes, the arrogance of the existing politicians who just completely screwed it up.
I mean, there's a real power to an extremist. Like, there's a person who sees the world in black and white can really gain the attention and the support of the populace.
Yes.
Especially when there's a resentment about like Treaty of Versailles, when there's economic hardship, and if there's effective modern technology that allows you to do propaganda and sell the message. There's something really compelling about the black and white message.
It is, because it's simple. And what Hitler does throughout the 1920s is he sticks to this. There is actually, when he comes out of prison, there's the Bihul Putsch in November 1923. He gets charged with treason, which he has been, because he's attempting a coup. And he gets sentenced to 5 years, which is pretty lenient for what he's done. And he then gets let out after 9 months. Nazi Party is banned at that point, but then comes back into being. And the year that follows, there is then a substantial debate about where the party should go. And there are actually a large number of people who think that actually they should be looking at how the Soviets are doing things and taking some of the things that they consider to be positive out of the communist state and applying those to the Nazis. And Hitler goes, no. We've just got to stick to this kind of Jewish Bolshevik thing. This is how we're going to do it. This is how we're going to do it. Goebbels, for example, who is very open. He's very, very Joseph Goebbels. He's a not very successful journalist. He is, but he does have a PhD in German literature. He's very disaffected because he was born with talipes, which is more commonly known as a clubfoot. He's disabled. He can't fight in the First World War. He's very frustrated by that. He's in a deep despair about the state of Germany in the first part of the early 1920s. He's looking for a political messiah, a quasi-religious messiah. Thinks it's Hitler, then discovers that Hitler's not open to any ideas at all about any deviation, but then sees the light. Hitler recognizes that this guy is someone that he wants on his side. And so then goes to him, makes a real special effort. Come to dinner. I think you're great. All this kind of stuff. Wins the bat over. And Goebbels has this complete volte-face. Discards his earlier kind of, Hitler's right, I was wrong. Hitler is the kind of messiah figure that I want to follow. I want to follow the hero leader. And they come on board and they absolutely work out. And Hitler completely wins out. Of all dissenters within what had been the German Workers' Party, becomes the German National Socialist Party, becomes the Nazis. He comes out, emerges as the absolute undisputed Führer of that leader of that party. And what he says goes, and everyone toes him behind it. And part of the genius of that, Hitler does have some genius. I just don't think it's military, but he does have some genius, and no question about it, is the simplicity of message. What he's doing is it's that us and them thing that we were talking about earlier on. It's the kind of either or. It's my way or the highway. It's kind of, this is the only way. This is how we get to the sunlit uplands. This is how we create this amazing master race of this unification of German peoples, which dominates the world, which is the preeminent power in the world for the next 1,000 years. Or it's decay and despair and being crushed by our enemies, and our enemies are the Jews and Bolsheviks, the communists. And what he taps into as well is Front-Gemeinschaft and Volksgemeinschaft. And there's no direct English translation of Volksgemeinschaft or indeed Front-Gemeinschaft. But in its most basic form, it's community. It's people community or front veterans community. So the Frontgemeinschaft is, we are the guys. We're bonded because we were in the trenches. We were in the First World War. We were the people who bravely stuck it out, saw our friends being slaughtered and blown to pieces. We did our duty as proud Germans, but we were let down by the elites, and we were let down by this Jewish Bolshevik plot. We were stabbed in the back. The myth of the stabbing in the back is very, very strong. So we're bound, we're bonded by our experience of the First World War and the fact that we did what we should and what we could, and we didn't fail in what we were doing. We were failed by our leaders and by the elites. So that's Frontgemeinschaft. Volksgemeinschaft is this sense of national unity. It's a cultural, ethnic bonding of people who speak German, who have a similar outlook on life. And again, that just reinforces the us and them.
Good and evil.
It reinforces the black and white worldview. And then you add that to this very simple message, which Hitler is repeating over and over again. Communists are a big threat. Jews are a big threat. They're the enemy. You have to have an opposition in the them and us kind of process. And that's what he's doing. And people just buy into it. They go, yeah, we're together. We're Germans. We're a brotherhood. We've got our Volksgemeinschaft. And so he cleverly ties into that and taps into that. But they're an irrelevance by the late 1920s. By 1928, he's not going to get a deal for Mein Kampf Part 2. He's impoverished. The party's impoverished. Numbers are down. They're kind of, at best an irrelevance.
We should say he wrote Mein Kampf at this time when he was in prison.
Well, he writes most of Mein Kampf in prison, in Landsberg prison, and then he writes the rest of it in what becomes known as the Kampfhaus, which is this little wooden hut in the Obersalzberg. And you can still see the remnants of that, and unfortunately, there's still little candles there and stuff in the woods, and, by neo-Nazis and what have you. But that's where he wrote the rest of it. It was Jean-Jacques Rousseau who says man has his greatest force when surrounded by nature. That was something that kind of Hitler took very much to heart. There was a mentor of his called Dietrich Eckart. Dietrich Eckart introduced him to the Obersalzberg and the beauty of the southeast Bavarian Alps around Berchtesgaden. And that was his favorite place on the planet, and that's where he eventually bought the Berghof, with the royalties, it has to be said, from Mein Kampf, which went from being almost pulp to suddenly being a runaway bestseller, unfortunately.
Can you actually comment on that? It's a shitty manifesto as far as manifestos goes. I think there's a lot of values to understand from a first-person perspective the words of a dictator, of a person like Hitler, but it just feels like that's just such a shitty.
Yeah, it's banned in a number of countries. You don't need to, because no one's going to read it because it's unreadable. It's very untidy. It's very incoherent. It's got no. There's no narrative arc, to use the kind of a writer's phrase. But it does give you a very clear. The overall impression you get at the end of it is the kind of communists and the Jews are to blame for everything.
Yeah, but there's also the component of predicting basically World War II there. So it's not just they're to blame for everything.
He's hungry for war.
Right.
He thinks that this is the natural state, that we have to have this terrible conflict, and once the conflict's over, Germany will emerge victorious, and then there will be the thousand. I'm finding myself in talking to you. I keep saying this kind of it's Armageddon, all the thousand year right. It's because it comes up. It's unavoidable, because that's how he's speaking the whole time. It's just the same message over and over and over and over again.
It's a pretty unique way of speaking, sort of allowing violence as a tool in this picture, that there's a hierarchy, that there's a superior race and inferior races, and it's okay to destroy the inferior ones.
Yeah.
Usually politicians don't speak that way. They just say, well, here's good and evil, we're the good guys, and maybe we'll destroy the evil a little bit. No, here's there's a complete certainty about a very large number of people, the Slavic people. They just need to be removed.
Well, they need to be made an irrelevance. We have to take it. We have to take it. And if that kills millions of them, fine. Then they can sort of squish their way over to Siberia.
Right. It doesn't matter where they go.
Kamchatka, whatever they go. I don't
We
care.
just need to populate this land
Right.
that belongs to the German people.
Yeah.
Because they're the superior people.
There's no question that he glorifies violence and war. He's absolutely chomping at the bit. And in a way, I think he's a bit disappointed that in the 1930s, the conquests that he does undertake are also peaceful. March 1938 goes straight into Austria. There's the Anschluss. Not a shot is fired. 1936 goes into Rhineland, reconquers that, retakes that over that from the occupying allies. Not a shot is fired. He takes the land. Not a shot. Barely is fired, and then goes into the rest of Czechoslovakia in March 1939, and again barely a shot is fired, and that's a bit disappointing. He wants to be tested. He wants to kind of have the wartime triumph. And you could see him being frustrated about this in the Munich crisis in 1938. He wants to fight. He's absolutely spoiling for it. He's desperate to go in. He's all ready and gung ho. He's built his Luftwaffe. He's got his panzers now. He's got his massive armed forces. He wants to test them. He wants to get this show on the road and prove it. He's an arch gambler here.
You make it seem so clear, but all the while, to the rest of the world, to Chamberlain, to France, to Britain, to the rest of the world, he's saying he doesn't want that. He's making agreements. Everything you just mentioned, you just went through it so quickly. But those are agreements that were made that he's not going to do that. And he does it over and over. He violates the Treaty of Versailles. He violates every single treaty. But he still is doing the meeting. So maybe can you go through it, the lead up to the war, 1939, September 1st? What are the different agreements? What is the signaling he's doing? What is he doing secretly in terms of building up the military force?
Yes. So he, part of the Treaty of Versailles, you're allowed a very, very limited armed forces. There's restrictions on naval expansion. There's restrictions on the size of the army. There's restrictions on the weapons you can use. There are you're not allowed an air force. But he starts doing this all clandestinely. There are people in Kruppersgott, for example, which is in the Ruhr, a sort of big armaments manufacturer. They are producing tanks and elsewhere and parts elsewhere in say the Netherlands, for example, and then shipping them back into Germany. They're doing panzer training exercises actually in the Soviet Union at this time. There's all sorts of things going on. The Luftwaffe is being announced to the world in 1935, but it's obviously been in the process of developing long before that. The Messerschmitt 109 single-engine fighter plane, for example, is created in 1934. So they're doing all these things against it. And the truth is he's just constantly pushing. What can I get away with here? What will probably, and of course, Britain, France, the rest of the world, the rest of the Allies, they're all reeling from the Wall Street crash and the Depression as well. So have they got the stomach for this? Not really. And perhaps actually on reflection, the terms of the Versailles Treaty are a bit harsh anyway, so, maybe we don't need to worry about it. There's just no political will. There's no political will to kind of fight against what Germany's doing. Then he gets away with it. So he suddenly starts realizing that actually he can push this quite a long way because no one's going to stand up to him, which is why he makes the decision in 1936 to go back into the Rhineland, which has been occupied by French, Allied troops. At that point, he just walks in, just goes, do your worst, and no one's going to do anything because there isn't the stomach to do anything.
That was a big step in 1936, remilitarizing the Rhineland. I mean, that's a huge, huge step of like, oh, I don't have to follow anybody's rules, and they're going to do nothing.
And he's looking at his military, and he's also looking at response. So one of the things they do is he's really clever. So they get over the head of the Army of the Air, Armée de l'Air, which is the French Air Force. And they invite him over, and Erhard Milch, who is the second command of the Luftwaffe, invites him over. So come and see what we're up to. We want to be. You're our European neighbours. We're all friends together. This kind of stuff. Come and see what we've got. And he takes him to this airfield. There's a row of Messerschmitt 109s all lined up, like sort of 50 of them. And the head of the Army of the Air sort of looks at him and goes, that's impressive. And Milt goes, well, let me go and take you to another airfield. And they go off the sort of the back route out of the airfield, and that's a long circuitous route in the Mercedes. Meanwhile, all the Messerschmitts take off from that airfield, down to the next airfield. Here's another, and they're all the same aircraft. And the commander-in-chief of the Army of the Air goes back to France and goes, we're never going to be able to beat Germany. So you were alluding to this earlier on. How much is this sort of this chutzpah of this ability to kind of portray the mechanized Moloch. It absolutely cows the enemy. So they're increasing the effectiveness of their armed forces purely by propaganda and by mind games and by talking the talk. And you look at, we might all think these military parades that the Nazis have look rather silly by today's standards. But you look what that looks like if you're on the rest of the world. You're in Britain and you're still reading from the Depression, and you see the triumph of the will. You see some of that footage, and you see these automatons in their steel helmets, and you see the swastikas, and you see hundreds of thousands of people all lined up and sea kyling and all the rest of it. You're going to think again before you go to war with people like that.
It's also hard to put yourself in the mind of those leaders now that we have nuclear weapons. So the nuclear weapons have created this kind of cloak of a kind of safety from mutually assured destruction. Yes. You think surely you will not do, 1 million or 2 million soldier army invading another land, right? Just full on gigantic hot war. But at that time, that's the real possibility. You remember World War I. You remember all of that. So, okay, there's a mad guy with a mustache. He's making statements that this land belongs to Germany anyway because it's mostly German populated. So, and like you said, Treaty of Versailles wasn't really fair, and you can start justifying all kinds of things to yourself.
And maybe they got a point about the Danzig corridor. The Armenian Germans, German-speaking people there, and it's disconnected from East Prussia, which is this thing. I sort of get it. Maybe they got a point. And is Poland really a kind of thriving democracy anyway? Not really. By late 1930s, it's not. It's to all intents and purposes a dictatorship in Poland at that time. I mean, it's not right that you just go and take someone else's country. Of course, you can't do that. But you can see why in Germany people are thinking they've got a point. You can also see why in France and Britain they're thinking, well, do we really care about the Poles? I mean, is it worth going to war over? But there's kind of bigger things at play by this point. That's the point.
Yeah, but before we get to Poland, there is this meeting, September 1938. So Chamberlain made 3 trips to meet with Hitler.
Yeah.
Which culminated in the Munich conference.
Yeah, on the 30th of September, yeah.
Where was Chamberlain, Hitler, Mussolini, and Daladier, Prime Minister of France. They met to discuss essentially Czechoslovakia without any of the government officials of Czechoslovakia participating. And Hitler promised to make no more territorial conquest, and Chamberlain believed him.
He chose to believe him, I think, is the point. So it's very interesting. So Chamberlain gets a very bad press. Well, no, I'm not. No, it's not really. It's. I just think there's too much retrospective view on this, and that's fine because the whole point of history is you can look back and you can judge decisions that were made at a certain point through the prism of what subsequently happened, which of course the people that are making the decisions at the time can't because they're in that particular moment. So I don't think Chamberlain did trust Hitler, but he wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. Britain was not obliged to Czechoslovakia at all. France was. France signed a treaty with Czechoslovakia in 1924, but Britain had not. So there was no obligation at all for Britain to do. The only reason why Britain would go to war over Czechoslovakia is because of the threat of Nazis and what the ramifications of not going to war with him. But the problem is that Chamberlain is interesting because in 1935 he was Chancellor of Exchequer, and when they started to sort of think, okay, we really do need to rearm, he was very much in favour of substantially expanding and rehabilitating the Navy, so updating existing battleships and so on, and also developing the Air Force. There's not really much argument for having a large army, because if you have a large army, you've got to maintain it. Britain is a small place. Where do you put them? You've also got to transport them. That's complicated. You've got to train them. You've got to put them in barracks. You've got to feed them, all this kind of stuff. There's a kind of sort of impracticality about having a large army. Whereas Navy is great because you can keep them at sea and they can be, on the water. Air Force is slightly different. Air power is viewed in very much the same way that naval power is viewed. That we're an island nation. We have a global assets, and air power gives us the flexibility that an army doesn't. So he is all for backing the expansion of the army, of the Air Force and the Navy in the 1930s. Then he subsequently becomes Prime Minister and sticks to his guns on that. It is he that enables the Air Force and the Air Ministry to develop the first fully coordinated air defense system anywhere in the world. There is not an air defense system in Poland, nor Norway, nor Denmark, nor the Netherlands, nor Belgium, nor France. There is in Britain. Britain is the only one. And frankly, it pays off big time in the summer of 1940. So you have to give him credit for that. Britain, interestingly, is also the world's leading armaments exporter in the 1930s, which is amazing, really, when you think everyone complains about the fact that we weren't rearming enough. Actually, we were. When we had all the infrastructure there and we were expanding that infrastructure dramatically. I say we, I'm not only saying that because I'm British. So they were doing that. But in 1938, Britain wasn't ready for war. Now, you can argue that Germany wasn't ready for war either. But Chamberlain was Prime Minister in a democracy, a parliamentary democracy, where 92% of the population were against going to war in 1938. There is not a single democratic leader in the world that would go against the wishes of 92% of the population. Now, you could say, well, he should have just argued it better and presented his case better and all the rest of it. But at that point, there was no legal obligation to go to the defense of Czechoslovakia. Czechoslovakia was another of these new nations that had been created out of 1919 in the Versailles Treaty. Who was to say, we in Britain are able to judge the rights and wrongs of that, how fantastic it would be to go to war with a nation a long way away for people whom we know very little, etc., etc. I'm paraphrasing his quote, but I'm not saying it was the right decision. I'm just saying I can see why in September 1938 he is prepared to give him the chance. Now, I do think he was a bit naive, and what he also does is this really interesting thing. He goes over to Hitler's flat, completely ambushes him, goes to his flat on the afternoon of the 30th of September, and says to Hitler, "Look, I've drawn up this agreement here, and this is to continue the naval agreement that we've already made, and by signing this, you are saying that Germany and Britain should never go to war with one another." And he goes, "Yeah, well, whatever," signs it.
Yeah.
Chamberlain comes back, lands at End, and waves his little piece of paper, peace in our time and all the rest of it, which obviously comes back to bite him in a very big way. But it's interesting that when Hitler then subsequently goes and moves in, that France and Britain decide in rather the same way that there's been discussion about deciding that large portions of Ukraine should just be handed over to Russia without consulting Ukraine a few weeks ago. It is incredible, I think, that France and Britain and Italy with Germany are deciding that, yes, it's fine for Germany to go in and take the Sudetenland, without really consulting the Czechs. It's a sort of similar kind of scenario, really. And it's equal. But when Germans then go and take over the whole of Czechoslovakia in March 1939, that's the bottom line. That's the point where Chamberlain goes, okay, I've given him the benefit of the doubt. No more benefits of the doubt. That's it. That is, he's crossed the line. And so you reinforce your agreement with Poland. You do a formal agreement. You go, okay, we will uphold your sovereignty. If you are invaded, we will go to war with you. And that is a ratcheting up of diplomacy and politics in a very, very big way. And it is that decision to make a treaty with the Poles is not heeded by Hitler, but it's heeded by literally every one of his commanders. And it's also heeded by Goering, who is his number two, and who is obviously the commander-in-chief of the Luftwaffe, and is president of Prussia, and all the rest of it, and is the second most senior Nazi. And he's going, this is a catastrophe. This is the last thing we want to be doing, is going to war against Britain, and indeed France.
The Munich conference is a pretty interesting moment, I would say, in all of human history, because you got the leaders of these bigger-than-life nations in the most dramatic, brewing conflict in human history. You got Chamberlain, Hitler, Mussolini, Daladier. It's interesting when these bigger-than-life leaders are in the room together. Is there something that you know about their interactions?
Yeah, I think I think one of the things that's interesting is that Hitler's got home advantage because it's on his turf, and to start off, the first meeting is at the Berghof, his beloved place in the Obersalzberg overlooking Berchtesgaden in the Alps. So he's pretty confident because this is my manor, this is my turf. I'm not going to be bossed around by these guys. But Chamberlain, for example, is going there thinking, I've been around the blocks. No one can teach me anything. I've been a politician for ages. I'm not going to be kind of carried out by this sort of, Austrian upstart. So they're both coming at it with a kind of sort of slight kind of superiority kind of complex. Interestingly, when you get to the actual meetings at the Bernabeu in Munich a couple of weeks later, Chamberlain is cheered by the crowds when his car comes in, when he goes to his hotel, when he's moving from his hotel to the Bernabeu. There are crowds cheering him, waving Union Jacks, all this kind of stuff. Hitler does not like that at all. Not at all. Puts him on the back foot. And that's because the German people don't want war. In the same way that the British people don't want war, nor do the German people. The difference is that Hitler is a dictator and an autocrat and has the devotion of the people. So he can do what he wants in a way that Chamberlain can't. Chamberlain's hands are tied because he is an elected prime minister, an elected leader, political leader, and he's not head of state. So there is no question that it is Hitler and Chamberlain that are the top dogs in this particular discussion. Daladier takes a backseat. Even Mussolini, although he's there, he doesn't want war either. He wants to be left alone to do his own thing without anyone getting in the way, but he doesn't want to sort of, it's not in his interest to have a European war. So he's trying to avoid it. So it is really, you see alpha males in the room are Chamberlain and Hitler. And it's really interesting because Hitler's got this sort of slightly garrulous voice and very kind of pale blue eyes and such distinct features, quite a nose, and he always says this is why he has the moustaches to kind of disguise the big nose. So I was saying to you earlier on before we started recording, he does have a sense of humor. It's maybe not one that you and I would kind of tap into, but he does have one. Whereas Chamberlain is just sort of, he sounds like a sort of, a bit like an old man. He's sort of silver-haired, and he looks like a sort of archetypal kind of British gentleman with rolled up umbrella and his, in his Homburg hat and all the rest. So they're both sort of caricatures in a funny sort of way, and yet the consequence of these discussions, these great events happening, you are absolutely going, either which way the Munich crisis comes out, you're taking a step closer to war. It's just whether the war is going to happen kind of next week or whether it's going to happen a year hence. But it's, the Munich crisis obviously doesn't stem the inevitability of war at all. It just heightens it.
Do you think there are words that Chamberlain could have said that put more pressure on Hitler, intimidate Hitler more?
Yeah, it's a really tricky one. It's such a difficult one because you're always looking at it through, the enemy has a vote and you don't know what that vote's going to be and you don't know what it's going to look like. There's no question that Europe, the rest of Europe is cowed by the kind of impression of military might that the Germans have put out. They certainly fear they are stronger than they actually are. And then on the other hand, they're also going, yeah, but Germany doesn't have natural resources, doesn't have access to the world's oceans. It's kind of, it shouldn't be able to win a war. And So they're kind of contradicting themselves at the same time, So 1 minute they're sort of going, oh God, you don't want to take on all those Nazis and all those swastikas and those automaton stormtroopers. But on the other hand, they're then saying, but actually Germany doesn't have much in its kind of, in its basket. It's got actually quite a lot of weaknesses and we should be able to kind of prevail, blah, blah, blah. Well, just impose an economic blockade and then it'll be stuffed. And Britain is not ready to fight a war in 1938, but nor is Hitler, nor is Germany. So, one is sort of striking out the other. But it's very easy to say that in hindsight. But at the time, with people kind of digging trenches in Hyde Park in the centre of London and barrage balloons going up over London and, children being evacuated from the cities and 92% of the population not wanting to go to war, you can see why he takes the course he does. I suppose that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's necessarily the right decision, but I think it's an understandable decision.
Oh, but what about even just on the human level? If I go into a room with a British gentleman versus going to a room with Trump, it feels like it's so much easier to read and manipulate the British gentleman because Trump is like Trump-like characters. He seems like Hitler is similar, Churchill is similar. It's like this guy can do anything. There's something terrifying about the
unpredictability.
Yeah. It feels like there's something very predictable about Chamberlain.
Yes, I think that's true. But also one has to take a step back and think about what Britain represents, so therefore what Chamberlain represents in 1938. Britain has the largest empire the world has ever known in 1938.
Shouldn't forget that.
Right? Blood of the world is pink, as the saying goes, and that saying comes from the kind of atlas of the world where all British territories are kind of coloured pink.
Yeah.
And on top of that, it has lots of extra imperial territories as well. So, if you look at there's this incredible map of global shipping in 1937. And there's these little antlines of ships going out. And one of the strongest antlines is going down to Argentina in South America from Britain. So down past West Africa and down the Southern Atlantic, and there it is. And that's because Britain owns most of Argentina. It owns huge, great farming estates and ranches. It owns the railway system. It owns many of the port facilities. So you don't even need an empire. You just need the facilities that overseas trade and possessions can give you. And Britain not only has the largest navy, it also has the largest merchant navy. It has 33% of the world's merchant shipping and access to a further 50%, Greek, Norwegian, Canadian shipping that it can access. So if you've got access to in excess of 80% of the world's shipping, that puts you in an incredibly strong position. And actually all sorts of other things have been going on. While they might not have been creating a huge army or producing enough Spitfires that they might want to up until this point, what they have also been doing is stockpiling bauxite and copper and tungsten and huge reserves. And because Britain has this huge global reach, and because it has this empire and its extra imperial assets, it can strike bargains that no one else can strike. So it can go into various countries around the world and can go, okay, I want you to guarantee me for the next 5 years every bit of your rubber supply. I will pay over the asking price to secure that. And it's doing that in the 1930s. So when war comes, it's got everything it possibly needs. Now, you always need more because it's suddenly turning into a kind of, a proper global, long, drawn-out war. But that is a huge advantage. So it is with that mindset that Chamberlain is going into those talks and thinking, okay, well, I'm not going to get a war over the Czechoslovakia. Who cares about them? But I am going to show Hitler that I mean business. Hitler's going, who's this stuffy guy with his white hair? I don't give a toss about him. And he's coming at it from a pretty different perspective. And I think one of the things that's so interesting from a dramatic point of view and from a historian's point of view, or even a novelist's point of view, in the case of Robert Harris writing his book about these negotiations, which if you've read it, but it's terrific. You've got two alpha males, who are going to the negotiations from totally different perspectives and vantage points. And I think it's very easy for people today to forget how elevated Britain was in the late 1930s. The gold standard was tied to the pound, not the dollar. And so Britain was the number one nation in the world at that time. And it just was. And it's so diminished by comparison today that it's hard to imagine it. And I think one of the interesting things about the historiography, about the narrative of how we tell World War II, is that so much of it has been dictated by shift in power that took place subsequent to 1945. And when people were starting to write these sort of major narratives in the 1970s and 80s and into the 1990s, is through a prism of a very, very different world. And so one of the reasons why you have this narrative that Britain was a bit rubbish and hanging on the shirt tails of the Americans, and all the blood was spilt in Eastern Front, and Germany had the best army in the world and was only defeated because Hitler was mad and blah blah blah. That kind of, sort of traditional narrative. It's that narrative emerges through the prism of what was going on in the 1970s and what was going on in the 1980s and the changing world, rather than looking at it through the prism of the late 1930s or early 1940s.
So there is this moment of decision. When do you think, what lesson do you take from that? When is the right time for appeasement, to negotiate, for diplomacy, and when is the right time for military strength, offensive, attacking, for military conflict? Where's that line? Where's that?
Well, I kind of think it probably was when it was. I mean,
Poland.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure it would have been the right decision to go to war in 1938. I think it would. I can't predict, because you can't second guess how things are going to play out, because you just don't know. But I'm not sure that Chamberlain made the wrong decision. I'm not saying he made the right decision. I'm just like, I'm being a bit wishy-washy about this.
You could have threatened it more. Imagine Churchill in those same meetings.
Yeah, but Churchill also appeases. I mean, he appeases Stalin all the time. I mean, so the idea that Churchill's this big, strong man and never appeases, and he's gung-ho for war. Churchill's out of the government at that time. He recognizes you can't trust Hitler. He recognizes that Nazism is bad. But because he's out of the government, he doesn't have a window on exactly where Britain is at that particular time, in a way that Chamberlain does. So I suppose what I'm saying is, Chamberlain is better placed to make those decisions than Churchill is, which again doesn't mean that Chamberlain is right and Churchill is wrong. It's just, that's a massive punt to go to war in 1938 when you still don't have, you've got a handful of Spitfires, you've got a handful of Hurricanes, you haven't got enough, your air defense system isn't properly sorted at this point. Your Navy is strong. But, what's that going to look like? I mean, if you do go to war. Because there's not going to be armies sweeping into Germany. It's going to be accelerated industrialization for a year. So, no, even if you go to war in 1938 over Czechoslovakia will not be saved. France and Britain will not be going and invading Germany. That is absolutely not going to happen. So, sort of, what's the point? I mean, if you're not going to do that, why didn't you accelerate your rearmament thereafter, get your ducks in a row, and then you can consider it? I mean, after all, even in September 1939, they don't really do anything. I mean, we talked about the Saar offensive, which isn't really an offensive at all. It's firing one round of machine gun and scuttling back again. But I mean, they don't even do that then. They're still buying time in 1939. And, Britain is only just about ready to take on the onslaught of the Luftwaffe in summer of 1940.
Well, nobody's ready for war.
No, and you always want more than you've got at any time, even when you're winning.
But, really not ready. Even like you mentioned with Barbarossa, Nazi Germany is really not ready.
Not ready.
Nobody's really. France, I swear. France
had radios.
Fine. But come on. When Nazi Germany invades Poland, I mean,
yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. Because I also do think that had France gone in some force with some British troops as well, had they gone in, what would have happened is that easily could have brought down Hitler, because most of his senior commanders are just thinking, what the hell is going on? This is a catastrophe. I mean, to a man. I mean, even Goering is thinking this is a terrible idea. They are absolutely not convinced. And when Hitler does his big talk to he asks all his senior commanders to come to the Berghof to brief them about the invasion of Poland. It's just after the Ribbentrop-Molotov pact of the 22nd of August. He calls them all to Berghoff and says, come in mufti, come in civilian suits. They all turn up and he gives them this kind of huge, great speech. And says, this is the moment. This is the time. This is what we're going to do. And they're all going, what? You're kidding me. What, we're going to Poland and, on the 26th of August, that's the plan? Like 2 days' time? Where's the plan? The whole point is that, they're emerging and growing militarily, but they were supposed to have all these exercises where they, coordinating ground forces, the Panzer spearhead with operations in the air with the Luftwaffe. None of that happens. So Poland becomes the proving ground. And actually, they discover that there's lots of things that don't work and lots of things that are wrong. But it's flying in the face of all military convention that they, he does this without any kind of warning. And even by the 1st of September, where there's been this kind of sort of 5-day delay at the last-minute negotiations. The last-minute negotiations are thrust upon Hitler by people like Goering and by Mussolini and the Italians going, oh my God, don't do this. There's got to be a solution. Hitler's actually jumping at the bit.
Well, in that case, from a dark militaristic perspective, his bet paid off.
Well, except that it ended in ruins in May 1945 with the total collapse of Germany. So you could say the worst decision he ever made was going into Poland in September 1939. Depends which way you look at it. But I mean, yes, it's successful in that Poland's overrun in 18 days.
And there's so many counterfactuals here.
But I mean, if you were to say to Hitler on the 30th of April, as he's sort of taking out the pistol from his holster on his sofa in the Führerbunk and going, so Adolf, 1st of September 1939, still backing yourself on that one? I mean, he might have a different view.
The guy's insane and full of blunder, so he probably would have said, yeah, do it all over again.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have done that.
It's conquest. Poland was not a mistake, Soviet Union was not a mistake.
No.
It's just some of the
other people I was let down by people not being strong enough.
Yeah, the Prussian generals are all...
Yeah, of course, that's exactly what he's saying. It wasn't my fault.
He might have quietly done some different decisions about Barbarossa. Maybe the timing would be different.
Maybe that all-out central front rather than kind of splitting it into three. Yeah.
But he was very sure, it seems like, maybe you can correct me, that Britain and France would still carry on with appeasement even after he invaded Poland.
Absolutely. He was completely convinced by it. There was clearly a kind of sort of 10 to 15% level of doubt, but what the heck, I'm going to do it anyway. He ratcheted himself up into such a lather of kind of, this is the moment, I have to do it now, this is fate, I'm 50, and I could be taken out by an assassin's bullet, I've got this important life work that I've got to do, we've got to get on with it now, there could be no more delay, this is my mission, this is our mission of the German people, and either the German people have got the will and the spirit to be able to pull it off, or, I was wrong, and therefore, we don't deserve to be 1,000-year right, we don't deserve to be the master race. Black or white, us or them, either or. It's the same all the time.
So can you tell the story of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in 1939? So they make an agreement, Nazi Germany, the Soviet Union, and that leads us, just like you were mentioning, in a matter of days. How compact everything is. It's just really, really fascinating.
It's a beautiful summer in Europe, summer of 1929. It's one of these sort of glorious summers that sort of never rains. It's just sunshine, sunny day after sunny day. It's kind of, it's like that sort of golden summer of 1914 as well, where sky always seems to be blue, fluffy white clouds, everyone's sort of, but this sort of, the storm clouds of war, to use that cliche, are kind of brewing. The Russians have reached out to Britain and France and said, come on over, let's negotiate, let's see what we can do. And there is just no stomach for that at all. I mean, if ever there is I think, a mistake, that's Britain and France should have been a bit more into real politics and that it's such unity to ensure that to snooker the Third Reich and they don't take it because in many ways they see the westward spread of communism in exactly the same way that the Nazis see the threat of the westward spread of communism as something that's every bit as repellent as Nazism, and they don't want to be getting into bed with these guys. Of course, they kind of have to change tack on that one in summer of 1941 in very quick order. And that's the whole point about Churchill appeasing Stalin. I mean, it's all very well people saying, well, Churchill would have appeased Hitler in the 1930s, but he does appease. He appeases all the time. And they missed that opportunity. And the French and British delegation is third tier commanders, generals going over. It's a shit show. I mean, excuse my French, but I mean, it's a nonsense. That they're not ready for it. They're not prepared. The British guy, Admiral Drax, doesn't have any authority. The whole thing's a complete joke. It's never going to get anywhere.
You tell the story of this quite beautifully, actually. Again, it's such a human story. I mean, it seems like the Stalin and Soviet.
They've already made up their mind.
But well,
I don't think they have. I think what they
wait. I mean, you described quite well that they value in-person meetings.
Yes.
So, Chamberlain should have just gone to Moscow.
Yeah, get on a plane.
It's such a maybe it's a simplistic notion, but that could have changed the trajectory of human history right there.
I really think it could have done. I think that's much more grievous mistake than Munich.
Why are leaders so hesitant to meet? I'm told now by a bunch of diplomats that no, there's a process. First you have to have these diplomats meet, and they have to draft a bunch of stuff. And I sometimes have this simplistic notion, why not meet? Why not meet? I think there is a human element there, and of course, especially when there's this force that is Hitler.
Well, yes, and because we humans, we like to interact.
Yeah.
And you like to see people in 3 dimensions. And, I'm sure it's why you always quite rightly insist on doing your podcast face to face. Because you want to get the cut of someone's jib, and you want to be able to see them, and you want to see their intonation and their expression and the whites of their eyes and all that kind of stuff. And that just does make a difference, of course, because, we're fundamentally animals, and we want to be sizing people up. And it's much easier to do that when you're a few feet away from each other than it is on a video screen or through the prism of someone else.
Yeah, but there's also you see the humanity in others. It's so much easier. You see this on social media. It's so much easier to talk shit about others when you're not with them.
Yes.
And military conflict is the extreme version of that.
Yeah. You
can construct these narratives that they're not human, that they're evil, you can construct communist ideology, all these, you can project onto them the worst possible version of a human. But when you meet them, you're like, oh,
they are just a person.
They're just a person.
Well, it's the world's great tragedy that it's only a few people that want to go to war, and the vast majority want to live happily, contented lives, getting on with their neighbours. I mean, it has been ever thus. It is those few that kind of ruin it for everybody else. But anyway, to go back to Leningrad, back in August 1939, they go half-cock. They're disrespectful to Soviet Union as a result of that. It gets nowhere. Had they been able to put on a really, really firm offer there and then to the Soviet Union would have probably come in. I mean, the big thing is that the Soviet Union said, this is a big stumbling block. The Soviet Union said, yeah, but we want to be able to march through Poland if we get threatened by Germany. Mm-hmm. But the British and the French just smell a massacre out there. They're basically saying, if they agree to that, what they fear is that the Soviet Union will just march into Poland and go, yeah, but you said we could, and take it, which they unquestionably would have done. But it would have stopped the World War, probably.
They're willing to appease Hitler. They're not willing to appease Stalin in that situation.
Well, they're not willing to appease anybody by that stage, that's the point.
Well, they appeased Hitler.
Because there's a bottom line, which is Poland. So it's changed. That's
right.
But anyway, the bottom line is they don't. There is a reluctance on the part of French and British to negotiate with the Soviet Union because they're communists, don't like them, don't trust them, worry about what they're going to do with Poland, and they're going to be, jumping out of the fire into the kind of water, and it doesn't come off. And as a consequence of that, Soviet Union continue to pursue more hardly, more vociferously, the opportunities that the Germans are offering, which is the split of Poland. Because the Soviet Union wants that part of Poland back in its own sphere of influence, and it doesn't want to go to war just yet.
And the agreement that they won't attack each other, Sasha. Do you think Stalin actually believed that?
No, he believed it in the same way that Hitler believed it, that it was a cynical kind of, convenient bit of realpolitik for now. I mean, I think the Soviet Union was as determined to get rid of the Nazis as the Nazis were determined to get rid of the Soviet Union. I think whoever fired first was not decided at that point, but I do think that from the moment that Hitler takes power in 1933, a conflict between Soviet Union and Nazi Germany is inevitable.
Yes, so either direction you think it's inevitable.
Yeah.
I think there's a huge amount of evidence for that. Stalin probably wanted it, like in 42, 43?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, and they're doing exercises and stuff and building out. He's not ready yet because he knows he's done the purges and he's got to get his army, he's got to get his armed forces back into shape and all the rest of it. But so they have this incredibly cynical agreement. But at that point, Hitler's hands are untied. He no longer has to worry about the threat from the Soviet Union. He's got carte blanche to go into Poland, and he doesn't believe that France and Britain are going to go to war over Poland. He's wrong about that, obviously. But France and Britain, despite going to war with him, still do nothing. So, he's got away with it.
Who was Churchill? And how did Churchill come to power at this moment?
Well, Churchill is this absolutely towering figure in British politics, who's been, first a minister in the kind of noughties of the 20th century and the first years of the 20th century. First of the Liberals, then of the Conservatives. He's a former Chancellor of the Exchequer. He's a towering figure, but he's been in the wilderness because he's out of favor with the Stanley Baldwin government. He's out of favor with Chamberlain, but he is this towering figure, and he has been very outspoken as a backbencher, which basically means, you're not a minister, you're not in the cabinet, you're just an ordinary member of parliament. But obviously you're an ordinary member of parliament, but you're also an ordinary member of parliament who has had ministries of state and who is this towering figure. So he's listened to in a way that other backbenchers aren't. And he has been saying, we need to stand up to the dictators. We need to do this. We need to rearm more heavily, and blah, blah, blah. So when war is declared, he's brought back into the Admiralty, in charge of the Navy, which is Britain's senior service. And suddenly he's there. And what happens is Britain doesn't really do anything. It's very difficult working with France because France is so politically fractured that they can't make any decisions. When you can't make any decisions, you're just impotent. And so Churchill first mentions going into Norway and mining the leads. So the idea is that you're making life difficult for the Germans to get iron ore. Sweden, their main source of iron ore is up in the north part of Sweden in the Arctic Circle, and then gets on a railway through northern tip of Norway, and then gets shipped down the west coast of Norway into Germany, into the Baltic. So Churchill suggests in September 1939, why don't we mine the leads, which are these passageways out of the fjords in the north into the North Sea. Why don't we mine those and stop the Germans from taking this? Everyone goes, well, yeah, that's quite a good idea, but they can't decide, and French are nervous that if they do that, the Germans will retaliate and bomb France and all this kind of stuff. So no decision is made until kind of April 1940. They go up to start mining the leads on exactly the same day that the Germans invade Denmark and Norway, and so they're caught off guard. And at that moment, really, it's seen as a failure of Chamberlain's government, and there is a kind of a mounting realization that no matter how good he was or competent he was as a peacetime prime minister, he's not a wartime prime minister. He's not served in the armed forces himself, doesn't really understand it. It needs a different set of hands. And his government falls on the 9th of May. It becomes inevitable that he's going to have to resign. And the obvious person to take his place is Lord Halifax, who is in the House of Lords, but he can still be a prime minister. And he is, without question, the most respected politician in the country. He's the former Viceroy of India. He's seen as an incredibly safe pair of hands, man of resolute, sound judgment, etc., etc. But he doesn't want to take it. He feels physically ill at the prospect, doesn't want this responsibility. He's also not really a military man. He's got a slightly sort of withered hand, which has prevented him from doing military service. And he just blanches at this moment. And that really leaves only one other figure that could possibly take on this position, and that's Churchill. So when Chamberlain resigns on the 9th of May and Halifax says it's not for me, the only person who's going to slip into that position is Churchill, and he becomes Prime Minister, and he accepts it gladly. He feels like it is his mission in life. This is his moment. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. But he comes with a huge amount of baggage. I mean, he's known as a man who drinks too much, whose judgment hasn't always been great. He was Chancellor during the time of the General Strike, 1926. He backed Edward VIII over the monarchy crisis when the king wanted to marry Wallis Simpson, the divorcee, Catholic divorcee, etc., etc. So, his judgment has been brought into question. He is the man who came up with the idea of the Gallipoli campaign, which was, an ignominious failure, blah, blah, blah. So there are issues over him. He is seen as a hothead and a man who doesn't have the kind of sound judgment of Halifax. So the jury is very much out. And I think it's one of those things where you have to put yourself in, you have to look at this through the prism of what people were thinking in May 1940. Yes, he was considered a tyrant politician, but he is seen also as a loose cannon and by no means the right person in this hour of darkness. And it is coincidental that the 10th of May 1940, when he takes over as Prime Minister, he becomes Prime Minister, not through an election, but by default of a new nationalist government. So no longer a conservative government, but a nationalist cross-party coalition government for the duration of the war, which includes members of the Liberal Party and also the Labour Party, as well as Conservatives. That it is by no means certain that he's going to be able to deliver the goods. And it is also considered the same day that the Germans launched Case Yellow, Operation Yellow, the invasion of the Low Countries in France. These are tumultuous events, to put it mildly. And it is also the case that, only a couple of weeks before, Paul Guénot has taken over as Prime Minister, yet another coalition government France from Delane. So political turmoil is very much the watchword at this time for the Western democracies, just at the moment that the Germans are making their kind of, their hammer strike into the West.
This might be a good moment to bring up this idea that has been circulating recently, brought up by Daryl Cooper, who hyperbolically stated that Churchill was the, quote, chief villain of the Second World War. To give a good faith interpretation of that, I believe he meant that Churchill forced Hitler to escalate the expansion of Nazi Germany beyond Poland into a global war. So Churchill is the one that turned this narrow war, Czechoslovakia, Austria, Poland, into a global one. Is that accurate?
No, I don't think it is. I mean, not least because the decisions over Poland were made by Chamberlain's government, not when Churchill was out of government. So, Churchill wasn't even involved in that decision-making process at the time. No, I don't think so. I mean, again, I go back to kind of Britain's position in the world in 1939. If you say we are going to defend the sovereignty of Poland and then you don't, that looks really bad globally. Britain's prestige would plummet, would lead to all sorts of problems. You are saying that you're giving carte blanche to dictators to just run amok and take whatever territory they want. You are risking the future upheaval of the global order, away from democracies into the hands of dictators. In the West, people believe in democracy and believe in the advancement of freedoms of people. This is, to echo the words of Roosevelt in August 1941, they're aspiring to a world free of want and fear. Now, obviously, there's still some issues with the form that democracy takes in the 1930s. It's not democratic for everyone. Try saying that if you're in Nigeria or India or whatever, or if you're, in the black southern states of the United States. But the aspirations are there, and I think that's an important distinction. And I think by saying that Churchill is the chief warmonger of the Second World War, I think is ludicrous. It's the same thing about the bombing. The detractors of strategic air campaign always go, yeah, but Germans had the Holocaust, but weren't the Allies just as bad, just killing all their civilians? It's like, no, because the moment Hitler stopped the war, the bombing would stop. The moment the war stopped in Hitler's favor, the killing would continue and be accelerated.
So the thing you mentioned initially is this sort of the idealist perspective of, well, Britain can't allow sort of this warmonger to break all these pacts and be undemocratic, murder a large number of people and do conquest of territory. Okay, that's idealistic, but if we look at the realist perspective, what decisions would minimize the amount of suffering on the continent in the next 50 years? So one of the arguments that he's making, I happen to disagree with it, to put it mildly, is that Churchill increased the amount of suffering. So Churchill's presence and decisions. So we're not talking about idealistic perspective. We're talking realistic. The reality war of Stalin, of Hitler, of Churchill, of France and FDR. Did Churchill drag Hitler into a world war? Did he force Hitler to invade the Soviet Union? Did he force Hitler to then invade, attack Britain?
Well, no, because Hitler was always going to invade the Soviet Union, unless the Soviet Union invaded Germany first. So that was always going to happen. No one asked Hitler to invade the Low Countries and Norway and Denmark and attack Britain. He does that, of course, because he's not given a free hand in Poland, but there's no question that Hitler would have also wanted to subdue France, or certainly turn France from a democracy into a totalitarian state as well. I'm absolutely certain about that.
So I think there's pretty definitive evidence. I mean, it's obvious from everything he's said, from everything he's written, from everything, everywhere, that he was going to invade the Soviet Union, no matter what. And France, most likely, yes, also.
He would have done a deal with Britain. Britain could have coexisted.
So actually, there is a possible reality. I don't know. Maybe you can correct me on this. Where Hitler basically takes all of Europe except Britain.
Yes, but then he would have got so strong that he would have then turned on Britain as well. Because he would. The fear is that if you let him do this, then he gets greedy. He wants the next one. Then he wants the next one. Then he wants the next one, and then he wants to take over the whole world. That is the fear of the British. That is the fear of the Americans. That's the fear of President Roosevelt, who's got we haven't even touched on this yet, but he has a very difficult case on his hands, because he's come into power also in January 1933 as President of the United States on an isolationist ticket, with a retrenching, with a kind of sort of, step away from the European old order. It's time for the Europeans to start on their own. It all sounds very familiar right now. And suddenly he's got to do this gargantuan political volte-face and prepare the nation for war, because he also fears, like Churchill fears, like Chamberlain feared as well, that Hitler's designs are not purely on Eastern Europe and the Lebensraum there, but would get ever bigger. And I don't doubt that they're right. I think if you'd prevailed in the Soviet Union, you'd always wanted more. Because his whole concept is the master race.
Yeah, I think it should be said, if we measure human suffering, if there was not Britain on the other side, if it was not a two-front war, that the chances of Hitler succeeding in the Soviet Union is much higher, or at least a more prolonged war, and there would be more dead,
yes,
more enslaved, and more tortured, and all of this.
Yes, and ditto if if the Allies hadn't got involved against Imperial Japan, it would have been catastrophic. I mean, 20 to 30 million Chinese dead anyway. With American and British intervention. What's it going to be in China without that? I mean, and elsewhere, because the reason why Japan invades French Indochina, now Vietnam, and Hong Kong, and Malaya, and Singapore, and so on, and Burma, is because it's not winning in China, and it needs more resources because it's resource poor, and America has cut off the tap. So it's going into these countries to get what it needs. It's rubber and oil and natural resources and ores, precious ores, and all the rest of it. And if it had been unchecked, it would have done so. And then it would have absolutely built up its strength and overrun the whole of China with even more deaths. So, I think that one of the interesting things about the Second World War is lots of wars and why people get involved in them are extremely questionable. But I think there is a moral crusade to the Allies and what they're doing that I think is entirely justified. What I think is interesting also is that as the war progresses, if the Allies are supposed to be on the force of the good, how come they're doing so much bad? And at what point is doing bad stopping you from doing good? And at what point are you doing good but also doing bad at the same time? Such as destruction of cities, destruction of monasteries on outcrops in southern Italy, destruction of killing of lots of civilians, etc., etc. These are difficult questions to answer sometimes. They're also incredibly interesting, and I think that moral component starts to blur a little bit by kind of middle of the war, by 1943. It's kind of easy to have a fairly cut and dry war in North Africa, in the deserts of North Africa, where the only people getting in the way are a few sort of Bedouin tribesmen or something. But once you start getting into Europe or getting into the kind of the meat of highly populated countries in the Far East, for example, that's a different kettle of fish, because the scale of destruction is absolutely immense. But it is also the job of political leaders to look after and defend their own peoples first and foremost. And so what you're doing is you're trying to protect your own sovereignty, your own people, before you're protecting other people. And so that's what leads to, the whole way in which the Western Allies are protracting war is to try and minimize the number of deaths of their own young men as much as they possibly can, whilst at the same time winning the war. And that means bringing lots of destruction to your enemies, but also trying to minimize it. And the way you bring lots of destruction to your enemies is by using immense firepower and this concept of steel, not our flesh, which I mentioned earlier on, and technology, so that you don't have to bring to bear too many of your young men's lives and you don't have a repeat of the slaughter of the First World War. So, it is really interesting that in our mind's eye, when we're thinking of the Western Allies and the Second World War, probably the first thing that comes into mind is Americans jumping out of landing craft on Omaha Beach on D-Day, for example. Those are infantrymen. They're the front line. They are the coal faces. They're the first people going into the fire of the enemy. And we tend to think about guys in tanks, infantrymen with their Garand rifles or machine guns or whatever. That's what springs to mind. Yet actually, they're a comparatively small proportion of the army. So no more than 14 to 15% of any army, Allied army, is infantry. 45% are service corps, service troops, driving trucks and cooks and bottle washers and people lugging great big boxes up. That's because by that stage, the Allies have worked out a way of war, which is what I call big war. This concept of a very long tail, logistics, the operational art, making sure that people have the absolute best you possibly can, great medical care in first aid and medical care of troops, getting them back onto the battlefield. And you're using firepower and technology and mechanization to do a lot of your hard yards. So that's the principle behind strategic thinking. If you go on and you can destroy infrastructure and civilians and households, that makes it much harder for Krupp to make those Panther tanks and Tiger tanks or whatever it might be, and guns. And you're disrupting the transportation system in Germany. You're making life difficult for them to do what they need to do. Then that means it's going to be easier for those 15% of infantrymen who've got to jump out of landing craft to do their job. And you're trying to keep that to a minimum. And you'd have to say, broadly speaking, that's a very sensible policy that makes an awful lot of sense. Consequence of that is a huge amount of destruction. And maybe that's what Daryl Cooper's driving at. But no one asked him.
I'm lovely. Thank you for asking. How's your day going? How'd you find out about me?
It's like the sixth time I was reading this question.
Okay. How'd you find out about me?
2 months ago, on Discord.
Oh, very well. Very well. Cool. What's good in your neck of the woods? What's good in your neck? Okay, very cool. Excellent. We're watching Lex Friedman. Feel free to enjoy, my friend.
Hitler's to invade Poland. I mean, that is the bottom line.
He's talking about World War II.
Okay. Do you think are you that kind of person who believes everything is conspiracy or there's always some propaganda behind everything? Do you think World War II was one of that?
I don't know what you mean.
No?
I don't know what you mean.
Even in this war situations, armed wars, you think some countries are benefiting of that? There is some good.
What do you mean?
No one asked Germany to go to war. No one asked Hitler to come up with these ludicrous ideology.
Yeah, there's complex ethical discussions here about just like as you described,
which are fascinating.
And war is hell, and there are many ways in which it is hell. Just for a little bit to steel man what Daryl is, where he might be coming from, is since World War II, the simplistic veneration of Churchill, sort of saying Churchill good, Hitler bad, has been used as a template to project onto other conflicts to justify military intervention. And so his and other people like libertarians, for example, resistance overly veneration of somebody like Joe has to do with the fact that seems to be by neocon-mongers in the military-industrial complex in the United States and elsewhere, using Hitler way too much, using Churchill way too much to justify invading everywhere and anywhere.
Well, I do agree with that. I think oversimplification of anything is a mistake. Life is nuanced. The past is nuanced. It's okay to be proud about certain things, and it's okay to be disgusted by other things. That's absolutely fine. We have a complicated relationship with our past. It doesn't need to be black and white. And life is not a straight line. And of course, there's the Allies made plenty of mistakes in World War II. Overall, I think they made the right calls. And I think one of the things that's really interesting is I think that the Allies, for the most part, used their resources much more judiciously and sensibly than the Axis powers do. And, good, because that means they prevail. I think, there are so many lessons from World War II that could have been brought into the history of the last 30 years, which weren't. Such as, if you decapitate an incredibly strong leader, you get a power vacuum. And if you don't have a solution for that power vacuum, lots of bad elements are going to sweep into that in very quick order, which of course is exactly what happens in Iraq. So, Donald Rumsfeld going, we don't do reconstruction. Well, you freaking well should do. If you're going to take on this particular challenge, you've got to see it through. That's simply not good enough. It's not good enough to go into Afghanistan and go, okay, we're going to change things around. It's going to be great. All the women are going to have education. They won't have to wear kind of, They won't have to cover up their bodies anymore. Yeah, anything goes. We love liberalism. It's great. Let's make Kabul into a thriving city once more. And then suddenly bug out. Because what's going to happen? You're going to undo everything. And I remember being in, this is a bit of a segue, Lex, but I remember being in northern Helmand province back in when was it? January 2008. And British troops had just taken over an absolute dump of a town called Musakala. And I remember talking to this Afghan guy. He just had all his willow trees chopped down to make room for a helipad that the Allies wanted, which they put their kind of those cages with kind of rubble protective wall. Is it called Hescom? I think it was called. Anyway, I said to him, what do you think about the British being there? And he just shrugged at me, lifted up his hands and said, well, if they stay, great, but they won't. And he said, if they stay, then brilliant. But he said, I'll tell you what, he said, Taliban weren't great. They weren't fantastic. He said, but I could leave my purse on a wall and no one would touch it. I could leave it on a wall for a week, no one would touch it. So he said, will they bring that kind of order? Will we have peace here? They've just chopped down my willow trees. Thanks a lot. And you're seeing a total lack of understanding of the culture, ethnic differences. You're trying to impose a kind of Western-centric view onto something which is just onto a nation which isn't ready for that. Now there are ways in which it looked like Afghanistan was starting to kind of emerge, and there was a path, and then just at the critical moment, the West moves out with catastrophic consequences. What you have to say, though, is that in the West, post-1945, the rehabilitation of Italy, of Japan, of Western Germany was really good. The consequence of all that destruction, all that turmoil, was thriving, high-producing democracies which burst forth into the kind of second half of the 20th century and into the 21st century in pretty good order. So the lessons of the previous generation from the First World War had been learned, even though the scale of destruction, the displacement of people is unprecedented in 1945.
In 1939, what was the state of the militaries? What were the most powerful militaries on the world stage at that time?
Well, in terms of naval power, Britain, as we've already discussed, and the United States, France has a pretty large navy. Japan has a pretty large navy. Italy has a pretty large navy, but Italy's navy is by far and away its most modern aspect of its three services, air, land, and sea. But it doesn't have any aircraft carriers and doesn't have any radar. So they've got modern battleships and battle cruisers, but without key modern bits of technology.
So Italy is really not ready for war.
Oh, it's so not. It's so not. It's just, again, both him and Mussolini, they lack a political understanding. That's because they're so kind of focused on their narrow worldview. And they view everything through that prism, that they can't see that bigger picture.
And we should say that Mussolini, maybe you can correct me, I don't think at any point he wants a war.
He doesn't want a war. What he does want is he wants his own new kind of Roman Empire, which extends over the Mediterranean, kind of certainly the eastern part of the half of the Mediterranean, North Africa, all the way down to kind of East Africa, controlling the Suez Canal. That's what he wants.
And I think he made clear that he was. There's always like this little brother jealous of Hitler kind of situation, because he wanted absolute power the way Hitler did.
But doesn't have it.
It's described. Yeah, there's a
monarchy. Often forgotten. It's amazing.
So there's always this limit, and Hitler, quite brilliantly, once he gets some power, he takes it all. Complete.
He completely emasculates Mussolini, and he likes him, though. It's really weird. Even when Mussolini's about to fall in July 1943, he has a meeting at Feltre, just literally a few days before Mussolini tumbles, and he does that because he likes Mussolini. He likes him as a man and thinks he's been his friend, and he respects him to a certain extent, even though he definitely views himself as top dog. Hitler does, that is. So it's kind of curious because I don't think Hitler particularly liked anyone really, but he does seem to like Mussolini. But anyway, the problem with Mussolini is Mussolini's Italy is very impoverished from the First World War, and that of course leads to the rise of fascism and the overthrow of parliamentary democracy, and why Mussolini takes place in the first place. Again, it's that kind of, there's been this terrible disruption, there's been financial crisis. That leads to kind of people looking at an alternative. What's the alternative? Well, Mussolini's going, we can be proud Italians again, lots of chest thumping, wearing great uniforms, all the rest of it. And people kind of think, well, a piece of that. It kind of works, and proverbially the trains work on time under him, and so on and so forth. But he just gets ahead of himself. And actually the writings on the war in 1935 when he goes into Abyssinia, and again, sort of what effectively are kind of, by first world European standards, primitive tribesmen in Abyssinia, they have quite a tough fight there. They do prevail, but it's not a complete walkover, and they get a bit of a bloody nose at times, and they shouldn't have done. And they're just not ready. They don't have the industry. They're tied up into the Mediterranean. They don't have access to the world's oceans. They do have some merchant shipping, but not a huge amount. They just don't have what is required. They're dependent on Britain for coal. Britain is the leading coal exporter in the world in the 1930s. So Britain's approach to fascist Spain and approach to fascist Italy has been very much sort of stick and carrot. It's like, we'll let you do what you do as long as you kind of stay in your box, and we'll continue to provide you with supplies and coal and whatever it is you need, as long as you don't kind of go too far. And so that's why Mussolini is very anxious in 1938 and again in 1939 to kind of be the power broker and kind of not let Germany go to war. But Germany's just, they signed the Axis Pact of Steel in May 1939, where they become formal allies. This is Hitler and Mussolini, Italy and Germany. But it's always a very, very unequal partnership right from the word go. And one of the reasons Mussolini signs it is because he fears that Germany has designs on Italy.
Yeah.
It's not because he thinks, oh, these guys are great, they're our natural bedfellows. It's so that he can, it's a mutually convenient pact whereby Germany gets on with whatever it wants to do up in Northern Europe and Eastern Europe. Italy is given a free hand to do whatever it wants to do. They'll just kind of watch each other's backs. They have borders, Austria and Italy border one another, and they'll just do their own thing, and they'll kind of help each other out with supplies and stuff. But basically, they won't. They'll be their own. It's a kind of marriage of, they're never expected to be fighting alongside each other on that. Not really. There is a kind of obligation to do so, but it's an obligation with no expectation of ever actually happening. And so from Mussolini's point of view, the Pact of Steel is kind of, it's just sailing your flag to one particular mast and kind of trying to cover your back. And so long as he plays tight, he can still get his supplies from Britain. He doesn't have to worry about that. The Pact of Steel make any difference to that. The problem for him is that in June 1940, he thinks that France is about to be defeated and that Britain will surely follow. And so he thinks, I've got some rich pickings. I can take Malta, I can take British possessions, I can overrun Egypt, and now is my time. But I also need to kind of join the fight before France is completely out of the fight. Otherwise, as it looks like I'm a Johnny come lately, and I won't get those spoils, because the Germans will go, yeah, you can't have all this stuff. You've turned up too late. You need to be in the fight. So he does it what he thinks is the perfect timing, and it turns out to be a catastrophic timing because, of course, Britain doesn't exit the fight. Britain is still there, and by February 1941, a very, very tiny British army in Egypt has overrun two entire Italian armies and taken 133,000 prisoners in North Africa.
So you mentioned in the sea, who were the dominant armies? Who was dominant in the air?
Well, in the air, it has to be the Luftwaffe, and it is also the Imperial Japanese, both in the Imperial Japanese Navy and the Imperial Japanese Army. That they both have air forces. And one of the reasons that is because the quality of the pilots in Japan is extremely high, because it's so difficult to get to the top position. You are going to your frontline squadrons with at least 500 hours in your logbook. To put that into some perspective, a British RAF or Luftwaffe pilot would be joining their frontline squadrons with 150 to 170 hours in the logbook. So it is that these guys are disciplined to within an inch of their lives. They are, there are academic tests as well as physical endurance tests. They are the elite of the elite, and they are extremely good. The problem they have is that there is a good number of them, but there's not that many. The Luftwaffe is the largest air force in the world in 1939, but it is already at a parity in aircraft production with Britain. And the French have a kind of similar sized army, but they're very, very badly organized. So they're organized into different regions, and one region is not really talking to another. And one of the problems that when Case Yellow, the German invasion of the West, starts, France's army of the air is spread throughout France and has its own little area. So you have one bunch of fighters and bombers in that block in the Marseille area. You have another block in kind of on the Brittany coast, and you have another block in around Sedan, and you have another that. So consequently, they're never able to kind of bring their full strength to bear. So it's although they've both got about 3,500 aircraft on paper, and about 2,500 that are fit to fly on any one given day, the Luftwaffe, because they're the aggressor, can choose how they mass their aircraft and where they attack and at when. So, in other words, the Luftwaffe can send over overwhelming amounts of bombers and fighter planes and pulverize the French airfield and catch them napping. Because the French don't have a defense system, they can't see whether they're coming. So their only hope is to kind of take off and just hope they stooge around the sky and hope they bump into some Luftwaffe. And of course, that's inherently inefficient, and they get destroyed. They get destroyed in penny packets rather than en masse. Difference with the RAF is the RAF is not done on an Air Force basis where you have each Air Corps or Air Fleet has a handful of bombers, a handful of fighters, a handful of reconnaissance planes. They have different commands. So they have Bomber Command, Fighter Command, Training Command, Coastal Command, and they all have very specific roles. So they're structured in a completely different way. And that's because they're an island nation. And because they see their role militarily in a different way, and because the rearming that Britain has done in the 1930s is all about defense. It is not about aggression at this point, not about taking it to the enemy. It is showing you're tough, but also first and foremost getting your ducks in a row and making sure that you don't get defeated. So this is the principle behind the world's first fully coordinated air defense system, which is the radar chain, it is the observer corps, it is control rooms, it is interesting technology such as identification friend or foe, IFF, which is where you have a little pulse, so you have these control rooms and you have a map table and you have a tote board in front of you where you can see what squadrons are airborne, what state of readiness they're at, whether they're engaging the enemy, little lights come on and show you. You can see weather maps, you can see the cloud ceiling, you see all that at a glance. Then you're on a dais, and then down in front of you is a massive great map of southern England. You've got croupiers kind of moving plots. So you can, through a combination of radar, which picks up a kind of a rough idea of what's coming towards you, combined with the observer corps, you have overlapping observer corps stations all over Britain, covering every single inch of airspace over Britain, looking up into the air and seeing how many aircraft there are and at what height they are. And you have a little thing called a pantograph, with a piece of equipment which helps you judge altitude. You then ring through that all comes into the control room along with the information from the radar stations, which is going into a single filter room at Fighter Command headquarters, which is then being pushed straight back out to the sector stations. So this information is being updated all the time. So you plot and it looks like it might be, enemy bombers 30 plus, for example. That's constantly being adapted. So as more information comes in, you would change that, and then you can see that actually it's only 20 aircraft or 22 aircraft. So you're updating that, and that little figure is put on your little and moved across. You can see, and then because you can identify your aircraft, you can then see where they are moving. You're also on guys in the air are on the radio ground controllers who are in this. And they're saying, okay, we'll see that, Angel's seen 18,000 feet, on a vector of, 150 degrees. You should be seeing your enemy bombing formation any moment now. And what that means is that you're not on the ground when the enemy are coming towards you with their bombers to hit your airfield, which means you're in the air, so that all they're doing is hitting a grass airfield. which you've already got bulldozers and diggers and graders and lots of scalpings and earth ready to fill in the potholes, and it means you're good to go. And it means, as a consequence of all that, when the Germans do launch their all-out assault on Adler Tag, Eagle Day, on the 13th of August 1940, the British are ready. You know, they can see them coming, they know what to expect, and they can anticipate. And it means that they're not being caught with their trousers down on the ground. And as a consequence of that, of the 138 airfields there are in RAF airfields there are in Britain, only one of them is knocked out for more than 48 hours in the entire summer of 1940, and that's Manston on the tip of the Kent coast, which is abandoned for the duration.
So these are the two biggest air forces.
So those are the two biggest air forces.
So Luftwaffe, we should say, German. I mean, they're like the legendary, the terrifying Air Force.
They are.
Maybe
They're slightly believing their own hype. There's no question about it.
Well, the rest of the world is also, right?
They've just had it too easy. So they don't have ground controllers. They don't have an air defense system in Germany, because why would you need an air defense system? We're going to be the aggressor. You know, there's no scenario where we'll have to defend the airspace of the Third Reich, because we're on the offensive. So they just haven't prepared it.
So there's that clash, the Battle of Britain, the clash of air forces. What explains the success of Britain in defending?
Well, I mean, you know, and everyone always says, you know, the few were the last line of defense against the Nazi hordes and all this kind of stuff. And it's all rubbish. You know, they're the first line of defense. The second line of defense is the Royal Navy, which is the world's largest, and there's absolutely no chance on earth that a German invasion force made up of Rhine River barges, one out of every three is motorized and the other two aren't, is ever going to get successfully across the English Channel. And even if they did, they would be repulsed. I mean, it's just no chance. And it is often forgotten that while the Luftwaffe is coming over and bombing Britain every single day, so is the RAF going over and bombing Germany. And one of the problems that the Germans have is that these bombers need fighter protection. You know, fighter planes are there to protect the bombers, and they don't have much fuel. And the Messerschmitt 109E, the MEL, as the model is of 1940, is the mainstay of the German fighter force in the summer of 1940. And they don't have much fuel, so they need to conserve their fuel, which means they need to be as close to Britain as possibly can, which is why the majority of them are all in airfields which are hastily created in July 1940 following the fall of France in the Pas-de-Calais, which is the closest point. You know, that's where the channel is its narrowest and all the rest of it, and also in the northern Normandy. And that's where they're flying from. But what that means is that even if you're completely rubbish at bombing, which the British are in 1940, they haven't developed those navigational aids at untold accuracy by the end. They don't have that luxury. It's a target-rich environment. I know you can barely miss if you go over to the. I mean, it's just like one huge hub of fighters. And consequently, that means that every single German squadron, which only is 12 airplanes strong on establishment, and very often even fewer than that, always has to leave 2 airplanes behind to defend their own airfields. And it's really interesting when you look at kind of prisoner of war statements from Luftwaffe ground crew that have been downed. They're all bugged in a holding place called Trent Park. You can see the transcripts of these conversations. They're all going about how annoying it was that the RAF are over every night and they can't sleep. And, you know, if only they just shut up and leave them alone and not bomb them. You know, this is just part of the narrative of the Battle of Britain that's completely left out. It's always the stocky, you know, the plucky few against the kind of the Nazi hordes and all the rest of it. And it's a complete misnomer. And by that time, aircraft production in Britain is massively outpacing the Germans. And the best ratio that the Germans achieve in 1940 is July 1940, when the British produced 496 new Hurricanes and Spitfires single-engine fighters, and the Germans only produced 240 single-engine fighters. That's the best ratio. And of course, you know, that is the British outproducing the Germans 2-1. And what that means is, by the end of October 1940, when the Battle of Britain is sort of, you know, officially designated as being over, the single-engine fighter force of the Luftwaffe is less than 200 from 750 or whatever it was in the beginning of July. whereas the British fighter force had been 650 or whatever. The beginning of July is now well over 750.
And Britain is outproducing.
Yeah, to a massive degree, and that continues, and that is a ratio that just increases as the war progresses. I mean, Britain produces 132,500 aircraft in the Second World War. America produces 315,000.
So why is there this legend of the Luftwaffe?
Well, because it's the spearhead of the Blitzkrieg.
So it has to do with the Blitzkrieg.
It's all to do with the Blitzkrieg. The Luftwaffe becomes the kind of the bogeyman of the Third Reich. They're blamed for everything, but that's because they're completely abused. They're the only part of the Third Reich's armed services, the only part of the Wehrmacht being the Navy, the Army, and the Air Force, that is in constant use the whole time, or constant abuse, I should say. In Britain and America, they rotate their pilots really, really carefully. By the time that you've got the 8th Fighter Command, for example, part of the mighty 8th Air Force operating in Britain. By the end of 1943, you would have in a squadron that would have 16. You would never have more than 16 airborne from a squadron at any one time. You would have 40 to 45 pilots, but to service 16 in the air, and similar number of aircraft, which means you're not overusing these guys. And what would happen is by that stage of the war, by 1943, a young fighter pilot coming to a Thunderbolt squadron or a Mustang squadron, for example, at the end of 1943, 1944, he'd have 350 hours of consecutive flying. Because you train in America, or Florida, or California, or Texas, or wherever you can process many more because you've got clear. So it's not a question of we'd like to take you out Fritz this morning, but it's a bit cloudy and the RAF are over, or the 8th Air Force are over, so we can't fly today. So in Germany, pilot training is constant, aircrew training is constantly being interrupted by the war, by shortage of fuel, by inclement weather, etc., etc. In America, you have none of those problems. And Britain, because of his global reach, also has training bases in what was Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, in South Africa, in Canada as well. And so you're able to process these guys much better. You're able to give them more training. So that when they come, they're the absolute finished article as pilots. What they're not the finished article as is, say, a bomber pilot or as a fighter pilot. But that's okay, because you join your squadron of 40 other guys, the 16 airborne, and the old hands kind of take you up a few times. So you arrive at, I don't know, let's say some airfield in Suffolk in East Anglia in England. And, you'll have 10 days to 2 weeks acclimatizing, getting used to it. The old hands will put you through your paces, give you some tips. You can pick their brains during kind of while you're having some chow and listening on some briefings. Then the first mission you do will be a milk run over to France, where the danger is kind of pretty minimal, and you can build up your experience. So that by the time you're actually sent over on a mission to Berlin or Bremen or the Ruhr or whatever, you're absolutely the business. So qualitatively and quantitatively, you are just vastly superior to anything the Luftwaffe has got. The Luftwaffe by that stage, in contrast, 1940, new pilots coming to frontline squadrons with 150, 170 hours in their logbooks, less than 100, 90, 92 hours, something like that. It's not enough. And they're just being flung straight into battle, and they're getting absolutely slaughtered. And they're also, because their machines are quite complicated, there's no two-seaters really. So no two-seater trainers. So the first time you're flying in your Focke-Wulf 190 or your Messerschmitt 109, it's this horrendous leap of faith, which you as a young, bright Luftwaffe fighter pilot know that you're not ready for this. And it can bite you. Something like a Messerschmitt 109 has a very high wing loading. So it's very maneuverable in the air, but it's got its tiny wings. It's got this incredible torque, this Daimler-Benz DB605 engine with this huge amount of torque. And it just wants to flip you over. So if you're not used to it, and it's got a narrow undercarriage as well, if you're not used to it, you could just crash. So in the first couple of months of 1944, they lose something like 2,400 aircraft in the air and pilots, and about 3,400 are accidents.
So it has to do with training, really.
Yeah.
Not training enough.
It's training and resources and supply. And The Second World War, more than any other conflict, is a war of numbers. There are differences, the decisions that generals can make. There are moments where particular brilliance and bravery can seize the day, take the bridge, hold the enemy at bay or whatever. But ultimately, you're talking about differences which might make months difference, 6 months difference, maybe even several years difference. But ultimately, there was a certain point in the Second World War where the outcome is absolutely inevitable, because the guys that lose can't compete with the numbers that the guys are going to win at.
So in that sense, you could think of World War II as a battle of factories.
Yes.
What does it take to win in the battle of factories, in out manufacturing military equipment against the Allies?
It's efficiency, really. So I was kind of, I was thinking, let's take the example of the Sherman tank, for example, the mainstay of the Western Allied forces, and a fair number of them sent to the Soviet Union as well, for that matter.
I think you said it doesn't get the respect it deserves, maybe?
It doesn't get the respect it deserves. So the Sherman tank, the 75 millimeter main battle gun, which is that sort of medium velocity, fire a shell around kind of 2,000 feet per second, compared to the notorious, infamous German 88 millimeter, which can fire at kind of third fast again, like 3,000 feet per second. But on paper, a Tiger tank coming around the corner and a Sherman tank coming around the corner, it should be no match at all. Tiger tank is 58 tons, looks scary, is scary, it's got a massive gun, got really thick armor. Sherman tank doesn't have as thick armor, it doesn't have a gun that's as big. It should be an absolute walkover. And yet, at about 5:30 p.m. on Monday, the 26th of June 1944, a Sherman tank came around the corner of a road called the Rue Monsieur, a little village called Fontenay-le-Pesnel in Normandy, came face to face with a Tiger tank and won. How does this happen? Well, I'll tell you how it happened, because the commander of the Sherman tank was experienced, had one up the spout. So what I mean by that is he had an armor-piercing round already in the breech. As soon as he saw the Tiger tank, he just said fire. That armor-piercing round did not penetrate the Tiger tank. It was never going to. But what it did do was it hit the gun manlet, which is a bit of reinforced steel that you have just as the barrel is entering the tank. And that spalling, which is the little shards of little bits of molten metal, which then hit the driver of the Tiger tank in the head. And he was screaming, Gone Himmel or whatever, and couldn't really see. The moment they got hit, the commander of the Tiger tank retreated into the turret of the Tiger. The moment you retreat into a turret, you can't see. You can see because you've got periscopes, but your visibility is nothing like as good as it is when you've got your head above the turret. Immediately after that, the armor-piercing round from the Sherman tank was repeated by a number of high explosive rounds, which are rounds which kind of detonate, have a little minor charge, then there's a second charge which creates lots of smoke, and in moments, in the first 30 seconds, 10 rounds from that Sherman tank had hit the Tiger tank before the Tiger tank had unleashed a single round itself. And the crew then surrendered. So you didn't need to destroy the Tiger tank. You just need to stop it operating. If it hasn't got a crew, it's just a chunk of metal that's inoperable. So that's all you need to do. And what that tells you is that experience counts, training counts. The agility of the Sherman tank also counts. It's a smaller shell, therefore it's easier to manhandle, which means you can put more in a breech quicker. There's features on a Sherman tank, like it's the first tank to have a gun stabilizing gyro, which means it's more effective on the move. There's also an override switch on the underside of the turret, so that the commander, if he just sees something out of the corner of his eye, can immediately start moving the turret before the gunner, who is down in the belly of the turret, can react. There's many different factors of it, but the main fact of all is of 1,347 Tigers built, there were 49,000 Shermans. So that means there's 36 Shermans to every single Tiger.
So you actually have an incredible video. You talk about this a lot from different angles, about the top 5 tanks and the bottom 5 tanks of World War II. I think, was it the Tiger that made both the top 5 and the bottom 5?
The problem with the Tiger tank is it's really huge.
We should say that you keep saying the problem, but one of the pros of the Tiger tank,
It's very huge.
is, the psychological warfare aspect of it is terrifying.
Yes.
So I don't know what the other pros. I guess the 88 millimeter
High velocity and all the rest of it. It's pretty fearsome, but there are pragmatic problems. The big problem is that the Germans are incapable of mass production on a scale that the Americans can do. Frankly, even the British can do. They're just not in that league. The reason they're not in that league is because they're in the middle of Europe. They don't have access to the world's oceans. They don't have a merchant fleet. They can't get this stuff. It hasn't gone terribly well in the Soviet Union. They can't process it, and they're being bombed 24 hours a day. And so all their factories are, having to split them all up, and that is inherently inefficient because then having to kind of move different parts around, and you're then having the whole process of having to travel from one place to another to get stuff. You haven't got much fuel. So the consequence of that is that what you do is you think, okay, well, we can't mass produce, so let's make really brilliant tanks. But they've lost sight of what a really brilliant is. Really brilliant to their eyes is big, scary, big gun, lots of armor. But actually, what conflict in World War II shows you is that you need more than that. You need ease of maintenance. You need reliability. And the problem with having the bigger the tank, the more complex the maintenance equipment is. You need a bigger hoist, which then means you need a bigger truck, which then needs more fuel. So, for example, the Tiger tank is so big that it doesn't fit on the loading gauge of the European railway system. So they have to have different tracks to roll on to the wagons that will then transport them from A to B, take them from West Germany to Normandy. Then they have to take them off. Then they have to take off the tracks, put on combat tracks, then move them into battle and hope that they don't break down. The problem is when you start the war, it's not very automotive, and you've only got 47 people for every motorized vehicle in Germany compared to 3 in the United States or 8 in France, is that you've got lots of people who don't know how to drive. It also means you haven't got lots of garages and mechanics and gas stations and so on. And so you're then creating an incredibly complex beast, but you want that complex thing to be as simple as you possibly can be. And that's the beauty of the Sherman tank. All those guys in America, they're used to driving stick cars. There's 3 people for every automobile, and that includes, the old and children. So almost, every young man knows how to drive. And when you get into a Sherman tank, it's got a clutch, it's got a throttle, the brakes are the steering mechanism. The clutch is where you would expect the clutch to be. It's got a manual shift. You put your foot on the clutch and you shove it into second gear and off you go, or reverse or whatever. And it literally couldn't be easier. Anyone who could drive a stick car could drive a Sherman tank. Seriously. Not everyone can drive a Tiger tank. It's incredibly complex. It really, really is. And that comes with a whole host of problems. And of course, you don't have the numbers. You've got 1,347 of them. You've got 492 King Tigers, which are even bigger. And at a time where you are really short of fuel, you're really short of absolutely everything. And those shells are huge, and they're harder to manhandle. And weird little things that the Germans do, for all their design genius, the loader is always on the right-hand side. Now, in the 1920s and 19-teens and 30s, children were taught to be right-handed. You weren't allowed to be left-handed. So you were right-handed. So you want to be on the left-hand side of the gun, so you can take the shell from your right and slid into the breech from your right side. But the loader in a Yank Panther or Panther is on the right hand side of the breech, which is ergonomically makes no sense whatsoever. Why do they do this? I've never found an answer to this. But so there's all these little things, and as a soldier coming up against, you're an American GI and you're coming up against a Tiger tank. You don't care about the fact that it's difficult to maintain or the problems involved of trying to get it to the battlefield. All you care about is this monster coming in front of you. It's clanking away and it's in query and it's about to blow you to bits. That's all you care about, and quite understandably so. But those who are protracting the war at a higher level, and historians that come subsequently and look at all this stuff, they do need to worry about all these things. And remember, the same Georg Thomas, the architect of the hunger plan, I found this minutes of this thing, which I think was either on the 4th of December or the 5th of December 1941. So it's just before the Red Army counterattacks outside Moscow in the winter of 1941. And it's a meeting about weaponry. And this is a verbatim quote. He says, "We have to stop making such complete anesthetic weapons." In other words, we've consciously been building over-engineered, aesthetically pleasing weapons up to this point. And they sort of half manage it, but don't quite.
We could probably talk for many hours about each of these topics. We encourage people to listen to us. World Pod, making you talk. Great.
But yeah, we also do. We've got a new YouTube and website called Headquarters. There are lots of background and videos of that, and all sorts of stuff, and little explainers of going around tanks and stuff, and the weaponry, and documents and photographic archives. So the idea is to sort of turn it into a kind of real hub of anyone who's interested in this subject. It's a place where they can go and find out just a whole load more.
I love it. So, like I said, we could probably talk for many hours on each of these topics, but let's look at some of the battles, and maybe you can tell me which jumps out at you. I want to talk to you about the Western Front, and definitely talk about Normandy. But so there was the Battle of Midway in 1942, which is a naval battle. There's Eastern Front, Stalingrad, probably the deadliest battle in human history. Then there's the Battle of Kursk, which is a tank battle, the largest tank battle in history, probably the largest battle period in history. 6,000 tanks, 2 million troops, 4,000 aircraft. Mm-hmm. And then that takes us also to the Battle of the Bulge in Normandy, the Italian campaign there you talk a lot about. So what do you think is interesting to try to extract some wisdom from before we get to Normandy? Do you find, as a historian, the Battle of Kursk or the Battle of Stalingrad more interesting? Stalingrad is often seen as the turning.
Well, I think so. I mean, it's really interesting. So they get through 1941. Barbarossa doesn't happen as the Germans hope it will. You know, the whole point is to completely destroy the Red Army in 3 months. And that just doesn't happen. And I think you can argue convincingly that by, let's say, beginning of December 1941, Germany is just not going to win. It just can't. And let me tell you what I mean by that. So if you take an arbitrary date, let's say the 15th of June 1941, Germany at that moment had one enemy, which is Great Britain, albeit Great Britain plus Dominion Empire. Fast forward 6 months to, let's say, the 16th of December. It's got 3 enemies. It's got Great Britain, Dominion Empire, USSR, and the USA. It is just not going to win. You know, for all the talks of wonder weapons and all the rest of it, it's just not going to. You know, it has lost that battle. Having said that, the Soviet Union is still in a really, really bad situation. It is being helped out a huge amount by supplies from the United States and from Britain. You know, just unprecedented amounts of material being sent through the Arctic or across Alaska into the Soviet Union at that time. It is absolutely staggering how much is committed by Roosevelt and Churchill to try and stem the flow in the Soviet Union. Because for all the announcements and the pride that the Soviet Union has about moving factories to the other side of the Urals and stuff, which they do in 1941, huge amounts are overrun intact by the Germans in the opening stages of Barbarossa. I mean, really, you know, colossal losses. Huge amounts. So, you know, grain has gone, coal has gone, entire factories have gone, steel production goes down by kind of, 80% in the Soviet Union in 1941 and it's 1942. So in 1942, despite the vast amount of numbers of men that they had, I mean, they create 80 new divisions in the second half of 1941, for example. It never has 80 divisions in the entire Second World War, division being about, rule of thumb, 15,000 men. So, you know, despite that, and that is because Stalin's meddling, the woeful state of the Red Army in 1941, etc., which we've already sort of touched upon. So 1942, it's still in a really bad way, but Germany's in a really bad way too. It suffered in 91. It's winning itself to death in 1941. It's having these huge, great encirclement of Kiev in September 1941. Capturing the further kind of best part of 700,000 Red Army troops, etc., etc. In the process of doing that, it is constantly being attrited, both in battle casualties, but in also mechanical casualties too. Just can't cope. The scale is just too big. And what happens is, with every moment that the German forces, that ultimate victory slips away, so Hitler's personal handling of the battle increases. And, say what you like about him, but he just hasn't had the military training to do that. He might have amazing attention to detail. He might be able to understand, have an enormous capacity to remember units and where they are on a map. But he was only a half corporal in the First World War. He's never been to staff college. He might have read lots about Frederick the Great. I mean, I've read lots of history, but that doesn't mean to say I'd be a competent field marshal. So he is not the right person for the job at all. And he micromanages and he looks at figures and figures and doesn't understand what it's like at the actual front, the coalface. So he's stifling the very thing that made the German army effective, which is the ability to give commanders at the front a leash to be able to make decisions, battle command decisions. And he's taken that away from them. So he's basically making them go into with decreasing amounts of supplies and firepower, and with one hand behind their decision-making process. And that is not. The other problem is, decides rather than going for Moscow in 42, because basically there's a cooling off period in the because of the conditions. But everyone in the Soviet Union, no, the Red Army at the moment, springs comes, there's going to be another major offensive summer. That is absolutely as certain as, day for night, etc. The problem that the Germans have is they have less than they had when it was the previous year. The Soviet Union has more. It is better prepared. It knows what's coming now. It's kind of learning some of the lessons, starting to absorb the lessons. Stalin, coincidentally, is pulling back from his very tight leash in the way that Hitler is doing the opposite, increasing his micromanagement and control freakery. And what Hitler decides is, rather than going for Moscow, he's going to go for the oil fields. And this is absolutely insane, because what's going to happen when they get to the oil fields? I mean, does he think really that the Soviet Union are going to let those oil fields come into German hands intact? Even if he does let them get in intact, what are they going to do with that oil? I mean, oil needs to be refined. Where are you going to refine it? They don't have any oil. They don't have many oil refineries. How are you going to ship that oil to where you need it to be in the factories in the Third Reich and into your, process it into gasoline, and then get it to diesel and get it to your U-boats, get it to your tanks, get it to your armored units? How are you going to do that? How do you transport it from the Caucasus, which is a long, long way away from Berlin? How are you going to do that? There's no pipelines. There's only some pipelines. And they've been built by American money and American engineering, and they're going backwards towards the Urals, not forwards. They have no more rail capacity whatsoever. They just don't have the oil tankers. So it is absolute la-la land. It is incredible that when you look at the detailed literature that the Germans have, no one is asking this question in the spring and early summer of 1942.
The logistics question in part.
No one is saying, okay, it's great that we're going to get to the Caucasus and get all this oil, but then what? No one is asking that question.
Nor how do you provide resources and feed and the soldiers and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
I mean, it's...
So the case brew, first of all, they get distracted by going into the Crimea, and they go, well, we've got to do that first. So they have to get Sevastopol and Crimea, which they do. And then they have to push on. And at this point, suddenly looming in front of them is Stalingrad on the banks of the Volga, this city, this industrial city, which has Stalin's name. And Hitler goes, okay, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to split my forces. So half of you can go south towards the Caucasus and the rest of you can confront Stalingrad. And on Bock, just who's the commando, just goes, "That's nuts. That makes no sense whatsoever. You know, you're splitting the mission." So Hitler fires him. So suddenly they get into this assault for Stalingrad, and it becomes this sort of street fight. Street fighting is the worst kind of fighting. I mean, the reason why the Israelis have just blown everything up in Gaza is because otherwise you can't see. You know, you need a field of fire. This is fighting in a build-up area is horrendous.
Yeah, to clarify, we're talking about urban warfare, door to door, building to building.
It's incredibly difficult, and home advantage is colossal in this instance. And of course, it's piping hot when they attack in kind of August into early September, and then it suddenly gets very, very cold. And at the same time, American mechanization, and slightly British mechanization, but primarily American trucks, are enabling Zhukov to plan this great pincer movement. So it is, you know, and Russians will hate me for saying this, and I probably will get a whole load of bots on the back of it. But the truth is it is not the street fighting that destroys Sixth Army. It is the encirclement, the subsequent encirclement. So the Germans have been sucked into the street battle in Stalingrad. Cannot give up. We cannot give up. We cannot back down. We cannot pull out. We've got to destroy the city. Meanwhile, while their backs are turned, and while most of their forces are going off to the Caucasus on a wild goose chase for absolutely zero oil, incidentally, and they never get remotely close to Baku, this huge great pincer movement is being planned, and it is only possible through mechanization from the United States. And that is the big turning point, because from that moment onwards, the Germans are on the back foot. They're basically going backwards. There are little small counterattacks. There is obviously the Kursk salient, for example, but it's game over. You know, the catastrophe of the surrender of final surrender. I mean, the writing's on the wall at the end of 1942. But by November 1942, when the two Soviet fronts meet up, then you know, there is no possible chance of escape for Sixth Army. They are consigned. They are toast. And their final surrender obviously happens at the very beginning of February 1943. But that's all over. And then at the same time that is happening, disaster is unfolding in North Africa, because Hitler has insisted on massively resupplying the Mediterranean theatre. And the problem there is the amount of equipment that is lost in North Africa is greater than it is at Stalingrad. I don't think you could argue that psychologically Tunisia is a greater loss than Stalingrad. And it absolutely isn't. But you have to see them in tandem. This is two fronts. This is Eastern Front, Southern Western Front. And this is the first time that the Americans have been on the ground against Axis forces, and they lose big time. The Allies become masters of the North African shores on the 13th of May, 1943, and it is a catastrophe. And in that time, 2,700 Luftwaffe aircraft have been destroyed over North Africa between November 1942 and May 1943. And overall, there's subsequent that summer as well. It's really interesting. The Luftwaffe is between June and October 1943. So this is including the Kursk battle, which takes place in July 1943. In that period, the Luftwaffe loses 702 aircraft over the Eastern Front, but 3,704 aircraft over the Mediterranean. So I think one of the lessons about studying the Second World War is one has to be careful not to assign strategic importance to boots on the ground. It can be of great strategic importance, but not necessarily. You know, no one would argue, for example, that the Guadalcanal is not an absolutely game-changing battle in the Pacific War, and yet the number of troops compared to, you know, what's going on the Eastern Front or even, you know, the Western Front is tiny in comparison. So it is absolutely true that the most German blood is lost on the Eastern Front, but that doesn't mean to say that it's more strategically important than the Western Front. It's and it's not saying that the Western Front is more strategic either. It's just you have to kind of be balanced about this. The psychological blow, though, of Stalingrad is immense, and you cannot belittle that.
And there's we went over it really fast, but there is a human drama element.
Yes.
But yes, when we're talking about the operational side, the material loss of a battle is also extremely important to the big picture the war. And we often don't talk about that because, of course, with war, the thing to focus on is the human drama of it.
Yes.
Because we're humans.
And I also think that what's interesting is the Nazi high command's response to Stalingrad, which is not to go, we're screwed. It's to double down. It's, then so Goebbels, for example, gives his infamous speech in the Sports Palace in third week of February 1943, where he goes, are you ready for this? This is now total war. The war is coming. This is a fight for survival. We're all in it together. You are in this as well. Every single German is now, this is a fight for survival. And we are now in total war. And everyone is just so depressed by this. I mean, they realize that they are going to reap what they have sown. Because everyone knows what's been going on the Eastern Front. Because first part of the war, Germans have loads and loads of cameras. They're really into photographing everything, taking city footage of everything. It's all part of recording the greatness of the Reich and the triumphs of the Reich. They want to record it. So all this stuff is a bit like the radios, is made very, very cheap. So lots of having. And people are sending it all back. And, the people that are developing this stuff are all seeing it, and people are talking about it. And then it's been sent to families, and they're all seeing it. And they're seeing pictures of Jews being rounded up and beaten. And they're seeing Ukrainian partisans being executed, and they're seeing villages being torched. And everyone knows. They all know.
Yeah.
This whole idea is, do they really know? Yeah, they do know what's going on. To a lesser or greater detail, of course. Some people who don't. And, a bit like people know about the news today. Some people do, some people don't. I never read the newspaper. I never listen to the news. You have that, of course, but it is widely understood and widely known that really brutal things have been going on in the East, and troops coming back utterly traumatized by what they have taken part in, what they have witnessed, the kind of unspeakable brutality. This is war on a completely different level to anything that's been kind of seen in recent years.
Yeah, we should mention that. Front and the Eastern Front are very different in this regard.
Yeah.
So a lot of the Holocaust by bullets, the Holocaust by the concentration camps, extermination camps, is not in Germany. It's not in the Western Front. It's in Poland. It's in the Soviet Union.
Yeah, but don't forget that even Auschwitz, for example, is part of the new Reich. It is part of, it is part of an area which has been absorbed into Germany. So as far as they're concerned, this has now got, it's now no longer got the Polish name. It's now called Auschwitz, which is a German name. It is part of Germany. And there are German people moving there into this, common model town. And they all know exactly what's going on.
Yeah. You, by the way, have a nice podcast series of 4 episodes on Auschwitz, the evolution of the dream world town that becomes a camp, a work camp, then becomes an extermination camp.
And a big Buna factory for IG Farben, which never produces a single bit of rubber.
So this, for sure, is something I would have to dive deep in. There's a book you recommended, KL.
Yes, it's just called KL. It's about the whole concentration camp system, because K is concentration in German. Lager is a camp. It's an exhaustive book, and I'm full of admiration for him for writing it, just because, jeepers, it must have been so. I mean, I was very depressed doing that work on Auschwitz, that deep dive. I just found the whole thing utterly dispiriting. And I've been there a few times, and it's ghastly. So how he wrote a whole book on it, I don't know.
I think in the details, there's 2 ways, I think, to look at the Holocaust. One is Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl, sort of this philosophical thing about how a human being can confront that and find meaning, and what does the human condition look like in the context of such evil. And then there is the more sort of detailed, okay, well, how do you actually implement something like the final solution? So you have this ideology of evil implemented.
Yes.
And at the fine detail of what are the different technologies used, what are the different humans and the hierarchy of humans in a camp? What's the actual experience of the individual person who shows up at a camp? Just get in the details. And in those details, I think there's some deep, profound human truth that can emerge. That the mundane, one step at a time, is how you can achieve evil.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you can get lost in the mundane.
Yes, the banality of evil. It's incredible. I think what is so completely horrific is that half the 6 million were killed by kind of bullets to the back of the head. And the reason they stopped doing that, and they wanted to stop doing that, was because the perpetrators were finding it so traumatic. Himmler goes and visits an execution in Ukraine, or maybe he's in the Baltic states. I can't remember where he goes, but he witnessed some in the summer of 1941. He goes, "Oh, that's horrible. They don't have to do that. I don't want my men having to do that. I've got to find a more humane way of doing it." When he's talking about a more humane way of doing it, humane for the executioners, not for the victims, because trust me, Zyklon B is not a nice way to go. It basically is bursting the capillaries in your lungs. It's painful, and you can no longer breathe, and it can take up to 20-25 minutes. Some people it can take a couple of minutes, but all of those who are standing naked in that gas chamber, first of all, extremely humiliated by this process in the first place. Then there's a sudden realization of that in the shower they're actually being gassed, and they're all going to drinking as that process is because you might be the first, but you're still going to, even the first person is going to know that I can't breathe and I'm dying. Everyone else is going to see the first few dying and then going to realize that is what's going to happen to them. And you've got those minutes, sometimes many minutes, where you've got to contemplate that. And that's in extreme pain and panic. And just think about how cruel that is.
While being humiliated all the way through.
And so, the inverted commas, humanity of the gas chambers is anything but. It's disgusting. And the fact that people could do this is just beyond horrific. And then the fact that you are taking your Jewish prisoners and getting them to cut off all the hair, pull out the teeth of the dead before you put them on a lift and incinerate them. If you go to Auschwitz now and you go to the collapsed, blown up gas chambers, which the Germans destroyed before the Russians overran them in January 1945, you can still see some of the ash ponds. And there are bits of bone there, still there from the ash. It is utterly repulsive. And imagine arriving from that train on that incredibly long journey where you've had no comforts whatsoever. You've had humiliations and privation, the privations you've had to suffer as a result of that, having to kind of defecate in a bucket in the corner in front of other people. It's just horrendous. And then you get there bewildered, and immediately your kids are taken away from you, or your husband and wife who've been married 20 years, they're separated just like that, sent off into different groups, straight to the gas chambers. I mean, the scale of cruelty is so immense. It's hard to fathom, and the thing that I find really difficult to reconcile, and this is where I think the warning from history is important, is that Germany is such an amazing nation. It's the country of Beethoven and Strauss and of Goethe and incredible art and culture and some of the greatest engineers and scientists that ever lived. And look how quickly it flipped into the descent of unspeakable inhumanity, which manifested itself in the Holocaust and the gas chambers, and the executions into pits and tiny places and creeks in Lithuania or Ukraine or whatever. I mean, it's just horrendous. And this is from a nation which a decade earlier had been a democracy.
It seems like as a human civilization, we walk that Solzhenitsyn line between good and evil.
Yeah.
It's a thin line, and we have to walk it carefully.
Yes.
So one of the great battles in World War II on the Western Front, Normandy. I have to talk to you about Normandy. D-Day, the Normandy ending. This is the famous on June 6, 1944. This was Allied invasion of Nazi-occupied Western. What was the planning? And it was lengthy planning. What was the planning? What was the execution of the Normandy landings?
Well, the decision to finally go in, when the Americans joined the war in December 1941, there's the Arcadia Conference a few days later, a week later, between the British chiefs of staff and political leaders and Churchill and Roosevelt and his own chiefs of staff about what should be. And the policy is American troops over to Europe as quickly as possible, get them over to Britain, get them training, and get them across the Channel ASAP, and start the liberation of Europe. But the reality is that in 1942, the Americans just aren't ready. They've come from this incredibly tiny army. They're still growing. They've got no battlefield experience. The British are still recovering. They're good on the naval power. They're kind of increasingly good on air power. But land power, they've had to kind of make up from the loss of their ally France and expand as well. So kind of ground zero for both America and Britain has been kind of June 1940, when France is out, and suddenly that's the strategic earthquake, and that's the issue that needs settling, and they need to just completely realign everything that they'd fought in 1939. They've got to start again. But it's also becomes clear that they're not really ready in 1943 either. And one of the problems is that Molotov, who is the Soviet foreign minister, has come over to Britain in May 1942 and said, we need you to kind of do your bit and get on the campaign trail against the Germans and fight on the ground. And the British were going, well, yeah, but cross-channel invasion is not really going to happen. We know we're doing that in North Africa at the moment. Then he goes over to Washington, and the Americans go, we're definitely going to go and take on the attack to the Germans in 1942. They've made this promise. So summer of 1942, it becomes clear that they can't keep that. So Churchill says, well, look, here's an idea. We've already got an army in Egypt. Why don't we land another one in Northwest Europe? Northwest Africa. That's run by Vichy France, which is pro-Axis French colonies. Why don't we take that? We can do that, and then we can meet in the middle. We can pincer around. We can conquer the whole of North Africa. You can kill with two birds with one stone, because you can get some experience fighting against Axis troops. Test some of your equipment and commanders. What's not to like, and then we can sort of see how it goes. So this is a kind of opportunistic strategy, whereas the Americans are very much sort of, we want to draw a straight line to Berlin, and that's the quickest way, and let's do it that way. So it's kind of a different viewpoint, but Roosevelt kind of gets that and agrees to that. So that's where the whole North Africa Mediterranean campaign comes from, and as a consequence of the huge commitment to Tunisia, 3,500 aircraft, huge navies, two allied armies in North Africa by the time Tunisia is won in mid-May 1943. Well, we've got all this here. We might as well kind of really try and put the nail into the coffin of Italy's war, get them out of the battle. Sicily's an obvious one. Let's go in there, and then we can take a view. But between Sicily happening and the fall of North Africa is the Trident Conference in Washington, and that is where the decisions made. The Americans go, okay, enough of this opportunistic stuff. Let's just, okay, we get it, we buy it, but no more faffing around. May 1944, 1 year hence, we are going to cross the Atlantic. And the British go, okay, fair cop, we'll do that. So that is where Operation Overlord, as it becomes, it's given its code name, its operational name. That's when the planning starts. Serious planning starts at the beginning of 1944. One of the lessons from Sicily to Normandy is that you can't have commanders fighting one battle whilst preparing for the next one. So you have to have a separate command structure, and that's okay, because by this time you've got enough people that have got experience battlefield command that you can actually split it. There are very good reasons for going into Italy, not least getting the Foggia airfields, so that you can further tighten the noose around Nazi Germany. And one of the great prerequisites for the Normandy invasion is total control of the airspace, not just over Normandy, but over Northwest Europe. Why is that? Because the moment you land in Normandy, the cat is out of the bag, and it's then a race between which side can build up metamaterial quickest. Is it going to be the Allies, who've got to come from southern England, which is a distance of a slow journey across the seas, and the distance between kind of 80 and 130 miles away, or is it going to be the Germans that are already on the continent? Well, clearly on paper it's the Germans, so you have to slow up the Germans. Well, how do you do that? You do that by destroying their means of getting there. So bridges, destroy all the bridges over the Seine, destroy all the bridges over the Loire, hit the marshalling yards. The glue that keeps the German war machine together is the Reichsbahn, the German railway network. So destroy the railway as much as you possibly can and make it difficult for the Germans to reinforce the Normandy bridgehead as and when it comes. But the way you do that in turn is by very low-level precision bombing, and that has to be done by twin-engine, faster, smaller bombers going in low. But the problem is you can't go low and destroy those bridges if you've got Focke-Wulfs and Messerschmitts hovering above you. So you've got to destroy those, which is why you need to have air superiority over this large swathe of Northwest Europe to do that. The problem is that while the industrial heartland of Nazi Germany is in the west, is in the Ruhr area, which is very convenient for bombers coming out of Lincolnshire or East Anglia on the east flat, that's east side of Great Britain. The aircraft industry is much deeper into the Reich, and it is beyond the range of fighter escorts for the bombers. And the American daylight bombers who are going over are discovering that despite being called flying fortresses, they're not fortresses, they're actually getting decimated. And whenever their bombers go in strength over to try and hit the aircraft industry in Germany, beyond fighter range, they get decimated. First, infamously on the Schweinfurt-Regenburg raid on the 17th of August 1943, coincidentally the same day that Sicily falls to the Allies, and also coincidentally the same day that face-to-face negotiations begin with the Italians for an armistice in Lisbon. But on that day, of the 324 heavy bombers that the Americans send over to hit Schweinfurt and Regensburg, where there are a Messerschmitt plant and also a ball bearing plant, which is essential for aircraft manufacturing, they lose 60, shot down, and a further 130 odd really, really badly damaged. And even for the vast numbers of manpower and bombers that are coming out of America, this is too much. So they can't sustain it. So they've got to find a fighter escort that's going to be able to escort them all the way to into the Reich. And the race is on, because basically if they haven't got one airspace by April 1944, it's game over. You can't do a cross-channel invasion. You have to have that control of the airspace beforehand. So the race is on. Unfortunately, they come up with a solution, which is the P-51 Mustang, which has originally been commissioned in May 1940 by the British, developed from sketches to reality in 117 days. It's a work of absolute genius. But to start off, it's harnessed with a really bad engine. The Allison engine is just not right for that aircraft. And it's not until a Rolls-Royce Merlin, which is the same one that powers the Lancaster, Mosquito, and Spitfire and Hurricane, put into the P-51 Mustang, that suddenly you've got your solution, because that means it can now fly with extra drop tanks and fuel tanks. It can, it's so aerodynamic and it's so good. The higher it goes with this engine, the more fuel efficient it becomes. It can actually fly, over 1,400 miles, which gets you to Berlin and back, but to Warsaw and back. So such that solution. By April 1944, they had base, and by the end of May 1944, just on the eve of the invasion, Operation Overlord, the closest German aircraft that is seen fighting Allied aircraft is 500 miles from the beachhead. So it is absolutely job done. Meanwhile, new fighter, comparatively new ground attack fighter planes like Typhoons and Tempests and adapted P-47 Thunderbolts are attacking the German radar stations all along the coastline, because you now do have an air defense system. They're destroying kind of 90% of their effectiveness. And in the intelligence game, they're winning that one as well. They're just much better, because in Germany, intelligence is power. So people tend to, Hitler always has this kind of divide and rule thing going on. So you have parallel command structures, which is not conducive to bringing together of intelligence. While much play has been made about the successes of Bletchley and code breaking and all the rest of it, actually, what you have to do is you have to see the kind of the decrypts that the Bletchley cryptanalysts do as just a cog, and those various cogs together, from listening services to photo reconnaissance to agents on the ground to also the cogs collectively add up to more than some of their individual parts. So the intelligence picture is a broad picture rather than just code breaking. But anyway, they win that particular battle as well. And what you see really with D-Day is the zenith of coalition warfare. What you've got multiple nations who have different overall aims, different cultures, different attitudes, different start points, but they have all coalesced into one common goal. Until they've achieved that common goal, they're going to put differences to one side. Much play has been made about kind of Anglophobia amongst American commanders and Americophobia amongst allied, British commanders. But actually, it's nothing. It's a marriage made in heaven compared to the way Germany looks after its own allies, for example. And what is remarkable about the allies is they're not actually allies; they're coalition partners. There's no formal alliance at all, and there is a subtle difference there. But what you see them really, really pulling together, and you see that manifest itself on D-Day. I think where you've got 6,939 vessels, of which there are 1,213 warships, 4,127 assault craft, 12,500 aircraft, 155,000 men landed and dropped from the air in 24-hour period. It is phenomenal. It is absolutely phenomenal. And while it is still seen as a predominantly American show, all three service commanders are British. It is most of the aircraft are. 2/3 of the aircraft are British. 2/3 of the men landed are British and Dominion. You never forget the Canadians, who consistently punch massively above their weight in the Second World War in all aspects. It has to be said, air, land, and sea. They're key in the Battle of the Atlantic. They're key in air power. They're key at D-Day and indeed in the Battle of Brickley as well. So the Canadians should never be forgotten. But one of the reasons it is is the British Navy that dominates in D-Day is because, of course, the incredibly enormous strength of the Royal Navy in the first place, but partly because most of the US Navy is by this stage in the Pacific, fighting its own fight. So it's not slacking by any stretch of the nation. It's elsewhere doing its bit for the kind of overall ally. Just extraordinary, and despite the terrible weather, which is such a debilitating factor in the whole thing. I mean, it puts people off course, means many more people get killed on Omaha Beach than they might have done on other beaches besides, essentially. And actually, in terms of lives lost, proportionally it is the Canadians that suffer more so than the Americans. It's just there's fewer of them overall. D-Day has to be seen as an unqualified success. I mean, it is absolutely extraordinary what they achieve. And while they don't 100% achieve their overall D-Day objectives, the objectives are always going to be the outer reach of what can be achieved, and you'd need absolutely, and they don't get perfect conditions, but they're so balanced, they're so thought of absolutely everything, and their logistics by, and I mean, even things like the minesweeping, which is a single minesweeping operation of the entire war, because there's minefields off the Normandy coast, and ahead of the invasion force, the minesweepers, which amounted, I think, something like 242 different minesweepers in 5 different operations opposite every single beach, creating lanes through these minefields through which the invasion force can go. Not a single ship is lost to a mine in the actual invasion. That is phenomenal, and can only be done with the greatest of skill and planning, and all in a period where there are no computers, there's no GPS, there's nothing. I mean, it is absolutely astonishing, and the scale of it is just frankly mind-boggling.
Yeah, and that was really the nail in the coffin, the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
For Hitler, for the European theater.
Yeah. Once you get the only cause for doubt is, will they be able to secure that bridgehead? The moment they get that bridgehead, it is game over. There's only, there is no other way it's going to be, because of the overwhelming amount of men and material that the Allies have compared to the Germans at this stage of the war. And of course, you're being attacked on 3 fronts, because there's the Italian front to the south. And of course, in a very major way, you've also got the Eastern Front, and Operation Bagration, which is launched that summer as well, is enormous.
So let's go to the very end, the Battle of Berlin.
Yeah.
Hitler sitting in his bunker, his suicide, Germany's surrender. You actually said that Downfall, the movie, was a very accurate representation.
I think it is, really. Except that Goebbels took cyanide and choose.
I don't want details. But I think it might be my favorite World War II movie. which is strange to say because it's not really about World War II. It's about Hitler in a bunker, but
I think was his name Bruno Ganz, wasn't it? I think he nailed him. Yeah, there's so many accounts of that. There's so much written about Hitler. There's there's millions and millions of Hitler's words that you can read. You know, there are translations of many of his conferences. You can see what he's saying. You can get inside his head in a very clear way, much more clearly than you can Stalin or just about any other leader, really. And so one has a very, very strong impression of what Hitler was like in the bunker in those last days. There's so many accounts of it. And it just feels like they nailed it. It just feels like they've got it spot on.
I mean, it's a fascinating story of evil maniac, and this certainty, you know, crumbling, right? Like realizing that this vision of the 1,000-year Reich is.
And Hitler says, you know, my reputation won't be good to start off with, but I hope in a few years' time that people will start to realize the kind of all the good I was trying to bring.
Yeah, they're all the same, aren't they? You always believe you're doing good.
Yeah.
And there's so many deep lessons there. So now you have written so much, you have said so much, you have studied this so much. What do you, looking at World War II, is the lessons we should take away?
Well, I suppose it's what happens when you allow these individuals to take hold of great power and great authority and make these terrible decisions. If you allow that to happen, you know, there are consequences, and you have to recognize the moments of trouble when they arise. So when there are financial crises, you know that political unrest is going to come, and you need to be prepared for that. You know, you need to be able to see the writing on the wall. You can't be complacent. You know, complacency is such a dirty word, isn't it? You know, you've got to keep your wits, and you can't take things for granted. You've got to recognize, I think, that the freedoms we enjoy in the West are, you know, they're not necessarily permanent, and you need to make the most of them while you've got them and cherish them and consider what happens if the milk turns sour and what the consequences of that are. I mean, that's the overriding thing, because although I don't think there'll ever be a war on the scale of the Second World War, you've only got to look at pictures of those opening days of the war in Ukraine and see sort of knocked out Russian tanks and dead bodies, bloated bodies all over the place, put that into black and white, and, you know, it could be the road out of Falaise in 1944, it could be, you know, any number of German battlefields and in World War II, and the similarities and the trenches and the kind of people hiding in foxholes, and, you know, that's horribly reminiscent, as are the huge casualties that they're suffering on both sides, whether they be Russian or Ukrainian. And, you know, it's a shock. It's a shock to see that, and it reminds you just how quickly I think things can descend. And that's the other thing. You know, that point I was making about how quickly Germany descended from this amazing nation, you know, arts and culture and science and development and engineering, into one of the Holocaust. I mean, life is fragile, and peace is fragile, and, you know, you take it for granted at your peril.
And you take for granted at our peril that nobody will use nuclear weapons ever again. And that's not a thing we should take for granted.
No, sir.
What gives you hope about the future of human civilization? We've been talking about all of this darkness in the 20th century. What's the source of light?
The source of light is that I think the vast majority of people are good people who want to live peacefully and want to live happily and are not filled with hate. And there are some brilliant minds out there. And I think the capacity for the human brain to come up with new developments and new answers to problems and challenges is infinite. And I think that's what gives me hope.
James, this is I'm a big fan. This was an honor to talk to you, and please keep putting incredible history out there. I can't wait to see what you do next. Thank you so much for talking to me.
Well, thank you, Lex. It's been a privilege to talk to you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with James Holland. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description or at lexfriedman.com/sponsors. And now, let me leave you with some words from Winston Churchill. If you're going through hell, keep going. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Oliver Anthony, singer-songwriter from Virginia, who first gained worldwide fame with his viral hit Rich Men North of Richmond. He became a voice for many who are voiceless, with his songs speaking to the struggle of the working class in modern American life. His legal name is Christopher Anthony Lunsford. Oliver Anthony was his grandfather's name. So Chris used this name as a dedication to his grandfather and to 1930s Appalachia, where his grandfather was born and raised. Dirt floors, 7 kids, hard times, as Chris says. He's happy to be called either one, by the way. I've gotten to know Chris more since the recording of this conversation. He truly is, as he appears online and in his songs, down to earth, humble, and a good man who deeply feels the pain of the downtrodden. This is a Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Christopher Lunsford, or as many of you know him as, Oliver Anthony. So I was texting you last night, sitting at an open mic, listening to a guy perform Great Balls of Fire. Like I told you, he was giving everything he got for like 5 people in the audience plus me.
Well, you were there. I'd have been doing it too if you were out there. It was like, oh, that's like sweet.
No, man, he was this big dude on the keyboard, just everything, sweaty, long hair. You could tell like he was there in his own little world. I love the courage of that, of just giving it everything. I don't think he wants to be famous. I don't think he wants anything in life except to be there and to play like his heart out. That's why I love open mics. Like some people still aspire to be famous when they play open mics, but some people, maybe they've given up, maybe they never wanted to be famous. They're just there for the pure artistry of it. So
Yeah.
And you said you started out playing open mics. What, at shitty bars? What was that like?
Well, yeah, real quick before I forget, too, a great example of a guy who had that same mindset and was able to maintain it really, really well is this mandolin player named Johnny Stats in West Virginia. To me, he's one of the best, and he's won all these awards and stuff, and he still works for UPS full time. And like he could go out and tour with it, play mandolin for anybody he wanted to, but man, when you meet Johnny, like you can tell he's just got this this joy in him that I don't think he would have if he. But as far as me with the open mics, yeah, it was just a lot of them were really. A lot of them were. There was a couple. I remember there was times where I'd go up and try to do like one song. I get like halfway through the next song, and I'd be so nervous by that point. I couldn't remember any of the words. And there was a couple of times I remember there was one time in particular that I just walked off halfway through the song, put my guitar in the case, and I just left. I didn't even couldn't even stay in there. Just total freak out.
Just embarrassment.
And I never drank in bars either. Like I wasn't really a social drinker, so I was just there to try to do the mic. So I was a little out of place anyway. I feel kind of out of place in a bar to start with. So
yeah, it's back when you could smoke in bars. There's a whole vibe to it. People smoking and drinking, and yeah, definitely, bumming in a place like that when the audience there's like 5 people.
Yeah, there was one like that. It in Matoka. It wasn't that far from where I lived. The place is gone now, but it was about as big as the room we're in here. If that, like the ceiling tiles were yellow from where everybody had smoked in it since the beginning of time.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, that was my little spot. Those little like spots.
You did covers? What'd you play? What was your go-to?
Back then, it was like I don't know, Fishing in the Dark, Nitty Gritty Band, or like any of those old Hank Jr. songs, like any of those bar type, David Allan Coe, like You Never Call Me by My Name, any of that kind of stuff. And I haven't even played any of those in forever now, but that was any of those ones where you get people singing along and stuff. That's what I'd always try to do,
Yeah, that song you performed, Take Me Home, Country Road. How's that go? West Virginia.
Yeah.
It's a good song.
John Denver was just one of those guys that who knows where he would have went long term if he wouldn't have passed. But
It's a fun song that I love. I shouldn't, but I love is what is it? Thank God I'm a Country Boy.
I think that's what I liked about John Denver was he was a little bit like he let himself be a little bit corny in the spirit of like having fun with it. Like great example. There's this older guy that not a lot of people have heard of named Roy Clark, but my farm's like a mile down the road from Roy Clark's old farm. But he used to be on Hee Haw. I don't know if you ever heard of that old show from like the 60s or whatever, but crazy dude. He could pick any instrument up. Like there's videos on YouTube of him, but he would just sit there and just pick anything up and just rip it to death. But he would always just be real silly about it. He never took himself too seriously,
Some people go to the fun place. Some people go to the dark place.
Yeah.
Country can do both. You more often go to the dark place, to the pain.
Yeah, well, especially some of the new songs that are coming out, they'll be probably not. I mean, I don't know what they'll be. I don't know what is country anymore. Anyway, I don't know that many people who listen to the type of music that I grew up listening to and probably listen to country radio anymore. Anyway, like I think there's quite a lot of people who've sort of disowned that space. In commercialized country, you only really get what sells, which and a lot of what sells isn't necessarily what matters.
Well, you had that whole experience where they take what you recorded and polish it, quote unquote, try to make it perfect, and in so doing destroy the soul of the thing. So probably that happens with these big artists. They're so famous. It's like a machine. And so what the machine does is it over polishes things. And so the raw power of the person, the uniqueness of the person, the soul of the person is gone if you do that.
Yeah. Well, I think professionalism and like applying the tactics of corporate America to anything that is baseline artistic is not going to end well.
They're all individually brilliant, but together this corporate speak comes out.
Yeah.
Just the soul of the people dissipates. It disappears. Why are you all pretending that life is not terrible and beautiful and you're both scared shitless and excited and this guy's going through a divorce, this person just fell in love, you're forgetting the intensity of life with this corporate 9 to 5 hi John, it's great to see you today. Oh, you too, you as well. But when I look at it, I'm like, why am I whining? I feel like a Bukowski type character because they're all really nice, they're all good people, but something is gone when you have this corporate machine.
Well, they're there to fill a role contractually, and if they bring too many of their human elements into that, then they jeopardize losing their sense of security, and it's all just out of fear. It's out of fear of losing your job. I mean, it's the reason why all the songs say Oliver Anthony and not Christopher Lunsford on them. It's fear of. It's so difficult to, especially now. It seems. I mean, who knows? I was never around in the 40s or 50s to work a job. I'm sure they were probably pretty miserable back then. But, they talk about now how difficult it is, the impossibility of having a single family household or anything else. But when you find a decent paying job that you can do without it just torturing you every day, that's a pretty important thing now, and so it's pretty easy to just it's pretty easy to kind of turn yourself into a robot for 8 or 10 hours a day out of fear of, it's like, you don't want to be yourself too much because maybe part of yourself isn't something that's accepted in this like dystopian nightmare that you go to work at every day. And so you just got to do your best to just not step on any toes or do anything that makes you stand out too much. You know, and now it's like, when you scroll through some of these videos of people, like even when I was still working my lame job, it was like there was this whole big thing of people talking about quiet quitting or something like that, where they were just to go to work but not really doing anything. But
That hurts me so much. That hurts me when you just stop, when you're there, but you're not really there. That makes me so sad.
yeah, so then they wonder, these companies just slowly kind of fall apart and disintegrate because they're so worried about structure. You know, like, I mean, God, man, even in America today, our culture has become, because so many big corporations own and manage everything that we live under, like food, agriculture, health care, like social media. It's all in corporate structures, and it's almost like a lot of the problems we find ourselves in now with society, I think, are like, it's just because of, it's almost like corporate HR has been implemented into our whole thought process of everything. You know, it's like, I think that's kind of what you're touching on, though. It's like, it's hard to be a human and be a good little corporate employee at the same time. And as our whole society moves more into like becoming like basically one big corporation, it's like, you don't want to piss the HR lady off. So it's a lot easier for me to just beep boop. We're all turning into robots, you know?
And that's, I've talked to great engineers about this. Jim Keller is a legendary engineer. Elon Musk is another example. That you need that, I don't know what's a nice term for it, but you need the asshole, because you want to get to the ground truth of things, to the first principle of things. Like, how do we simplify? How do we make it more efficient? How do we move faster? How do we get shit done? And that has no place for this kind of polite speak. And then, you know, other great team members swoop in and like repair the damage that the tornado has done.
Do you think that's because I'm not super well versed about all this, so I'm probably dumb to even mention it, but this guy who's been helping me with doing a documentary, he's been following me around since the very first show at August of 23. His background was doing promotional videos for Boeing, like for on their new spacecraft to pitch it to whoever. And so we touched base a little bit on Boeing, and of course they're having a lot of problems now, it sounds like. And he was comparing that with SpaceX, or with, you know, like I think it's that exactly what we touched on with that thought process of that sort of dehumanization within companies. I think that's what ultimately causes, maybe, I don't know if there's a connection there or not, but it seems like Boeing is would be more of that. They don't have that tornado. They're very like he was telling me, even just with his protocols and some of the people he worked with, like everything's just very, you know, lightly touch everything. You don't touch anything too hard.
So it's not just HR, it's just this managerial class where it's like Bob from this department has to schedule a meeting with John from this department, and Debbie, like, they have to have a meeting 2.5 weeks from now, and then there's paperwork, and then that bureaucracy that's created in the managerial class just slows everything down. And one of the things that slowing everything down does is it really demotivates the people that are actually doing the shit. Like, people on the ground, the engineers building stuff, it's, again, soul drenching to like be excited, show up, and not hit this wall of work. Like, you have to wait for John and Debbie, and I forgot the third guy's name that I imagined in my head, to have a meeting. And then you kind of slow down and you disappear in terms of that fire, that pattern that's required to create big things. So,
yeah, because they don't believe, there's a lack of leadership, and if they don't believe in that leadership, then why the hell would they be motivated? I mean, I remember a while back, watched Jocko Willink talk about that when he was in leadership, when he was leading his guys. I think he mentions it in his book. Is probably where I remember seeing it. One of his books, and he talks about like how important it was for the people under him in rank to believe in the actions he was giving them, even if he necessarily didn't agree with him himself. It was like it's really hard to take orders and go and like to have human spirit, and especially in something that's innovative, and not if you're working for a company where you just think everybody's dumb. I mean, I can certainly relate with that. I mean, God, that's all. And in my old job, that's all we did was we spent half our day just talking about how dumb we thought everybody was that was above us. You know, it's like it's easy to fall into that in the corporate world. And so, yeah, the morale gets terrible and everyone suffers as a result of it, you know, like the people at the top who are implementing all that dysfunction suffer, and the people at the bottom. It's like it's not good for anybody. I had thought now that I'm doing this that I could escape away from that. But that exact same mentality and that dysfunction and that inefficiency, like I still battle it every day.
That's why it takes unique characters to lead the way. Such unique characters are very much needed in the music industry to revolutionize everything, cut through the bureaucracy, the bullshit. It ultimately is just a machine that steals money and doesn't get anything done, really. We'll talk about it. By the way, all the love in the world to Jocko. He's great. I've been going through lots of ups and downs in life, lots of low points for myself over the past 3 years, really. But recently, especially, and he always texts in this very high testosterone way of like, I'm like, you good, bro? Just checking in. I mean, he's a good man. He's a good man. He's obviously an inspiration to millions of people, but also just is a good human being himself. So
maybe one thing that we felt similarly, I would imagine you way more than me, is just feeling like wow, I have the ability to influence or the ability to either bring truth or to improve people's lives, or you know, every word that you say sometimes matters so much, and you're just like, man, I'm an idiot. Like I don't know, you know, like I would have never guessed. I mean, we were kind of talking about that before, about like it would have never guessed that that this would have turned into all this. But it is a weight that you bear, whether you really even acknowledge it or not. You know, like
I think it's like, you know, the songs you've created, they speak to the human condition, to the struggle of everyday working people in a society that has the elites that try to take advantage of those working people. And you're just speaking through your music those truths of how life is. And then that has a huge impact on a lot of people. That's really positive. But then you also get attacked and misrepresented and lied about from different angles. And just the turmoil, the intense chaos of that, it disorients me. Like, to be attacked by a very large number of people, to be lied about, to be just because I love people, I have a general optimism about humanity. It just disorients me. Like, it gives me this feeling like I generally, just like you said, think of myself as kind of an idiot, not really knowing what I'm doing. And when a lot of people tell you that you're correct, you don't know what you're doing, you start to like want to hide. You want to hide from the world, hide from yourself. And then there's also just the chemistry of the brain. It's like you shake up the brain a little bit, it starts getting weird. And so you can get on many fronts, you can get real lonely. And getting attacked, and you're kind of fucking things up in many ways, it can get lonely. Yeah, so you get a text from Jocko, like, you good? Yeah. And then I have good friends, like Andrew Huberman's been great, Rogan's been great,
well, Lex, however many years ago, was in a different place in society than Lex is now. And so it's like every conversation you have or every relationship you have is inherently different, even if you aren't any different. Friends that you had from before, maybe, or even just new people you meet, your interactions with them are going to be a lot different than if this wasn't a thing. And so it's like that can be tricky too. When you've spent your whole life, from the time you're 3 years old and you're starting to play with other kids and like developmentally learning like how to share and how to interact, and you're playing on the playground with kids and learning how to like set rules and boundaries and how to like basically fit into society, and like so you have this whole learning pattern up until whatever point in time when success happens, and then it's like all that shifts pretty dramatically in a relatively short period of time. And so like how do you think like managing your previous friendship, so you're how has that been tricky for you, or like
it's been tough. I value deep, close, long-term friendships, and but I mean, I have amazing friends, but they certainly do treat me a little different. They bust my balls noticeably less.
Yeah, and like, you need that sometimes.
I not sometimes, all the time. First of all, it's how dudes show love, is making fun of each other. At least my friends.
Yeah.
Like, you watch. Man, I'm gonna get in trouble, but when you watch like women interact, they're often like really positive towards each other. Like, oh, you look great. When you watch dudes interact, like close friends, they're just like, busting each other's balls nonstop, making fun of each other. And so, yes, that has been a little bit harder. I try to break those walls, but that's why with the famous friends, it's a little bit easier because they can still like Rogan roast me nonstop. So and it just feels good. I just sit there and get made fun of, and it's great. It's great.
And I still do it all the time. It's just a different experience now. But I'm like a Goodwill junkie. Like most of even my clothes were from Goodwill. But like I have this like addiction with buying paintings from Goodwill. Nice. Like the $8 paintings where it looks like somebody's following along with like a Bob Ross video, and it didn't work out quite right. I buy every one of those. Yeah. I'll go in there and buy like 10 up. And so just even anytime you got into public now, it's just like it's gonna be a little different than it was. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I deal with it, but all of it when you talk to leaders, when you get into politics a little bit, and you apparently stepped into politics even though you never meant to. You're not a political person. That world is like, what
blood, motherfuckers.
The fuck?
Listen.
It's very intense, especially at an intense moment in history, in an extremely divided country. So
yeah, like saying that I'm not in politics, people are like, well, of course you're in politics, and I don't know whether I am or not, but just I do think a lot of people in politics, like as far as the people who sit on the internet all day and argue about stuff on X or on whatever, Facebook and all, like, I do think their heart is in it for the right reasons. They observe that there's a lot of things wrong in the world that they'd like to see different. It's just, how do you get those people out of this 4x4 square and like really like they're entrapped in a same box that the people at Boeing might be with that struggle. It's it's the tornado metaphor. I mean, but it applies in politics too. Like there needs to just be a tornado through politics, and we need to just like lay all this other stuff aside and just figure out what's really pissing everybody off, what's really affecting quality of life. A lot of times we're arguing over the symptoms of problems instead of identifying the problems, if that makes any sense. I mean, if Jordan Peterson were here, he would tell us about fire and how it is and burning, and like it's all the same.
Water and fire and ice metaphor, and there would definitely be a connection to the Bible, and then we would receive a 3-hour lecture. And
but it's true. But it is all true. Like
it's all true.
It's all 100% accurate. Yeah, that's the crazy thing. But it all ties into that same thing. Like in politics now, it's almost like there's a rule book that you have to follow, and if you can't agree with this unless you also agree with that. It's like, and maybe it's like the way that we receive information about what's going on in the political landscape is always so biased, and it's like it's contingent upon this algorithm, this like algorithmic system that we live under, where we're fed. It's like we're almost fed certain subcategories, and it's easy to fall into that because you don't like hearing things you disagree with, and so it's a lot easier to just turn the TV on or go on Facebook and look at whatever page posts things that you're going to consistently agree with every day, and that's not going to challenge the way you think in any little way, or like expand your thinking at all. It's easy to just. It's kind of like it's a cult-like type of thing. It's like, this is what we all agree with, and if you don't, then go on, get it, like, but it doesn't. We're far too complicated for it to really work that way.
Well, this actually relates to one of my favorite things in your conversation with Jordan, where you're just where you're just shooting the shit about like playing live music, and he goes to Kierkegaard.
Yes.
She's like Soren Kierkegaard, the philosopher.
Yes.
I love Jordan so much.
I do too.
He just goes Carl Jung and Nietzsche, and there this idea from Kierkegaard that the crowd is untruth. So when there's elements to the crowd that loses the humanity and the honesty of an individual that makes up the crowd, because the default incentive of the crowd is to conform to some kind of narrative. It's like a distributed system that arrives at a narrative, and the narrative holds control over that crowd, as opposed to the individual humans who are thinking for themselves and being honest with their own thoughts and realities and so on. And so that he was saying that as a reason from a communication perspective to speak to individuals in the crowd, not to the crowd. So from the performer perspective, the moment you speak to the crowd, you're speaking to the lie that is the crowd, according to Soren Kierkegaard. It's pretty hardcore. Kierkegaard is pretty hardcore. Jordan is pretty hardcore.
But that is true. I mean, but specifically in my case, I mean, really, it applies more than it probably does in a lot of cases with crowds and music. Talking about Richmond, I wasn't necessarily even excited that Richmond did as well as it did. It was like, in a way, it was almost like alarming that it did so well, and so those crowds that show up, like, maybe they do like my music, but I also think they're there for something. There is something bigger about it. I mean, I wish I would have done a better job of having people there at shows to capture some of those crowds I had in 24, man.
You mean the size, the intensity?
The intensity. Like, it was revolutionary almost.
Song of Revolution. Yeah, I think the Redemption song from Bob Marley. Like that song, it just connected with people. There's something there.
Well, and so many people identified different elements. Like I said, it goes back to when we were kind of talking when we first got here, but it was crazy how it was almost like at the beginning, along with the scrutiny and some of the other things, it was a lot of different people like almost fighting over me or fighting over it, like, because it resonated with different. It resonated with people who voted differently than each other, which is probably a pretty terrifying thing if you're in the business of keeping people divided and angry at each other. So it was one of the only times that I can think where there was that much of a sense of unity among people who otherwise wouldn't. I think about 9/11 when I was a kid. I was in 4th grade, but God, man, people just put everything aside there for a little while, and it was kind of like there's bigger problems that just aren't in our face, and if they're in your face for a second or two, you realize, like, it's hard in your mind to create a graph that's got like all these. We argue about a lot of these problems, but if you were to really look at them, like, if you really just stand back and look at all the problems we spend time focusing about on the internet versus all the things that are affecting us, like that really, and probably at our core even piss us off. It's got to be very disproportionate. And like the reason it got the reaction it did is because we all, like, no matter what it is that we're upset about or what we think needs to be different in the world or our opinions of things or how we're raised or what our parents taught us, it's just like I think we all feel a little bit out of control in this new society. We all feel like we probably all feel like we're falling into this kind of like core power structure where none of us, we all are just robots. We're not allowed to be ourselves and be human almost, you know?
And there was enough people feeling that. I mean, people on the left feeling like the people in power are fucking over the working class. People on the right feeling the exact same with different words assigned to it. The deep state, you know, fucking over middle America. Yeah. The narratives are. And when enough of that's happening, again, with the corporate polite speak, there's something about politeness that's really dangerous. I feel like there was a lot of politeness in the Soviet Union.
Yeah, great example. Yeah.
Underneath that, it's like Chernobyl, which is this nuclear power plant that melted down. I feel like the bureaucracy needs politeness and civility and paperwork to function. And then atrocities can happen underneath that. Mm-hmm. So everybody, people in power with a smile on their face, can just do horrific things. Mm-hmm. And then give propaganda that, look, you know, it's rainbows and sunshine and unicorns. Yeah, so people that are rude, I mean, I'm starting to awaken to this a little bit. Like, you need a little, like Tom Waits says, I like my town with a little drop of poison. You need some poison, some swearing, some meanness, some bullshit, some like intensity to shake up a system, because when it sort of converges towards this polite bureaucracy, the atrocities can happen and hidden away.
And what's probably the most terrifying to me is that politeness is just theatrical, whereas it emulates the respect that we would normally give each other in society if we were healthy and functional.
What was the process of writing that song? I mean, it really spoke to the pain and the anger of millions of people. So there's magic there. Yeah. How many edits? How many like lines did you write? Were there any lines that you were like tormented by, haunted by, come back, should I do it this way or that?
Do you have I don't know, can you pull TikTok up on this? So if you go to my page, so if you go down
chickens,
go down pre-Richmond, you can see the original version of Richmond where I put it up.
This is so cool to see the evolution.
There it is. Okay, so that's you play that. That's
after many unfinished songs.
Yeah, play that. Click that and play it.
I'm selling my soul.
7:24.
Oh wow.
Bullshit
wow.
So I can sit out here, waste my life away, drive back home, drink my trouble.
And if you read through this, it's so funny. Everybody's like, "You're about to blow up."
But that's the world's gotten to people like me.
That's all I had. Like so I had just that.
You should probably finish this one. It might be real popular. As opposed to a few days later.
That was in July.
That's so inspiring.
So that's what I had.
That's so inspiring. That's what, like a couple of weeks before you posted the final.
Well, that's all I had. That's all I had written at that point. Like that in my mind. That's the inspiration for the song was that little bit, and I wrote that just because I was on job sites all day and, going into like all these just terrible places to work, like dealing with different contractors and stuff. You were talking about wanting to go and talk to blue collar people and all. It's like, that's what I did for work basically for 8 years was build long-term relationships with people in blue collar. I was in the industrial phase. So I would talk to 20 different people a day, you know, when you sit in a job site trailer and talk to a group of dudes, like, and you're not there with some news camera. You're just there as like a random dude. Like you hear so much about what goes on behind the scenes of the structure of what builds this country and keeps on. And I think that's probably what it was. It was just it was how I felt, but also how I guess a lot of other, like, you know, it was just, I don't know, it just seemed like the truth. So
you jotted down even to the details, like in a notebook, like those words?
No, it's always just on my phone. I would just keep recording you know, like, so if you were to go back to TikTok, like, and look at any of those original videos, so like the songs that ended up charting, let's say, like the ones that were on there that charted with Richmond, like this, I've Got to Get Sober. So literally,
that's a good song, man.
So literally what I did was this video I took at my property. This is my carport where my camper was. And I took this video. I went to some sketchy virus-ridden MP3 to WAV file or MP4 to WAV file transfer thing. I would rip the audio off of this video, put this on TikTok, and then put that on DistroKid, and that was the song. But basically, like this would have been the first time I played I've Got to Get Sober all the way through. Like I would just keep writing it and working on it, writing it and record myself, and maybe I would record myself 30 times over the period of like 2 months. You know what I mean?
Oh, but it's when you say writing, you mean in your head, not actually typed out or written.
Right. It was just video. It was mostly just video.
Over and over. It's just video.
I'm just trying to figure out how to make it. Yeah. But that's what all these are, like the audio file from all these videos is what ended up on Spotify and all that. You know what I mean? Like,
it's cool to see these videos before you blew up. So this is a good song. And you're playing out, guys. So what is this at the end?
Yeah, these were all.
Don't sell your soul, brother. This is the best music I've heard in a long time. That's a comment before you blew up.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I had about 10,000 followers or something.
What a fucking song. That's a good one.
And you gotta think, like, this was, like, that was when I quit drinking. You know what I mean? Like, so that.
But troubles and the sin of the world that we're in knocked me back off my feet.
So that's coming from your heart right there. Just imagine the thousands of people you helped with that.
Know how it's gonna go.
Yeah.
But it ain't gonna happen tonight. So pour 'em down strong till I drown. And if I wake up tomorrow when that sun comes back around, I'll be wishing I was sober.
It's so crazy how those cicadas and stuff come in. Like, I just felt like it was a god. I don't know how to.
Yeah.
The bird, like, that's just off my phone. All that stuff's just there, you know.
And the bowl, they've been saving my soul from the pain that the world's put on me. Lord, I know that upstairs there's an old man who cares, and one day he'll set me free. I'll go on the wind, start writing a hymn.
That's a genius of song. That's genius, brother.
It's just
That's
crazy.
genius.
It's just crazy to think about. Yeah.
And what's this one right before? What is this? Oh,
Yeah. So that's like probably the.
and this is a nice recording. Got it.
Yeah. So this video got uploaded, and then Draven from Radio WV would have gotten a hold of me in between this and that. He watched this and was like, dude, he said, we got to record that one. And that, like, so I didn't have it all. I just had whatever was in that video is all I had written. It was, I think it was just the chorus and the first verse. Draven saw that video
and said, we got to do this one.
reached out to me to record, and he's like, no, we got to do that one. And I was like, dude, that's all I got.
Tell me about that guy. Draven.
He probably is like, he's probably like my best friend now. We hit it off with this, and we're like brothers now, I guess. But
Can you talk about like what he's doing for country, for music in general, for country music, for discovering talent, for like?
Yeah,
I mean, he's clearly sees something in people.
Yeah, he's a little bit younger than I am, and he wrote music and played, and he's got some of his. If you look up Draven Rife, he's gonna kill me for even saying this, but he's got some pretty. Dude, he can. If he was like a pop singer, he would be like he can write the most catchy stuff ever.
Let's go.
Yeah, so click on like I don't know, like
Bye-bye.
Yeah, there you
All right. That's him?
Yeah.
Where's this from? 5 years ago.
I was feeling on my way. I was 10 years old, walking underneath the blanket of West Virginia snow. Then I walked right by, no trespass sign. Yeah, the grass looked green across property line. Bye bye, bye bye.
You know, he could probably do, if he does what, he could probably be real famous.
Well,
he's got a certain look.
That dude will sit there and he'll just we'll just be sitting there at like 2 a.m. and he'll just all of a sudden do this little thing, and he's got like the most amazing first part of this like song. Or we just started to co-write together like in the last few months, so I'm really excited for that. But if you go to this is really funny too. I'm sorry, Draven, I love you, man. So go to videos and go to oldest first. This is what's so awesome about Draven. He was originally working for this lady who was trying to develop different types of hair care product, but he thought the market was too saturated, so he was going to get into beard oil. So he created Radio WV as like a fake plug page for his Burly Boy beard brand he was working with. So like click, like if you look at like that very first video, it's like it's got all his beard products. And if you look, there's multiple ones like that. So he started it just to do this beard thing with, and then like, I don't know, he just kind of felt called to like keep going with it, and it just sort of naturally progressed.
Yeah, that too is inspiring. Like you start out one way, and then you discover something real special. I mean, he's got an eye for how to bring out. I don't know what it is, like both the audio side and the video side, how to bring out the best in person.
He says he just wants it to sound like the way he likes hearing it, which kind of makes sense, you know? Like it's kind of in the same way when we were talking about setting the cameras up, and a professional would tell you needed 3 lights. And you're like, well, I think it would work with he's just kind of like, well, it'll just work like this.
And do it in a way where he likes it. Yeah, just do it for yourself.
He does it because he loves it, and you can see it shows. You know.
Yeah, you can see it in there. And there's some good talent. Like you were showing me this new lady, Gabriel.
Yeah, she's got it. But not a lot of people would record her doing that song. But he's like, I don't know, it just was different. I just thought people ought to hear it. But he's man, it was a blessing that he came along when he did. It was like it really changed both of our lives.
We got to talk about that. So you posted the song Richmond, North of Richmond on August 8th, 2023.
I remember I was at work that day when it went up, yeah.
So it blew the fuck up, straight to number 1 on the charts, tens of millions of views and listens. And a few days later, on August 17th, you made a post that I thought was pretty gangster. It was beautiful and gangster. So one of the things you said is, it's been difficult as I browsed through the 50,000 plus messages and emails I've received in the last week. The stories that have been shared paint a brutally honest picture. Suicide, addiction, unemployment, anxiety, depression, hopelessness, and the list goes on. And then you went on to write, people in the music industry give me blank stares when I brush off $8 million offers. I don't want 6 tour buses, 15 tractor trailers, and a jet. I don't want to play stadium shows. I don't want to be in the spotlight. I wrote the music I wrote because I was suffering with mental health and depression. These songs have connected with millions of people on such a deep level because they've been sung by someone feeling the words in the very moment they were being sung. No editing, no agent, no bullshit. just some idiot and his guitar. The style of music that we should have never gotten away from in the first place. So, huge props for that, for walking away from lucrative multi-million-dollar record deals, and I'm sure the money that was just coming your way. Huge props. You know, moments happen where, you know, the world tests you, and integrity is what you do in those moments. So huge props for that. What was your philosophy? What was your thinking behind that?
It was all those messages I got. I mean, you can see it in the comment sections of a lot of the videos after everything happened, but people just like felt this spark, like wow, like maybe we actually have a chance to, like maybe we actually do have some kind of power, you know? Like those people put that song there, nobody else, and like gave me the opportunity to make, even without signing anything, I was still able to make millions of dollars and have financial freedom. And like I just felt like if I was going to do anything like that I'd be betraying, like I would be taking those people and almost betraying them somehow, you know? Like I hate the big machine just like everybody else, and the last thing I'd want to do is ever support it or be a part of it. Like I want to watch it crash and burn, you know? Like,
see, this is the really important thing, is whether it was betrayal or not, we'll never know. But you felt like that it was, and to have the integrity to walk away from the bag of money when you felt that way, that's fucking epic.
it was also, you got to think, a couple months before this, like, of course I had a wife and kids that I loved, and like I had a lot of really important things to live for, but I didn't have a whole lot to lose. Like none of this was even really real. I didn't care about that. Like I didn't care to lose this just as quick as I got it. Like this didn't mean anything to me. It just meant something to me that I could do something for, like, you know, it's like, even if I'm not smart enough to figure out how to fix some of my own problems in my life, the fact that I felt like I could help fix somebody else's, like, that meant a hell of a lot more to me than that's what I didn't want to lose. I didn't want to lose those people's trust or like feel, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And so I've just tried to make every decision around, like, as best as I can, like what I think the right thing is to do. And who knows what the hell the right thing is to do, but I just try to follow. You know, we all have that little voice in us like that. We all have and I think sometimes we mask, you know, it's hard for us to listen to that little voice, whether it's like, you know, whether it's our gluttony or our lust or our, you know, we numb ourselves with medications or with alcohol, or we scroll on YouTube for 4 hours a night, and instead of, because we don't want to listen to our conscience. But there is this like very intelligent, discerning thing inside of us that's able to tell us what's right and wrong, and it's a spiritual thing, I guess. And I just try to listen to that when I can. I don't know. I just still feel like I haven't done enough.
I think you did a lot. I think you're an inspiration. You've helped a huge number of people, and you're also an inspiration to the other side of it, which is the artists and just the humans to have integrity. I don't think people realize how much of a test of integrity, fame, money, you know, power also is. You know, Rogan and I talk about this quite a bit. We get to see, I mean, Joe especially, but I've had a bit of the same. You get to see people become famous, and you get to see how they deal with that. And it's not easy. A lot of people will sell themselves a bit, sell the soul a bit, give away a bit of their integrity, of the spirit that made them who they are. You get caught up in the wave of it, you know? And so to keep on holding on to that, that's a powerful thing. That's a really,
that's all I got, though, you know?
Yeah.
When you lose that, what the hell are you? Like, and you see it, like, you see these celebrity people that just like fall off this, you know, they go off the deep end. It's like, you gotta you have to have something in your life to keep you centered and to keep you, your whole perception of reality and like your just existence in reality is all contingent upon this sort of like this center that you exist in. And you have to, if you don't have that, then you're just flying through space. I mean, we're all just riding on this rock that's going who knows how fast.
Mm-hmm. You said something, I think to Jocko, that I really liked. Everything that has purpose behind it comes with risk. So there in that moment, I mean, you're taking a hell of a risk.
I was terrified. I talked about this a little bit with him too, but I was terrified to even put the song out. Like, I knew I was going to be the subject of scrutiny and judgment, and I knew people were going to, like, I kind of knew all that was going to happen. I was like, going back to that, talking about crowds, like, to stand in front of thousands of people and everybody be in some sense of unity. Like, a lot of times when I end the shows, I'll always end with this statement that just says, no matter what, like, no matter how you feel when you go online, everyone feels so small and insignificant and powerless. But I just say, no matter how they make you feel online, or when you turn on the TV, or when you look at polling numbers or whatever, like when you just look at all this trash that we digest every day, like there will always be more of us than them, and all that. But like, to see that, like, just to see the light in people's eyes when you say that. But the truth is, like, and it's like, who is us and who is them? And it's like, us just represents humanity, and like, and all the things we talked about so far, like, just, the fire and the chaos, but also the love and just life. Life is just such a crazy, complicated, beautiful, disastrous thing. And then them is like, it's the power structure. It's that same terrible side of us that created things like the Soviet Union and is ultimately what's created this monster that we all live under today, which now doesn't just exist within the confines of the Soviet Union, but seems to almost be a global epidemic.
And then that song became the rebel call against the power structures that creates that.
Yeah, it's like, how much fire am I willing to play with? Because I know at some point I am going to get burned from it. I just pray a lot that God, I don't have a lot of self-worth in myself anyway, so I don't really care what they say or do to me, or I don't care, like, I don't even care if I die, whatever. Just protect the people I love is all. That's all I ask of God. I have this dream of just creating this parallel system that sits beside all these stupid systems that we live under, that are all sort of engulfed in this thing that we talked about at the beginning, this type of structure, where we're all just robots. And it's like, if we hate the way music is, and all these artists are complaining about the way the venues are monopolized and the ticket sales are monopolized, and let's just go find other places to play music, because there's so many people hungry for music in places that don't ever get it. And if you look at it, there's so many passionate people that are fighting all these different causes, like just in food. It's the word they use for more or less starvation. It's it's called food insecurity. But if you look up, just in Virginia, just where I live in Virginia, in the rural areas, how much food insecurity there is, and how many empty, vacant farms there are. It's like, this is an obvious problem that we should be on Twitter talking about nonstop. Like, this is like, everyone has to eat, it don't matter what you vote for, or what you look like, or any of that crap. You can, so, like, let's just, like, why are we living in a country where half of us are obese and eating shit food and don't know any better, and then the other half of us don't have, like, it's like a leadership that's caused dysfunction. And so, if we're tired of that, then let's just fix it. Like, we don't need anybody's permission. Like, that's the whole beauty. Like, that's the whole beauty of what America is like, we don't need some greasy-haired corporate schmuck to give us permission to go fix all these things that are wrong. Let's just go do it. And if they don't like it, fuck them,
In all domains of life, from food to the music industry, honestly, to education, also to government itself, all of it. And that, your music is also just the soundtrack to that spirit that makes America great, of just constantly trying to revitalize itself. When the bullshit piles up a little too high, there's that revolutionary spirit that says, like, we need to fix this shit.
And that inspiration that created this country was from years of people living under tyranny. Like, we forget the story of the people who really created this country. Like, it's funny, one of the statements I made at the very beginning that got taken way out of context, but I wasn't in a position to like even begin to have a conversation about it, is I made this comment early on in one of the shows about how our diversity is a strength, but that term has been hijacked now to mean something a lot different than what it really means. Mm-hmm. But it's like, think about how many different people came together just at the founding of this country. Like, people who spoke different languages, different cultures, religions, ways of thinking. So many different people came together to even create this place now. And like, we've just forgotten about all that. They didn't all come here because they wanted to ride on some miserable boat ride and risk their whole lives to go to live in some crazy jungle, essentially, that had no structure, like no infrastructure, no medicine, like they didn't come here for like some glorified camping trip. It's because they were tired of like generations of being persecuted and living under tyranny and not being allowed to practice their, it's not like they wanted freedom of religion and they didn't want separation of church and state because they were a bunch of goody two-shoes and they loved going to church every Sunday. It's because they weren't allowed to believe in what they believed in because some asshole king or some hierarchy told them they couldn't, and they were just tired of it. That's what we're losing now. Is like, we've forgotten that we're those people. Like, the same structures that have plagued this country they're multinational corporations, and it's just the ideology behind them, and their structure is what the problem is.
Yeah, I mean, it's multinational corporations, it's nation states that are deeply corrupt and are authoritarian and ultimately abuse power. And yes, create elements of tyranny, and from that, the human spirit rises. Like I said, with songs like the ones you write, or at the founding of this country, that's why all these diverse outcasts come together and write something as crazy as all men are created equal. What a gangster line. Like, it's not an easy thing. We take a lot of that stuff for granted now. That's not an easy thing to come up with. That's a really gutsy thing to see the value in all people equally. And of course, they also were suffering from delusion. They didn't see black people as equal. They didn't see women as equal. But even that first leap of like all men are created equal, that's like a gigantic fuck you to the past.
Taking that leap forward really took a lot in an age and a time when it probably sounded and it's not like they just made a statement and put it on Twitter. Like, they like, think about how much, just think about the insanity. Like, I can't even conceptualize the insanity of what took place from the time that, like, even from the Revolutionary War until now, to try to preserve that idea. So much has happened and so much sacrifice has been made and just so many hours of labor and thought and intensity.
Even the 20th century is good. 2 world wars, and especially in the Second World War, the United States played a very crucial role, and there was a lot of ideological, like, battle of ideas going on at that time.
Yeah,
of the role of war and peace, of the role of the United States as the center place for the ideal of human freedom and human rights. Yeah, we continue to innovate. So I'd love to get back to talking to blue-collar people you mentioned. Those are some of my favorite people. So it was actually really cool to find out that for many years of your life, basically the way you made a living is talking to blue-collar people and getting their story. So I'm traveling across the world for a bit. But, of course, the world I love the most and I'm most curious about is the different subcultures and towns of the United States. So I took a road trip across the U.S. in my early 20s for several months, and that was like a transformative experience for me. And that's something. One of the luxuries I have is to have the freedom to do whatever the hell I want now, and so I want to take a road trip across the United States for several months. And one of the things I wanted to do is to talk to people in small towns in middle America. I don't know what words to put on it, but to talk to the very people that you talked about, that construction workers, plumbers, waitresses, oil rig workers, people that do something real, people that are real, that don't make much money, that struggle, but have as you talked about, have like a richness to them that's not often revealed, that's not often talked about. So maybe can you speak to that, to your time with blue collar folks?
When I got all those messages we were talking about earlier in this, like so many of them, and even now, it's even since I've even like in the last couple of days, I've gotten some where they start with, "Hey, I'm a nobody," but like that's how a lot of those start, like the nobodies of the world, if you want to call them. Like it's frustrating that the people who literally have built and preserve and maintain the structure of society that we all comfortably live in, those people have the least amount of representation. They're ignored just because of the way the social hierarchy exists. But some of the most dim-witted, irrelevant, terrible people are put here and are idolized and spotlighted, and they're all over television and they're all over the internet, and we act like they're kings and queens and like that they're royalty. And then all these people who do jobs that most of us will be too terrified, either wouldn't have even the ability to do. We'd be like how many people are going to go underwater and weld? But if we didn't have underwater welders, like one of my best friends, whose name is also Jocko, funny enough, the dude works 70, 80 hours every week. He's on the Chesapeake Bay tunnel job now. But the dude's gotten on heights that I couldn't get on. He's went underground places I wouldn't go, and nobody will ever know. Like nobody even knows those people's stories or what they went through or like the kind of lives they lived in. And they're like the people who create the fabric of society, and even the waitresses and the waiters and like all these factory jobs that I worked in. All those people, like you talk about the craziest place I ever worked and the craziest people I ever met was this little place called Perfect Air in Marion, North Carolina, and it was this commercial air conditioning factory, which is I think closed now, but they didn't pay very well, and so everyone they hired was either people that had criminal backgrounds who couldn't get jobs elsewhere, or idiots who dropped out of high school and couldn't work elsewhere like me. And so I was 18 years old working in this place with people who were mostly in their 50s and 60s. But you want to talk about being exposed to just a whole nother world of people, like, and just the stories and those people are far more interesting than many of the people that we consider to be celebrities. Like most people who are celebrities are just pretty boring and airheaded and don't really even know what real life is about. They're pretty unrelatable to the rest of the world. And so it would be really cool. I mean, that's the whole reason that I want to go out and do these shows in places that haven't had music in them in 10 years, because those people, like, that is America to me. How many people in Pittsburgh have been an hour outside of Pittsburgh? And even in Virginia, if you lived in Northern Virginia and you drive 2.5 hours or southwest, you're in a whole nother planet. Like the people, the accents, the culture. And so I feel driven in the same way. Like I would love to find a way to try to bridge that cultural gap, to make those people relevant, and because they are like some of the most, and it's funny because we emulate a lot of those people. Like modern country music is a bunch of people emulating those people,
right? And there's also like I love people that have a skill and become masters of that skill also. So that element is also there, even if it's like insanely difficult work, like being a miner. Like there's a skill to that. There's stories there. There's like what it takes to do that. So I mean, some of my favorite humans are engineers, and all they do is solve really hard problems. So they develop. I mean, it's a pain in the ass job.
Yeah.
Anything in the factories, just extremely difficult, but then you learn so much about what it takes to solve intricate, like nuanced problems in the physical world. Coal mining, oil rigs, like you mentioned, welding. That's a fascinating line of work.
And those are trades that are in many cases dying because because they aren't popular in culture anymore. Everything from agricultural to plumbing and electrical, it's like those are all areas that I think if you were to go out and talk to some of those people and shed light on it, it would like you could change the entire landscape in America of how it's perceived and make it cool, you know?
Yeah, so thank you for what you're doing on that front. I want to say, I wrote it down. Please, if you know people that will be willing to talk, reach out to me. A good way to do that is lexfriedman.com/contact.
This was another one of the things early on that I had an idea about and I thought was getting done and it wasn't, that I've got to go back and try to figure out, is doing prison shows and doing rehab shows and all that. But I am really intrigued with like going into those places and trying to immerse myself in just the mental state that those people are in. And like, it's not talked about a whole lot, but
Also people who get out, ex-convicts. I mean, that's a hard life. That's just a hard life to try to reintegrate back into society.
yeah. And a lot of those people at Perfect Air that I worked with, they almost all were in some form of legal trouble. Like there was a lady that worked on this assembly line beside me named Denise. And her and her husband had been manufacturing methamphetamine, and he took the fall for most of it. She only had to go on probation. He was still in prison. But man, like Denise was a very sweet lady. And like, aside from the meth manufacturing, like she was like, great,
Yeah,
you know, like,
yeah.
and just such a character, like in such a good way. And so it's like, yeah, just
Denise, lexfriedman.com/contact. Let's talk. I mean, yeah. You know, like both sort of the plumbers and the coal miners, and Denise with the old meth habits. I mean, they're walking the line of like, you know, surviving is hard. So you have to do a real hard job. And then you also have to live life, which is in general hard. You know, divorce, kids, people die, you lose like the medical issues, and that can destroy you completely. All of a sudden something happens, you can't afford it. And then the insurance system destroys people, all of that. You have to somehow navigate life while working your ass off in a real hard job. And those people, their stories, that's a real pain. And from that pain, from that anger, that's where Richmond, north of Richmond, that you could just feel their pain come through with that song and with your other work. So that, like, there is a landscape of suffering.
yeah, it doesn't have to be that. We don't all have to be that decentralized either. Like if there is that much commonality among people, which I do believe there is, like just innately in suffering and yeah, like there's a guy in West Virginia that I talked to that he's got a piece of property beside of mine that he was interested in selling, but the reason he's got this dream of opening like putting some cabins there and renting them out for people to come Airbnb. He works at Lowe's full time, but his son's like 19 and has got this heart surgery he's got to have, and so he's trying to sell the place for that. And just that guy, and all you'd ever see him as is the guy that works at Lowe's, like pulling lumber or whatever. But he's got this very, very insanely complex life he's trying to manage. He doesn't want to lose his son. Like he's just going to sell everything. Like at one point in time, made the church serve that role of like when people really felt off track and they didn't have a support system and they were like on this tiny boat out in the ocean, they figured out some kind of way to rally it. In my mind, that's like the dream of all this. If I die and there's any like legacy left or anything done, it's like finding a way to take all the people that fill that role and organizing them and empowering them and protecting them. It's rebuilding the community, but in a real way, not in like this fairy tale bullshit. Everybody's going to love each other and we're all just going to be a happy family. Like everybody's still going to get and hate each other in certain ways. that's good. Like we need those tornadoes, like you said. We need people pissed off and angry, and we need people to feel like they can be angry and things that are wrong. People should be able to speak their mind, and we shouldn't all just kiss each other's ass. And we shouldn't all just pretend to be overly polite and say, "Hey, Debbie, you have a good weekend." Like I said, like we need controversy in this turmoil. We need the hell of what that the internet brings out, but it just needs to be in real life. It needs to be in a way where we're all like, we all are at least chasing this goal, which is probably that we don't want to have decent health and we want to be able to like provide our kids, or at least we just don't, you know. I think it's some that fixes what like the people who are in despair and are isolated. It's a terrifying world to live in. It's that principle. I need a phone a friend thing where we can call in Jordan for all these things. Like he explains, there's this principle in the Bible about those who the more you have, the more you'll receive, and the less you have, the less you'll receive, kind of a thing. And it's just a universal law in society where it seems like the lower you get to the bottom, it's almost like the less resources you have available, and the less friends you have, and it's like you just the further you go, snowballs into where it's like people just hit rock bottom, and then what? It's like when you get out of prison, what are you supposed to do? Or when you're a veteran with mental health, like what are you supposed to do? Like in my mind, that's what the church is supposed to be there for. Is like, but obviously it doesn't fill that role anymore.
To some people, at least religion does a little bit. It gives, it's at least a foundation of community, a foundation of hope for people when they're really struggling.
Yeah.
You got thousands of messages, like you talked about, from people. You gotten to talk to thousands of people about their pain. Through your work, through your music, you've been an inspiration to those people to find a way out of the pain. Can you tell the full story of your own lowest point? Before all of this, before the music, before you blew up, can you take me through the story of the depression, the drinking, and just the roughest times in your life?
Sometimes it's not even, it's funny, but it's almost not even where you're at in life. It's where you perceive yourself at in life and what your goals are moving forward. And I think like, I dropped out of high school at 17, basically ran away from home. I have always had this authority problem. And so I just didn't want to listen to my parents. I didn't want to go to college. I just wanted to go move into the mountains. I was running away from responsibility, I guess, is what I was doing, And so got this girl pregnant, had my first kid when I was 18 or just about to turn 19. And like I said, I'm working in an air conditioning factory with a bunch of convicted felons. And so from there, everything was just reactionary. I never really had a plan. I would jump from job to job, just like most everybody else. I don't know. I just got to a point where I guess I just quit believing in myself. And I knew that I wasn't filling my purpose, and I wasn't being the best version of myself I could be. And so the alternative to like facing yourself in the mirror and accepting that I'm not a shitty person myself. It's so hard when you've had that fall that it's just easier to just do the best you can to keep everything sorting along, but you don't really care if you live or die. I don't know. Life is just so beautiful when you're a child, learning all these things, and you just can't wait to be an adult because you're just going to go out and do all these incredible, and then
you face the reality of it.
Yeah, and the pressure and the fear of failure. Like I think maybe even my own fear of failure is what drove me. And but yeah, you think negatively about yourself for so many days and weeks and months, and you don't even have a real self-awareness of like what you're doing or how destructive you've become, but you always have that discernment in you, that like that conscious, that little voice in your spirit that is letting you know you're messing up. I was almost like I was wrestling with myself. And so I don't know. I just got to a point where it's just like, just a very overwhelming sense of numbness. Like you don't like nothing that mattered before really matters anymore. Like I guess that's probably to me the definition of depression is when all the things you love and care about are just meaningless, and you really can't find meaning or purpose or excitement in anything. You know, like I think especially with men that commit suicide, it's a prolonged period of that. It's not like they just wake up one day and they have a bad day and they kill themselves. It's like you self-reflect negatively about yourself and your life, and you don't do the things that you're supposed to do every day for a long enough period of time, and it's like pretty soon you've built this whole mountain of mismanaged, neglected stuff, for lack of a better word, like this mountain that you have to climb back up in order to fix all these things that you should have been doing all along. And then on the other side of it, it's like, well, I could just die. Like that seems like it's almost like, I think from a man's perspective, maybe the friends that I've had that I've lost, it seems like a lot of times you think you'd never see it coming, you know? Like, I don't know, maybe that's a general thing with, it seems like a lot of times men mask that better and you don't pick up on it as much, but I think it's like you just dig yourself into a point to where it's like you have a mountain of responsibility in front of you that you haven't faced, that you don't know how to face, and you haven't been able to do so for a long time. But there's this really easy detour, and it's just, you know, putting your big toe on the trigger. And it's like, which one of those are, I don't know, like they both seem, but at that point, your perception of reality is so distorted that like you don't, all the things that would normally compel you to move along, like your like love and joy and like your drive to be that, none of that really, it's not there for you to even contemplate, if that makes sense. It's like that part is almost like, or at least for a little while, invisible, and all you see is fear and responsibility and just this, like I said, I just envision it like a mountain that you don't really know if you're even able to climb. And then the other option is just, so I think that's probably where a lot of people go. And that's probably where I was just like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, there is it's not just responsibilities, the immensity of it, the mountain. And I think you're accurately describing how it happens, which is gradually.
Yeah.
Seeing yourself in a negative light over time slowly suffocates you. And then the burden of the responsibility that piles up. And unfortunately, of course, one of the ways out is to pull the trigger. And the other way out is the Jordan Peterson, back to Jordan, sort of one gradual step at a time, like make your bed. It's like start climbing out, like the responsibilities before you, one at a time, every single day, just climbing out, and have faith that it will work out.
That was what was so powerful for me about just beginning to open my mind back up to reading just a little bit of stuff, like a little bit of stuff from the New Testament that Jesus said and some different perspectives and teachings. But like, you know, an apostle would be in prison, like basically being tortured and facing death, but like just overjoyed in writing about, talking about, it's all about your perspective of things. Like I said, like that's why I never could understand why, you know, like celebrities or professional, I mean, giving one example of many, like a Kurt Cobain type scenario where you have a guy that's just immensely talented, just will always be loved by plenty of people. Like I never could understand why that guy.
There's a ocean of quiet suffering in a lot of, and I think it is disproportionately in men, in a lot of men, and they hide it well.
That's why blue collar workers have such a high suicide rate and all too, and why it is so important to talk to those people. And
yeah, it's you can see it in the eyes, and they're there is a lot of pain there.
Without trying to open up too many doors. I think that's probably the best way I would describe it. Is just a series of negligent decisions, and also just misperceptions. Like I think this was an Andrew Huberman thing where he talks about medications and how it's a lot more likely for somebody to keep their dog on their medication schedule, but not themselves. You love your dog, and your dog, like, it's just this great little thing, and you don't see the flaws and the faults and the sin and the disgust in your dog that you do yourself. So it's much more likely for people to make sure their dog has their medication every day. But like, there's this alarming statistic with just the amount of people that don't even fill their prescriptions they need filled or take care of themselves the way they do. And then that also, like, over time, like if you quit taking care of yourself and you're not in good health and you're not in a good routine, you're not like a long series of doing enough of those things like you do, it's easy for you to just think that your self-worth is zero. Because if you're not even willing to have basic hygiene and eat decent food and try to take care of yourself, it's like, how on earth are you going to go face all these things that you need to face to get your life better if you don't even care enough to do that? It's just like, it's a long, tragic road to get to that point. I think, at least in my case, the idea that there was something bigger than me that loved me, even despite I had all these flaws and problems, and just that I was just such a wretched person. That's what, at least in my situation, that's what I think helped put, more than anything. Like I said, that's certainly where the motivation to quit. Once I quit the drinking, it helped a lot because I was able to, even though it was difficult, I was able to actually be honest with myself and reflect on a lot of things that were, and you got to think, like I said, it was like, of course, in my case, it was a little unfair of an example because within a month, all this stuff had happened, like after I quit. But, I see it in my friends that have quit and have tried to turn things around, and it's like it is the most beautiful thing in the world to see somebody like come to life again after being in one of those. You're able to like sort of like escape this shell of all those terrible things, and even if you are still in a bad position and you got 30 grand worth of credit card debt and you're working some shit job and your car doesn't start half the time, and like your girlfriend left you for some other dude, and like, don't matter what it is, like if that little glimmer of hope, that faith that there is a chance at something greater, like that'll push people. You can push a mountain aside with that, like you can do anything with that. And I think it's also good. I think it is important to have a good support structure. Like when you get to that point, I don't think anybody should have to face that stuff by themselves. And there's plenty of other people out there that are in the same position. And I think that's why it's so important for us to try to get reconnected on a personal level and not just through digital communication, because like we don't all we see of each other online is the good stuff. Very rarely are people posting on Facebook talking about, how could you even, it's like all you see is the best of people, but I don't think we realize that we're all going through a lot of the same things anyway, the low points and stuff.
Guess what happens when you either lose your job or can't quite figure out a good job and you're not making that much money, or you're basically broke, and you have a girlfriend that's not happy about you being broke? She's going to leave you. If it's a wife that could face divorce, and like the breakups and divorce can break a lot of people even when they're doing well.
Yeah.
And now when they're not doing well, that's a rough one. And that basically your support system for a lot of people is the relationship, is the wife, and so like that's taking the support system from underneath you. And
I've had good friends of mine I've seen get in destructive relationships, and like they'll start to date a girl, and then like within a year they're just like a shell of what they were. Because sometimes I do think you have to be careful with like your self-validation and the way you perceive yourself, and making sure that it's you giving yourself that and not somebody else. Because I do think too, it's like, yeah, like how are you supposed to if you can't even keep a woman around to love you right, like how are you supposed to love yourself? It's easy to think about that. Like I've seen a lot of men get wrecked in bad relationships and stuff too. It's tough, you know.
Yeah, ultimately, I think maybe dark to say, but there is a base layer at which we're alone in this world. Like you need to be strong by yourself first and foremost. Sometimes there will be times in life where everybody leaves you.
Yeah.
The wife leaves you, the job leaves you, and for some people, even people you thought are friends will backstab you. And even then, you have to have the strength to find your footing again. Like that ultimately comes from you, right?
I mean, man, of course, like I said, in all the experiences I've been through, I'd be a fool to deny it, but like I do think there is God there that's always there. But you certainly can self-isolate yourself too, even from that.
If you can find faith in yourself, I've seen it do wonderful things for human beings. You and God, faith in something bigger than you. Yeah, that can give strength to a lot of people. But allowing yourself to derive strength solely from other people can be a dangerous thing. Because people are complicated and they can betray, they can just like they can fill your life with love, they can also destroy you. That's also the beautiful thing about life.
Yeah, it is.
You make yourself vulnerable to other people, you form deep relationships. That means they can also destroy you. So, that's life. That's what makes this. And then you write really great heartbreak songs.
Yeah.
People. There's something valuable about people fucking you over and hardship and all that kind of stuff.
Even the best of us have terrible parts of us. Like we are all flawed inherently because we're human, and so there'll never be another Garden of Eden where we all just live harmoniously and everything's great and happy and wonderful. But it's those basic principles that you talk about, like love and those relationships and those connections that we have that make it all. Because think about it, I mean, like in a lot of cases, it's like that's the position you get in when you get so depressed and you get so low. It's like, what's the point in even doing all this? Like it is just for anyone. It's just so crazy, overly complicated and exhausting to live. Isn't it? Like even in this modern society where we have all these wonderful little conveniences and we can just have food delivered right to our door if we want and all this kind of crap. It's like people are still like more depressed now than they've ever been, and like all the mental anxiety and all the mental health stuff is just probably just as prevalent as it's ever been. It's people talk about money not making you happy, and it's like easy when you're broke to think, man, if I had some money, and of course, financial freedom is what you're really looking for, not like an abundance of wealth. But the things that we talk about that make life worth living aren't things that you can buy. They are things that you obtain through relationships and love and life. And so it is just an infinitely complex and crazy thing to think about. But it's like that human component of us is what's so important to our long-term existence, like our ability to have connection with each other and the joy we find in that, the purpose we find in that it's not anything that's replaceable with anything,
Yeah, I've seen that with just seeing the effects of war on the people, and basically war strips away everything. You lose your home, you lose everything. And you get to see what's actually really important. And there's the other people in your life, friends, family. It's almost cliche to say, but it's the people you love in your life that make up the essence of what makes life worth living. Not the homes, the material possessions, even the job, whatever else. It's the humans. So, yeah, it's important to remember. A lot of us, especially in the United States, under a capitalist system, are chasing money.
Yeah.
It's important, like, to remember what you're doing it all for. I gotta talk to you about your writing process. You've written just a bunch of really incredible songs. You say you're not good at, you're not a good musician, which is hilarious.
Dude, I have like zero self-confidence about any of it. I mean, just about anything. But when I say that, I'm not being funny. Like, I'm like,
you get nervous when you like get on stage.
oh yeah, yeah. Like I can think about shows coming up, and my hands will sweat thinking about them.
Yeah, you told me that you like haven't really played the songs for like a couple months, like old songs
since September. Yeah.
Since,
well, dude, like think about how like I'm not going to just sit around and play. I've got to get sober for fun, like and like
So you feel the songs when you play it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's rough. That's rough.
A lot of musicians talk about that kind of thing, though, right? Like about I don't know. I've heard about that with people hating to play songs. That side of it, but
I've become close friends with Dan Reynolds, who's the lead singer for Imagine Dragons.
yeah,
and he says every time he performs a song, I mean, he has songs that have depression in them and all that kind of stuff. And he says like the only real way to do it is to feel it. You have to. You can't just fake it. You have to like be in it. You have to like really feel the song, as if you're singing it, as if you're writing it for the first time. So, as a performer, that he says that's his duty. It has to the audience, but then that takes a toll. That's not easy to do. It's like that, especially with the songs you write. I mean, there's a lot of darkness there in your songs.
Yeah, and I do have some lighter-hearted ones too that I'll I mean, the thing is, it's like I've only put out. I'm a little funny about like really like. God, I don't know how many songs I have written that I will probably never do anything with. Like, I mean, probably at least 20 or 30 of them that are just like, they're just not, I just don't know why I don't want to put them out, but just.
What does it look like? What, do you have like a notebook with ideas, or do you mean you have like little videos of half-baked songs?
Yeah, I've got my old phone. Like, even just that old phone that I recorded all the stuff for TikTok and all on, it's got loads of like little, just like the way that Richmond one was, where it was like in the bathroom facing this, and I had like that, that's all that. Even that one I showed you on there, it had been sitting on my phone probably a couple months before it. That's why I said I had too many unfinished songs. It's exactly what I meant. I've got all these little snippets of things, like a little blip here or there. But the writing process is, well, it's a lot different than I thought most people write, because like there's a lot of people that do these writing rooms and stuff, and they'll have, or these co-writes where they'll have people sit down and they like sit on the couch and smoke a joint, and they're like, all right, let's write this song, and they just like start plugging away, and to me, that's like, I can't do that. I have to just, it's like almost it's like a lot of times the songs come when I'm not prepared for them.
You like to be alone.
Well, alone in my head. I could be anywhere in it. Some of them I'll just be in the shower and they'll just like, and I'm like screaming, because the thing is like, it's a certain part of your brain, I guess, that creates that stuff or picks it up or does whatever, but they come and they go just as quick as they come. It's like when you wake up, it's exactly like when you wake up, you've had this crazy vivid dream in your head, and you wake up and it's all right there, and then you stop thinking about it for like half a second, and then it all goes away and you'll never remember it again. Like you can't remember your dreams like that. It's exactly like that. It's like it'll be there. It's like perfect. Like it's all right. It's like it's almost like given to you, like just perfect, like parts of it or the whole thing or whatever. And then you get into this flow state to where you just like, it's all there in front of you and you just figure it all out. And it's like somehow you've like unlocked this little part of your brain that you don't even really know how to get to, but you just get to it and it's all there and you figure it out. But man, if you don't get it, it's gone. Like you'll never get it again. Like you'll never even be able to replicate that song ever again. It's like it'll just go away. And typically it's like, it's only maybe the first half of the first verse is what I'll get. Or it'll be like the chorus line I'll get. and then I'll build the rest of the song around that, if that makes sense, I guess.
Well, the words or the music or the melody, like what pops into your head?
The emotion, I guess, the words. Sometimes it's a phrase, like one thing I will do is, like, especially out in the country, people say the craziest things, and so sometimes I'll like jot down a little bit of some, like I will sometimes on my phone take a little note if somebody says something real crazy that I've never heard before, and then maybe one day it'll just pop in my head like, oh, I don't know, it's very random though. Like I don't sit and just try to write songs. That's why I haven't just been dumping out, even though I have been writing a lot of songs, I haven't just been like dumping out all this crazy music. I don't want to force it. I don't want to do truck beer girl songs or like, I don't want to force on. I don't want to like.
Do you have any truck beer girl songs? That would be an interesting.
Yeah, I've got this silly one about this guy in West Virginia that he's like the most laid back, because I always get in my head and get over analytical about stuff and get real serious sometimes about things. And he's like, buddy, you just got to take a drag off this thing. And he'll, he was the one, he'd always like peer pressure me into taking a hit off a joint or something and like just try to cheer. And he just didn't take life so seriously. So I've written this song it's called Dr. Dan, and it's about, he's a doctor, but he's not like a conventional doctor. That's a silly one that I'll put out. So I do have some silly ones like that. I have a couple funny ones that I'll never ever probably play to the public, but I played them at the mothership, only because nobody has their phones in there. But right after we did Rogan, I got a chance. I got connected with Tom Segura right after Rogan, and we went over to the mothership, and I got to meet him. And I love Adam Agat. He was on the thing with Norm Macdonald. Is how I got introduced to him. That show Norm Macdonald had, but he's an awesome dude. And so we ended up at the mothership. I think it was the evening after the Rogan podcast, and Tom's like, well, they've never had live music in here. He's like, you could be the first one. And I was like, whatever. And so we only had one guitar, and I had my guitarist Joey with me. So Ron White was there. It was Tom Segura and then Ron White that night. And Ron took Joey in his car, drove him across town to his house, and grabbed another guitar and came back. And we got up there and we did like two really silly songs, and then Richmond in between Tom's set and Ron's set. And I was like, again, that was one of those moments in my life where I was like, what?
Yeah.
What is this? Like, what is this crazy reality I'm in? But I do have some funny. I used to, because when I wasn't playing the open mics, Brian that you met, a lot of my guitar playing was spent at places like his house, and we were all heavy drinkers, and we were just sitting around at a party playing or whatever, and so I definitely like the silly stuff too. But I was really in my head when we were talking about being low and what I would suggest people to do if they're in that point. But if I was just to like, not to flip this, but it just popped in my head, but probably what I would tell anybody to do if they're like suicidal and thinking about, like, if they're to that point, is just to go find somewhere outside, like in nature, and go. That's what, I kind of missed this step when we were talking about things, but like selling my house and buying that property and putting a camper on it and trying to go into this whole off-grid thing, really, like, I don't know, it does a lot of good for you being connected to nature, because we are a part of it. But
oh yeah, I've been to the jungle. I went to the jungle for that reason. Yeah, being out of nature in every way is beautiful. I saw you got some. Maybe what I need to do is get some goats.
I got two and give you.
I have more questions. Why are you giving them so easily? Are there issues I need to know about?
Well, they're goats. Yeah.
There's no free lunch, man. How many? You got goats. You got all kinds of animals. What's the story of you out in the woods? What are you doing out there?
No comment. No, I'm just kidding. Just as trying to escape this dystopian nightmare that we're all living under. Like, it was just a form of escapism, I guess. But I think in such a short period of time, my grandfather grew up like, they were in a survivalist state, like trying to make enough money to pay the tax on their land, growing tobacco. And then here I am, like, in this digital world 2 generations later, and I'm just like, something's not, I just felt called to try to figure all that out and how to get back into that. There's such a purity to man, if you raise an animal and kill it and eat it, like, and I'm not talking about like Ted Nugent style, but just like, raising meat birds and pigs and stuff, and having the ability to put those in the freezer and cook them for dinner. Like,
Oh yeah.
they taste so much better, but it's just, I don't know how to describe it, but it just brings me joy. Being able to grow stuff, and even just flowers and everything else, just watching stuff that's alive like that is just such a, what we're doing now is I bought this permaculture farm that hadn't been operational in like 6 or 7 years. And they did a lot of herbs. They had a big orchard, blueberries, But my dream there is to create this space that it's like the optimal place for humans to go to fix their mind. So like what's the animals and the food that I can have there, and the trees that I can plant, and the certain types of wildlife that I can bring in and attract, like the noises and the sounds and the smells that are optimal for a human to be in order to like fix whatever it is, I had the opportunity to meet Robert Kennedy Jr. early on with all this. And, he actually came out to my property and all, and we taught, and we're still, I think the idea is that we're going to launch this kind of like healing center thing out there. Once they get through all the mess that like they got their hands full a little bit right now with things, but whether I go that route or not, it's like, that's my goal, is to basically create a place that people can go and fix their mind and find the optimal thing. We've got laying birds and meat birds. So we get our eggs and meat, and then we've done pigs and sheep and goats. And then I'm going to start with I'm going to get cattle in the spring. So we'll start doing like Wagyu and Angus and playing around with, and I want to get some funny stuff too. Like, large animals have a lot of, there's all these like large animal therapies out there for mental health, like with vets and stuff. It's just something really relaxing and rewarding about being in that space.
What do you find out there in nature that you can't find anywhere else? Can't find in the quote civilized world?
Well, everything in civilization seems so, like everything we've talked about, it seems so like there's such a level of despair and unorganization and chaos, and just like and all these like terrible parts of life that seem like so unstructured and just so uncertain. But in nature, everything is certain. Everything has a system. Like even on the microbial level of soil, there's this like intricate system, and soil fixes it. Like the bacteria fixes the soil, and you can grow certain types of plants to restore certain types of nutrients, and then that can grow certain types of trees, and then that can bring in certain types of birds. And it's like this whole big, nature is just this whole big beautiful system, like Earth is just such an intricate, complex system that is structured. And although there is chaos, there's literal tornadoes, like the metaphor we were using earlier. Like there are literal tornadoes in nature and other things, but there's a piece about observing the structure there. And to me, it just helps remind and restore my faith that there is something bigger than me, that and there's a spiritual side to it that I don't know that I can really correctly articulate. But man, sitting out in the woods with some creek flowing by you and just sitting in stillness, like where you don't hear anything, there's no traffic from a road, there's no, you're just there in stillness and just watching the earth do its thing. It's just,
I've gotten a chance to spend a day and a night alone deep in the Amazon jungle.
That's like my dream, man.
You basically take the woods and the quiet. Let's put that like a 3 on a scale of 1 to 10. The Amazon jungle is like an 11, because you're not just had birds, monkeys, just everything, and the floor full of insects.
Yeah,
Bigger kinds of ants murdering smaller kinds of ants. An orchestra of insects, but it's quiet in the sense that there's no machinery. The really dark thing about the Amazon rainforest is that sometimes, depending on where you are, you'll sometimes hear in the distance the sound of a chainsaw. You hear pierces
Yep.
the day because like there's just no machinery anywhere around. But once you hear it, it is like this undeniable symbol of what human civilization does to nature.
It pains me seeing woods get knocked down and residential subdivisions taking their place. Like the monkey part of my brain wants to just go burn it all down. Like it's just like not good. Like I don't know. I just instinctually observe it as being not good, and I don't know exactly how to describe it. But I'm with you. Like that was like I said. That's why I felt so compelled. I mean, I had this little house that I had maybe a little bit of equity in, and it was in 2019, and the housing market was up, and I was like, I sold our little house and got that. I was able to find 92 acres for like 1,100 an acre, and so I still had to finance it, but it was at least like barely within my. And so that's what we did. We had I was paying $600 a month on the land, and I bought a little camper for $750 off this hunt club in Waverly, Virginia, and drug it up there, and that's what we had. And like went and bought I got a little Kubota tractor for 0% financing, and was like cutting, like this property was a mile off the road, so I had to basically recut in the old logging road and stuff. And you want to talk about putting a strain on your marriage, that'll do it, buddy. Is selling your modest little rancher and doing that. But man, that's when I really started to live, and I think probably it was like the beginning point of the restoration of me, And I feel bad that people just don't even know what that's like to be on a farm or be out in nature. And I can't imagine just being in a suburb or a city your whole life and never getting to experience that. It's good that we have all technology. It's great. And like the science and the is important. And even the fact that you can go on YouTube, look up how to do almost anything is important. It's just, there isn't a clear definitive line between what's beneficial and educational and what's predatory and harmful. And so it's like, it happens to me all the time, but I could go on YouTube and look up how to change the brake shoes on my truck or something. And if I click on a short of somebody doing it, I automatically go to the next video, and I may be 3 or 4 videos deep before I'm watching Sadie throw a pie at somebody, and pretty soon I'm like, wait, I'm changing my brake. That's the only issue.
And you're just doom scrolling, and it does something to your mind. It just completely takes the humanity away.
Yeah,
it's really horrible. Like that dopamine thing does something to my mind that I hate, which really is the opposite of nature. Like the feeling I remember being out in nature, not just a hike is good, but like for prolonged periods of time, several days away from the internet, away from all that. What is that? I don't know what that is, but I don't like what Twitter are doing. I don't like what Instagram is doing. Whatever that is, I don't think that's good for the soul.
Yeah, it's emulating things that we need to be healthy humans, but it's just like feeding it visually and audibly to us, but it's not giving us it's giving us the instant gratification of it, but it's not giving us the long-term pleasure or fulfillment of it. Like I said, and the beauty is we're in this weird period in time, like it's a breath of time that we're in, where we are able to conceptualize and observe what life was like in that transition point that's got us up till now. And we also have because in order for all this to continue to evolve, even with AI, it needs us more than we need it right now still for a very short period of time. But we have access to nearly all the information that the world has theoretically, but we also still have the perception and the memory of what life was like before it. And so this is like a very short window of time, like a breath of time, where I think we can find a way to incorporate this into normal life. But I think if that breath leaves us, I don't know. I think it's irreversible. I truly believe it is irreversible. And I think and that's just going to be the end of us. And it could take 2 or 3 more generations to get to that point. But I think why don't we find people that are way smarter than me and look at all the things that trend on social media, like the videos that everybody watches, like, I don't know what it is, if it's wood splitting and plumbing and blacksmithing and doing something with, like, let's find all the things that people are attracted to online that they obviously are like interested in, and just figure out a way to have them in real life for people to immerse themselves in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a transitionary state, and one of the responsibilities I take very seriously, because I agree with you, is I try to pierce the bubble that is San Francisco, that is the Silicon Valley, that is the people that build these technologies. They often live a bit in a bubble. That said, the people that criticize tech folks also live in a bubble.
Yeah.
And to sort of, first of all, piercing bubbles in general is good for people to get along, to understand each other. Because people that say all technology is evil, unfortunately, technology, even if that's true, which I don't think it is, it's coming. It's going to be built. And so you have to figure out how to do it in a way that preserves our humanity, that doesn't drag us into this black hole of like just maximizing engagement, maximizing this dopamine thing where instead of reading Dostoevsky, which I should be doing, I'm looking at some girl shaking her ass on Instagram and then feeling horrible about myself 5 minutes later. That at scale is what seems to be happening. And so, like, reminding ourselves that this is not the way to steer human civilization to progress, to flourishing.
The problem is I think we're wasting a lot of our bandwidth, like a lot of we only have so many minutes in a day to even use our brains, and our brains can only do but so much in a day anyway. And when we're wasting any of it on just that, it's like I see it, in my unprofessional opinion, as the world is becoming just a little more, in the last decade or two, as the world becomes a little more dreary and dark, and more problems happen, and city streets become more littered, and jobs are like all these kind of problems that we all argue about all the time, as they become more prevalent. It's like the internet and just the visuals of the internet become so much more immersive, and video games are so much more, everything's so much better. Everything's improving at lightning speed in technology, and it's degrading in society and in the real world. And somehow there's got to be a way to find a balance there. But right now it seems like as technology becomes more immersive and addictive and interactive, like the way these algorithms like feed us exactly what we want, and there's so much psychology and just so much research that goes into making them as addictive as possible. It's like the real world kind of sucks. Like, cities that were beautiful and thriving are now falling apart, like, and have all kinds of problems that are being unaddressed, and lack of leadership. It's like, there's got to be some kind of way, but so it's easy for us to feel more and more inclined to escape into the digital realm, because the digital realm is becoming more fun while real life is becoming less fun. And there's got to be some kind of way to balance between the two. I'm with you. I'm not against technology at all. I think evil most certainly existed long before there were computers, like, and in even more treacherous ways. Like, now we have the ability to do, like I said, we're in a very temporary state right now in 2025, where we have access, where the general public has access to basically all the information there is, and artificial intelligence, and just immense, and the ability that like a guy can just set a bunch of cameras up and start doing podcasts, and have just even just the fact that that your platform could be created is like immensely powerful. It probably never existed in world history up until now. But we also still have, the problem is if we just keep going without being careful about losing the real world aspect of it, is that like at some point we're just going to get so lost and so immersed in the space, we're not even going to know what we're missing out on. All there's going to be is girls on Instagram. Like, all there's going to be is that.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure it all out. I just did a super long podcast with Tashmini, the CEO of Epic Games, who created Fortnite. He created Unreal Engine, a lot of interesting video games, like revolutionary video games. So I don't know if you know, but Fortnite is this gigantic video game where people go into an online world and they shoot stuff. It's fun. It's not like Call of Duty, intense, militaristic, like raw, real kind of shooting. It's more fun shooting at each other. But at first I was skeptical, like is that a good way to hang out with friends? But then I get to do it with people that I'm actually friends with in physical reality, and you get to hear each other's voice, and you just talk and talk shit about each other together. It's basically a phone call, honestly, with some visuals. It's not about the visuals, it's about the phone call, and it just makes it a little more convenient to connect regularly.
Yeah.
But I think you do need to remember that all of that only works if you're consistently returning to physical reality. In this case, like taking the quote unquote guy trip, not the Brokeback Mountain style, but just friends. Just friends. A trip out in nature together, like dudes on a hunting trip, or just fishing, or just hanging out in physical reality together. It's really a fun. Like, we should not forget the importance of that.
You talked earlier about loneliness. I think that got brought up at some point, but I do think that's that's a problem that's caused a lot of our symptoms, is that we are all like very lonely. Even though we all seem to be so well connected digitally, we are all so lonely. You got to think, I mean, Modern Warfare 2 was a big thing. I was supposed to be in class of 2010, so you can think like when I was in whatever grade, 8th grade or whatever, Call of Duty was like the thing. I've certainly, like, trust me, I'm not saying that I'm right in this space of digital immersion with anybody else. Like, I've been there and seen it and done, but I've wasted who knows how many hundreds of hours on Modern Warfare 2. And like, I really built some great friendships from it. There's a place for all that stuff. It's just like, we have this innate responsibility to again, it just goes back to talking about our founding fathers and the way this country was created, and the importance and the importance of what it did for the world. And my understanding is that it was the first time ever that people got together and agreed that, like you said, every man was equal because they were created in the image of God. They had unalienable rights that no government could take away from them, and that's really important. Like, there won't be Fortnite if we don't worry about that. And honestly, like, just the collapsing in our structure with the mental health with our youth and the suicide rates with our blue collar workers and all these kind of things we've touched and talked about, like, those are all just things. We just need more time together in real life to fix those problems. Those are just things, like I said, I make the joke, but like there's never been one there's never been one dispute with my wife that I've been able to figure out how to fix through a text message, or like, it takes being in person with people and like having human connection to fix any problem and to heal anything, and so it's difficult. It's like, it's not anybody's fault that we're like that. We're not even able to really get to know each other and understand each other through the internet. Like, we almost have to be together in person to even just get each other's point of view and perspectives on things. And
yeah, fuck the division that the internet creates, honestly. Like, the left and the right, it's been kind of a nightmare for me just to watch, because I see the very simple reality that we're in it together and that there's a lot more commonality between people. It seems cliche to say, but it's like, now that used to be said more than ever, because when you look on X, it feels like everybody's divided, but we're not.
Well, and people are always going to think differently too, like, just in our structure and the way we, again, it's like that. It goes back to that Jordan Peterson lecture about, I think, in Maps of Meaning, where he talks about people who think more conservatively or more liberally about things. Like, it's been applied to politics, but it's based more in psychology than anything. Like, some people are going to think more inside the box, and some people are going to think more outside the box. But we have to have both in order to have a healthy society. Like,
oh, and also the thing that bothers me, we saw in Richmond, north of Richmond, a lot of people, a pretty even split, people on the left and the right in terms of friends of mine, and sadly they've drifted towards the extremes a bit. Those on the left definitely have developed a case of Trump derangement syndrome. Those on the right seem to think that every person on the left is a kind of radical leftist.
Yeah,
it's like hilarious to listen to people talk. It's like everybody's lost their mind, it feels like. But also, on top of that, people on the right see Trump as this savior, as this figure who could do no wrong, who's going to restore freedom in America and all. Continue. You can do a full list of really positive things, and to me, he's yet another rich man north of Richmond. Biden, Trump, it's all the same thing. Some might be able to do more good than others, but ultimately they're in positions of power, and power corrupts. And those in those positions often forget about the everyday person, the working class, and they leave them behind. Ultimately, serve the people that are close to them, and sometimes serve themselves to maintain power, to grow their power. I think the good thing you can say about them is and I could say that about both Donald Trump and Joe Biden, is that they really love their family. I could say that one of the things that I love about both people is that they genuinely love their family. And like, it was always heartwarming to me to see how much Joe Biden loves his family.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, just do anything for his family. And this thing is true for Trump. And it just reminds you that they're human beings. All that to say is, like, we need to see the humanity in each of us. And to some degree, always distrust the people in power.
The power that people have only exists because we allow it, whether willingly or just through our own negligence. But I think the important thing is, like I said, there's always more of us than there will be of them. It's always more nobodies than there ever will be people at the top. We just have to figure out what to do with that and how to. And I think, like I said, a short window of time to where we can still figure that out.
I gotta ask you about something before I forget. I think I saw on Instagram you talked about a three-legged cat. Is that a real thing? What's the story behind the three-legged cat? The reason I want to ask you that, first of all, I want to hear this story. And second of all, I want to read to you one of my favorite Bukowski poems afterwards.
Nice.
About another cat. All right, what's the story?
I had this cat lady neighbor who's a real sweet lady, but older lady, lives in a single wide trailer, has probably got, I don't know, 30 or 40 cats that she feeds at her house.
Nice.
It was a rainy Saturday morning. It was pouring down rain. It was like 8 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. It was going to be a great day. And then I hear this lady yelling, "There's this cat stuck in my car." And she's all freaking out and don't know what to do. And like I said, my wife's a veterinary technician or whatever, so she's got a little bit more sense about animals than any of us. But we go over there, and the lady's tried to start her car, and there's this kitten that was up under the hood, and she started the car, and the cat basically it basically almost ripped its whole front leg off already. There was just a little bit still attached, like some tendon or whatever, but the leg was like wrapped up under the water pump, like the pulley of the water pump. Knocked the bell off. There was no way to save this leg on this cat. It was like, but the cat was like pinned upside down, and so we ended up grabbing we asked the lady if she had like a knife in the house. So she gave us this like terrible looking knife, but it's all that we had. I was like, we were trying to get this knife. So yeah, my wife was the one that did it, but we like got the rest of the stuff cut and got the cat out. And I don't know, I just like to spend like I was like over $1,000 we spent getting this cat, like getting it properly sutured or whatever to where the cat could have a healthy recovery and all. But I'm one of those type of people, like I couldn't just let this, I'm not going to go, they were going to just go put the cat down or whatever, the lady, So yeah, I named her Hop, so that's my little cat, and it hops around, but it was one of those things where, I don't know, great example with animals. So I guess it's the same way with people. I just always see the best, and I just couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the most amazing things about humans. It's irrational to spend that much money on this cat, right? Because there's so many other cats that are suffering and dying and so on. But that's what makes humans really special. We see that the person or the creature suffering in front of us, and we're willing to move mountains to save that person. Like, it's irrational. Maybe it doesn't make sense because the allocation of money and effort might not be correct. Whatever. We just don't give a shit.
The reason that we're willing to do it for a cat, like I said, it's just like the thing with the dogs about giving the dogs your medication, but not yourself. So we see all the flaws and all the problems and all the disagreements and all the anger we have with each other, just like you said, your friends on the right and the left and stuff. And like, we could show that kind of compassion, and we do. I mean, humanity does from time to time show that kind of compassion, but we could show that kind of like just undeserved, just just love, to each other too. Like, and love is like, it's funny, you talked about how both of those presidents, you could say they at least love their family, but love is like, I think everyone's capable of love. It's probably the most powerful thing there is, even beyond hate, I think is love, but it is crazy with animals. So it comes out of us so easily with animals because to us, they're just these innocent little lives. We don't have anything against them,
Mm-hmm.
like they don't talk. They don't have political views. They're just little creatures. But the reality is we're all just creatures like that,
We do that with human children.
Yeah.
But we don't do it enough with adults who are also kinds of children. We're still fucking lost in this world. So I gotta read you this. It's gotta be one of my favorite poems. It's called "The History of One Tough Motherfucker" by Charles Bukowski. And people should go look at videos. There's videos of Bukowski doing interviews with a cat by his side, and that's the cat he's talking about. All right, he goes like this. He came to the door one night, wet, thin, beaten, and terrorized. A white, cross-eyed, tailless cat. I took him in and fed him, and he stayed. Grew to trust me, until a friend drove up the driveway and ran him over. I took what was left to a vet who said, "Not much chance. Give him these pills, his backbone is crushed." But it was crushed before, and somehow mended. If he lives, he'll never walk. Look at these x-rays. He's been shot. Look here, the pellets are still there. Also, he once had a tail. Somebody cut it off. I took the cat back. It was a hot summer, one of the hot decades. Put him on the bathroom floor, gave him water and pills. He wouldn't eat. He wouldn't touch the water. I dipped my finger into it and wet his mouth, then I talked to him. I didn't go anywhere. I put in a lot of bathroom time to talk to him, and gently touched him, and he looked back at me with those pale blue crossed eyes. And as the days went by, he made his first move, dragging himself forward by his front legs. The rear ones wouldn't work. He made it to the litter box, crawled over and in. It was like the trumpet of possible victory blowing in that bathroom and into the city. I related to that cat. I had it bad. Not that bad, but bad enough. One morning he got up, stood up, fell back down, and just looked at me. "You can make it," I said to him. He kept trying, getting up, falling down. Finally, he walked a few steps. He was like a drunk. The rear legs just didn't want to do it, and he fell again, rested, and got up. You know the rest. Now he's better than ever. Cross-eyed, almost toothless, but the grace is back. And that look in his eyes never left. And now sometimes I'm interviewed. They want to hear about life and literature, and I get drunk and hold up my cross-eyed shot, run over detailed cat, and I say, look at this. But they don't understand. They say something like, you say you've been influenced by Celine. No. I hold the cat up, influenced by what happens, by things like this, by this, by this. I shake the cat, hold him up in the smoky and drunken light. He's relaxed. He knows. It's then that the interviews end. Although I am proud sometimes when I see the pictures later, and there I am, and there's the cat, and we are photographed together. He too knows it's bullshit, but that somehow it all helps. So, when you posted about the three-legged cat, there you go. And I think of your music and your life story in the same way. It's just been through some shit, just like Bukowski. Neither of you two have been through what that cat's been through. But, that's kind of life. That's what it's all about. I was wondering if you could play a couple songs.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, cool. You want to take a break or no?
No, I'm good. We might have to take a break just for me to get this figured out. But of course, yeah.
Where is the guitar? Like where? No, like position.
I think Raven and be like, cool. Well, I guess I'll do. If I was going to do anything on here from the older songs that was relatable to everything we've talked about, it'd probably be "I Want to Go Home."
Sounds good.
If on for my old dogs and the good boy, they'd have me strung up in the sideboard. 'Cause every day living in this new world, one too many days to me, son. We're on the brink of the next world war, and I don't think nobody's praying no more, and I ain't saying I know it for sure. I'm just down on my knees, begging the Lord, take me home. I wanna go home. I don't know which road to go. It's been so long. I just know I didn't used to wake up feeling this way, cussing myself every damn day. People have really gone and lost their way. They all just do what the TV say. I wanna go home. Four generations farming the ground. Grandson sells it to a man out of town. 2 weeks later, trees go down. Only got concrete growing around, and I wanna go home. I wanna go home. I don't know which road to go. It's been so long. I just know I didn't used to wake up feeling this way, cussing myself every damn day. There's always some kind of bill to pay. People just doing what the rich man say. I wanna go home. If one for my old dogs and the good Lord, they'd have me strung up in the sideboard.
That's probably one of the first. I don't know. It's not the first song I wrote, but one of them.
What a song, man. What a song. What a song. What's the story of that guitar?
Well, the guy who made this saved my butt because everything blew up, and I was playing that little Gretsch resonator that's in all the original videos, and my wife had got me that off of Amazon, I think, or something, for like $300 or $400. It's like just an entry level import little Gretsch, and the pickup never would work right in it, so this string wouldn't work when you plugged it in.
Mm-hmm.
So here we are, everything happens all at once, and we're trying to do these shows, and I think the biggest one I did. So basically, what I ended up having to do was I bought one of these suction cup rigs that sticks right here, and the mic goes down under here to pick that string up. And I played we played I think the biggest show I did with it was 10,000 people, but it was enough to where I couldn't be doing a $300 guitar with a rigged up thing on it anymore. It just wasn't gonna work. So this guy reached out, and Gretsch wouldn't help me with my Gret. Like, there's no way to really get a hold of them because they're such a big company. I finally did get a hold of Diane Gretsch, and she's like really nice. And so it's nothing personal against Gretsch. It's just at the time I couldn't get a hold of them. I figured I would have been able to because like everywhere sold out of that Gretsch model when the song blew up. It was a real pop. But I couldn't get a hold of them. So this guy, Beard Guitar, Paul Beard in Maryland, he reached out, fixed my Gretsch, and then gave me one of these and made it with it. But it's all handmade and all. It's like, yeah, you can like whack somebody over the head with it pretty good.
Yeah, it's nice and heavy.
But yeah, he makes them all by hand. Little family-owned place.
I know nothing about resonated guitars. Is that like, you play regular acoustic?
Yeah, it's just basically a regular acoustic. It's just a full step down. It's the only difference. I've just got it tuned all the way down.
Is that it? Because there's also like this whole vibe to it.
Oh yeah, well the body's different. So you can see it's got like a solid, instead of a hollow body like an acoustic, it almost looks like a hubcap. That black
And like
plate.
all the chord, that's all the same.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
It's just the same. Yeah, I wouldn't be smart enough to play anything special. Like it's just a regular old guitar.
I don't know. There's a different vibe to it.
Yeah, well,
It's
I like that.
cooler.
Well, I'm real fond of like the older music, like so like where all my family's from. So my dad was adopted, so I don't have any like Lunsford's not really even a real last name to me. They're all it was just my grandparents that adopted my dad. So all of my family's Ingle is like Ingle. That's like that's all my mom's side of my family, and they're all from this place about 20 miles from where like the Carter family was from. So all that old Virginia, like kind of bluegrass folk music and stuff. And so I was just always attracted to that. And so I like the resonator a full step down because to me it kind of gives it that old sound. Like a lot of the instruments back then had like bad dull strings and they were older and they were out of tune a little bit and stuff. And I listen to a lot of that type of music, so I like the strings being a little out of tune and dull and not everything, and just that. Yeah, that's why I was so attracted to it. Plus, like some of the old blues players, like playing the dobro and stuff. But that's why I wanted to get the resonator, was just because of that old. I mean, that's even why, like, I had to use my grandpa's name as an alias, but that Oliver Anthony music is really supposed to represent like old music from like 1930s Virginia or something, like like it's kind of got that type of feel to it, or at least in its core.
It feels like from another time, but it also feels timeless.
It's also that my music catalog is so limited, like of what I listen to, that a lot of what's in my head, like as you think about when you're writing songs and like coming up with chord progressions and stuff, whether you realize it or not, it's all being influenced off of other songs. So when you only have a lot of older music and like a little bit of metal and stuff in there, it's like there's not really a whole lot. It's like that, it's kind of going to sound that way, I guess, the same anyway, because that's what's in your head already. But
so you're gonna go out there a little bit this year. What are some things you're looking forward to? You're gonna travel a little bit. You're gonna play a bit.
The idea is to go to a town like let's just use Iowa as an example. Instead of the big city in Iowa, or playing at the venue where everybody books, let's find a farm field 45 minutes outside of that big city. Figure out the ingress, egress, the security. Find a good promoter that can, like a show organizer, basically, that has experience to where it's still professional and it's done correctly. But establish like a new venue space that can't be put under contract by a monopoly, that any artist can go play, like without, like if all these musicians are sick of Ticketmaster and Live Nation, then let's just start playing in fields and on main streets and set these venues up and establish them correctly and professionally to where they exist as their own space. And then imagine the economic impact that would provide to a town that otherwise would never have, like, and imagine what you want to talk about trying to give blue collar people like some hope or give them some relatability or do anything for them, like bring a big band to their town that they would otherwise have to drive an hour and a half somewhere to see and couldn't even afford the tickets to start with. Like my tour last year, pretty much every show we did that was mine had a $25 ticket option, and everybody scoffed at that. And I was basically like made fun of for that by people in the professional space, even people I was working with. They just thought it was so stupid. But you know what? There were people at my shows that came up and the kids were wearing hand-me-down clothes and like you could tell they didn't have any money, and they said it meant a lot to them that they could come and that there was a $25 option. And I'll continue to do these shows like this to where any band that wants to come play the show, all their expenses are covered. And I'm sure there's some kind of tax write-off component to them for them. But basically, they can come in, do the show, help bring in a crowd. Like, I'm taking the risk setting the venue up and establishing it. The venue will be owned or managed by either the town or the farm or whatever, but it'll be in a nonprofit, and that space will always exist for people to rent. And the idea is just like, man, imagine if I could do 20 of these a year, even if that's all I can get done. Like, that's 20 places that will always have music and will always have a center where people can go, like, and build this sense of community we talked about. Like, it's almost like a sanctuary, if you want to call it that, but it's just a space that can't be perverted by America, and just a place where people go and like do all these things that we want to do. What are you excited for this year? Obviously, you're going to travel overseas, and sounds like you got some other cool stuff you're going to do.
Yeah, I'm going to see some world leaders, hopefully not in anywhere. Part of that, honestly, I'm excited, like India, to see the same humans, but in very different parts of the world. I'm not a travel guy, but I love seeing humans. That there's like a lot of us humans all over the place, and they're very different, and they have funny accents, and just funny way of being, So I'm excited to take it all in because I fundamentally love people.
Yeah, man. Like I would definitely say if you're ever over towards Virginia or West Virginia, either one there, like, yeah, it'd be cool to spend a couple days out in the woods or a day out in the woods and do. I'm really new to the whole psilocybin thing, but I have tried a few smaller doses of it actually to help with being up on stage and all. And it's an interesting thing, but
it's great.
Yeah, definitely the dogs and the woods part. I got you on that.
I would love to join in. I mean, I've taken mushrooms a few times, and listen, I usually just love everything anyway, but with mushrooms, you just love it a little bit more, like, especially out in nature. When I look out in nature, I'm just in awe of how incredibly beautiful it is. And just like to stare at a tree for hours. And then you take mushrooms, and like that tree starts like having some more dynamism to it. So it's just a little boost, but like,
yeah,
I don't
I
really
get
care.
into this crazy. Like I said, it's only been a handful of times because I don't know. It's one of those things where it's still a little unfamiliar to me, but like talking about trees and psilocybin, you start to look in those trees and you think like, in their relative perspective of time, because they're constantly moving around and growing and doing all these things, and you think about like in their perspective, maybe we're just moving way faster than their perception, and they're moving at just a normal speed. It's just, you get into all these crazy trains of thought when you sit out in the woods on that stuff. But
100%, man. I mean, like, maybe that's the history of life. I mean, humans have some chance of destroying 99% of the population with nuclear weapons, and the trees will remain, and they will reconstruct the environment of Earth and help the few humans that remain to survive. And it'll be the fucking trees that we'd be grateful for. Their actual deep, ancient wisdom. So maybe they're the intelligent ones. Maybe we're the idiots.
When you're out in nature like that and just just looking at and studying the way all those systems work with soil and trees and animals and how it all just integrates in together so perfectly, it does give you some sense of peace that maybe there is some system at place that's out of our hands that can just help us with our faults and our repercussions. And again, like for me, just I think just being out there, especially now looking at it through the lens of God, of God, it helps. I've found no greater peace than just being out in the woods and praying, or just trying to focus my mind on that. But yeah, I would love for you to come up there sometime. And
I'm 100% will visit. You see, like, feeling peaceful out in Virginia in the woods is easy. Try doing it in the Amazon jungle with a giant and just bites you.
Dude, I would do anything to go to the
And all the peace is gone. You're like, motherfucker, and then like a second one joins in, kills the first one and bites you again. And then you're like, okay, nature is not all.
Yeah, it's not.
I mean, there is harmony to it, but part of the harmony is the violence.
Yeah.
It's just the reality of it. It's sex and violence.
Like, I guess that's the thing about it, though, is like it has all the same components of humanity, just almost, like almost to a comical level.
I mean, the real comedy is the monkeys up in the trees. It's like little humans, and they're arguing, screaming at each other, throwing stuff, getting into fights. It's like reality TV, but like more pure, more real, more distilled down to its fundamentals. Like we are that. We put on clothes these days and have fancy words that we say to each other and look all sexy on Instagram, but we're the same. Monkeys, apes.
It's like the old lobsters, but it really is true.
Yeah.
We all, we're all on that same operating system in a way.
Brother, this was a huge honor. I don't have the words to describe how incredible this was, and I think it was just fun. It was really fun talking to you.
Total honor to be able to come on here for me as well, and especially just to get to meet you in real life and see, like, you are what I expected you to be, like, in a good way. Like, you just don't ever you're a good dude. So I appreciate what you're doing.
I gotta show you the sex dungeon downstairs.
Nice.
Where
yeah.
I keep sex slave. It's very different. No. Yeah, man. All right, time to wake up. Let's go back to it now. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Oliver Anthony. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsor in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from George Orwell. Political language is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable, and to give an appearance of solidity to pure wind. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Black holes curve space and time around them in the way that we've been describing. Things follow along the curves in space. If the black holes move around, the curves have to follow them, right? But they can't travel faster than the speed of light either. So what happens is this black holes, they move around. Maybe I've got two black holes in orbit around each other. That can happen. It takes a while. A wave is created in the actual shape of space. And that wave follows the black holes. Those black holes are undulating. Eventually, those two black holes will merge. And as we were talking about, it doesn't take an infinite time, even though there's time dilation, because they're both so big. They're really forming space-time a lot. I don't have a little tiny marble falling across an event horizon, two event horizons. And in simulations, you can see it bobble, and they merge together. They make one bigger black hole, and then it radiates in the gravitational waves. It radiates away all those imperfections, and it settles down to one quiescent, perfectly silent black hole that's spinning. Beautiful stuff. And it emits E equals mc squared energy. So the mass of the final black hole will be less than the sum of the two starter black holes. And that energy is radiated away in this ringing of space-time. It's really important to emphasize that it's not light. None of this has to do literally with light that we can detect with normal things that detect light. X-rays form of light, gamma rays are a form of light, infrared, optical, all this whole electromagnetic spectrum. None of it is emitted as light. It's completely dark. It's only emitted in the rippling of the shape of space. A lot of times it's likened closer to sound. Technically, we've kind of argued, I haven't done an anatomical calculation, but if you're near enough to two colliding black holes, they actually ring space-time in the human auditory range. The frequency is actually in the human auditory range, that the shape of space could squeeze and stretch your eardrum, even in vacuum, and you could literally hear these waves ringing.
The following is a conversation with Jana Levin, a theoretical physicist and cosmologist specializing in black holes, cosmology of extra dimensions, topology of the universe, and gravitational waves in space-time. She has also written some incredible books, including How the Universe Got Its Spots, on the topic of the shape and the size of the universe, A Madman Dreams of Turing Machines, on the topic of genius, madness, and the limits of knowledge, Black Hole Blues, and other songs from outer space, on the topic of LIGO and the detection of gravitational waves, and Black Hole Survival Guide, all about black holes. This was a fun and fascinating conversation. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Jana Levin. I should say that you sent me a message about not starting early in the morning, and that made me feel like we're kindred spirits.
Yeah.
You wrote to me when the great physicist Sidney Coleman was asked to attend a 9 a.m. meeting. His reply was, "I can't stay up that late."
Yeah.
So
Classic. Sydney was beloved.
I think all the best thoughts, honestly, maybe the worst thoughts too, are all come at night. There's something about the night. Maybe it's the silence. Maybe it's the peace all around. Maybe it's the darkness, and you can be with yourself and you can think deeply.
I feel like there's stolen hours in the middle of the night because it's not busy. Your gadgets aren't pinging. There's really no pressure to do anything, but I'm often awake in the middle of the night. And so it's sort of like these extra hours of the day. I think we were exchanging messages at 4 a.m.
Okay. So in that way, in many other ways, we're kindred spirits. So let's go. In one of the coolest objects in the universe, black holes, what are they? And maybe even a good way to start is to talk about how are they formed.
Yeah. In a way, people often confuse how they're formed with the concept of the black hole in the first place. So when black holes were first proposed, Einstein was very surprised that such a solution could be found so quickly, but really thought nature would protect us from their formation. And then nature thinks of a way. Nature thinks of a way to make these crazy objects, which is to kill off a few stars. But then I think that there's a confusion that dead stars, these very, very massive stars that die, are synonymous with the phenomenon of black hole. And it's really not the case. Black holes are more general and more fundamental than just the death state of a star. But even the history of how people realized that stars could form black holes is quite fascinating, because the entire idea really just started as a thought experiment. And if you think of, it's 1915, 1916, when Einstein fully describes relativity in a way that's the canonical formulation. It was a lot of changing back and forth before then. And it's World War I, and he gets a message from the Eastern Front from a friend of his, Rothschild, who solved Einstein's equations, between sitting in the trenches and like cannon fire. It was joked that he was calculating ballistic trajectories. He's also perusing the proceedings of the Prussian Academy of Sciences, as you do. And he was an astronomer who had enlisted in his 40s. And he finds this really remarkable solution to Einstein's equations. And it's the first exact solution. He doesn't call it a black hole. It's not called a black hole for decades. But what I love about what Schwarzschild did is it's a thought experiment. It's not about observations. It's not about making these things in nature. It's really just about the idea. He sets up this completely untenable situation. He says, imagine I crush all the mass of a star to a point. Don't ask how that's done, because that's really absurd. But let's just pretend, and let's just imagine that that's a scenario. And then he wants to decide what happens to space-time if I set up this confounding but somehow very simple scenario. And really what Einstein's equations were telling everybody at the time was that matter and energy curve space and time. And then curved space-time tells matter and energy how to fall once the space-time shape. So he finds this beautiful solution. And the most amazing thing about his solution is he finds this demarcation, which is the event horizon, which is the region beyond which not even light can escape. And if you were to ask me today, all these decades, over 100 years later, I would say that is the black hole. The black hole is not the mass crushed to a point. The black hole is the event horizon. The event horizon is really just a point in space-time or a region in space-time. It's actually, in this case, a surface in space-time. And it marks a separation in events, which is why it's called an event horizon. Everything outside is causally separated from the inside, insofar as what's inside the event horizon can't affect events outside. What's outside can affect events inside. I can throw a probe into a black hole and cause something to happen on the inside. But the opposite isn't true. Somebody who fell in can't send a probe out. And this one-way aspect really is what's profound about the black hole. Sometimes we talk about the black holes being nothing because at the event horizon, there's really nothing there. Sometimes when we think about black holes, we want to imagine a really dense, dead star. But if you go up to the event horizon, it's an empty region of space-time. It's more of a place than it is a thing. And Einstein found this fascinating. He helped get the work published, but he really didn't think these would form in nature. I doubt Carl Schwarzschild did either. I think they thought they were solving theoretical mathematical problems, but not describing this, what turned out to be the end state of gravitational collapse.
And maybe the purpose of the thought experiment was to find the limitations of the theory. So you find the most extreme versions in order to understand where it breaks down.
Yeah.
And it just so happens in this case that might actually predict these extreme kinds of objects.
It does both. So it also describes the sun from far away. So the same solution does a great job helping us understand the Earth's orbit around the sun. It's incredible. It does a great job. It's almost overkill. You don't really need to be that precise as relativity. And yes, it predicts the phenomenon of black holes, but doesn't really explain how nature would form them. But then it also, on top of that, does signal the breakdown of the theory. And you're quite right about that. It actually said, oh man, but you go all the way towards the center, and yeah, this doesn't sound right anymore. Sometimes I liken it to, it's like a dying man marking in the dirt that something's gone wrong here, right? It's signaling that there's some culprit, there's something wrong in the theory. And even Roger Penrose, who did this general work trying to understand the formation of black holes from gravitational collapse, he thought, oh yeah, there's a singularity that's inevitable. It's in there's no way around it once you form a black hole. But he said this is probably just a shortcoming of the fact that we've forgotten to include quantum mechanics. And that when we do, we'll understand this differently.
So according to him, the closer you get to the singularity, the more quantum mechanics comes into play, and therefore there's no singularity, there's something else.
I think everybody would say that. I think everybody would say the closer you get to the singularity, for sure, you have to include quantum mechanics. You just can't consistently talk about magnifying such small scales, having such enormous ruptures and curvatures and energy scales and not include quantum mechanics. That's just inconsistent with the world as we understand it.
So you've described the brain-breaking idea that a black hole is not so much a super dense matter, as it's sometimes described, but it's more akin to a region of space-time, but even more so, just nothing.
Yeah.
It's nothing. That's the thing you seem to like to say.
I do like to say that black holes are no thing. They're nothing.
Okay, so what does that mean?
And that's what I mean. That's the more profound aspect of the black hole. So you asked originally, how do they form? And I think that even when you try to form them in messy astrophysical systems, there's still nothing at the end of the day left behind. And, this was a very big surprise, even though Einstein accepted that this was a true prediction. He didn't think that they'd be made, and it was quite astounding that people like Oppenheimer, actually it's probably Oppenheimer's most important theoretical work, who were thinking about nuclear physics and quantum mechanics, but in the context of these kind of utopian questions. Why do stars shine? Why is the sun radiant and hot and this amazing source of light? And it was people like Oppenheimer who began to ask the question, well, could stars collapse to form black holes? Could they become so dense that eventually not even light would escape? And that's why I think people think that black holes are these dense objects. That's often how it's described. But actually what happens, these very massive stars, they're burning thermonuclear fuel. They're earthfuls of thermonuclear fuel they're burning. And emitting energy in E equals mc squared energy. So it's fusing, it's a fusion bomb. It's a constantly going thermonuclear bomb. And eventually it's going to run out of fuel. It's going to run out of hydrogen, helium, stuff to fuse. It hits an iron core. Iron, to go past iron with fusion is actually energetically expensive. So it's no longer going to do that so easily. So suddenly it's run out of fuel. And if the star is very, very, very massive, much more massive than our sun, maybe 20, 30 times the mass of our sun, it'll collapse under its own weight. And that collapse is incredibly fast and dramatic, and it creates a shock wave. So that's the supernova explosion. So a lot of these, they rebound because once they crunch, they've reached a new critical capacity where they can reignite to higher elements, heavier elements. And that sets off a bomb, essentially. So the star explodes, hopefully, because that's why you and I are here, because stars send their material back out into space, and you and I get to be made of carbon and oxygen and all this good stuff. We're not just hydrogen. So the suns do that for us. And then what's left sometimes ends at a neutron star, which is a very cool object, very fascinating object, super dense, but bigger than a black hole, meaning it's not compact enough to become a black hole. It's an actual thing. A neutron star is a real thing. It's like a giant neutron. Literally, electrons get jammed into the protons and make this giant nucleus in this superconducting matter. Very strange. Amazing object. But if it's heavier than that, the core, and that's heavier than twice the mass of the sun, it will become a black hole. And Oppenheimer wrote this beautiful paper in 1939 with his students saying that they believed that the end state of gravitational collapse is actually a black hole. This is stunning and really a visionary conclusion. Now, the paper is published the same day the Nazis advance on Poland. And so it does not get a lot of fanfare in the newspapers.
Yeah, we think there's a lot of drama today on social media. Imagine that.
Yes.
Like, here's the guy who predicts how actual nature would be the formation of this most radical object that broke even Einstein's brain, while one of the most evil, if not the most evil humans in history, starting a first steps of a global war.
What I also love about that lesson is how agnostic science is, because he was asking these utopian questions, as were other people all the time, about the nuclear physics and stars. You might know this play, Copenhagen, by Michael Frayn. There's this line that he attributes to Bohr. Bohr was the great thinker of early foundations of quantum mechanics, Danish physicist, where Bohr says to his wife, nobody's thought of a way to kill people using quantum mechanics. Now, of course, then there's the nuclear bomb. And what I love about this was the pressure scientists were under to do something with this nuclear physics and to enter this race over a nuclear weapon. But really, at the same time, 1939, really, Oppenheimer's thinking about black holes. There's even a small line in Chris Nolan's film. It's very hard to catch. There's a reference to it in the film where they're sort of joking, well, I guess nobody's going to pay attention to your paper now, because of the Nazi advance on Poland.
That's the other remarkable thing about Oppenheimer is he's also a central figure in the construction of the bomb.
Right.
So it's theory and experiment clashing together
Right.
with the geopolitics.
Exactly. So, of course, Oppenheimer, now known as the father of the atomic bomb, he talks about destroyers of worlds. But it's the same technology, and that's what I mean by science is agnostic, right? It's the same technology, overcoming a critical mass, igniting thermonuclear fusion. Eventually, there was a fission. The original bomb was a fission bomb, and fission was first shown by Lise Meitner, who showed that a certain uranium, when you bombarded it with protons, broke into smaller pieces that were less than the uranium, right? So some of that mass, that E equals mc squared energy, had escaped. And it was the first kind of concrete demonstration of this, Einstein's most famous equation. So all of this comes together. But the story of, they still weren't called black holes. This is 1939. and they had these very long-winded ways of describing the end state, the catastrophic end state of gravitational collapse. But what you have to imagine is as this star collapses, so what's the sun? The sun's 1.5 million kilometers across. So imagine a star much bigger than the sun, much bigger radius, and it's so heavy it collapses, it's supernovas. What's left is still maybe 10 times the mass of the sun, just what's left in that core. And it continues to collapse. And when that reaches about 60 kilometers across, like just imagine 10 times the mass of the sun, city-sized. That is a really dense object. And now the black hole essentially has begun to form, meaning the curve in space-time is so tremendous that not even light can escape. The event horizon forms, but the event horizon is almost imprinted on the space-time because the star can't sit there in that dense state any more than it can race outward at the speed of light, because even light is forced to rain inward. So the star continues to fall, and that's the magic part of it. The star leaves the event horizon behind, and it continues to fall, and it falls into the interior of the black hole. Where it goes, nobody really knows, but it's gone from sight. It goes dark. There's this quote by John Wheeler, who's like granddaddy of American relativity, and he has a line that's something to the effect, the star, like the Cheshire cat, fades from view. One leaves behind only its grin, the other only its gravitational attraction. And he was giving a lecture. It's actually about Tom's Restaurant, from Seinfeld near Columbia in New York.
Nice.
There was a place there still is a place there where people were giving lectures about astrophysics, and it's 1967. Wheeler is exhaustively saying this loaded term, the end state of catastrophic gravitational collapse. And rumor is that someone shouts from the back row, well, how about black hole? And apparently he then foists this term on the world. Wheeler had a way of doing that.
Well, I love terms like that. Big Bang, black hole.
Mm-hmm.
There's some, it's just pointing out the elephant in the room and calling it an elephant. It is a black hole.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty accurate and deep description. I just wanted to point out that just looking for the first time at the 1939 paper from Oppenheimer, it's like 2 pages, it's like 3 pages.
Oh yeah, it's gorgeous.
The simplicity of some of these, that's so gangster. Just revolutionize all of physics with this. Einstein did that multiple times in a single year.
Mm-hmm.
When all thermonuclear sources of energy are exhausted, a sufficiently heavy star will collapse. That's an opener.
Mm-hmm.
Unless fission due to rotation, the radiation of mass, or the blowing off of mass by radiation reduce the star's mass to order of that of the sun, this contraction will continue indefinitely. Mm-hmm. And it goes on that way.
Yeah, now I have to say that Wheeler, who actually coins the term black hole, gives Oppenheimer quite a terrible time about this. He thinks he's wrong. And they entered what has sometimes been described as kind of a bitter, I don't know if you would actually say feud, but they were bad feelings. And Wheeler actually spent decades saying Oppenheimer was wrong. And eventually, with his computer work, that early work that Wheeler was doing with computers when he was also trying to understand nuclear weapons, and in peacetime found themselves returning again to these astrophysical questions, decided that actually Oppenheimer had been right. He thought it was too simplistic, too idealized a setup that they had used, and that if you looked at something that was more realistic and more complicated, that it just would go away. And in fact, he draws the opposite conclusion. And there's a story that Oppenheimer was sitting outside of the auditorium when Wheeler was coming forth with his declaration that, in fact, black holes were the likely end state of gravitational collapse for very, very heavy stars. And when asked about it, Oppenheimer sort of said, well, I've moved on to other things.
Because you've written in many places about the human beings behind the science.
Mm.
I have to ask you about this, about nuclear weapons. Whereas the greatest of physicists coming together to create this most terrifying and powerful of a technology. And now I get to talk to leaders for whom this technology is part of the tools that is used, perhaps implicitly, on the chessboard of geopolitics. What can you say as a person who's a physicist and who have studied the physicists and written about the physicists, the humans behind this, about this moment in human history when physicists came together and created this weapon that's powerful enough to destroy all of human civilization?
I think it's an excruciating moment in the history of science. And people talk about Heisenberg, who stayed in Germany and worked for the Nazis in their own attempt to bomb. There was this kind of hopeful talk that maybe Heisenberg had intentionally derailed the nuclear weapons program, but I think that's been largely discredited, that he would have made the bomb, could he? Had he not made some real kind of simple errors in original estimates about how much material would be required or how they would get over the energy barriers. And that's a terrifying thought. I don't know that any of us can really put ourselves in that position of imagining that we're faced with that quandary, having to take the initiative to participate in thinking of a way that mechanics can kill people, and then making the bomb. I think overwhelmingly physicists today feel we should not continue in the creation of nuclear weapons. Very few theoretical physicists want to see this.
That moment in history, the Soviet Union had incredible scientists, Nazi Germany had incredible scientists, and the United States had incredible scientists. And it's very easy to imagine that one of those three would have created the bomb first, not the United States.
Yes.
And how different would the world be? The game theory of that, I think, say the probability is 33% that it was the United States. If the Soviet Union had the bomb, I think they would have used it in a much more terrifying way in the European theater and maybe turn on the United States. And obviously with Hitler, he would have used it. I think there's no question he would have used it to kill hundreds of millions of people.
In the game theory version, this was the least harmful outcome. Yes. But there is no outcome with no bomb that any game theorist would, I think, would play.
But I think if we just remove the geopolitics and the ideology and the evil dictators, all of those people are just scientists. I think they don't necessarily even think about the ideology. And it's a deep lesson about the connection between great science and the annoying, sometimes evil politicians that use that science for means that are either good or bad.
Mm-hmm.
And the scientists perhaps don't. Boy, do they even have control of how that science is used? It's hard.
They don't have control, right? Once it's made, it's no longer scientific reasoning that dictates the use or restraint. But I will say that I do believe that it wasn't a 1/3 down the line, because America was different. And I think that's something we have to think about right now in this particular climate. So many scientists fled here. They fled to here. Americans weren't fleeing to Nazi Germany. They came here and they were motivated by it's more than a patriotism, you know. It was it was a patriotism, obviously, but it was sort of more than that. It's really understanding the threat of Europe, what was going on in Europe, and what that life, how quickly it turned, how quickly this free-spirited Berlin culture, was suddenly in this repressive and terrifying regime. So I think that it was a much higher chance that it happened here in America.
Yeah, there's something about the American system. It's cliche to say, but the freedom, all the different individual freedoms that enable a very vibrant, at its best, a very vibrant scientific community. And that's really exciting.
Absolutely.
To scientists, and it's very valuable to maintain that.
Right.
The vibrancy of the debate, of the funding those mechanisms.
Absolutely. The world flocked here, and that won't be the case if we no longer have intellectual freedom.
Yeah, there's something interesting to think about the tension, the Cold War between China and the United States in the 21st century. Some of those same questions, some of those ideas will rise up again, and we want to make sure that there's a vibrant, free exchange of scientific ideas. And I believe most Nobel Prizes come from the United States, right?
Oh, yeah, I don't have the number, but
it's disproportionately so.
Disproportionately so. In fact, a lot of them from particle physics came from the Bronx. And they were European immigrants.
How do you explain this?
Fled Europe, precisely because of the geopolitics we're describing.
Yeah.
And so instead of being Nobel Prize winners from the Soviet Union or from the Eastern Bloc, they were from the Bronx.
And that's the thing you write about when we return to time and time again. That, science is done by humans, and some of those humans are fascinating. There's tensions, there's battles, some are loners, some are great collaborators, some are tormented, some are easygoing, all this kind of stuff. And that's the beautiful thing about it. We forget sometimes is that it's humans, and humans are messy and complicated and beautiful and all of that.
Yeah.
So what were we talking about? Oh,
the stars collapsing.
Okay. So can we just return to the collapse of a star that forms a black hole? At which point does the super dense thing become nothing? If we could just linger on this concept.
Yeah. So if I were falling into a black hole and I tried really fast, right as I crossed this empty region, but this demarcation, I happened to know where it was. I calculated, because there's no line there. There's no sign that it's there. There's no signpost. I could emit a little light pulse and try to send it outward exactly at the event horizon. So it's racing outward at the speed of light. It can hover there because from my perspective, it's very strange. The space-time is like a waterfall raining in, and I'm being dragged in with that waterfall. I can't stop at the event horizon. It comes, it goes. It's behind me really quickly. That light beam can try to sit there because it's like a fish swimming against the Niagara, swimming against a waterfall.
It's like stuck there.
But it's like stuck there. And so that's one way you can have a little signpost. If you fly by, you think it's moving at the speed of light. It flies past you at the speed of light, but it's sitting right there at the event horizon.
So you're falling back, cross the event horizon, right at that point, you shoot outwards a photon.
Yes.
And it's just stuck there.
It just gets stuck there. Now, it's very unstable. So the star can't sit there is the point. It just can't. So it rains inward with this waterfall. But from the outside, all we should ever really care about is the event horizon, because I can't know what happens to it. It could be pure matter and antimatter thrown together, which annihilates into photons on the inside and loses all its mass into the energy of light. It won't matter to me because I can't know anything about what happened on the inside.
Okay, can we just linger on this? So what models do we have about what happens on the inside of the black hole at that moment? So I guess that one of the intuitions, one of the big reminders that you're giving to us is hey, we know very little about what can happen on the inside of a black hole. And that's why we have to be careful about it's better to think about the black hole as an event horizon. Mm-hmm. But what can we know, and what do we know about the physics of space-time inside the black hole?
I don't mind being incautious about thinking about what the math tells us. So
okay.
I'm not such an observer. Right? I'm very theoretical in my work. It's really pen on paper a lot. These are thought experiments that I think we can perform and contemplate. Whether or not we'll ever know is another question. And so one of the most beautiful things that we suspect happens on the inside of a black hole is that space and time, in some sense, swap places. So while I'm on the outside of the black hole, let's say I'm in a nice, comfortable space station, this black hole is maybe 10 times the mass of the sun, 60 kilometers across. I could be 100 kilometers out. That's very, very close. Orbiting quite safely. No big deal, hanging out. I don't bug the black hole doesn't bug me. It won't suck me up like a vacuum or anything crazy. But my astronaut friend jumps in. As they cross the event horizon, what I'm calling space, I'm looking on the outside of this spherical shadow of the black hole cast by maybe light around it. It's a shadow because everything gets too close, falls in. It's just this contrast against a bright sky. I think, there's a center of a sphere. And in the center of the sphere is the singularity. It's a point in space from perspective. But from the perspective of the astronaut who falls in, it's actually a point in time. So the oceans of space and time have rotated so completely. What I'm calling a direction based towards the center of the black hole, like the center of a physical sphere, they're going to tell me, well, they can't tell me, but they're going to come to the conclusion, oh no, that's not a location in space. That's a location in time. In other words, the singularity ends up in their future. And they can no more avoid the singularity than they can avoid time coming their way. So there's no shenanigans you can do once you're inside the hole to try to skirt it, the singularity. You can't set yourself up in orbit around it. You can't try to fire rockets and stay away from it because it's in your future. And there's an inevitable moment when you will hit it. Usually for a stellar mass black hole, we think it's microseconds.
Microseconds to get from the event horizon to
the singularity.
To the singularity. Oh boy. Oh boy. So that's describing from your astronaut friend's perspective.
Yes, from their perspective, the singularity's in their future.
But from your perspective, what do you see when your friend falls into the black hole and you're chilling outside and watching?
So one way to think about this is to think that as you're approaching the black hole, the astronaut's space-time is rotating relative to your space-time. So let's say right now, my left is your right. We're not shocked by the fact that there's this relativity in left and right. It's completely understood. And I can perform a spatial rotation to align my left with your left. Right now, completely rotated left out. Right? If I just want to draw a kind of compass diagram, not a compass diagram, but at the top of maps, there's a north, south, east, west. But now time is up, down, and one direction of space is, let's say, east, west. As you approach the black hole, it's as though you're rotating in space-time, is one way of thinking about it. So what is the effect of that? The effect of that is as this astronaut gets closer and closer to the event horizon, part of their space is rotated into my time, and part of their time is rotated into my space. So in other words, their clocks seem to be less aligned with my time. And the overall effect is that their time seems to dilate. The spacing between ticks on the clock of their watch, let's say, on the face of their watch, is elongated, dilated, relative to mine. And it seems to me that their watches are running slowly, even though they were made in the same factory as mine. They were both synchronized beautifully, and they're excellent Swiss watches. It seems as though time is elapsing more slowly for my companion. And likewise, for them, it seems like mine's going really fast. So years could elapse in my space station. My plants come and go, they die, I age faster, I've got gray hair, and they're falling in, and it's been minutes in their frame of reference. Flowers in their little rocket ship haven't rotted, they don't have gray hair. their biological clocks have slowed down relative to ours. Eventually, at the event horizon, it's so extreme, it's so slow, it's as though their clocks have stopped altogether, from my point of view. And that's to say that it's as though their time is completely rotated into my space. And this is connected with the idea that inside the black hole, space and time have switched places. So I might see them hover there for millennia. Other astronauts could be born on my space station. Generations could be populated there watching this poor astronaut never fall in.
So basically, the time almost comes to a standstill, but they do fall in.
Right, they do fall in eventually. Now that's because they have some mass of their own.
Yeah.
So they're not a perfectly light particle. And so they deform the event horizon a little bit. You'll actually see the event horizon bobble and absorb the astronaut. So in some finite time, the astronaut will actually fall in.
So it's like this weird space-time bubble that we have around us.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a very big space-time curvature bubble thing from the black hole, and there's a nice swirly type situation going on.
Yeah.
That's how you get sucked up.
Yeah.
So if you're a perfect, infinitely small particle, you would just be
take longer and longer.
And probably just be stuck there or something. But no, there's quantum mechanics.
Mm-hmm. Eventually you'll fall in. Any perturbation will only go one way. It's unstable in one direction, in one direction only. But it's really important to remember that from the point of view of the astronaut, not much time has passed at all. You just sail right across as far as you're concerned, and nothing dramatic happens, or you might not even realize you've come to the event horizon. You might not even realize you've crossed the event horizon because there's nothing there, right? This is an empty region of space-time. There's no marker to tell you you've reached this very dangerous point of no return. You can fire your rockets like hell when you're on the outside and maybe even escape, right? But once you get to that point, there's no amount of energy. All the energy in the universe will not save you from this demise.
There's different size black holes. And maybe can we talk about the experience that you have falling into a black hole, depending on what the size of the black hole is?
Yeah.
Because as I understand, if the bigger it is, the less drastic the experience of falling into it.
Yeah, that might surprise people.
Yeah.
The bigger it is, the less noticeable it is that you've crossed the event horizon. One way to think about it is curvature is less noticeable the bigger it is. So if I'm standing on a basketball, I'm very aware I'm balancing on a curved surface. My 2 feet are in different locations, and I really notice this. But on the Earth, you actually have to be kind of clever to deduce that the Earth is curved. The bigger the planet, the less you're going to notice the curvature, the global curvature. And it's the same thing with a black hole. A huge, huge black hole. It just kind of feels like just flat. You don't really notice.
I'm trying to figure out how because if you don't notice...
And there's nothing there.
But the physics is weird.
In your frame of reference.
No.
Well, so another cool thing. So I like to dispel myths.
Yeah.
Do you need a minute? You're holding your head.
There's a sense like you should be able to know when you're inside of a black hole, when you've crossed the event horizon. But no, from your frame of reference, you might not be able to know.
Yeah, at first, at least, you might not realize what's happened. There are some hints. For instance, black holes are dark from the outside, but they're not necessarily dark on the inside. So this is a kind of fascinating that your experience could be that it's quite bright inside the black hole. There's all the light from the galaxy can be shining in behind you, and it's focusing down because you're all approaching this really focused region in the interior. And so you actually see a bright white flash of light as you approach the singularity. I kind of I joke that it's it's like a near-death experience. You see the light at the end of the tunnel, so you would see millennia pass on Earth. You could see the evolution of the entire galaxy, one big bright flash of light. So it's like a near-death experience, but it's definitely a total death experience.
It goes pretty fast, but you're looking out, everything's going super fast.
Yeah. The clocks on the Earth, on the space station, seem to be progressing very rapidly relative to yours. The light can catch up to you, and you get this bright beam of light as you see the evolution of the galaxy unfold. And it sort of depends on the size of the black hole and how long you have to hang around. The bigger the black hole, the longer it takes you to expire in the center.
Obviously, the human sensory system, we're not able to process that information correctly.
Right. It would be a microsecond, and that would be too fast.
Yeah, but it would be so cool to get that information.
But a big black hole, you could actually, hang around for some months.
So yeah, how are small black holes is the supermassive black holes formed? Just so people kind of load that in. Are they all? Is it always a star?
No. So this is also why it's important to think of black holes more abstractly. They are something very profound in the universe, and there are probably multiple ways to make black holes. Making them with stars is most plentiful. There could be hundreds of millions, maybe even a billion black holes in our Milky Way galaxy alone. That many stars. It's only about 1% of stars that will end their lives in a death state. That is a black hole. But we now see, and this was really quite a surprise, that there are supermassive black holes. They're billions or even hundreds of billions of times the mass of the sun. And millions to tens of billions, maybe even hundreds of billions. So extremely massive. We don't think that the universe has had enough time to make them from stars that just merge. We know that two black holes can merge and make a bigger black hole, and then those can merge and make a bigger black hole. We don't think there's been enough time for that. So it's suspected that they're formed very early, maybe even a few hundred million years after the Big Bang, and that they're formed directly by collapsing out of primordial stuff. That there's a direct collapse right into the black hole.
So, like in the very early universe, these are primordial black holes from the stars. Not quite. Wait, how do you get from that soup black holes right away?
Right. So it's odd, but it's weirdly easier to make a big black hole out of something that's just the density of air, if it's really, really as big as what we're talking about. So in some sense, if they're just allowed to directly collapse very early in the universe's history, they can do that more easily. And it's so much so that we think that there's one of these supermassive black holes in the center of every galaxy. So they're not rare, and we know where they are. They're in the nuclei of galaxies. So they're bound to the very early formation of entire galaxies in a really surprising and deeply connected way.
I wonder if the chicken or the egg, is it how critical, how essential are the supermassive black holes to the formation of galaxies?
Yeah, it's ongoing, right? It's ongoing. Which came first, the black hole or the galaxy? Probably big early stars, which were just made out of hydrogen and helium from the Big Bang. There wasn't anything else, not much of anything else. Those early stars were forming, and then maybe the black holes and kind of the galaxies were like these gassy clouds around them. But there's probably a deep relationship between the black hole powering jets, these jets blowing material out of the galaxy that shaped galaxies, maybe kind of curbed their growth. And so I think the mechanisms are still ongoing attempts to understand exactly the ordering of these things.
Can we get back to space-time? It's going back to the beginning of the 20th century. How do you imagine space-time? How do we as human beings supposed to visualize and think about space-time where time is just another dimension in this 4D space that combines space and time? Because we've been talking about morphing in all kinds of different ways, the curvature of space-time. Like how are we supposed to conceive of it? How do you think of it?
Yeah.
Time is just another dimension.
There are different ways we can think about it. We can imagine drawing a map of space and treating time as another direction in that map. But we're limited because as three-dimensional beings, we can't really draw 4 dimensions, which is what I'd require. 3 spatial, I'm pretty sure. There's at least 3. I think there's probably more, but I'm happy just talking about the large dimensions, the 3 we see. Up, down, right? East, west, north, south, three spatial dimensions. And time is the 4th. Nobody can really visualize it. But we know mathematically how to unpack it on paper. I can mathematically suppress one of the spatial dimensions, and then I can draw it pretty well. Now, the problem is that we call it a Euclidean spacetime. A Euclidean spacetime is when all the dimensions are orthogonal and are treated equally. Time is not another Euclidean dimension. It's actually a Minkowskian spacetime. But it means that the spacetime, we're misrepresenting it when we draw it, but we're misrepresenting it in a way that we deeply understand. I can give you an example. The Earth, I can project onto a flat sheet of paper. I am now misrepresenting a map of the Earth. And I know that, but I understand the rules for how to add distances on this misrepresentation because the Earth is not a flat sheet of paper, it's a sphere. And as long as I understand the rules for how I get from the North Pole to the South Pole, that I'm moving along really a great arc, and I understand that the distance is not the distance I would measure on a flat sheet of paper, then I can do a really great job with a map and understanding the rules of addition, multiplication, and the geometries, not the geometry of a flat sheet of paper. I can do the same thing with spacetime. I can draw it on a flat sheet of paper, but I know that it's not actually a flat Euclidean space. And so my rules for measuring distances are different than the rules I would use that, for instance, Cartesian rules of geometry. I would know to use the correct rules from Minkowski spacetime, and that will allow me to calculate how long time has elapsed, which is now a kind of a length, a space-time length on my map between 2 relative observers, and I will get the correct answer, but only if I use the rules.
So then, what does in general relativity does objects with mass do to this space-time?
Right, exactly. So Einstein struggled for this completely general theory, not a specific solution like a black hole or an expanding space-time, galaxies, lenses, or those are all solutions. And that's why what he did was so enormous. It's an entire paradigm that says over here is matter and energy. I'm going to call that the right-hand side of the equation. Everything on the right-hand side of Einstein's equations is how matter and energy are distributed in space-time. On the left-hand side tells you how space and time deform in response to that matter and energy. And it can be impossible to solve some of those equations. What was so amazing about what Rothschild did is he found this very elegant, simple solution within like a month of reading this final formulation. But Einstein didn't go through and try to find all solutions. He sort of gave it to us, right? He shared this, and then lots of people since have been scrambling to try to, I can predict the curvature of the space-time if I tell you how the matter and energy is laid out. If it's all compact in a spherical system like a sun or even a black hole, I can understand the curves in the space and around it. I can solve for the shape of the space-time. I can also say, well, what if the universe is full of gas or light and it's all kind of uniform everywhere? And I'll find a different, equally surprising solution, which is that the universe would expand in response to that it's not static, that the distances between galaxies would grow. This was a huge surprise to Einstein. So all of these consequences of his theory, came with revelations that were not at all obvious when he first wrote down the general theory.
And he was afraid to take the consequences of that theory seriously, which is
Often.
The theory itself, in its scope and grandeur and power, is scary, so I can understand. Then there's, the the edges of the theory where it falls apart, the consequences of the theory that are extreme. It's hard to take seriously.
Mm-hmm.
So you can sort of empathize.
Yeah, he very much resisted the expansion. So if you think about 1905, when he's writing these sequence of unbelievable papers as a 25-year-old who can't get a job as a physicist, and he writes all of these remarkable papers on relativity and quantum mechanics. And then even in 1915-16, he does not know that there are other galaxies out there. This was not known. People had mused about it. There were kind of smudges on the sky that people contemplated. What if there are other island universes? Going back to Kant, thought about this. But it wasn't until Hubble, it really wasn't until the late 20s, that it's confirmed that there are other galaxies.
Wow.
Yeah.
And he didn't, obviously, there's so much we think of now that he didn't think of. So there's no Big Bang,
Right.
static universe.
But these are all connected.
Wow. Yeah. So he's operating on very little information.
Very little information. It's absolutely true. Actually, one of the things I like to point out is the idea of relativity was foisted on people in this kind of cultural way. But there's many ways in which you could call it a theory of absolutism. And the way Einstein got there with so little information is by adhering to certain very strict absolutes, like the absolute limit of the speed of light and the absolute constancy of the speed of light, which was completely bizarre when it was first discovered. Really, that was observed. There were experiments trying to figure out what would the relative speed of light be. It's really only massless particles have this property, that they have an absolute speed. And if you think about it, it's incredibly strange.
Yeah, it's really strange.
Incredibly strange.
And so from theoretical perspective, he takes that seriously.
He takes it very seriously, and everyone else is trying to come up with models to make it go away, to make the speed of light be a little bit more reasonable, like everything else in the universe. If I run at a car, two cars coming at each other, they're coming at each other faster than if one of them stops. It's really a basic observation of reality, right? Here, this is saying that if I'm racing at a light beam, and you're standing still relative to the source, we'll measure the same exact speed of light. Very strange. And he gets to relativity by saying, well, what speed? Speed is distance, it's space over time. It's how far you travel. It's the space you travel in a certain duration of time. And he said, well, I bet something must be wrong then with space and time. So this is an enormous leap. He's willing to give up the absolute character of space and time in favor of keeping the speed of light constant.
How was he able to intuit a world of curved space-time? Like, I think it's like one of the most special leaps in human history, right? Because
it's amazing.
Like, it's very, very, very difficult to make that kind of leap.
I'll tell you, it took me, I think, a long time I can't say this is how he got there exactly. It's not as though I study the historical accounts or his description of his internal states. This is more having learned the subject, how I try to tell people how to get there in a few short steps. One is to start with the equivalence principle, which he called the happiest thought of his life. And the equivalence principle comes pretty early on in his thinking. And it starts with something like this. Like right now, I think I'm feeling gravity because I'm sitting in this chair and I feel the pressure of the chair and it's stopping me from falling. And I lie down in a bed and I feel heavy on the bed. And I think of that as gravity. Einstein has a beautiful ability to remove all of these extraneous factors, including atoms. So let's imagine instead that you're in an elevator and you feel heavy on your feet because the floor of the elevator is resisting your fall. But I want to remove the elevator. What does the elevator have to do with fundamental properties of gravity? So I cut the cable. Now I'm falling, but the elevator is falling at the same rate as me. So now I'm floating in the elevator. And if this happened to me, if I woke up in a state of falling or floating in the elevator, I might not know if I was in empty space, just floating, or if I was falling around the earth. They're equivalent situations. I would not be able to tell the difference. And actually, when I get rid of the elevator in this way by cutting the cable, I'm actually experiencing weightlessness. And that weightlessness is the purest experience of gravity. And so this idea of falling is actually fundamental. It's how we talk about it all the time. The Earth is in a free fall around the sun. It's actually falling. It's not firing engines, right? It's just falling all the time, but it's just cruising so fast.
So actually, yeah, God, you said something profound. So one of them is really one of the ways to experience space-time is to be falling.
To be falling. That is the purest experience of gravity. The experience of gravity, unfettered, uninterrupted by atoms, is weightlessness.
Yeah.
That observation, no, it has an unhappy ending, the elevator story, right? Because of atoms again. That's the fault of the atoms in your body interacting electromagnetically with the crust of the earth or at the bottom of the building or whatever it is. But this period of free fall, so the first observation is that is the purest experience of gravity. Now I can convince you that things fall along curved paths, because I could take a pen, and if I throw it, we both know it's going to follow an arc, and it's going to follow an arc until atoms interfere again and it hits the ground. But while it's in free fall, experiencing gravity at its purest, what the Einsteinian description would say is it is following the natural curve in space-time inscribed by the Earth. So the Earth's mass and shape curves the paths in space, and then those curvatures tell you how to fall, the paths along which you should fall when you're falling freely. And so the Earth has found itself on a free fall that happens to be a closed circle, but it's actually falling. The International Space Station uses this principle all the time. They get the space station up there, and then they turn off the engines. Can you imagine how expensive it would be if they had to fuel that thing at all times, right? They turn off the engines. They're just falling.
Yeah, they're falling.
And they're not that far up. There certainly, people sometimes say, oh, they're so far away, they don't feel gravity. Oh, absolutely. If you stopped the space station, it's going like 17,500 miles an hour, something like that. If you were to stop that, it would drop like a stone right to the earth. So they're in a state of constant fear, and they're falling along a curved path. And that curved path is a result of curving space-time.
And that particular curved path is calculated in such a way that it curves onto itself, so you're orbiting.
Right. So it has to be cruising at a certain speed. So once you get it at that cruising speed, you turn off the engines.
But yeah, to be able to visualize at the beginning of the 20th century, that free falling in curved space-time. Boy, the human mind is capable of things. I mean, some of that is constructing thought experiments that collide with our understanding of reality. Maybe in the collisions and the contradictions, you try to think of extreme thought experiments that exacerbate that contradiction and see, like, okay, is there another model that can incorporate this? To be able to do that, I mean, it's kind of inspiring because, there's probably another general relativity out there.
Yeah.
In all, not just in physics, in all lines of work, in all scientific pursuits. There's certain theories where you're like, okay, I just explained like a big elephant in the room here that everybody just kind of didn't even think about.
Right.
There could be, for stuff we know about in physics, there could be stuff like that for the origin of life on Earth.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, yeah, okay. Everyone's like in polite companies, like, yeah. Somehow it started.
Right.
Nobody knows.
I find it wild that that's so elusive.
Yeah, it's strange. In the lab,
It's
you can't
strange that
replicate.
it's so elusive.
I think it's a general relativity thing. There's going to be something.
Mhm.
It's going to involve aliens and wormholes and dimensions that we don't quite understand,
Mhm.
or some field that's bigger than like. It's possible, maybe not. It's possible that it's a field that is different, that will feel fundamentally different from chemistry and biology. It'll be maybe through physics. Again, maybe the key to the origin of life is in physics. And the same there, it's like a weird neighbor is consciousness.
Mhm.
It's like, all right.
Weird neighbor, yeah.
It's like, okay, so we all know that life started on Earth somehow.
Mhm.
Nobody knows how.
Mhm.
We all know that we're conscious. You have a subjective experience of things. Nobody understands.
Right.
The people have ideas and so on,
Right.
but it's such a dark sort
Mm.
of. We're entering a dark room where a bunch of people are whispering about like, "Hey, what's in this room?" But nobody has a effing clue.
Mhm.
So, and then somebody comes along with a general relativity kind of conception, where like it reconceives everything, and you're like, ah,
It's like a watershed moment.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's there. And until
it's there.
we're living in the time until that theory comes along. It'll be obvious in retrospect.
Yeah.
But right now we're
Right. Well, it was obvious to no one that space-time was curved, but even Newton understood something wasn't right. So he knew there was something missing. And I think that's always fascinating when we're in a situation where we're pressure testing our own ideas. He did something remarkable, Newton did, with his theory of gravity, just understanding that the same phenomenon was at work with the Earth around the sun as the apple falling from the tree. That's insane. That's a huge leap. Understanding that mass, inertial mass, what makes something hard to push around, is the same thing that feels gravity, at least in the Newtonian picture, in that simple way. Unbelievable leap. Absolutely genius. But he didn't like that the apple fell from the tree even though the Earth wasn't touching it.
the action distance thing.
The action at a distance thing.
That is weird too.
Well, but
That is a really weird one.
it's really weird. But see, Einstein solves that. Relativity solves that. Because it says the Earth created the curve in space. The apple wants to fall freely along it. The problem is the tree's in the way. And the tree's the problem. The tree's actually accelerating the apple. It's keeping it away from its natural state of weightlessness in a gravitational field. And as soon as the tree lets go of it, the apple will simply fall along the curve that exists.
I would love it if somebody went back to Newton's time
And told him all this?
Probably some hippies would be like, it's a gravity is just the curvature of space time, man. I wonder if he would be able to. I don't think there's every idea has its time. He might not even be able to load that in. I mean, sometimes even the greatest geniuses. I mean, you can't. Like
It's too out of context.
You need to be standing on the shoulders of giants and on the shoulders of those giants and so on.
I heard that Newton used that as an unkind remark to his competitor Hooke.
Oh no! So people talk shit even back then.
You're trash talking.
It's one of the hilarious things about humans in general, but scientists too. Like these huge minds. There's these moments in history where you'll see this in universities, but everywhere else too. Like you have gigantic minds, obviously also coupled with everybody has an ego. And like sometimes it's just the same soap opera that played out amongst humans everywhere else. And so you're thinking about the biggest cosmological objects and forces and ideas, and still like listen.
Right. I know.
Your office is bigger than my office.
I know.
This chair, or maybe you got married to this person that I was always in love with, and there's a betrayal or something.
Right, the one woman in the department.
Yeah, the one woman in the department. Yeah, and it's just, but that is also the fuel of innovation, that jealousy, that tension. That's
well, you know the expression, I'm sure. The battles are so bitter in academia because the stakes are so low.
Yeah. Way to phrase it. But also, like, we shouldn't forget. I mean, that I love seeing that even in academia because it's humanity. The silliness, there is a degree to academia where the reason you're able to think about some of these grand ideas is because you still allow yourself to be childlike.
Oh yeah.
There's a childlike nature to
no
ask a good question.
Oh
But
yeah.
children can also be like
Children.
so like you don't. I think when in a corporate context and maybe the world forces you to behave, you're supposed to be a certain kind of way. There's some aspects, and it's a really beautiful aspect to preserve and to celebrate in academia. Is like you're just allowed to be childlike in your curiosity and your exploration. You're just exploring, asking the biggest questions. So.
The best scientists I know often ask the simplest questions. They're really first of all, there's probably some confidence there, but also they're never going to lie to themselves that they understand something that they don't understand. So even this idea that Newton didn't understand the apple falling from the tree, had he lived another couple hundred of years, he would have invented relativity because he never would have lied to himself that he understood it. He would have kept asking this very simple question. I think that there is this childlike beauty to that. Absolutely.
Yeah, just some of the topics. I don't know why I'm stuck to those two topics of origin of life and consciousness. But
I'll talk about this.
Some of the most brilliant people I know are stuck, just like with Newton and Einstein, they're stuck on that. This doesn't make sense. I know a bunch of brilliant biologists, physicists, chemists, they're thinking about the origin of life. They're like, this doesn't. I know how evolution works. I know how the biological systems work, how genetic information propagates, but this part, the singularity at the beginning doesn't make sense. We don't understand. We can't create it in the lab. They're bothered every single day. They're bothered by it, and that being bothered by that tension, by that gap in knowledge is, that's the catalyst. That's the fuel for the
discovery.
Discovery.
Yeah, absolutely. The discovery is going to come because somebody couldn't sleep at night and couldn't rest.
So in that way, I think black holes are a kind of portal into some of the biggest mysteries of our universe. So it's a good terrain on which to explore these ideas. So can you speak about some of the mysteries that the black holes present us with?
Yeah, I think it's important to separate the idea that there are these astrophysical states that become black holes from being synonymous with black holes. Because black holes are kind of this larger idea, and they might have been made primordially when the Big Bang happened. There's something flawless about black holes that makes them fundamental, unlike anything else. So they're flawless in the sense that you can completely understand a black hole by looking at just its charge, electric charge, its mass, and its spin. And every black hole with that charge, mass, and spin is identical to every other black hole. You can't be like, oh, that one's mine, I recognize it. It has this little feature, and that's how I know it's mine. They're featureless. You try to put Mount Everest on a black hole, and it will shake it off in these gravitational waves. It will radiate away this imperfection until it settles down to be a perfect black hole again. So there's something about them that is unlike, another reason why I don't like to call them objects in a traditional sense, unlike anything else in the universe that's macroscopic. It's kind of a little bit more like a fundamental particle. So an electron is described by a certain short list of properties: charge, mass, spin, maybe some other quantum numbers. That's what it means to be an electron. There's no electron that's a little bit different. You can't recognize your electron. They're all identical in that sense. And so in some very abstract way, black holes share something in common with microscopic fundamental particles. And so what they tell us about the fundamental laws of physics can be very profound. And it's why even theoretical physicists, mathematical physicists, not just astronomers who use telescopes, they rely on the black hole as a terrain to perform their thought experiments. and it's because there's something fundamental about them.
Yeah, general relativity means quantum mechanics, means
And it happens
singularity,
there.
and sadly, heartbreakingly so, it's out of reach for experiment at this moment, but it's within reach for theoretical.
It's in reach for thought experiments, which are quite beautiful.
Well, on that topic, we have to ask you about the paradox, the information paradox of black holes. What is it?
So this is what gave Hawking's fame. When he was a young researcher, he was thinking about black holes and wanted to just add a little smidge of quantum mechanics, just a little smidge. Wasn't going for full-blown quantum gravity, but kind of just asking, well, what if I allowed this nothing, this vacuum, this empty space around the event horizon? Star's gone, there's nothing there. What if I allowed it to possess sort of ordinary quantum properties, just a little tiny bit, nothing dramatic. Don't go crazy. Yeah. And one of the properties of the vacuum that is intriguing is this idea that you can never see the vacuum's actually completely empty. We talked about Heisenberg, but the Heisenberg uncertainty principle really kicked off a lot of quantum mechanical thinking. It says that you can never exactly know a particle's position simultaneously with its motion, with its momentum. You can know one or the other pretty precisely, but not both precisely. And the uncertainty isn't a lack of ability that we'll technologically overcome. It's foundational. So it's like there's, in some sense, when it's in a precise location, it is fundamentally no longer in a precise motion. And that uncertainty principle means I can't precisely say a particle is exactly here, but it also means I can't say it's not. Okay. And so it led to this idea that what do I mean by a vacuum? Because I can't 100% precisely know. In fact, there's not really meaningful to say that there's zero particles here. And so what you can say, however, is you can say, well, maybe particles kind of froth around in this seething quantum sea of the vacuum. Maybe two particles come into existence and they're entangled in such a way that they cancel out each other's properties. So they have the properties of the vacuum. They don't destroy the kind of properties of the vacuum because they cancel out each other's spin, maybe each other's charge, maybe things like that. But they kind of froth around. They come, they go, they come, they go. And that's what we really think is the best that empty space can do in a quantum mechanical universe. Now, if you add an event horizon, which, as we said, is really fundamentally what a black hole is, that's the most important feature of a black hole. The event horizon, if the particles are created slightly on either side of that event horizon, now you have a real problem. Okay. Now the pair has been separated by this event horizon. Now they can both fall in, that's okay. But if one falls in and the other doesn't, it's stuck. It can't go back into the vacuum because now it has a charge or it has a spin or it has something. It's no longer the property of that vacuum it came from. It needs its pair to disappear. Now it's stuck. It exists. It's like you've made it real. So in a sense, the black hole steals one of these virtual particles and forces the other to live. And if it'll escape, radiate out to infinity, and look like, to an observer far away, that the black hole has actually radiated a particle. And the particle did not emanate from inside. It came from the vacuum. It stole it from empty space, from the nothingness that is the black hole. Now, the reason why this is very tricky is because in the process, because of this separation on the other side of the event horizon, the particle it absorbs, it has to do with the switching of space and time that we talked about, but the particle it absorbs, well, from the outside, you might say, oh, it had negative momentum, it was falling in. From the inside, you say, well, this is actually motion in time. This is energy. There's negative energy. And as it absorbs negative energy, its mass goes down. The black hole gets a little lighter. And as it continues to do this, the black hole really begins to evaporate. It does more than just radiate. It evaporates away. And it's intriguing because Hawking said, look, this is going to look thermal, meaning featureless. It's going to have no information in it. It's going to be the most informationless possibility you could possibly come up with when you're radiating particles. It's just going to look like a thermal distribution of particles, like a hot body. And the temperature is going to only tell you about the mass, which you could tell from outside the black hole anyway. You know the mass of the black hole from the outside. So it's not telling you anything about the black hole. It's got no information about the black hole. Now you have a real problem. And when he first said it, a lot of people described that not everyone understood how really naughty he was being. He did. But some people who love quantum mechanics were really annoyed. Okay, people like Lenny Susskind, Tufft, Nobel Prize winner, they were mad because it suggested something was fundamentally wrong with quantum mechanics, if it was right. And the reason why it says there's something fundamentally wrong with quantum mechanics is because quantum mechanics does not allow this. It does not allow quantum information to simply evaporate away and poof out of the universe and cease to exist. It's a violation of something called unitarity, but really the idea is it's the loss of quantum information that's intolerable. Quantum mechanics was built to preserve information. It's one of the sacred principles. As sacred as conservation of energy. In this example, more sacred, because you can violate conservation of energy with Heisenberg's uncertainty principle a little tiny bit. But so sacred that it created what became coined as the black hole wars, where people were saying, look, general relativity is wrong, something's wrong with our thinking about the event horizon, or quantum mechanics isn't what we think it is, but the two are not getting along anymore. And just to tell you how dramatic it is, so the temperature goes down with the mass of the black hole, heavier a black hole, the cooler it is. So we don't see black holes evaporate, they're way too big. But as they get smaller and smaller, they get hotter and hotter. So as the black hole nears the end of this cycle of evaporating away, it takes a very, very long time, much longer than the age of the universe. It will be as though the curtain, the event horizon, is yanked up. Like it'll literally explode away, just boom. And the event horizon, in principle, would be yanked up. Everything's gone. All that information that went into the black hole, all that sacred quantum stuff, gone. Poof. Okay, because it's not in the radiation, because the radiation has no information. And so it was an incredibly productive debate because in it are the signs of what will make gravity and quantum mechanics play nice together. You know, some quantum theory of gravity. Whatever these clues are, and they're hard to assemble. If you want a quantum gravity theory, it has to correctly predict the temperature of a black hole, the entropy of a black hole. It has to have all of these correct features. The black hole is the place on which we can test quantum gravity.
But it still has not been resolved.
It has not been fully resolved.
I looked up all the different ideas for the resolution. So there's the information loss, which is what you referred to.
Right.
It's perhaps the simplest, it's most radical resolution, is that information is truly lost. This would mean quantum mechanics, if we currently understand it specifically, unitarity is incomplete or incorrect under these extreme gravitational conditions.
I'm unhappy with that. I would not be happy with information loss. I love that it's telling us that there's this crisis, because I do think it's giving us the clues. And we have to take them seriously.
For you, the gut is like
Unitarity is going to be preserved.
preserved. The quantum mechanics is
We have
is
to come
holding
to the
strong.
rescue. As Lenny Susskind in his book Black Hole War says, his subtitle is My Battle with Stephen Hawking to Make the World Safe for Quantum Mechanics.
Quantum mechanics. I love it.
Something to that effect.
So then, from string theory, one of the resolutions is called fuzzballs. I love physics so much. Originating from string theory, this proposal suggests that black holes aren't singularities surrounded by empty space and an event horizon. Instead, they are horizonless, complex, tangled objects, aka fuzzballs, made of strings and brains roughly the size of the would-be event horizon.
Yeah.
There's no single point of infinite density and no true horizon to cross.
In some sense, it says there's no interior to the black hole. Nothing ever crosses. So I gave you this very nice story that there's no drama. Sometimes that's how it's described at the event horizon, and you fall through and there's nothing there. this other idea says, well, hold on a second, if it's really strings, as I get close to this magnifying quality and slowing time down near the event horizon, it is as though I put a magnifying glass on things, and now the strings aren't so microscopic, they kind of smear around, and then they get caught like a tangle around the event horizon, and they just actually never fall through. I don't think that either, but it was interesting.
So it's just adding a very large number of extra complex
degrees of freedom.
Yeah.
There are no teeny tiny marbles to fall through.
But it's similar to what we already have with quantum mechanics. It's just giving a
it's really saying the interior's just not there ever. Nothing falls in, so the information gets out because it never went in the first place.
Oh, interesting. So there is a strong statement there.
There's a strong statement there. Yeah.
Okay, so soft hair challenges the classical no hair theorem by suggesting that black holes do possess subtle quantum, quote, hair. This isn't classical hair-like charge, but very low energy quantum excitations, soft gravitons or photons at the event horizon that can store information about what fell in.
Worth trying, but I also don't think that that's the case. So the no hair theorems are formal proofs that the black hole is this featureless, perfect fundamental particle that we talked about. That all you can ever tell about the black hole is its electrical charge, its mass, and its spin, and that it cannot possess other features. It has no hair, is one way of writing it. And that those proven mathematical proofs in the constant general relativity. So the idea is, well, therefore I can know nothing about what goes into the black hole, so the information is lost. But if they could have hair, I could say that's my black hole, because it'd have features that I could distinguish, and it could encode the information that went in this way. And the event horizon isn't so serious. It isn't such a stark demarcation between events inside and outside, and where I can't know what happened inside or outside. And I don't think that's the resolution either, but it was worth a try.
Okay, the pros and cons of that one. The pros, it works within the framework of quantum field theory, encodes space-time, potentially requiring less radical modifications than fuzzballs or information loss. Recent work by Hawking and Perry strongly revitalized this idea. The cons is that the precise mechanism by which information is encoded and transferred to the radiation is still debated and technically challenging to work out fully, and indeed, it needs to store a vast amount of information. Okay, another one, this is a weird one, boy, is ER equals EPR.
This is probably it, though.
Oh, boy. So ER equals EPR is Einstein-Rosen bridge equals Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen bridge. Posits a deep connection between quantum entanglement and space-time geometry, specifically Einstein-Rosen bridge, commonly known as wormholes. It suggests that entangled particles are connected by a non-traversable wormhole, so tiny wormholes connected. Okay.
I can say that this is not a situation we can follow the chalk. We can't start at the beginning and calculate to the end. So it's still a conjecture. I think it's very profound, though. I kind of imagine Juan Maldacena, who's part of this, with Lenny Susskind. They were kind of like, oh, it's like ER equals EPR. They couldn't even formulate it properly. It was like an intuition that they had kind of landed on and now are trying to formalize. But to take a step back, one way of thinking about ER equals EPR, you have to talk about holography first. And holography, both Juan Maldacena really formalized it, Lenny Susskind suggested it. The idea of a black hole hologram is that all of the information in the black hole, whatever it is, whatever, entropy as a measure of information, whatever the entropy of the black hole is, which is telling you how much information is hidden in there, how much information you don't have direct access to, in some sense, is completely encoded in the area of the black hole. Meaning, as the area grows, the entropy grows. It does not grow as the volume. This actually turns out to be really, really important. If I tried to pack a lot of information into a volume, more information than I could pack, let's say, on the surface of a black hole, I would simply make a black hole. And I would find out, oh, I can't have more information than I can fit on the surface. So Lenny coined this a hologram. People who take it very seriously say, well, again, maybe the interior of the black hole just doesn't exist. It's a holographic projection of this two-dimensional surface. In fact, maybe I should take it all the way and say, so are we. The whole universe is a holographic projection of a lower dimensional surface. Right? And so people have struggled, nobody's really landed it, to find a universe version of it. Oh, well, maybe there's a boundary to the universe where all the information is encoded, and this entire three-dimensional reality that's so compelling and so convincing is actually just a holographic projection. Juan Maldacena did something absolutely brilliant. It's the most highly cited paper in the history of physics. It was published in the late 90s. It has a very opaque title that would not lead you to believe it's as revelatory as it is. But he was able to show that a universe like in a box with gravity in it, it's not the same universe we observe, doesn't matter. It's just a hypothetical called an empty de Sitter space. This universe in a box, it has gravity, it has black holes, it has everything gravity can do in it. On its boundary is a theory with no gravity, a universe that can be described with no gravity at all, so no black holes and no information loss problem. And they're equivalent. That the interior universe in a box is a holographic projection of this quantum mechanics on the boundary. Pure quantum mechanics, purely unitary, no loss of information. None of this stuff could possibly be true. There can't be loss of information if this dictionary really works, if the interior is a hologram, a projection of the boundary. I know that's a lot.
Yeah. So there's some mathematics there, there's physics, and then there's trying to conceive what that actually means practically for us.
Well, what it would mean for us is that information can't be lost, even if we don't know how to show it in the description in which there are black holes. It means it can't possibly be lost because it's equivalent to this description with no gravity in it at all, no event horizons, no black holes, just quantum mechanics. So it really strongly suggested that quantum mechanics was going to win in this battle, but it didn't show exactly how it was going to win. So then comes ER equals EPR. A visual way to imagine what this means. So ER has to do with little wormholes. EPR, Einstein, Podolsky, Rosen, has to do with quantum entanglement. The idea was, well, maybe the stuff that's interior to the black hole is quantum entangled, like EPR, quantum entangled, with the Hawking radiation outside the black hole that's escaping. And that quantum entanglement is what allows you to extract the information, because it's not actually physically moving from the interior to the exterior. It's just subtle quantum entanglement. And in fact, I can kind of think of the entire black hole. If I look at it, it looks like a solid shadow cast on the sky, some region of space-time. If I look at it very closely, I will see, oh no, it's actually sewn from these quantum wormholes, like embroidered. And so when I get up close, it's almost as though the event horizon isn't the fundamental feature on the space-time. The fundamental feature is the quantum entanglement, embroidering the event horizon.
The embroidering is just tiny wormholes. So the quantum entanglement is when two particles are connected at arbitrary distances.
And they're connected by a wormhole.
And in this case, they would be connected by a wormhole.
So the reason why that's helpful, it helps you connect the interior to the exterior without trying to pass through the event horizon.
The cons of this theory is highly conceptual and abstract. The exact mechanism for information retrieval via these non-traversable wormholes is not fully understood. Primarily explored in theoretical toy models. Whoa, Gemini going hard. Theoretical toy models like the empty-de Sitter space-time, rather than realistic black holes.
We do what we can do in baby steps.
So another idea to resolve the information paradox is firewalls. Proposed by Ameri, Marov, Polchinski, and Sully, AMPS. This is a more drastic scenario arising from analyzing the entanglement requirements of Hawking radiation to preserve unitarity and avoid information loss. They argued that the entanglement structure requires the event horizon not to be smooth, not to be the smooth and remarkable place predicted by general relativity, the equivalence principle. Instead, it must be a highly energetic region, a quote firewall that incinerates anything attempting to cross it. Okay, so yeah, that's a nice solution. Just destroy everything that crosses. Do you find this at all a convincing resolution to the information?
I would say the firewall papers were fascinating and were very provocative and very important in making progress. I don't even think the authors of those papers thought firewalls were real. I think they were saying, look, we've been brushing too much under the rug. And if you look at the evaporation process, it's even worse than what you thought previously. It's so bad that I can't get away with some of these prior solutions that I thought I could get away with. There was a kind of duality idea or a complementarity idea that, oh, well, maybe one person thinks they fell in, one person thinks they never fell in, and that's okay. You know, no big deal. They sort of exposed flaws in these kind of approaches, and it actually reinvigorated the campaign to find a solution. So it stopped it from stalling. I don't think anyone really believes that at the event horizon you'll find a firewall. But it did lead to things like the entangled wormholes embroidering a black hole, which was born out of an attempt to address the concerns that AMPS raised. So it did lead to progress.
So for you, the resolution would...
I'm going back to the vacuum,
the
empty space, the beautiful event horizon.
Yep.
I'll give up locality, meaning that I will allow things to be connected non-locally by a wormhole.
So that is the weirdest thing you're willing to allow for, which is arbitrary distance connection of particles through a wormhole. But quantum mechanics must be preserved.
I'll entertain pretty weird things, but I think that's the one that sounds promising. The implications are so dramatic because this is why you start to hear things like, wait a minute, if the event horizon only exists when it's sewn out of these quantum threads, does that mean that gravity is fundamentally quantum mechanics? Not that gravity and quantum mechanics get along and I have a quantum gravity theory and I now know how to quantize gravity. Actually, something much more dramatic. Gravity is just kind of emerging from this quantum description, that gravity isn't fundamental. And what is the only thing that we have when we go rock bottom, when we go deeper and deeper, smaller and smaller, is quantum mechanics. So all of this, like space-time looks nice and smooth and continuous, but if I look at the quantum realm, I'll see everything sewn together out of quantum threads. And that space-time is not a smooth continuum all the way down. Now, people already thought that, but they thought it kind of came in chunks of space-time. Instead, maybe it's just quantum mechanics all the way down.
Quantum threads, so these entangled particles connected by wormholes.
Yeah.
So that's how would you even visualize a black hole that way? So it's all, it's all sort of from our perspective in terms of detecting things and light going in. Mm-hmm. It's all still the same. When you zoom in a lot
to the quantum mechanical scale at which you're seeing the Hawking radiation, you would be noticing that there's some entanglement between the radiation that I could not explain before and the interior of the black hole. So it's now no longer a perfectly thermal spectrum with no features that only depends on the mass. It actually has a way to have an imprint of the information interior to the black hole in the particles that escape. And so now, in principle, I could sit there for a very long time, it might take longer than the age of the universe, and collect all the Hawking radiation and see that it actually had details in it that are going to explain to me what was interior to the black hole, so the information is no longer lost.
So information is not being destroyed, so in theory you should be able to get information.
Now I can't do that anymore than I can recover the words on that piece of paper once it's been burnt, but that's a practical limitation, not a fundamental one. It's just too hard. But when I burn a piece of paper, technically the information is all there somewhere. It's in the smoke, it's in the currents, it's in the molecules, it's in the ink molecules. But in principle, if I took the age of the universe, I could probably I should be able to, in principle, reconstruct the piece of paper and all the words on it.
Do you think a theory of everything that unifies general relativity and quantum mechanics is possible? So we're like skirting around it.
Yeah, we're skirting around it. I think that this is the way to find that out. It's going to be on the train of black holes that we figure out if that's possible. I think that this is suggesting that there might not be a theory of quantum gravity. Gravity will emerge at a macroscopic level out of quantum phenomena. Now, we don't know how to do that yet, but these are all hints.
Emerge. A lot of the mathematics of anything that emerges from complex is very difficult to.
The transition is very difficult, right?
So, if that's the case, there might not be a simple, clean equation that connects everything.
There are examples of emergent phenomena which are very simple and clean. Like I can just take electromagnetic scattering, which is law of physics, where particles scatter just by electromagnetically. And I have a lot of them, and I have a lot of them in this room, and they come to some average. Well, I call that temperature, right? And that one number, the fact that there's one number describing all of these gazillions of particles is an emergent quantity. There's no particle that carries around this fundamental property called temperature, right? It emerges from the collective behavior of tons and tons of particles. In some sense, temperature is not a fundamental quantity. It's not a fundamental law of nature, right? It's just what happens from the collective behavior. And that's what we'd be saying. We'd be saying, oh, this emerges from the collective behavior of lots and lots and lots of quantum interactions.
So when do you think we would have some breakthroughs on the path towards theory of everything, showing that it's possible or impossible, all that kind of stuff? If you look at the 21st century, say you move 100 years into the future and looking back, when do you think the breakthroughs will come? So I'll give you some hard problems. Mm-hmm. I guess my question is, how hard is this problem? Like, what does your gut say? Because, finding the origin of life, figuring out consciousness, solving some of the major diseases. Then there's the theory of everything, understanding some of this, resolving the information paradox. So these puzzles that are before us as a human civilization, physics, this feels like really one of the big ones. Of course, there could be other breakthroughs in physics that don't solve this.
Yeah, we could discover dark matter, dark energy. We could discover extraspatial dimensions. We could discover that those three things are linked, that there's like a dark sector to the universe that's hiding in these extra dimensions. And that's something that I'd love to work on. I think is really fascinating. All of those would also be clues about this question, but they wouldn't solve this problem. I think it's impossible to predict. There has been real progress, and the progress, as we've said, comes from the childlike curiosity of saying, well, I don't actually understand this. I'm going to keep leaning on it because I don't understand it. And then suddenly you realize nobody really understood it. So I don't know. Do I think it's a harder problem than the problem of the origin of life? I think it's technically a harder problem. But I don't know. Maybe the breakthrough will come.
So when you mentioned discovering extra dimensions, what do you mean? What could that possibly mean?
Well, we know that there are three spatial dimensions. We like to talk about time as a dimension. We can argue about whether that's the right thing to do. But we don't know why there are only three. It very well could be that there are extra spatial dimensions, that there's like a little origami of these tightly rolled up dimensions. Not all the models require that they're small, but most do. String theory requires extra dimensions to make sense, but even if you feel very hostile towards string theory, there are lots of reasons to consider the viability of extra dimensions. And we think that they can trap little quantum energies in such a way that might align with the dark energy. The numerology is not perfect. It's a little bit subtle. It's hard to stabilize them. It's possible that there are these kind of quantum excitations that look a lot like dark matter. It's kind of an interesting idea that in the Big Bang, the universe was born with lots of these dimensions. they were all kind of wrapped up in the early universe. What we're really trying to understand is why did 3 get so big? and why did the others stay so small?
Is it possible to have some kind of natural selection of dimensions kind of situation?
Yeah, there is, actually. And people have worked on that. Is there a reason why it's easier to unravel? Some people think about strings and brains wrapping up in the dimensions, causing a kind of constriction in 3. Sometimes we look at exactly models like that, which have to do with the origami being resistant to change in a certain way that only allows 3 to unravel and keeps the others really taut. But then there are other ideas that we're actually living on a 3-dimensional membrane that moves through these higher dimensions. And so the reason we don't notice them isn't because they're small. Maybe they're not small at all. But it's because we're stuck to this membrane. So we're unaware of these extra directions.
Is it possible that there's other intelligent alien civilizations out there that are operating on a different membrane? This is a bit of an out there question, but I ask it more kind of seriously. Like, is it possible, do you think, from a physics perspective, to exist on a slice of what the universe is capable of?
I think it is certainly mathematically possible on paper to imagine a higher dimensional universe with more than one membrane. And if things are mathematically possible, I often wonder if nature will try it out.
Yeah.
Which is how people get into the strange territory of talking about a multiverse. Because when you start to say, one of the aspirations was, in the same way that we identified the law of electroweak theory of matter, that it was a single description and exactly landed on the description that matched observations, people were hoping the same thing would happen for a kind of theory that also incorporated gravity. There would be this one beautiful law, but instead it got a proliferation, all of which did okay or did equally badly. They suddenly had trouble not only finding a single one, but sort of that would just beg a new question, which is, well, why that one? And if nature can do something, won't she do anything she can try? And so maybe we really are just one example in an infinite sea of possible universes with slightly different laws of physics. So if I can do some of these things on paper, like imagine a higher dimensional space in which I'm confined to a brain and there's another brain or maybe a whole array of them, maybe nature's tried that out somewhere. Maybe that's been tried out here. And then, yes, is it possible that there's life and civilizations on those other brains? Yeah, but we can't communicate with them. They'd be like in a shadow space.
Can you seriously say we can't communicate with them?
Well, no, that's fair. I'm limited in my communication because I'm glued to the brain, but some things can move. We call the bulk, through the bulk. Gravity, for instance, a gravitational wave. So I could design a gravitational communication system, and I could send gravitational waves through the bulk, and with light into space, I could send signals into the bulk, telling them where we are and what we do, and
of course,
singing songs.
Sending gravitational waves is very expensive. We don't know how to.
Very expensive, very hard to localize. They tend to be long wavelength and very hard to do. A lot of energy moving around.
So is it possible that the membranes are quote unquote hairy in other ways, like some kind of weird?
It is possible that there's other things that live in the bulk. Yeah, I mean, last night I was speculating away, looking at something that lives in the bulk.
Okay, that's fascinating. So, I mean, okay, can we take a little bit more seriously about the whole? When I look out there, stars, I, from a basic intuition, imagine there's not just alien civilizations everywhere.
Yeah.
Life is so damn good. Like you said, nature tries stuff out.
Yeah. Nature's an experimenter.
And I just can't, just basic sort of observation, life, you said somewhere that you like extremophiles. Life just figures shit out.
Yeah.
It just finds a way to survive. Now there could be something magical about the origin of life, the first spark, but like I can't even see that. It's just over and over and over. I bet actually once the story is fully told and figured out, life originated on Earth almost right away and did that so like billions of times in multiple places, just over and over and over and over. That seems to be the thing that just whatever is the life force behind this whole thing seems to create life, seems to be a creator of different sorts.
Yeah.
The very from the very original primordial soup of things, it just creates stuff. I just can't imagine. Well, we don't see the aliens, so
Right. Yeah. We don't even have to go to something as crazy as extra dimensions and brain worlds and all of that. What's happening right now in the past 30 years in astronomy, looking at real objects, is that the number of planets, exoplanets outside our solar system has absolutely proliferated. There are probably more planets in the Milky Way galaxy than there are stars. And now we have a real quandary. I don't think it's quandary. I think it's really exciting. It becomes impossible. What you just said, I totally agree with. It becomes impossible to imagine that life was not sparked somewhere else in our Milky Way galaxy, and maybe even in our local neighborhood of the Milky Way galaxy, maybe within a few hundred light years of the of our solar system.
So my gut says like some crazy amount of solar systems have life, bacterial life somewhere at some point in their history had some bacterial type of life. Something like bacteria, maybe it's totally different kinds of life. So then why have we not clearly seen alien civilizations? And there, the answer, I don't find any great filter answer convincing. There's just no way I can imagine an advanced alien civilization not avoiding its own destruction. I can see a lot of them getting into trouble. I can see how we humans are really like 50-50 here.
Well, isn't that kind of appalling? I mean, just take that statement. We've only been around for like a couple 100,000 years tops, that is not very long. And we're at a 50-50. I mean, that's unbelievable. I mean, it's indisputable that we have created the means, at least potentially, for our own destruction. Will we learn from our mistakes? Will we avert course and save ourselves? One hopes so, right? But even the concept that it's conceivable, whales have not invented a way to kill themselves, to wipe out all whales and Earth and life on Earth.
That's one way to see it, but I actually see it as a feature, not a bug, when you look at the entirety of the universe, because it does seem that the mechanism of evolution constantly creates. You want to operate on the verge of destruction, it seems like. I mean, the predator and prey dynamic is really effective at at accelerating evolution and development. It seems like us being able to destroy ourselves is a really powerful way to give us a chance to really get our shit together and to flourish, to develop, to innovate, to go out amongst the stars, or 50-50 destroy ourselves. But like, which I think me as a human is a horrible thing. But if there's a lot of other alien civilizations, that's a pretty cool thing. You want to give everybody nuclear weapons. Half of them will figure it out, half of them won't. And the ones
all these civilizations.
And then the ones that figure it out will figure out some incredible technologies about how to expand, how to develop, all that kind of stuff.
Right. You could use a kind of evolutionary Darwinian natural selection on that, where survival isn't just in a harsh, naturally induced climate change, but it's because of a nuclear holocaust. And so, and then something will be created that is now impervious to that now knows how to survive.
Yep, exactly. So why haven't we seen them?
Right. Well, because that's a pretty big bar. So if you look at just to say, for comparison, dinosaurs, 250 million years. I mean, maybe not very bright. Didn't invent fire. Didn't write sonnets. They didn't contemplate the origin of the universe, but they lived. And in a benign situation without confronting their own demise at their own hands, paws, hooves. So it's just a sheer numbers game. That's a long time, 250 million years. I do think, though, that life can flourish without wanting to manipulate its environment, and that we do see many examples of species on Earth that are very long-lived, very, very long-lived, and have very different states of consciousness. They have the jellyfish does not even have a localized brain. I don't think they have a heart or blood. I mean, they're really different from us. Okay? And that's what I think we have to start thinking about when we think about aliens. Those species have lived for a very, very long time. They even show some evidence of immortality. You can wound one badly, and there are certain jellyfish that will go back into a kind of pre-state and start over. So I think we're very attached to imagining creatures like us that manipulate technology. And I think we have to be way more imaginative if we're going to really take seriously life in the universe.
Yeah, they might not prioritize conquest
Mm-hmm.
and expansion.
Mm-hmm.
They might not be violent
Mm-hmm. They might not be violent.
like us humans.
They might be solitary. They might not be social. They might not move in groups. They might not want to leave records. They might, again, not have a localized brain or have a completely different kind of nervous system. I think all we can say about life is it has something to do with moving electrons around. And like neurologically, we move electrons through our nervous system. Our brain has electrical configurations. We metabolize food, and that has to do with getting energy, electrical energy in some sense, out of what we're eating. And we have organisms on the earth that can eat rocks. It's quite amazing. Minerals. I mean, talk about extremophiles. They can metabolize things that I would have thought were impossible to metabolize. And so, again, I think we have to kind of open our minds to how strange that could be, and how different from us. And we are the only example, even here on Earth, that does manipulate its environment in that extreme way.
I mean, can you think of life as you said, electrons? Is there some degree of information processing required? I feel like it does something interesting, in quotes, with information.
I think there are arguments like that. How entropy is changing from the beginning of the universe to today, how life lowers entropy by organizing things, but it costs more as a whole system. So the whole entropy of the whole system goes up. But of course, I organized things today and reduced the entropy of certain things in order to get up and get here. And even having this conversation, organizing thoughts out of the cloud of information, but it comes at the cost of the entire system increasing entropy. So I do think there's probably a very interesting way to talk about life in this way. I'm sure somebody has.
Yeah, it creates local pockets of low entropy, and then the kind of mechanism, the kind of object, the kind of life form that could do that probably could take arbitrary forms. And you could think, now, if you can reduce it all to information, now you can start to think about physics. And in the realm of physics with the multiverse and all this kind of stuff, you could start to think about, okay, how do I detect those pockets of low entropy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, people have tried to make arguments like that. Like, can I look for entropic arguments that might suggest we've done this before? The Big Bang has happened before.
So is it possible that there's some kind of physics explanation why we haven't seen the aliens? Like we said, membranes.
I don't think membranes is going to explain why we don't see them in the Milky Way. I think that is just a problem we're stuck with. Whether or not there are extra dimensions, or whether or not there's life in another membrane, I think we know that even just in our galaxy, which is a very small part of the universe, 300 billion stars, something like that, a whole kind of variety of possibilities to be explored by nature in the same way that we're describing it. And I think you're absolutely right. When life was kicked off, first sparked here on Earth, it was voracious. Now, it took a really long time, though, to get to multicellularity. I think that's interesting.
That's weird.
It's weird. It took a really, really long time to become multicellular. But it did not take long just to start.
Yeah, what do you think is the hardest thing on the chain of leaps that got to humans?
I would say multicellularity, which is strictly an energy problem, I think. Again, it's just like, can electrons flow the right way? And is it energetically favorable for multicellularity to exist? Because if it's energetically expensive, it's not going to succeed. And if it's energetically favorable, it's going to take off. It's really just, and that's why I also think that going from inanimate to animate is probably gray. Like, the transition is gray. At what point we call something fully alive? Famously, it's hard to make a nice list of bullet points that need to be met in order to declare something alive. Is a virus alive? I don't know. Is a prion alive? They seem to do some things, but they kind of rely on stealing other DNA and replicating, and I don't know. I guess they're not alive. But I mean, the point is that it really, at the end of the day, I really think it's just, you asked if it's just physics. I mean, I think it's just these rules of energetics.
And the gray area between the non-living and the living is way simpler just on Earth. You said it's already complicated on Earth, but it's probably even more complicated elsewhere, where the chemistry could be anything.
Carbon is really cool and really useful.
Yes,
because it finds a lot, it's nice. It finds a lot of ways to combine with other things, and that's complexity, and complexity is the kind of thing you need for life. You can't have a very simple linear chain and expect to get life. But I don't know, maybe sulfur would do okay.
Okay, as we get progressively towards crazier and crazier ideas, so we talked about these microscopic wormholes, which, you know, my mind is still blown away by that. But if we talk about a little bit more seriously about wormholes in general, also called the Einstein-Rosen bridges, to what degree do you think they're actually possible as a thing to study, creeping towards the possibility, maybe centuries from now, of engineering ways of using them, of creating wormholes and using them for transportation of human-like organisms?
I think wormholes are a perfectly valid construction to consider. They're just a curve in space-time. The topologically, which has to do with the connectedness of the space, is a little tricky, because we know that Einstein's description is completely in terms of local curves and distortions, expansion, contraction, but it doesn't say anything about the global connectedness of the space, because he knew that it could be globally connected on the largest scales. This kind of origami that we're talking about, that you could travel in a straight line through the universe, leave our galaxy behind, watch the Virgo cluster drift behind us, and travel in a straight line as possible, and find ourselves coming back again to the Virgo cluster, and eventually the Milky Way, and eventually the Earth, that we could find ourselves on a connected, compact space-time. And so topologically, there's something we know for sure, something beyond Einstein's theory that has to explain that to us. Now, wormholes are a little funky because they're topological. You know, they create these handles and holes and these sneaky, by topological, I mean these connected spaces. And
Yes, it's like Swiss cheese.
Like something. Swiss cheese, and so I could have, I could have two like flat sheets that are connected by a wormhole, but then wrap around on the largest scale, all this cool stuff. There's nothing wrong with it as far as I can see. There's nothing abusive towards the laws about a wormhole, but we can reverse engineer. We were saying, oh, look, if I know how matter and energy are distributed, I can predict how space-time is curved. I can reverse engineer. I can say, I want to build a curved space-time like a wormhole. What matter and energy do I need to do that? It's a simple process, and it's the kind of thing Kip Thorne worked on, very imaginative, creative person. And the problem was that he said, here's the bummer. The matter and energy you need doesn't seem to be like anything we've ever seen before. It has to have like negative. And that's not great. There are some that we shouldn't allow things that have that kind of property that have negative energies. Only things that have positive energies are going to be stable and long-lived. But we actually know of quantum examples of negative energy. It's not that crazy. There's something called the Casimir effect. You have two metal plates and put them really close together. You can see this kind of quantum fluctuation between the plates. It's called a Casimir energy, and that can have a negative energy. It can actually cause the plates to attract or repel depending on how they're configured. And so you could kind of imagine doing something like that, like having wormholes propped up by these kinds of quantum energies. And people have thought of imaginative configurations to try to keep them propped up. Are we at the point of me saying, oh, this is an engineering problem? I'm not saying that quite yet, but it's certainly plausible.
Yeah, so you have to get a lot of this kind of weird matter.
You need a lot of this weird matter to send a person through.
Right.
That's going to be really challenging. So I'm not saying it's simply an engineering problem, but it's all within the realm of plausible physics, I think.
I think that's super interesting. I think it's obviously intricately and deeply connected to black holes.
Mm.
Is it fair to think of wormholes as just two black holes that are connected somehow?
People have looked at that. They tend to be non-traversable wormholes. They're not trying to prop them open. But yeah, I mean, some of this ER equals EPR quantum entanglement, they're trying to connect black holes. It's really cool. It's not quite following the chalk. And by that, I mean, we can't exactly start at a concrete place, calculate all the way to the end yet.
So if I may read off some of the ideas that get thrown in his head about how to artificially construct wormholes. So the first method involves quantum mechanics and the concept of quantum foam. And this is the thing we've been talking about. Now, to create a wormhole, these tiny wormholes would need to be enlarged and stabilized to be useful for travel. But the exact method of doing this remains entirely theoretical. No shit. You think so? So these tiny wormholes that are basically for the quantum entanglement of the particles somehow enlarged. Man, playing with the topology of the Swiss cheese would be so interesting. Even to get a hint, that would be like top three, if not maybe even number one question for me to ask. If I got a chance to ask
an omniscient
being of like a question that I can get an answer to,
mm-hmm.
maybe with some visualization.
Mm-hmm.
Like the shape, the topology of the universe.
Yeah.
But like I need some details.
Right.
Unfortunately, I'll get an answer that I can't process in my head.
Right. It's a hyperbolic manifold that's identified across. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You need to be able to ask a follow-up question.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would be so interesting. Anyway, classical quantum strategy. The second approach combines classical physics with quantum effects. This method would require an advanced civilization to manipulate quantum gravity effects in ways we don't yet understand. There's a lot of
in ways we don't understand.
Yeah, there's a lot of, and then there's exotic matter requirements. There's a lot of.
But I can tell you,
stabilization.
I'm pretty sure all of them have in common the feature that they're saying, here's what I want my wormhole to look like first. So it's like saying I want to build a building first. So they construct. There's an architecture of the space-time that they're after, and then they reverse the Einstein equations to say what must matter and energy. What are the conditions that I impose on matter and energy to build this architecture?
Which is unfortunately a very early step of figuring out.
Right. But it's important because it's how they realized they have to have these negative energies. They have to relate certain energy conditions that we often assume are true. And then you either say, oh, well, then all bets are off, they'll never exist, or you look a little harder and you say, well, I can violate that energy condition without it being that big a deal. And again, quantum mechanics often does violate those energy conditions.
So do you think the studying of black holes and some of the topics we've been talking about will allow us to travel faster than the speed of light, or travel close to the speed of light, or do some kind of really innovative breakthroughs on the propulsion technology we use for traveling in space.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I assign in an advanced general relativity class the assignment of inventing a warp drive. And it's kind of similar. So the idea is, here's a place you want to get to, and can you contract the space-time between you with something antithetical to dark energy, the opposite, and skip across, and then push it back out again. That's all. You can do that in the context of general relativity. Now, I can't find the energy that has these properties, but I also can't find dark energy. So we've already been confronted with something that we look at the space-time. The space-time is expanding ever faster. We say, what could possibly do that? We don't know what it is, but I can tell you about its pressure. I can tell you certain features about it. And I just call it dark energy, but I actually have no idea. It's just, that name's just a proxy for what this, it should be called invisible, because it's not actually dark. It's in this room. It's not hard to see through. It's not dark. It's literally invisible. So maybe that was a misnomer. But the point being, I still don't fundamentally know what it is. That's not so terrible. That's the state of the world that we're actually in. So maybe warp drive is just kind of like a version of that. I don't know what form of matter can do that yet, but at least I can identify the features that are needed.
So figuring out what dark energy is might land some clues.
Yeah, it might. It is positive energy and a negative pressure, which is kind of like a rubber band sort of quality. We think pressure is pushing things outward, and dark energy has a very strange sort of quality that as things move outward, you feel more energy as opposed to less energy. The energy doesn't get lower, it gets more. And but it doesn't have the right features for the wormhole, but those are some pretty surprising features. We again can conjecture, like, oh, hey, the quantum energy of the vacuum kind of behaves that way. That would be a great resolution to the dark energy problem. It's just the energy of empty space, and it's the quantum energy of empty space. That's an excellent answer. The problem is by all our methods and all the understanding we have, that energy is either really, really huge, way bigger than what we see today, or it's like zero. So that's a numbers problem. We can't naturally fine-tune the energy of empty space to give us this really weird value so that we just happen to be seeing it today. But again, we can think of a kind of dark energy that exists. So the question is just, why is it such a weird value? Not how is this conceivable, because we can't conceive of it.
Yeah, but if it's a weird value, that means there is a phenomenon we don't understand.
Yes, there's absolutely a phenomenon. Nobody's going to say they're happy with that. We're all going to say there's something we don't understand, which is why we look to the extra dimensions, because then you can say, oh, maybe it has to do with the size of the extra dimensions or the way that they're wrapped up, or and so maybe it's foisted on us because of the topology, the connectedness of the higher dimensional space. These are all things that we're exploring. Nobody's landed one that's so compelling that your friends like it as much as you do.
What do you think would lead to the breakthroughs on dark matter and dark energy?
I think dark matter might be less peculiar than dark energy. My hope is that they're tied together. So that would be very gratifying. These aren't just separate problems coming from different sectors, but that they're actually connected. That the reason the dark matter is where it is in terms of how much it's contributing to the universe is connected with why the dark energy is showing up right now. I would love that. That would be a solution like no other, right? And like I said, if it revealed something about dark dimensions, that would be a happy day.
Correct me if I'm wrong. So dark matter could be localized in space.
Yeah, dark matter is localized in space, so it clumps. I mean, it doesn't clump a lot, but I mean, it's around the galaxy. It's in a halo around the galaxy.
So people get increasingly more confident that that's.
Oh, it's really compelling.
Yeah.
I mean, you see these images of galaxies clusters that pass through each other, and you can see where the light is, the luminous matter is distributed. And then by looking at the gravitational lensing, which shows you where the actual mass is distributed, so that light bends around the most massive parts in a particular way, so you can reconstruct where the mass is gravitationally, quite separate from looking at the luminous matter, which is not dark, and they are separate. Because the stuff, as they pass through each other, the interacting stuff, the luminous stuff collides and gets stuck, and you can see it colliding and lighting up. The dark stuff, which by definition it's dark because it doesn't interact, passes right through each other, right? And this is, I mean, it's so compelling. And there's lots of other observations, but that one is just, before you just look at it, you can see that the mass is distributed differently than the interacting luminous matter.
So dark energy is harder to get a hold of.
Dark energy is much harder to get. But, you know, I mean, the Higgs field could have also explained dark energy.
Yeah.
If you've heard of the God particle, I don't know if you know, originally Leon Letterman co-authored a book, and he wanted to call it the goddamn particle because they couldn't find it. And his publisher convinced him to call it the God particle. And he said they managed to offend two groups, those that believed in God and those that didn't.
That's a good line too. Oh boy.
He was very funny. He was very witty.
So, you know, Higgs turned out to be...
Higgs, great discovery. I mean, unbelievable. There it was, build this massive collider in CERN in Switzerland, and there it is. Unbelievable. Kind of where you expect it to be. Now, the reason I say it could be dark energy is because the Higgs particle, like a particle of light, also has a field, like an electromagnetic field. So light can have this field that's distributed through all space, electromagnetic field, and you shake it around and it creates little particles. So the Higgs field is actually more important than Higgs particle, complement to the Higgs particle, because what you and I connect with to get mass is that our atoms are interacting with this gooey everywhere. And that's what's giving us the experience of inertial mass. But we don't actually there's not a lot of around. There's not a lot of Higgs particles around because they decay. The field that's really important, that field could act like a dark energy. It's just not in the right place. I mean, not at the energy's too high to explain this tiny value today. And again, we're back to this mismatch. It's not that we can't conceive of forms of dark energy. It's that we can't make one where we're finding it.
So I wonder if you can comment on something that I've heard recently. There's some people who say, people outside of physics say that, you know, dark matter and dark energy is just something physicists made up.
Yeah.
To put a label on the fact that they don't understand a very large fraction of the universe and how it operates. Is there some truth to that? What's your response to that?
There's some truth to it, but it's really missing a huge point, which is that if we did not understand the universe as incredibly precisely as we do, it's stunning that there's modern precision cosmology. It's absolutely incredible. When COBE, which is an experiment that measured the light left over from the Big Bang in the 80s, first revealed its observations, I mean, there was applause, you know, people were cheering, right? It was unbelievable. We had predicted and measured the light left over from the Big Bang. And because of all the precision that's happened since then, that's how we're able to confront that there's things that we don't know. And that's how we're able to confront, like, wow, this is really everything everybody has ever seen and ever will see, as far as we understand, makes up less than 5% of what's out there.
Yeah.
And so I would say, yes, we're just giving proxy names to things we don't understand. But to dismiss that as some kind of, oh, they just don't know, that it is actually quite the opposite. It is a stunning achievement to be able to stare that down and to have that so precise and so compelling that we're able to know that there's dark energy and dark matter. I don't think those are disputed anymore. And they were up until, you know, recently. They were still disputed.
I think we're still at such early stages where we're not really even at a good explanation, right? You've mentioned a few.
Well, I can think of examples of dark matter that exist that we really know for sure are real versions of dark matter, like neutrinos. Right now, they're radiating through us. That's very well confirmed, and they're technically dark. They don't interact with light, and so we can't see them. Right now, they're raining through us. If we could see the dark matter in this room, and we absolutely know is coming from the sun, it would be wild. It would be a rainstorm, you know. But they're just invisible to us. Mostly they pass through our bodies. Mostly they pass through the earth. Occasionally they get caught in some fancy detector experiment specifically to catch solar neutrinos. So dark matter is known to exist. It's just, again, there's not enough of it. It's not the right mass to be the dark matter that makes up this missing component.
I wanted to say that I was recently fascinated by the flat Earth people because there's been a split in the community.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, the community is a fascinating study of human psychology, but they did this experiment where I forgot who funded it, but they sent like physicists and flat earthers to Antarctica.
Really?
And this split happened because half of them got converted into round earthers.
Wow. Well, good for them.
But then the other half just went that it was all a psyop.
Really? That's fascinating. Did somebody film that? That would be a great documentary.
Yeah, it did. They did. They made a whole thing. This is just at the end of last year. There was a big, meaning, because I think that's such a clean study of conspiracy theories. Because like, there's so many conspiracy theories have some inkling of truth in them. Like, there's some elements about the way governments operate or human psychology that it's too messy. Flat Earth to me is just clean. It's like spaghetti monster or something. Like, it's just a cleanly wrong thing. So it's a nice way to
understand
discuss
the psychology.
How a large number of people can believe a thing.
Yeah, and why do they want to believe a thing? What's very interesting is you trying to use rational arguments. Right? That makes it even more confounding to me. I would understand more somebody who just said, look, I have faith and I believe these things, and it's not about reason and it's not about logic. And okay. I mean, I don't relate to it, but okay. But to say I'm going to use reason and logic and to prove to you this completely orthogonal conclusion, that I find really interesting. So there's some kind of romance about reason and logic.
Yeah, but also there's questioning of institutions that's really interesting and important to understand.
Well, I mean, I actually appreciate the skeptic's stance. Scientists also have to be skeptics. We have to be childlike, naive, and somewhat, in some sense, really open to anything. Right. Otherwise, you're not going to be flexible. You're not going to be at the forefront. But also to be skeptical. So I have respect for it. I guess that's exactly what I'm saying is more confusing, because to invoke skepticism and then to want to use rational argument, what the other component that's going into this? Because as you something that's easily verified, I mean, with people in space, you have to believe a lot more machinery. That's a lot more difficult to justify, explain as a wild conspiracy. So there's something about the conspiracy that stirs a positive emotion.
I think one of the most incredible things, I have to talk to you about this, one of the most incredible things that humans have ever accomplished is LIGO. We have to talk about gravitational waves. And the very fact that we're able to detect gravitational waves from the early universe is effing wild.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Can you explain what gravitational waves are? And we should mention you wrote a book about the humans, about the whole journey of detecting gravitational waves, and LIGO, Black Hole Blues is the book. But can you talk about gravitational waves and how the hell we're able to actually do it?
Let's just start with the idea of gravitational waves here. I have to move around a lot of mass to make anything interesting happening in gravity. I mean, if you think about it, gravity is incredibly weak. Right now, the whole Earth is pulling on me, and I can still get out of this chair and walk around. Like, that's insane. The
Yeah.
whole Earth, gravity's weak, right? So to get something going on in gravity, I need like big objects and things like black holes. So the idea is if black holes curve space and time around them in the way that we've been describing, things fall along the curves in space. If the black holes move around, the curves have to follow them, right? But they can't travel faster than the speed of light either. So what happens is black holes, let's say, move around. Maybe I've got two black holes in orbit around each other. That can happen. It takes a while. A wave is created in the actual shape of space. And that wave follows the black holes. Those black holes are undulating. Eventually, those two black holes will merge. And as we were talking about, it doesn't take an infinite time, even though there's time dilation, because they're both so big. They're really deforming space-time a lot. I don't have a little tiny marble falling across an event horizon. I have two event horizons. And in the simulations, you can see it bobble, and they merge together. And they make one bigger black hole, and then it radiates in the gravitational waves. It radiates away all those imperfections, and it settles down to one quiescent, perfectly silent black hole that's spinning. Beautiful stuff. And it emits E equals mc squared energy. So the mass of the final black hole will be less than the sum of the two starter black holes. And that energy is radiated away in this ringing of space-time. It's really important to emphasize that it's not light. None of this has to do literally with light that we can detect with normal things that detect light. X-rays, form of light, gamma rays are a form of light, infrared, optical, all this whole electromagnetic spectrum. None of it is emitted as light. It's completely dark. It's only emitted in the rippling of the shape of space. A lot of times it's likened closer to sound. Technically, we've kind of argued, I haven't done an anatomical calculation, but if you're near enough to two colliding black holes, they actually ring space-time in the human auditory range. The frequency is actually in the human auditory range, that the shape of space could squeeze and stretch your eardrum, even in vacuum, and you could literally hear these waves ringing. So the idea is that they're closer to something that you would want to map as a sound than it's something as a picture.
Sorry, so what do you think it would feel like to ride the gravitational wave? So like to exist. Because you mentioned
You could literally bob around, like your orbit would change, right? If you were orbiting these black holes, two black holes, you'd be on a complicated orbit, but your orbit would get tossed about.
But how would the experience be? Because you're inside space-time.
Yes, I see. So the black hole is experienced within space-time as a squeezing and stretching. So you would feel it as a sort of squeezing and stretching, and you would also find your location change. Where you would fall would be redirected. So it's literally like a squeezing and stretching. That's the way to think about it. And it's very detailed, the sort of nature of this. And but for many years, people thought, well, these gravitational waves kind of have to exist for these intuitive reasons I've described. As space-time's curved, I move the curve, the wave has to propagate through that curved space-time. But people didn't know if they really carried energy. The arguments went on and back and forth, and papers written and decades, right? But I like this sound more than an analogy, because I liken the black holes as like mallets on the drum. The drum is space-time.
Yeah.
As they move, they bang on the drum of space-time, and it rings. Remarkably, those gravitational waves, things don't interfere with them very much. So they can travel for 2 billion years, light years, in distance, 2 billion years in time, and get to us kind of as they were when they were emitted. Quieter, more diffuse, maybe they've stretched out a little bit from the expansion of the universe, but they're pretty preserved. And so the idea of LIGO, this instrument, is to build a gigantic musical instrument, kind of like building an electric guitar, where the electric guitar is recording the shape of the string and it plays it back to you through an amplifier. LIGO is trying to record the shape of the ringing drum, and they literally listen to it in the control room. just sort of hums and wobbles. And they're like trying to play this recording drum back to you.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to taking a snapshot, it's like in time.
Yeah, but to construct this guitar,
yes,
you have to
gigantic
it
instrument.
It has to be very large and extremely precise.
It's unbelievable. I can't believe they succeeded. I can't believe they succeeded.
Yeah.
It was so insane. It was such a crazy thing to even attempt. It took them 50 years. Really, it's people who started in their 30s and 40s who were in their 80s when it succeeded. I mean, imagine that tenacity, the unbelievable commitment. But the sensitivity that we're talking about is we have this musical instrument, the size 4 kilometers, spanning 4 kilometers in a kind of L shape with these tunnels where there's the largest holes in the Earth's atmosphere because they pulled a vacuum in these tunnels to build this instrument. And they're measuring, they're trying to record the wobbling of space-time, right, as it passes, sort of undulation, that amounts to less than 1/10,000th the variation in a proton over the 4 kilometers. It's an insane achievement.
I love great engineering.
I don't know how they did it. I swear, I followed them around just for fun. I'm very theoretical. I don't build things. I'm always super impressed that people can translate something on the page and it looks like wires, and I don't know how. I'm always surprised at what it looks like. But I walked the tunnels with Ray Weiss, who won the Nobel Prize along with Kip Thorne, and Barry Barish, one of the project managers. And I walked the tunnels with Ray. It was a delight. I mean, Ray's one of the most delightful people. Kip is one of the most wonderful people I've ever known. Ray said to me, the reason why it was called Black Hole Blues is because about a month before they succeeded, he said to me, if we don't detect black holes, this whole thing's a failure. And we've led this country, down the wrong path. And I really felt like this tremendous responsibility for this project to succeed. And it weighed on him, It was just quite tremendous what the integrity, like the scientific integrity. And the first instruments he built, he was building outside of MIT and on a tabletop, and his colleagues said, "You're not going to get tenure. You're never going to succeed." And they just kept going.
People like that, so huge teams, huge collaboration, are just is how the world moves forward, because
it's an example.
It's there's a building cynicism about bureaucracies when a large number of people, especially connected to government, can be productive. Bureaucracy is slower than doubt. So it's nice to see an incredibly unlikely, exceptionally difficult engineering project like this succeed.
Oh yeah.
So I understand why there's this weight on the shoulders, and I'm grateful that there's great leaders that push it forward like that.
Yeah, it really is. You see so many moments when they could have stumbled.
Yeah.
And they built the first generation machine just after 2000, and it wasn't a surprise to them, but it detected nothing. Crickets. And they just, they have the wherewithal to keep going. Second generation, they're about to turn the machine on, quote unquote. It's a little bit of a simplification, but do their first science run. And they decide to postpone because they feel they're not ready yet. September 14th in 2015. And the experimentalists are out there. They're in the middle of the night and they're working all night long, and they're banging on the thing, literally driving trucks, slamming the brakes on to see the noise that it creates. And so they're really messing with the machine, really interfering with it just to kind of calibrate how much noise can this thing tolerate. And I guess the story is they get tired. There's an instrument in Louisiana and there's one in Washington State, and they go home. Put their tools down, they go home. It's they leave the instrument locked, though, mercifully. And it's something like within the span of an hour of them driving back to their humble abodes that they have in these remote regions where they built these instruments, this gravitational wave washes over. I think it hits Louisiana first. It travels across the U.S., brings the instrument in Washington State. It began over 1.5 billion years ago. before multicellular organisms had emerged from the earth. Just imagine this from like a distant view, this collision course, right? And it's the centenary. It's the year Einstein published general relativity. So it was this, 100 years. I mean, just think about where that signal was when Einstein in 1915 wrote down the general theory of relativity. It was on its way here. It was almost here.
What do you think is cooler, Einstein's general relativity or LIGO?
Well, I can't disparage my friends, but of course, relativity is just so all-encompassing.
No, but so hold on a second. All-encompassing, super powerful leap of a theory.
Yeah.
And
they built it. I don't know, man.
The greatest engineering in the
Yeah.
Because I don't know, because humans getting together and building the thing, that's really ultimately what would impact the world, right?
Yeah. I mean, I just, as I said, my admiration for Ray and Kip and the entire team is enormous. And just imagining Ray had been out there on site. He had just left to go back home. Wakes up in the middle of the night and sees it. Can you imagine? And there's a signal, There's something in the log. He's like, what the hell is that?
So speaking of the human story, you also wrote the book A Madman Dreams of Turing Machines. It connects two geniuses of the 20th century, Alan Turing and Gödel.
Mm-hmm.
What specific threads connect these two minds?
Yeah, I was really mesmerized by these two characters. People know of Alan Turing for having ideated about the computer, being the person to really imagine that. But his work began with thinking about Gödel's work. That's where it began, and it began with this phenomenon of undecidable propositions or unprovable propositions. So there was something huge that happened in mathematics. People imagined that any problem in math could technically be proven to be true. Doesn't mean human beings are going to prove every fact about everything in mathematics, but it should be provable, right? I mean, it seemed kind of not that wild supposition, and everyone believed this. All the great mathematicians, Hilbert was a call of his to prove that, and Gödel, very strange character, very unusual. He was a Platonist. He literally believed that mathematical objects had an existential reality. He wasn't so sure about this reality. This reality he struggled with. He was distrustful of physical reality, but he absolutely took very seriously Platonic reality, and often his own way of thinking, and he proved that there were facts, even among the numbers, that could never be proven to be true. To think about that, how wild that is, that even a fact about numbers seems very simple, could be true and unprovable, could never exist as a theorem, for instance, in mathematics, unreachable. This incompleteness result was very disturbing. Essentially, it's equivalent to saying there's no theory of everything for mathematics. It was very disturbing to people, but it was very profound. And Alan Turing got involved in this because he was thinking about uncomputable numbers. So, and that led him, what's an uncomputable number? A number like 0.175. It just goes on forever with no pattern. And I can't even figure out how to generate it. There's no rule for making that number. And he was able to prove that there were such things as these uncomputable, effectively unknowable numbers. That might not sound like a big deal. It was actually really quite profound. He was relating to Gödel intellectually, right, in the space of ideas. But he goes a very different path, almost philosophically the opposite direction. He starts to think about machines. He starts to think about mechanizing thought. He starts to think, what is a proof? How does a mathematician reason? What does it mean to reason at all? What does it mean to think? And he begins to imagine inventing a machine that will execute certain orders, mechanized thought in a specific way. Maybe I can get a machine. I can imagine a machine that does this kind of thinking, and that he can prove that even a machine could not compute these uncomputable numbers. But where he ends up is the idea of a universal machine that computes, essentially can take different software and execute different jobs, right? We don't have a different computer to connect to the internet than we do to write papers. It's one machine and one piece of hardware, but it can do all of this huge variety of tasks. And so he really does invent the computer, essentially. And famously, he uses that thinking in a very primitive form in the war effort, where he's recruited to help break the German Enigma code, which is heavily encrypted and largely believed to be uncrackable code. And people believe that Turing and his very small group actually turned the tide of the war in favor of the Allies precisely by using a combination of this thinking and just sheer ingenuity and some luck. But the other profound revelation that Turing has is that, well, maybe we're just machines, right? And just biological machines. And this is a huge shift for him. It feels very different from Gödel, who doesn't really believe in reality and thinks numbers are platonic realities, and Turing kind of thinking we're kind of like, we're actually machines and we could be replicated. So, of course, Turing's influence is still widely felt.
On many levels, so as to
On many levels, yeah.
in complexity theories, in theoretical computer science and
all over the
mathematics,
place,
but also
yeah.
in philosophy with his famous Turing test paper. So, like you said, conceiving, like what is the connection that I guess Gödel never really made between mathematics and humanity? Turing did, but I think there's another connection to those two people, is that they're both in their own way kind of tormented humans.
They were very tormented.
What aspects of that contributed to who they are and what ideas they developed?
I mean, I think so much. I don't want to promote the kind of trite trope of the mad genius. If you're brilliant, you're insane. I don't think that. I don't think if you're insane, you're brilliant. But I do think if somebody who's very brilliant, who also chooses not to go for regular gratification in life. They don't go for money. They don't necessarily value creature comforts. They're not leveraging for fame. I mean, they're really after something different. I think that can lead to a kind of runaway instability, actually, sometimes. So they're outside of kind of social norms. They're already outside of normal connections with people. They've already made that break. And I think that makes them more vulnerable. So Goldman did have a wife and strong relationship, as far as I understand, and was a successful mathematician and ended up at the Institute for Advanced Study, where he walked with Einstein to the Institute. And they talked about, he proved certain really unusual things in relativity. He made reference to these rotating galaxies. We were talking, actually, Gödel had a model of the universe that could travel backwards in time. It was mathematically correct. Showed Einstein that within relativity, you could time travel. Just an unbelievably influential and brilliant man. But he was probably a paranoid schizophrenic. He did have breaks with reality. He was, I think, quite distrustful and feared the government, feared his food was being poisoned, and ultimately literally starved himself to death. And it's such an extreme outcome for such a facile mind, for such a brilliant mind.
I think it's important to sort of not to glorify or romanticize madness or suffering. But to me, you flip that around and just be inspired by the peculiar maladies of a human mind, how they can be leveraged and channeled creatively.
Oh, yeah.
I think a lot of us, obviously probably every human has those peculiar qualities. You know, I talk to people sometimes about just my own psychology, and I'm extremely self-critical, and I'm drawn to the beauty in people, but because I make myself vulnerable to the world, I can really be hurt by people. And that thing, okay, you can lay that out. That's this particular human, okay. And you know, there's a bunch of people that will say, well, many of those things you don't want to do. Maybe don't be so self-critical. Maybe don't be so open to the world. Maybe have a little bit more reason about how you interact with the outside world. It's like, yeah, maybe. Or maybe be that fully and channel that into a productive life, into we're all going to die in the time we have on this earth. Make the best of the particular weirdness that you have. And maybe you'll create something special in this world. And in the end, it might destroy you. And I think a lot of these stories are that. It's not that.
Oh, yeah.
It's not like saying, oh, because in order to achieve anything great, you have to suffer. No, if you're already suffering, if you're already weird, if you're already somehow don't quite fit in your particular environment, in your particular part of society, use that somehow. Use the tension of that, the friction of that to create something. I mean, that's what Nietzsche, who suffered a lot from even like stupid stuff like stomach issues, like that can be everything.
Right.
Migraines is like
psychosomatic or psychophysical, but
and all those. That's the real. It's like that can somehow be channeled into a productive life. It should be inspiring. A lot of us suffer in different ways.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in the tragic flaw. Actually, I think the Greeks really had that right. You're describing it. What makes us great is ultimately our downfall. Maybe that's just inevitable. The choice could be not to be great. And I guess I that's sort of what I mean by they had already broken from a traditional path because they decided to pursue something so elusive and that would isolate them to some extent inevitably, and that could fail, right? And whose rewards were hard to predict even. And I do think that all the character traits that went into their accomplishments were the same traits that went into their demise. And I think you're right. You could say, well, Lex, maybe you should not be so empathetic. Cut yourself off a little bit, protect yourself, right? But isn't that exactly what you're bringing? One of the elements that you're bringing that makes something extraordinary in a space that lots of people try to break through.
Yeah, and we should mention that for every girl on touring, there's millions of people who have tried and who have destroyed themselves and without reason.
I would find it impossible to not pursue a discovery that I could imagine my way through, if I could really see how to get there. I cannot imagine abandoning it for some other reason, fear that it would be misused, which is a real fear, right? I mean, it's a real concern. I don't think it might work since I'm doing extra dimensions in the early universe, or black holes, I feel pretty safe. But, I mean, who knows, right? Or couldn't think of a way to use quantum mechanics to kill people. I cannot imagine pulling back and saying, nope, I'm not going to finish this.
I'll give you a counterexample of an exceptionally brilliant person, Terence Tao.
Brilliant.
Brilliant mathematician.
Brilliant.
He is better than, out of all the brilliant people I've ever met in the world, he's better than anybody else at working on a hard problem and then realizing when it's, for now, a little too hard.
Oh, that I can do.
It's stepping away.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, this is now a weekend problem. Because he has seen too much for him. Everybody's different. But Gregory Perelman or Andrew Wiles, who give
themselves
that's a great story.
Fully,
completely
Yeah.
many years over
Yes.
to a problem,
Yes.
and for every
Right.
growth
And they
from
might
it.
not have cracked it.
Yep. So you choose your life story.
I totally agree. Now, I'm not going to say sometimes I take too long
Yeah.
to come to that conclusion, but I will proudly say, as most theoretical physicists should, that I kill most of my ideas myself.
Okay. So you have
And
to walk
that's,
away.
I am absolutely able to say, oh, that's just not, I mean, I'm not going to deny that sometimes I maybe take a while to come to that conclusion, longer than I should, but I will. I absolutely will. I will drop it. And that is any self-respecting physicist should be able to do that. The problem is with somebody like Andrew Wiles, you were describing, who proved Fermat's last theorem. It took him 7 years. Was that the number? Something like that. He went up into his mother's attic or something and did not emerge for 7 years. Is that maybe he did? He was on the right track. He wasn't wrong. But that's so it could have been interminable. He still might not have gotten there in the end. And so that's the really difficult space to be in, where you're not wrong. You are onto something, but it's just asymptotically approaching that solution, and you're never actually going to land it. That happens.
And he had a really, it would break me, straight up break me. He had a proof.
Yes.
He announced it, and somebody found a mistake in it. That would just break me.
Yeah.
Because everybody gets excited,
Right.
and now you realize that it's a failure, and to go
It
back.
was taking a year for people to check it. It's not the kind of thing you look over in an afternoon.
And then to have the will, to have the confidence and the patience to go back.
Unbelievable story.
Rigorously go through, work through
It's
it.
a great story.
But then there's another great story. Gary Perlman, who spent 7 years, he turned down the Fields Medal. He did it all alone.
Right.
Now after he turned down the Fields Medal and the Millennium Prize, proving the Poincare conjecture, he just walked away.
Yeah. And that's a very different psychology. That's wired differently.
Doesn't care about money, doesn't care about fame, doesn't care about anything else.
Yep.
In fact,
where is he now?
In St. Petersburg, Russia, trying to get a conversation with him. It turns out when you walk away and you're a recluse and you enjoy that, you also don't want to
take
talk to some weird dude in the tie. So it turns out I'm trying.
Well, if you look at someone like Turing, his eccentricity were completely different, right? It's not as though there's some mold, and I really don't like it when it's portrayed that way. These are really individuals who still lost in their own very different ways. And Turing was openly gay, really, during this time. He was working during the war, World War II, so we understand the era, and it was illegal in Britain at the time, and he kind of refused to conceal himself. There was a time when the kind of attitude was, well, we're just going to ignore it. But he had been robbed by somebody that he had picked up somewhere. I think it was in Manchester. And it was such a small thing. I don't know what they took. It took like nothing. It was nothing. But he couldn't tolerate. He goes to the police and he tells them. And then he's arrested. He's the criminal because it involved this homosexual act. Now here you have somebody who made a major contribution to the Allies winning the war. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Not to mention the mathematical genius. I mean, he saved the lives of the people that were doing this to him. And they essentially chemically castrated him as a punishment. That was his sentence. And he became very depressed and suicidal. And the story is he was obsessed with Snow White, which was recently released. And he used to chant one of the little, I don't know if you would call them poem songs, dip the apple in the brew, let the sleeping death seep through. Was a chant from Snow White. And the belief is that he dipped an apple in cyanide and bit from the poison apple. Now, I don't know if this is apocryphal, but people think that the apple on the Macintosh with the bite out of it is a reference to Turing. Now, some people deny this.
That's nice.
But Some people say he did that so his mother could believe that maybe it was an accident. But
Yeah.
quite a terrible end.
Yeah, but two of the greatest humans ever.
Mm-hmm. I think the reason why I tie them together, not just because ultimately their work is so connected, but because there's this sort of impossibility of understanding them. There's this sort of impossibility of proving something about their lives. That even if you try to write factual biography, that there's something that eludes you. And I felt like that's kind of fundamental to the mathematics, the incompleteness,
Yeah.
the undecidable,
Yeah.
the incomputable.
Yeah.
So structurally, it was about what we can kind of know and what we can believe to be true but can't ever really know.
Yeah, limitations of formal systems, limitations
Exactly. Biography, limitations of fiction and nonfiction.
Limitations. So there's so many layers to you. So one of which there's this romantic notion of just understanding humans, exploring humans, and there's the exploring science, there's the exploring the very rigorous, detailed physics and cosmology of things. So there's the kind of artistry. So I saw that you're the chief science officer of Pioneer Works, which is mostly like an artist type of situation. It's a place in Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain to me what that is and what role does art play in your life?
Yeah, I can start with Pioneer Works. Pioneer Works, in some sense, it was inevitable that I would land at Pioneer Works. It felt like I was marching there for many years, and just it came together again like at this collision. It was founded by this artist, Dustin Yellen, very utopian idea. He bought this building, this old iron works factory called Pioneer Iron Works in Brooklyn. It was in complete disrepair, but a beautiful old building from the late 1800s. And he wanted to make this kind of collage. Dustin's definitely a collage artist, works in glass, very big pieces, very imaginative and wild and narrative and into nature and consciousness. And I think he wanted to do that with people. He wanted a place of a collage, a living example of artists and scientists. And it was founded by Dustin and Gabriel Florent was the founding artistic director. It was started just before Hurricane Sandy. I don't know if people feel as strongly about Hurricane Sandy as New Yorkers do, but there's a real moment around 2012, 2013, sort of paused the project, and you can even see the kind of water line on the brick of where Sandy was. I came in and collided with these two shortly after that, and it really was like a collision. I'm science, their art. Gabe makes everything, builds everything with his bare hands. Dustin's a dreamer. They love science. They really wanted science. Science is hard to access. I have always loved the translation of science in literature, in art. I love fiction writers, like really literary fiction writers who dabble thinking about science. And I very firmly believe science is part of culture. I know it to be true. I don't think of myself as doing outreach or education. I don't like those labels. I'm doing culture. An artist in their studio working out problems, understanding materials, building a body of work. Nobody says to them when they exhibit, why are you doing outreach or are you doing education? It's the logical extension. So I feel that if you've had the privilege of knowing some of these people, of seeing a little bit from the summit, if you've had a little glimpse yourself, that you bring it back to the world. So we, boom, exploded. Pioneer Works became science and art. It's not artists who all do science or scientists who do art. It's real hardcore scientists talking about science. A lot of live events. We have a magazine called Broadcast where we feature all of the disciplines rubbing together, artists working on all kinds of things. When I first started doing events there, my first guest, like you, I was talking to people. And this was like, I know how to talk to people because I know these guys. And I've been on the interviewee side so much that I know exactly, it was like fully formed for me how to do those conversations.
Yeah, you're Extremely good at that also.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. You learn how to do it too, though. I mean, I don't think the first one I did, I think I've learned, right? And you get better. It's really interesting. And I love to study. I think you do too. I really look into the material, and I love science. I really do. I want to talk to a CRISPR biologist because I don't understand it and I want to understand it.
And I saw there's a bunch of cool events and very, very fascinating variety of humans.
Yes, we have a really fascinating variety of humans. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, so it made me put in my mental map
Mm-hmm.
of like it's a cool place to go and visit when in New York.
Yes, you have to come see us. I think you would love it.
Also, I should mention fashion. I've seen you do a bunch of talks, and there's a lot of fashion.
Oh yeah. Oh my God.
Appreciation of fashion going on.
You're giving me an opportunity to give a shout out to Andrea Lauer, who's a designer who makes these amazing jumpsuits that I often wear in a lot of my events. She has a jumpsuit design line called Risen Division, and she just makes these incredible, they're fantastic. We also design patches for all of our events. So there are these string theory patches and consciousness patches.
We should show this as overlays.
Right.
Hopefully there'll be nice pictures floating about everywhere.
So, I think all of this is just, I just like to experiment with life. I think making the magazine was a big, wild experiment.
You said with light?
With life.
Nice.
Yeah. This kind of idea that we were just describing is, I find it hard to stop the momentum if I think I can make something. I have to try to make it. And to me, this is the closest I come to experimentation and collaboration. Because even though I collaborate theoretically, I have great collaborators, Brian Green, Massimo Parati, Dan Cabot. These are my really close collaborators. A lot of theoretical physics is alone, and you're in your mind a lot. This is something that really was built, this triad of Dustin, Gabe, and I, and all the amazing people who work there and are amazing board. We really are doing it together. You take one element out and it starts to change shape. And that's a very interesting experience, I think. And making things is an interesting experience.
Since you mentioned literature, is there books that had an impact in your life, whether it's literature, fiction, nonfiction?
I love fiction, which I think people expect me to read a lot of sort of sci-fi or nonfiction. I mostly read fiction. I had a syllabus of great fiction writers that had science in it, and I love that syllabus.
Can you ever make that public or no?
Yeah, I suppose I could, but I can tell you some of them as they come to mind. Katsuo Ishiguro, who won the Nobel Prize, wrote Remains of the Day, probably most famously. His book, Never Let Me Go, it's unbelievable, totally devastating, stunning. I say really love literature. So when people can do that with these very abstract themes, it's sort of my favorite space for literature. Martin Amis wrote a book that runs backwards, Time's Arrow. I love some of his other books even more, but Time's Arrow is pretty clever.
So you like it when these non-traditional mechanisms are applied to tell a story that's fundamentally human. Mm-hmm. There's some
and the beauty of the language. Like I really appreciate that. Even Orwell is amazing. Hitchens writing on Orwell is amazing. There was some plays on the syllabus. I have to think of what else was in there, but there was one book that I think was kind of surprising that I think is an absolute masterpiece, which is The Road. And you might say, in what sense is The Road a science? Well, first of all, Cormac McCarthy absolutely loves scientists and science. And you can feel this very subtle influence in that book is, it's a really remarkable, precise, stunning, ethereal, all of these things at once. And there's no who, what, where, when, or how. You might guess it's a nuclear event that kicks off the book. Or a lot of people know The Road, I think, from the movie, but really the book is magnificent. And it's very, very abstract, but there's a sense to me in which it is, science is structuring.
And still, fundamentally, that book is about human story.
Yeah, absolutely. The boy.
Yeah, mm-hmm. So the science plays a role in creating the world. Mm-hmm. And within it, there's still really, it's a different way to explore human dynamics in a way that's maybe lends some clarity and depth that maybe a more direct telling of the story would not. Yeah, and even surreal worlds. I mean, to me, I don't know why, but I return to Orwell's Animal Farm a lot, and these kind of like it's another art form to be able to tell a simple story with some surreal elements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, just simple language.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Animal Farm's incredible. And in fact, some of the I've kind of played with, some animals are more equal than others. There are in Gödel Turing's work, there were some infinities that are bigger than others.
Yeah, there's certain books just kind of inject themselves into our culture in a way that just reverberates and I don't know, it creates culture, not just like influences. It's just like it's quite incredible how writing and literature can do that.
Yeah.
If you could have one definitive answer to one single question, this is the thing I mentioned to you.
So hard.
Yeah. Well, there's an oracle, and you get to talk to that oracle. You can ask multiple questions, but it has to be on that topic. So just clarify it. What mystery of the universe would you want that oracle to help you with?
It's funny. I should say the obvious thing, but I feel like I almost feel like it would be greedy. I think of a complicated response to this. The obvious thing for me to say, I want to understand quantum gravity, or if gravity is emergent. It's not even something I work on day to day. I mostly just look with interest at what others are doing, and if I think I can jump in, I would, but I'm not jumping into the fray. But obviously, that's the big one, and there is a sort of sense that with that will come the answers to all these other things. My complicated relationship is that, part of the scientific disposition is having stuff you don't know the answer to. I mean, we're not going to have all the answers, I hope, because then what? Right, it's sort of dystopian.
Yeah, I totally agree. There's I like the mysteries we have.
Yeah.
I kind of had this assumption that there will always be mysteries. I want to keep solving them.
They lead to more. In the same way that relativity led to black holes led to the information loss paradox, or the Big Bang, or what happened before, or the multiverse. Because we learned so much, we were able to escalate to the next level of abstraction.
Yeah, by the way, we should mention that if you're talking to this oracle, and even if you ask the obvious question about quantum gravity, I almost guarantee with 100% probability that even if all your questions are answered, it's impossible to get to the end of your questions.
Right.
It says, the oracle will say, no, you can't unify.
Then you say, well, wait.
Well, yeah, and then you say emergent, and then the oracle say, well, everything you think is fundamental is not. It's emergent. It's like, okay, well, this is we need to some more questions.
Right. I mean, it's been 100 years more since relativity, and we're still picking it apart.
Yeah. And there may be new ones. You write that eventually all our history in this universe will be erased. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, it's a tough thought, but again, I think there's a way in which we can come to terms with that's kind of poetic. You build something in the sand and then you erase it.
Yeah.
So I think it's just a reminder that we have to be concerned about our immediate experience too, right? How we are to those around us, how they are to us, what we leave behind in the near term, what we leave behind in the long term. Have we contributed, and did we contribute overall net positive? Eventually, I think it's kind of hard to imagine. But yes, all of these Nobel Prizes, all of these mathematical proofs, all of these conversations, all of these ideas, all the influence we have on each other, even the AI, eventually will expire.
Well, at the very least, we can focus on drawing something beautiful in the sand.
Yeah.
Before it's washed away. Well, this was an incredible conversation. I'm truly grateful for the work you do.
And me for your work. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you for talking to me.
Yeah, lots of fun.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jan 11. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Albert Einstein on the topic of relativity. When you're courting a nice girl, an hour seems like a second. When you sit on a red-hot cinder, a second seems like an hour. That's relativity. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Humans are by far the hardest part of computer graphics because millions of years of evolution have given us dedicated brain systems to detect patterns in faces and infer emotions and intent. Because cavemen had to, when they see a stranger, determine whether they were likely friendly or might be trying to kill them. And so people in the world have extraordinarily detailed expectations of a face, and we can notice imperfections, especially perfections arising from computer graphics limitations. Okay, one part is capturing humans, and so you built really advanced dedicated hardware that puts a human in a capture sphere with dozens of cameras in them taking high resolution, high frame rate video of them as they go through a range of motions. And then capturing the human face is complicated because the nuanced detail of our faces and how all the muscles and sinews and fat work together to give us different expressions. So it's not only about the shape of a person's face, but also about the entire range of motion that they might go through. So that's the data problem. There's a lot of other problems with computer graphics. There's technology for rendering hair, which is really hard because you can't render every. Again, we know the laws of physics. It would be easy to just render every hair. It would just be a billion times too slow. So you need approximations that capture the net effect of hair on rendering and on pixels without calculating every single interaction of every light with every strand of hair. That's one part of it. There's detailed features for different parts of faces. There's subsurface scattering because we think of humans as opaque, but really our skin is light travels through it. It's not completely opaque, and the way in which light travels through skin has a huge impact on our appearance. And this is why there's no way you can paint a mannequin to look realistic for a human. It's just a solid surface, and we'll never have the sort of detail you see.
That kind of blew my mind, like thinking through that. I think I heard that sort of the oiliness of the skin creates very specific, nuanced, complex reflections, and then some light is absorbed and travels through the skin, and that creates textures that are human eyes able to perceive, and it creates the thing that we consider human, whatever that is. All of that while considering all the muscles involved in making the nuanced expression, just the subtle squinting of the eyes or the subtle formation of a smile. It's the subtlety of human faces that you have to capture, like the difference between a real smile and a fake smile. But the way to show like beginning of a formation of a smile that actually reveals a deep sadness. All of that, like when I watch a human face, I can like read that. I can see that. You have to have the tools that in real time can render something like that. And that's incredibly difficult.
That's right. Getting faces right requires the interplay of literally dozens of different systems and aspects of computer graphics. And if any one of them is wrong, your eye is completely drawn to that, and you find it on the wrong side of uncanny valley.
The following is a conversation with Tim Sweeney, a legendary video game programmer, founder and CEO of Epic Games that created many incredible games and technologies, including the Unreal Engine and Fortnite, which both revolutionized the video game industry and the experience playing and creating video games. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Tim Sweeney. When did you first fall in love with computers, and maybe with programming?
I had a brother, Steve Sweeney, who 16 years older than me, and at some point when I was a little kid, he went off to work in California for a tech company, and he'd gotten one of the first IBM PCs. So for one summer, I think I was about 11, I went to visit him in California, my first trip away from my family, just to hang out with him. And he had this brand new IBM computer, and I learned to program over the course of a few days in BASIC. I was just blown away with the capabilities of computers at the time. It's unbelievable what they could accomplish, and I was just hooked from that point onward, and very much wanted to be a programmer.
Do you remember what you wrote in BASIC? Is it a video game type thing? Is it like for loop, some numerical thing? What do you remember?
Yeah, it's funny. I have a perfectly vivid memory of all of the first things I learned to program.
Okay.
I have a hard time remembering people's names, but code really sticks with me. Every step and every challenge, there were lessons learned. And some of which I've come to realize were just like me getting over some learning hurdles, but other things were actually shortcomings of programming languages, and the realization that there are actually better ways. And with a programmer is learning to program for the first time, a lot of what they're facing isn't the challenge of learning a new art. It's the friction introduced by the failures of programming language design. And so I've constantly come back to those early lessons there as I've progressed and done more and more things, including building programming languages.
Yeah, the friction and the pain is the guide to learning in programming. Like if I were to describe programming journey, that would be marked by pain. And that pain, you shouldn't escape the pain. The pain is instructive for you to understand programming languages. But do you remember what kind of stuff you were writing at that time? Just the early programs?
Yeah, in the early days, I wrote a little bit of everything. I wrote some games. The first game I wrote on the Apple II was, since I only knew how to program in text mode, the computer would throw asterisks across the screen. They'd flow from left to right, and you'd have a parentheses on the right-hand side of the screen, and looked like a baseball mitt, and you're supposed to catch the asterisks. That was my very first game. It took about a couple hours to build and tune, and I went from there. But I built a lot of things. I built databases at different points. I built a programming language and a full compiler for a language like Pascal, because I didn't know where you went to buy one of those, so I made my own. And one of the fun things of that time was bulletin boards. Before we had the internet in the hands of consumers, you used your modem and you dialed into a local phone number and connected to whoever was running the computer there. And every town or city had hundreds of these bulletin boards run by different people with their own personalities and teams. And so I spent a lot of time building a bulletin board program and learning how to deal with database management and user interface and dealing with multiple users concurrently and things. And so I don't know, I probably spent about 10 or 15,000 hours writing code just on my own as a kid between age 10 and age 20 before I actually shipped a program to the outside world.
10 to 15,000 hours. What was the value of the hours as a kid you put in programming that led to the success you've had in later life? Maybe this is by way of advice to younger people in terms of how they allocate the hours of their early life.
Yeah, it's not just hours. It's really striving to learn, to understand what knowledge you have, what knowledge you lack, and to continually do experiments and work on projects that improve your knowledge base. And I didn't do this with a great amount of structure or planning. I was rather just going from project to project, doing things that I thought would be fun and cool. And with each project, I learned new things. Learning about how to store and manage data, learning how to deal with advanced data structures, how to write complex programs that have deeply nested data and control flow. Each one of those, provided a lesson which were later essential. When in 1991, I released my first game, and over the course of that decade, went from 0 commercial releases to the first generation Unreal Engine. But this was largely just using the knowledge that I built up over the previous decade, just doing fun hobby projects. And if I hadn't done all of that work, there's no way I could have ever built the things that came later.
All the experimentation and all the exploration somehow contributed, somehow made sense later on. All of that is integrated somehow and the stuff you build. It's funny how life works. Like the pieces kind of come together eventually.
Yeah, there were definitely Karate Kid moments because all this time I was learning math in high school and in college. I studied mechanical engineering, and so you learn all kinds of math, vector calculus and vector math, and matrices, and all these related fields, physics and stress and strain, and how to deal with complex physical systems. And yeah, I wasn't really sure how engineers would actually make use of that knowledge. Do you just forget about it when you actually go off to do work, or do you write down equations on paper? It was actually not clear as an early engineering student what you do. But when I started writing the first generation Unreal Engine and I was dealing with 3D math, I was like, wait, I know this stuff. I learned this. And so suddenly like the Karate Kid, you get to paint the fence and wax the car and put all the pieces together into a 3D engine based on a whole lot of accumulated programming language and math knowledge. Often knowledge gained without ever anticipating that I might be that way.
Also, I think it's useful is over and over learning a hard thing and showing to yourself, that you can do it. That you can learn a hard thing. So then when you come to having to write a 3D engine that in ways that haven't been done before, you're like, I've been here. I've been here in this experience. Like, I don't know what to do, but we'll figure it out. We'll learn. I'll learn all the necessary components. So just not being afraid of something new.
That's right, and constantly striving to make connections between these fields and look for their applications. Long after I chipped on Unreal Engine, it was like going back through an engineering textbook and looking at, I use that. And then I got to the section on eigenvalues. I'm like, don't know what the hell this is. But, it turns out eigenvectors and eigenvalues were the critical breakthrough that made the Google search engine technology work and stand apart from the rest, because they found if you threw all of the links that exist in the web and links from and to different sites, and you put them in a giant matrix and you concluded that you found the dominant eigenvalues, then those eigenvectors described the best search results for different things. And so constantly picking up knowledge and looking for ways to put it together is the thing to do. And if you aspire to be a programmer, you've got to write a lot of code. You've got to continually learn new things and improve. And if you want to be an artist, you've got to continually draw art with all styles and all kinds, and constantly push yourself to learn more and more. Because you never know exactly what you're going to end up doing in the long run. But the more knowledge you have and the more skills, the more chance you have of putting it together and being successful.
And whether you're a programmer or an artist, you should probably take linear algebra, even though it doesn't make sense at the time.
I found getting an engineering degree and then never working in an engineering field, just being a computer programmer, was immensely valuable. I went to University of Maryland, but for some disciplines, it's kind of known as a party school. But they work the engineers to death. Worked really hard, and if you learn any engineering discipline, you learn massive amounts of math, and you learn the rigor of problem solving. Not just what you find from the Wikipedia article, but going through all the exercises of solving complex problems and building up series of solutions to derive an answer. It's valuable, and it embodies the knowledge that you need as a programmer. And people often go to university and think, okay, my goal here is to get good grades, so I get a diploma and I prove to an employer that I'm valuable. No, that's just kind of the superficial bookkeeping of the university. The real purpose of all of this is to learn. And whether you learn formally or you learn on your own, it's the learnings that are really valuable in a career. And especially if you're going to be entrepreneurial, it's really knowing the stuff that matters and not having the diplomas. And there's ever more pressure to rebuild society more and more around credentials. Do you have this certificate? Do you have that proof? But companies that are focused on just building great products and doing great things gravitate towards people who do the great work.
Yeah, one of the great things about youth is there's more freedom. There's just more time to learn. And people, when they go to high school, they sometimes think, wow, I can't wait to get out of this and be an adult and be free. But it's not quite freedom. When you get a job, you start a family, all wonderful things. You get more and more busy and less time to learn in the general sense. Learn whatever the hell you want. That that is a wonderful time in life. The teenage years, the early 20s, the 20s, when you could just learn random shit.
Yeah, I think this is something that's kind of changing in America. So much focus on grades and homework and structure around kids' lives. When I was growing up, my mom would feed me and my neighbors. My neighbors and moms would feed them breakfast, and they'd be like, "Well, be back by dark."
Yeah.
And we'd go out and we'd play and we'd do all sorts of things. We'd explore the woods. We'd build go-karts. We'd salvage old pieces of electronics and build what we thought were our spacecraft control panels for the fake spaceships we were building as play. And we'd have an enormous amount of freedom. And from basically being a little kid through the time I went off to college, I had an enormous amount of free time. And some people just used that and wasted it and watched TV. Some people socialized, and some people really got into serious projects. So many people at all times were doing cool things. I was programming. I was learning to build things. I was, before I was releasing games to the world, I'd be having neighborhood folks over to play the things I was working on and check them out. And sometimes they're impressed, and sometimes they weren't. And they'd have their own projects, and often we'd have spare time jobs, and everybody was entrepreneurial. Like everybody, had a side gig. Sometimes you go around and mow people's lawns, or you'd, rake the leaves up and earn money and do it. The freedom there and the organic learning that occurred there, I think, is something that is really critical to the American experience. I worry is increasingly going away as society is ever more protective and sheltering, and makes it harder to get these experiences.
So on the video game side, when did you first fall in love with video games?
I've had a funny relationship with games because my real aspiration has always been to program cool stuff. I get more enjoyment out of programming than anything else in the world. And so, my first really two formative experience with games were playing this game called Adventure for the Atari 2600. It was like you moved this dot around the screen and picked up objects like swords and fought dragons and invaded castles and solved puzzles. It was very, very simple, iconic stuff, rather than realistic graphics. And then the other game that really got immersed in was Zork, which was a text adventure game. It would tell you where you are and what you see, and you type in commands like go north or pick up sword or open door and explore a world that way. So the game didn't have any graphics, but in your mind you had this elaborate picture of what you were seeing there, and it really brought in inspired imagination more than other things. And playing those games led me to go off and want to learn to program everything I saw there. And that drove a lot of my programming. I learned how to move a player around the screen. I learned how to, build a design tool so I could build castles and save them off and play them in a game. And I realized there was a separation between the tools that you use to build a game and the game itself, and that the more powerful tools you had, the more creativity you could unleash in yourself or others. And I learned all the programming techniques that supported games, how to parse text, pick up sword and go north. How do you make that sentence into an actual series of commands in the computer? And that was really, really exciting. I have to say, until the time that Fortnite came out, I played video games primarily to learn what they were doing so I could go off and do it myself. I'd sit down, when Wolfenstein came out and then Doom came out. I'd go through and look at it pixel by pixel, I'd move the mouse very slightly and exactly what was happening to figure out
That's great.
what technique was being used there. And that was puzzle solving at a grand scale, and it was so fun.
So take me there in the early 90s. So you launched Epic Games in 1991. So the writing of your first big video game, ZZT, what was it like? What was the technical challenges? What was the psychological challenges of building that?
It was a funny project because I didn't start out to build a video game. I just moved from an Apple II. So my brother bought my family an Apple II right after I'd been in California. So I've been programming on that for a few years, learned a lot of techniques, but weren't many others around still at the time that cycle came to an end. And so I just gotten an IBM PC of my own. I was learning to program, and I realized I needed a text editor. So I started writing a text editor. A text editor is a program that you edit text files. You have logic to move the cursor around and let people type things and backspace and delete and do all of those, mundane actions. And one night I was like, I finished it up, and I was like, well, okay, the text editor, but this is pretty boring. So I made the cursor into a smiley face character, and I had the different characters you could place in this document perform different gameplay actions. Some would be walls, and some would kill you, and some would be moving objects that could fly around the screen. And so this text editor I made evolved into a little game editor, so I was building these levels for a game. I put a lot of time into building an editor and a primitive set of objects, about 20 or 30 different objects, enough to build a really cool and compelling game, but not so many that players would lose track of what they're seeing. I started off just building different game levels. The idea is you'd be on a series of boards. They'd be connected by going north past the end of the current board would take you to a new one if it was open, or maybe it was blocked and you couldn't go there. I built a full game world around that, and this was the game that became ZCT. And I was having fun with it, building it and playing it, but I didn't know if it would really work. So did this experiment. I started inviting neighbors over, some adults, some kids, all different ages, and sat them down in front of it and say, here's a game I made, figure it out.
Yeah.
And I had to force myself not to tell them what they need to do, right? Because I really wanted to learn if they were able to discover it all for themselves. Today we would call this user experience test, and there's a whole field of research around user experience research, but back then it was just inviting some kids over to play the game. I took notes about what they got stuck on and what they enjoyed and where they felt bored, and just iteratively polished the game until I felt it was good, and I put it out and released it on, this was before the internet, so there were bulletin boards. I uploaded it to a bunch of local bulletin boards, and from there it started spreading, because the way to build up cred for bulletin board users was to upload new files and to claim that, hey, I was the first that brought this to you.
Mm-hmm.
And so there was a natural tendency of the software to spread. I decided to use the shareware model. So I didn't just build this one game. I built a trilogy of 3 games. I released the first one for free, and I said, hey, if you like this, buy the 2 sequels. And I included my parents' mailing address, and said, send us $30, and you can get the sequels to this game. And the check started coming in within a few days. I was making getting 3 or 4 orders a day. I was making $100 a day. I'm like, whoa, I'm rich. Because, being a 20-year-old, that was a pretty big deal.
What did that feel like? Just getting money and probably feeling this immense success from something you created.
Well, I looked at money always just as a tool to help you fund accomplishing cool things. And having enough to do the things you want to do is the critical thing. It's always been just very utilitarian. But the knowledge that other people all around the country, and then in a month later, all around the world were playing the game, that was mind-boggling. That me, this little kid who'd put out a game on a local bulletin board, could be doing international business and shipping discs all over the world to players, because the software was spreading on its own. It was just magical. And that was a new thing for software. That did not happen with mechanical devices. You manufactured one, you sold it to somebody, and they had it, and that was it. But software could spread. That was just really cool to see, and it made me realize there's really no upward limit on the potential for a business like that. We saw Microsoft as a big juggernaut company at the time, but I was like, hey, if that does games good enough, we could accomplish what they've accomplished with operating systems. And the sky was the limit. And I think this is the age we live in now. You don't have to be an industrialist manufacturing physical products. Anybody who builds anything digitally, if it's good enough, you can reach the entire world and build next Microsoft or Meta or Apple or Google or Epic Games.
It's such a cool origin story, though. You start out building text editor. So you're looking at this project, you're playing around with it, you're building up the tools. It's an inspiring moment, because a lot of us start out building a project, and to allow yourself to see the potential pivots, the potential trajectories that can go is really nice. To sit back, allow yourself to be bored. You're like, I'm going to go this way. I mean, that's like a crossroads. You came to a crossroads. I mean, you built compilers. You design your own programming language, you built compilers, databases, all these things you mentioned. And you started building a text editor. And then here came to this crossroad. I'm going to make this fun. And then from there, one of the most legendary gaming companies was created. It's kind of cool. Like that's an inspiring thing for sort of developers. Like, be open to the possibility of creating something you didn't plan to create and just go with it, right? That's cool.
Yeah, and it was a bunch of learnings emerged really quickly there. The neat thing I did with ZZT was I didn't just release the game, I also released the editor with it. I built this tool so I could make these ZZT boards that people could play, but I also gave it to all of the players themselves. And like 30 years later, I still run into people when I go to a game industry event. I was like, I grew up playing ZZT, and here's an adult who grew up playing my game. And it was because it enabled anybody to become a creator too. It had this old board editor, and it also had a little scripting language, so you could learn a little bit of programming in it too. And it kind of impressed, and it really set a formative principle of Epic, which was that the company's mission is to make awesome entertainment, but also awesome tools, and to share those tools with everybody so that they can build their own amazing things too. And when we got into Unreal Engine a few years later, the interplay between us building a game and us building tools that were widely used by others was a critical part of that. And I think that's the sole reason that Epic has been massively successful. And actually the reason that we've survived all of this time is that by serving both creators and gamers, we've been able to weather the ups and downs of the game industry. It's a brutal place for companies. We've been able to survive every financial downturn, and sometimes the engine's been funding the business because we didn't have a game, and sometimes games have been funding the business. And we really set a principle in our culture that's persevered and is continually brought to the forefront.
But on the editor front, that's such a fascinating philosophy that you always allow people to create their own worlds. You have an engine from which you simulate the world that the game is in. You have the actual game, and you also have the freedom for creators to create various, in Fortnite, islands of their own. It's like with everything you ship, that freedom to create is always there. That's really interesting.
Yeah, and it's something we aim to do more and more fully over time. In the course of building Fortnite, we've built a lot of other tools that are useful for us too. It's not just a game powered by Unreal Engine, but it's also a social ecosystem where people can make friends and voice chat and get together in parties. We've opened up all of those social features into Epic Online services. We give them away to all developers for free because we all benefit from growth in that user base. And our goal is ultimately to build the company's products on the same technology that we share with everybody else, and to help that foster a bigger and bigger ecosystem over time where everybody benefits.
If we could just linger on the 90s. So you said bulletin boards. Maybe you can explain what that's like, and also explain the birth of the internet, what that was like. What was the internet like in the 90s?
So the internet is a funny thing. It started out as this Defense Department research project called the ARPANET, the Advanced Research Project Agency Network, and it was kind of like this revered secret thing. It became more and more open as they connected universities. Universities connected to the internet in the mid 1980s, and so if you were at a prestigious institution with access to computers, you could get on there. But the consumer back then, we just had these modems. This thing you plug into your phone line, and it dials up a phone number, and then it sends wild sound effects over the over the telephone line to send digital signals back and forth. And these were really slow. The first modem I had was 300 baud. That means 30 characters per second of data. So you're like sitting there watching a sentence like slowly emerge character by character as you're going online. But that's how we got online, and we talked with each other. So you dial up to a local bulletin board. It'll be run by a person. Usually they have a computer or two sitting in their kitchen or something that's running the bulletin board. And they have a small community of a few hundred users, all competing to connect to that one phone line. It was often busy, and you couldn't get in, and the more popular bulletin boards were hardest to get to.
Nice.
We had all kinds of communities develop, and you could see like there was the programming communities where people talk about programming. There was the news and events community. I lived in the outskirts of Washington, D.C., so that was like a big thing. But then there was like the pirate community where they're sharing pirated Apple II games, and very different community ethos and mantras out there, but all really nice and also very small. These bulletin boards couldn't grow to the size of Facebook because your phone line couldn't take that many calls. And then later in the 1990s, the internet, which had been fostered in these colleges, so it started opening up to the public, and anybody could connect to it. And suddenly the world took on a life of its own. It became much, much easier to reach a global audience faster.
And you would start shipping games to the internet, which is a bit of a crazy thing to do, because you're supposed to have like a physical copy, but to post on the internet is pretty innovative. Even shareware is pretty innovative.
Yeah, it's been a funny transition for the game business. Epic started out making shareware games distributed digitally. But as the first 3D games took off, like Wolfenstein and Doom from id Software, and then Unreal from us, took off. To reach a huge audience of millions of users, so we had to go into retail stores. So we worked with a retail publisher. They made a box and put CD-ROMs in the box, and then the world started transitioning back to digitally. And that transition didn't start well, right? The initial transition of gaming to digital was all BitTorrent, all piracy. And there are stories about games that would sell like 100,000 copies but have 2 million users, because most people pirated it. And then Steam came along and introduced digital distribution and made distribution of legit games so convenient that most players moved away from piracy towards that, and their practices were then followed by others, and the early digital industry took form.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, pirates do lead the way for innovation. The same as the story of Spotify. I think most people, when they derive value from things like video games, want to pay for those video games. They just want to be easy. And so the same thing with music with Spotify. But maybe just staying on the 90s, there are going to be a lot of indie game developers who listen to us talking today. Can you go back to that mindset and try to derive some wisdom and advice to those folks when you were just a solo developer, maybe just a small group of people creating your early games that eventually became this huge gaming company? But in the early days, what were you going through? What were the ups and downs? What did it take to sort of stay strong and persevere?
Well, one of the critical things that Epic always worked hard to do was to make something different that nobody else was doing, and to try to satisfy a small audience rather than competing globally with the game juggernauts. Back in the 1990s, Epic was new, but Electronic Arts and Activision and the other big publishers had been around for a decade, and they were huge companies that had giant retail distribution networks. If I tried to make a game and then convince them to publish it, I doubt I could have had a chance, and I doubt that even if I had made a successful game, that I would have made much money from it, though they might have. So the really unique angle to Epic then was shareware. And that was just the idea that if we distribute our game differently, then we can reach a much larger audience than these bigger competitors by virtue of this first episode of the game being free. It was kind of the advent of what later became free to play. And the logic of that is just as true now as it was then. If the thing is free and anybody can get into it, then it's going to spread from friend to friend. People bring their real world friends into the games they're playing, and have the opportunity to build up a community around that. So the other lesson there was minimize the friction of people getting into your game, make it easy to get into and make it fun. And I think the other, I was very fortunate. ZZT was a funny game. It was not much like any other game. It had much worse graphics because it was all just text characters, smiley faces, and other Greek letters and things participating in this game simulation. They were kind of iconic representations of characters rather than real ones. And this was decades into the age of real graphical games with interesting graphics. And so it wasn't even trying to compete in that area, but it was able to compete in a different area, which is that it wasn't just the 3 games I'd made and shipped as a trilogy that were successful and drove the success of the product. It was the fact that I released an editor, and there's a whole community around it. And you see that trend has repeated itself. Like there was, ZZT was one of it. Before that, there was Bill Budge's Pinball Construction Set. That was a 1980s Apple game that let users build their own pinball tables. And since then, you've had some of the world's most successful games follow that path, like Minecraft, build your own stuff, Roblox, now Fortnite Creative and Unreal Editor for Fortnite. Games that become platforms for other people to build stuff was a real opportunity. I think the big thing to realize is for indie developers right now is there's massive competition in every major genre, and so it's very unlikely that unless you just happen to be the world's best at a particular thing, that you're going to release a game in an existing highly competitive genre and win. A much better chance of success is in releasing something that hasn't been done before, being really unique and reaching an audience, even if big or medium size or small, reaching an audience and becoming really popular with that, making some money from it and being able to reinvest and then expand towards your ultimate dream. I think the one-shot go from idea to commercial success at massive scale is a lot less likely than the multi-step process of continually build better and better stuff over time until you get into a position of excellence.
And constantly try to do something that others aren't doing.
Yeah, that's right. Because if you look at every market, there's a few markets where the current leader came late to the space, usually because the prior leader failed so horribly. But most of the time, the company that's succeeding and winning in a market is the first or second entrant there. They've just continually buoyed their success.
Great advice, fascinating. But on a human level, was it lonely? Was it scary? You sitting there as a developer?
I'd say it was the opposite of lonely because the thing that spurred me to actually release this was seeing kids playing the game in my neighborhood and having fun. I mean, this is really good. And seeing them enjoying it and laughing and pointing at the screen and getting together and just wanting to play more.
That's awesome.
So the human element was always pervasive. Because I not only receive orders, but people would actually write letters. We wrote letters back then in the 1990s. People would say how much they were enjoying the game and how their kids were playing the game and so on and so on. So it felt very connected. And I think a lot of businesses have to make scary decisions because you're spending potentially all of the money you have to take a shot at something that you're not sure will succeed. I was very fortunate starting a business like this because it didn't really need any capital. The capital is, the several $1,000s in computers I bought by mowing lawns. And it wasn't much risk. If that hadn't succeeded, I guess I could have figured out how people get mechanical engineering jobs and pursued that. But once it took off and once the orders started coming in and people started writing letters saying they're enjoying the game, I knew I was going to go all out and try to build a company there and succeed. And that was going to be my big goal.
So I'm sure people know, but Epic Games was created in 1991 and went on to transform the gaming industry several times, one of which is Unreal Engine. So let's talk to the origin story of that. You said that when Wolfenstein and Doom came out, that changed everything. So take me to that moment.
Yeah, that was a very interesting time. Epic had, after my first couple of games, had recruited developers, usually college students, high school students who are just working on their own, had real skills, but didn't have an outlet for their work. Epic had been matchmaking the best artists and programmers together from all over the world. Chaz Jackrabbit was Cliff Bleszinski, a high school kid in California who made it. A really cool adventure game together with Ariane Brucey, a demo coder from Holland who made amazing graphical stuff and had built a 2D game engine. It connected them together, and a musician, Robert Allen, in California, and they, by telephone and modem and so on, we were building these little 2D games and having quite a lot of success. There were a bunch of people making thousands of dollars a month while they were still students, and royalties from the games that Epic was kind of producing and by coordinating people with people and publishing through shareware. And that was all going great. The company had a little office, and we were, copying floppy disks and mailing them out. But when Wolfenstein came out, we realized the future of gaming is going to be 3D. There had been a lot of experiments in 3D before that hadn't been great. There were 3D renderings of mazes that were not in real time, and you were always looking north, south, east, or west. And then there were vector graphics with little wireframes moving around and things. But Wolfenstein was the first game that was fast enough, running at 30 frames per second, it really felt immersive. It felt like you were there, like you were in this castle Wolfenstein fighting Nazis, and that was a really amazing and immersive experience. 3D graphics were pretty primitive then. Id Software followed shockingly fast with Doom, which was a much, much more capable 3D engine, which had stairs, and though it was still what we call 2.5D, there was environments that were very realistic, textures that were very realistic, a form of lighting was approximate but incredibly realistic, and such great artistry and sound effects. It felt completely visceral and real. You might look at it today from our point of view of a modern game player with 20 teraflops of computing power in your device and say, oh, that's not very impressive, but it was amazing at the time.
I mean, for me, just sorry to pause on that. I think Wolfenstein was one of the most amazing moments in my own life. Just being able to, like you said, in real time move about a three-dimensional world. I just remember just moving around, just in what is that feeling like? I mean, you feel transported into another world.
You feel that you're there.
Yeah.
And especially when you turn the lights down in your room and you turn the sound up on your speakers, and it will scare you. And you'll feel like that fireball that's coming at you is going to kill you. That was an amazing time because we hadn't experienced that before. There was nothing like that. You'd watch a movie, a scary movie or whatever. It was just this thing that was happening. This was you. This was you in a 3D world.
So how did that change Epic? This realization that the future of gaming is going to be 3D.
Well, at first I was really depressed. I think the wizardry of Doom especially was so incredible that I gave up on programming for 6 months. I was like, I don't know if we'll be able to compete with this. I have no idea what we're going to do. We just keep making 2D games and hope that the business goes on. But that was the nature of Carmack's wizardry. He had done things that were not just one innovation leap ahead, but a dozen simultaneously, interplaying in a way that you couldn't pick them apart into their component pieces. But funny thing happened. Michael Abrash, long timer in computer graphics, wrote a book on the techniques for 3D graphics and texture mapping, and he wrote some articles in one of the programming magazines of the day, and explained it and showed assembly code to do texture mapping, drawing these 3D graphics on the screen, and it was actually really simple stuff. I was like, oh, I can do that. So a bunch of us at Epic independently went off and started writing our own 3D graphics code to figure it out. And we found at one point we had a number of people dabbling in this, doing different parts of it. And at that point we decided, okay, this is 3D graphics and 3D gaming is going to completely change the world. We need to go all in on this. And so we took the best people from our best 2D game development teams and put them all together to make a 3D game. We didn't really know what we were doing at the time. None of us had ever shipped a 3D game, and most of us were still learning. But everybody was trying different disciplines to see what they were best at, and it was a combination of a bunch of people who came together to make Unreal. I'd initially volunteered to make the 3D editor for the thing, and James Schmaltz, who had made Epic Pinball. Now, that wasn't a crazy game. This was one of the 2D shareware games. He made it while he was in college, and he was making $30,000 a month from the royalties from this game, because everybody had wanted an awesome pinball game. Massively successful. But he was a multidisciplinary person. He wrote the code for the game, the art for the game, and did basically everything. And the code was 30,000 lines of assembly language. And so he was initially going to write the 3D engine. I was going to write the editor. He sent me his code so I could integrate into the editor. It was this giant pile of assembly code. Why don't I just write this myself? And so James instead started going off and building 3D models and 3D animations using the tools at the time. And so Cliff, who had done a lot of design work and built the levels on Jazz Jackrabbit, went off and started learning basics of level design. And so I was writing this editor, and Cliff Blazinski was customer number one for it. Starting to go off and build levels, and James Schmaltz was building awesome creatures, sending them to me. I get them implemented in game. We brought in an animator to bring them to life, and we brought in more and more people until at the peak of Unreal 1 development, we had about 20 people. working on, which was a huge team for the time, and was really stretching Epic's finances nearly to the breaking point. We barely survived and almost ran out of money a number of times, but somehow we always pulled through. And it was a crazy project because it was 3.5 years of development and a game that we always thought was 6 months from shipping. And it was like 3.5 years of 70 or 80-hour weeks for most everybody working on the project. Not even knowing what problems we'd need to solve next because we were so immersed in the current ones.
Were there moments when you were losing hope that this might take too long and the company will run out of money?
We were always very financially stressed, so I was continually worried about that. I had total confidence that we'd work out all the technical and artistic problems because we knew the pieces, and it was largely a matter of typing code in and solving some problems. And kind of like we knew we could ship a version of it. And the thing that was continually really interesting was the ongoing discovery of new techniques as we went. Because at the time Quake had shipped, it had a little bit of dynamic lighting. Unreal really pushed dynamic lighting much higher than anybody else had done before. And colored dynamic lights with some shadow casting capabilities statically or moving lights without shadows, and figured out how to do volumetric fog, so you could have foggy areas that were full of lights, and you get the kind of glow of the lights standing out in the fog and affecting the appearance of the level. A whole lot of amazing techniques came together to build a game that made a number of leaps ahead of the state of the art at the time. It was really crazy, but I think most companies wouldn't have survived that, but the sheer talent of the people involved made it possible. And Epic has often done things that most companies would have failed at, and we succeed not because of awesome management or awesome planning or awesome financing, but because of the sheer talent and willpower of the people involved to make it happen.
What about the interdisciplinary aspect of it? Like you said, sort of artists, engineers, programmers, designers, all of that working together. What was that? 20 people. What was the dynamic there like? Working insane hours. What was it like to sort of make a team like that work together well as an orchestra to actually deliver the game?
That's one of the really unique things that exist in gaming, not in normal big tech companies, which are just engineering and business driven, but gaming really does recruit all of the best people across all the creative disciplines working together. Organically by recruiting people with talent. We always had a limited budget. We could never pay to hire, bid up people's salaries and hire them away by paying them more. We just had to find awesome people who were at the beginning of their career and put them together. And so everybody was very new to this and didn't have any assumptions about how companies worked. And so you put all these people together, and that it was really a constant interplay of talent as people were learning how to work together as a team. Nobody had management experience. Most people hadn't shipped a game before they worked with Epic. And we were figuring out as we went. But it was a constant iterative cycle. We make several new versions of the game every day. Read a new compile, introduce a new feature, or fix some bugs, get it to artists improve their levels, continue building stuff, and then we see what they're doing in their levels, like, I see what you need now. We need to constantly be improving the tools, and just the iterative process and the speed at which that improves products is a critical element to success in games. The slower the iteration cycle, if you make a build every week and you go through one iteration every week, you're going to be way, way, way worse by the end of your project than a game company that makes new stuff every day. And that was the magic that happened together, and there was really nothing but passion and everybody's individual dedication to it that made it work.
I heard you still program, but how much programming were you doing back then? You mentioned the hours, probably insane hours. So it'd be almost fun to talk about your setup. What a day in the life of Tim Sweeney in the 90s when you were building Unreal looked like.
Well, we'd all gravitated towards a work schedule that maximized productivity, and that usually meant waking up late. I'd usually get to work around noon, or usually work till 2 a.m. or so, 3 a.m. sometimes. And I didn't have anything else going on in my life, so it was really just work and sleep and occasional eating. I found I always needed 8 or 9 hours of sleep a night. Without good sleep, I would just become a zombie and wouldn't be nearly like that. So I always needed to get sleep. But I didn't need anything else going on. So the programming itself was so energizing and drawing. So it was 3.5 years of that during the project. Mostly spent programming. I'd say probably 60 hours a week of programming, 5 hours a week of coordinating with other people and iterating and sitting down with them and looking at what's going on the screen and figuring out what they needed. Maybe 5 hours of business stuff. There's a good division at labor then. I didn't have a big executive team, but it was like basically myself running the technical and development part of the company, and Mark Rain running the business part of it, doing deals and maxing out his credit card and going around the world bringing in sources of revenue to keep the company funded.
What programming language are we talking about? C? Because you mentioned there's this pile of assembly. Did you what was your decision in choosing the programming language that Unreal Engine would be written in?
I'd grown up learning with Pascal as my favorite language.
Nice.
In order to just get maximum performance and get the latest operating system features, I had to move to C for my second game, Joel of the Jungle, Nintendo-style platformer. And so when I started Unreal Engine, it was on 16-bit Windows using the C programming language. And over the course of the first year, it moved to 32-bit using these DOS extenders, and then using Windows NT. And I moved to the C++ language, and just because it simplified the code so much, went from a really complicated pile of code to a much simpler one, making that transition. And so almost the entirety of Unreal Engine development, about 2.5 years of it, was all in C++, 32-bit, completely state-of-the-art then. 32-bit protected mode was kind of a magical thing, having come from the days when computers were much less reliable and crashed all the time.
Yeah, and turned out to be a pretty good bet, because C++, out of all those languages, ended up being the dominant sort of performance-oriented language that survives to this day.
Yeah, it's because it solves all of the problems at scale, often through manual pain, but always solves them. And a lot of other languages do better in a lot of theoretical aspects and are better for some usage cases, but you can't do everything, and that's really very limiting.
All right, so ridiculous questions, but did you have one monitor, two monitors? Were you picky on the keyboard? Were you picky on the chair? What are we talking about? Let's paint a picture.
Okay, I went through a big transition there. So I started out being pretty lazy. I had a bunch of I bought used computers because you'd often get them at half the price of a new one. They'd be good enough. So I had this old 486 I was developing on. I guess it was a 15-inch monitor at the time. It was a poor workstation setup, but it was very economical. And so as we started on Unreal, I realized that I had to write a ton of code. I had to write it at absolute maximum productivity. So I had to rearrange my entire life around delivering maximum output. And so at that point, I realized actually spending money on getting good equipment was a good investment. And we're not talking about millions of dollars here, or billions if you're building a GPU farm. We're just talking about buying some basic hardware. And so I bought the biggest CRT you could buy at the time. This was the CRT. It was 24 inches. It weighed 100 pounds. I had back pain for a week after I installed it, but it got me 1920 by 1200.
Wow.
In 1996. In 1996, that was pretty cool. So I upgraded to a 90 megahertz Pentium and did a lot of programming on that. It was on the 90 megahertz. These were the main consumer computers at the time, and I'd optimized the Unreal Engine software renderer on that, which was, the Pentium was the first super scalar architecture in consumer computing. It could run up to 2 instructions at a time, and if you wrote your assembly code very carefully, you could get absolute maximum throughput. So I'd gotten my texture mapping code down to 6 CPU cycles, comprising 11 instructions. That was required for every pixel on the screen. That was just enough performance to deliver that. But Dell came out with these new workstations, and Intel had just launched the Pentium Pro, the first out-of-order processor. And so I I basically bought the absolute maximum configuration that money can buy. It cost $7,000. I had a gigabyte of memory in 1996.
Wow.
And a 200 megahertz CPU. So it tripled the speed of compiles and just made me massively more productive. So that's why I was using throughout Unreal Engine development and shipped with that.
By the way, people in the 90s would have been blown away by this course. I love it. Yeah. Were you, in writing, were you considering the hardware much? Was there a sense so, for people who don't know, Unreal Engine rendering, I guess, is all software, doesn't use the hardware. But were you trying to optimize, as I understand, maybe you can correct me, but were you trying to optimize to the hardware at all?
Well, at the time, so we did most Unreal Engine development before the first real GPUs came out. The 3D Effects Voodoo one, the first GPU that actually delivered serious performance compared to software rendering. The first GPU that was really gainful came in the end of the development, and we supported it really quickly, but it was not the target all along. And so development was focused on just building. There are two parts of the engine, right? There's all of the gameplay systems that manage the simulation and physics and so on. That's all written in very high-level C++ code. And maintainability is as much of a goal as performance, because we had to build massive amounts of systems over time. But there were one thing that was really a bottleneck was graphics. The cost of rendering a single pixel was really high, and so you had to do everything you possibly could to optimize the rendering of pixels on screen. And so we were talking about how many CPU cycles. When you say your CPU runs at a gigahertz or whatever, it's a billion instructions per second. How many instructions do you need to run to get a pixel on screen? And so there's a constant challenge to optimize that down. And there was also a competition among all of the graphics programmers who often send emails, bragging to each other about what new technique they've discovered, to try to get the cost down. Abrash's original articles took 12 CPU cycles to render a pixel, and everybody else had figured out how to get it to down to 6, sometimes even 4 cycles. And that involved lots of different trade-offs of caching and memory hierarchy and so on. It was just a magical time where a human could actually understand exactly what the CPU was doing under the hood, and could write code that exactly targeted that. And that's largely lost now. When we talk about optimization and software now, it's largely about heuristics, and statistically, this memory access is likely to hit the cache. And this algorithm is faster than that algorithm. Because CPUs now have such advanced out-of-order execution, you really can't micromanage what's happening on an instruction-by-instruction basis. You can only manage. And so there's kind of this law people don't, in which the program had absolute control over the machine and could work miracles in special cases if you tried.
It seems like there's still value to that art when it comes to GPUs and ASICs, basically trying to understand the hardware and how to optimize it, whether it's for learning applications or for ultra realistic real-time graphics applications. Is that true?
Yeah, that's absolutely so. The optimization problems have just moved around. In a system like Nanite, the virtualized micropolygon geometry system that Brian Carey, a brilliant engineer with Epic, built, was one of those multi-year optimization efforts that required understanding everything from the highest levels to the lowest levels of the hardware to figure out how to make this breakthrough technique work in a way that was actually maximally performant on GPUs.
And so Nanite is the system, we'll jump around in time. That takes us to today with Unreal Engine 5. This is the system that does the geometry. Yeah, so rendering the worlds and geometric. There's many layers to this. We'll probably sneak up to each of those. But one, you have to actually create the geometry of the world around you and do that in real time and really efficiently. There's a bunch of different ways to optimize that. Can you just speak to it?
Yeah, with the advanced art tools we have today, it's really easy to create a scene with billions of polygons. The hard part is how to render it efficiently, because you can't render billions of polygons in a frame. Basically, you want to render an image that's indistinguishable from the full detailed geometry if you rendered it at ridiculous cost. And so the challenge is how to simplify every component of the rendering, the geometry, the lighting, and so on, down to real-time techniques. They're efficient, they capture a realistic view of what's around you. And so when an object is up close to you, you want to render it with a lot more polygons than when it's far away. But one of the cool principles of mathematics is the Nyquist sampling theorem. It says if you're trying to reconstruct a signal, limit the amount of data you need to bother capturing. If you want to render a texture at a certain resolution, then you never need more than twice the pixels than in the texture that you have on the screen. And that's called the Nyquist limit. And so one of the challenges of computer graphics is given the need to render objects at extreme close-up distances and extreme far-away distances. You always want to be able to generate the right amount of geometry so that you have enough to be indistinguishable from reality, but not any more than necessary. And with geometry, the idea is that if you render 2 triangles per pixel, you should get an image that is indistinguishable from thousands of triangles per pixel. If you render less than 2 triangles per pixel, you're going to start to see visible artifacts of the loss. And GPUs have this amazing hardware in a lot of different pipelines, but it's all very fixed function. There's pixel shader hardware, there's geometry processing hardware, and then there's triangle rasterization hardware. One of the limits of GPUs is that the triangle rasterizers are built for pretty large triangles. If you're building a triangle or rendering a triangle with 10 pixels, that's pretty efficient. But if you're rendering a triangle with 1 pixel, it's very inefficient. So one of the breakthroughs Brian made was to design an entire pipeline for avoiding the rasterization hardware in the GPU and just going straight to pixels and calculating what should be done with that pixel as a result of some ray tracing and geometry intersection calculations done in a pixel shader. So instead of using the triangle pipeline, we're just using pixel pipeline and getting a better result.
Because of the limitations of the triangle rasterizer in the GPUs. That's fascinating. Because, as you described, you need the tiny triangles for the detail, for the stuff that's up close. I mean, this might seem obvious to people, but it's not just stuff up close. It's like, depends on where you're looking, like the human eye and the human focus and the human attention mechanism defines how much detail you want to show, because the thing that the human is likely to be giving attention to, you want that to be super high resolution, and everything else, including due to distance, can have less geometry, less texture, less information in it.
Yeah, that's right. But there's a lot of challenges like that. It turns out it's a lot easier to render one frame that looks perfect than it is to render a series of frames in motion that look perfect. A lot of the problems with the earlier algorithms that aspired to do this sort of things was popping. You'd be running some number of triangles for a while, and then you switch to a different number of triangles, and you'd see a visible transition, and the screen would look like it got shaken up. It's a disturbing artifact that distracts you from the game. So one of the magical trade-offs of nanite was how to avoid all of the visible transitions and get them down to a point where, though they exist statistically, they're not really perceptible to a person looking at it.
You look at something like nanite, I mean, there's a nice blog post, there's nice descriptions about the details, but you can tell even under the details, there's just incredible engineering that goes on. It's so cool. It's so cool how underneath this, the actual experience of beautiful details, scenery, there's just incredible engineering to bring to you simulation, ultra realistic simulation of reality in real time, like lights changing everything. And then, it just takes you back to that feeling I had with Wolfenstein, but like more, and you can completely lose yourself in that world, and you would forget that this real world exists. What is the real world anyway? So it's that coupling of great engineering and great storytelling in terms of just feeling is super cool. That's great to know. It's great to know that these teams behind it, and it's cool that you're also releasing a bunch of details around it. At least for folks like me, it's inspiring to see. So Unreal Engine is this fascinating creation. It's a big, bold, crazy bet that you made. Maybe it's good to actually explain what Unreal Engine is for people sort of outside this world. I would say it transformed the gaming industry, but that was a big bet in 1995 that most of the effort would be on creating the gaming engine, not the game.
Yeah, Unreal Engine is a big bundle of code and tools, a huge software package that provides all the functions you need to build any sort of a 3D graphics application. Game developers use it to make games, and that's the predominant use, but it's also used in Hollywood film and television production to create 3D scenery in real time for production sets, to do pre-visualization. It's used by car makers to visualize their cars before they're constructed or manufactured. It's used by architects to preview buildings before they're made, and industrial designers of all sorts. And it provides all of the 3D simulation features you need, both for creating highly realistic 3D graphics, so physics and interactions between objects and making things happen like you might see in the real world, and supports a huge variety of styles, from Pixar stylized movies to cel shading to photorealism. It can be used for anything that needs real-time 3D graphics,
including humans that populate those three-dimensional worlds. And we'll probably talk a bunch of the details involved in the process of creating ultra-realistic humans, because we humans care about how other humans look and how they convey emotion and express how they speak, all that kind of stuff. But so yes, it's the 3D objects that are static, the 3D objects that are dynamic, and on the dynamic front, including humans that are ultra dynamic. So all of that, you have to create this engine that simulates that world, the world as we this beautiful world that we know and love. Okay, so that, but you're early. So here you see Doom, and you're trying to create this world and trying to create an engine that would not just power Unreal, the video game, but future video games. So how do you go about it? What are you thinking? And that I should sort of linger on that. That is a crazy bet that we're going to build an engine as a company.
Yeah, well, the philosophy began with ZZT and continued onward. We're not just building a game for players to play. We're also building tools that can be used for building that game or any other game, and catering to all the artists and designers who would use the tool. And so that philosophy started at the very early parts of Unreal development. I was building the tools for level designers like Cliff Basinski and artists like James Schmaltz. As we began marketing the game, thinking it was 6 months away, we were constantly releasing screenshots and things like that. Other companies started calling us and saying they wanted to build 3D games too, but they didn't have the expertise for that, and they wanted to license our 3D engine. And this was one of the coolest pivots in Epic's history. Microprose called up Mark Rain, our vice president and longtime business guy, and said they wanted to license our engine. And Mark Rain was like, oh, "What? You want to license what? What? An engine? What's the what engine?" And they explained to them what they wanted to license. He said, "Oh, that engine. Yeah, that's very expensive." But this was one of the critical things that kept Epic going through that 3.5 years. We were starting to license our engine out to other developers. Microprose took 2 licenses, and we got in $500,000 from that. And company GT Interactive licensed our engine to build another game, and we got paid for that. And so we had this revenue stream funding the development of Unreal Engine from other games that were being built by other developers. And because they were the line for the company, we took engine business very seriously from the start. We set up mailing lists so that our partners could ask us questions. And all the developers and artists working our games were participating in helping customers. Everybody took that very seriously because it was our funding source. And that's kind of set this dual spirit of Epic of building technology and supporting game developers simultaneous with building games and supporting gamers. It's continued onward and just grown over time.
Can you just go back to that? You programming. What are some interesting technical challenges you have to overcome? You mentioned dynamic lighting. Like create this three-dimensional world and try to figure out the puzzle of how you actually do that at a time when nobody, Carmack and you, doing this kind of thing. It's a totally open Wild West. So, what are some interesting technical challenges you have to try to solve?
There's a lot. Some of them are visible on screen, and some are behind the scenes and still require a lot of innovation. All of the graphical techniques were really interesting challenges. And Unreal Engine, in those early days, went a lot further than the Quake engine in building environments using constructive solid geometry with a real-time editor, and that was a really interesting technical challenge. The idea is building is extremely tedious if you are only adding objects to the world. If you want to build a door, then you need to add like a dozen different pieces of door frames and add a bunch of different walls together to fit together in the right shape. It sure would be easier if you could just start with the wall and subtract the door out. And so we had this way of adding geometry to the world and subtracting geometry, and the engine would perform all of the calculations on that. And this is something that I'd been anticipating was possible for a long time, but when I finally got around to it, it took this 30-hour coding session to like figure out all of the special cases of the code that needed to be implemented to make that work. But in the course of 30 hours, I got constructive solid geometry up and running. I started doing handed it to James Schwartz the next time we were together, and it's like, okay, I think you're cheating here. So you create a giant torus, and then add another giant torus interlocked with it, and then subtracted a cylinder from it, and created this really advanced composite object with just 3 operations. He's like, whoa, I can't believe this. It's like, yeah, we figured it out. And that was cool to see for the first time. It was probably the first time somebody had done constructive solid geometry in real time. But it was also a really useful artist tool that all the artists appreciated and immediately began making use of.
Can you just speak to that 30-hour session? I mean, this is not, from everything I know about computational geometry, doing this kind of thing, from your perspective, that's not easy. That's, what is it? The uncertainty, the open questions involved, even just on the algorithm front, how to do that efficiently, and then plus the usual programming thing of debugging, like suffering through the trickiness of it. And we don't have really, at that time, you don't have the tooling to really visualize everything that's going on really well, and you probably you're using some crappy editor. I mean, there's just a lot of friction here. So the 30-hour session is one that's probably rough. It's a rough one.
Your brain works in different ways, and depending on your state, right?
Right.
There are some things that require really working on a problem fresh, where you've put together a bunch of logical pieces, and now you just need to write a whole lot of code to make it all work together, and plumb a whole lot of data between a whole lot of different algorithms. But I think our brains have vastly more horsepower than we're able to directly access by thinking of what code to type next. And after you've been working for a very long time, you can get into a sleep-deprived state where you have much, much more direct access to that low-level knowledge.
That's great. Yeah.
Because there are symptoms that are well studied of sleep deprivation. One of them is short-term memory loss, and so you're working without the easy recall of the code you just typed. But your brain is then free to think about other problems, and I built up this intuition over a very long period of time. So the foundation for the subject is the binary space partitioning tree, this data structure invented by computer science graphics researcher Bruce Naylor. Carmack had picked up on that and had used the technique in Doom to really great effect. And I picked up on that. And Unreal Engine was using this technique for all of its graphics and rendering, but it was just additive geometry everywhere, and it had a lot of overlapping polygons, and it was pretty inefficient. So I had the idea that if we had a PSP tree, there was a really efficient way to do constructed solid geometry, and to do that, you had to break down the ways that different pieces of geometry can fit together. I broke it down into like 14 different cases. And most of them are pretty simple, cranked them out. Anyways, I got towards the end, there were some pretty complicated things. Like, how do you deal with coplanar polygons? They're in the same plane, and pointing in the same direction versus the other direction. In what cases should you keep them? In what cases should you eliminate them? And so on to create really efficient geometry output. And just plowing through it. Eventually, through mostly deduction, but some trial and error too. Like sometimes you just have to try the possibilities and see what works. I cranked it out and it worked. And the next day I came in like kind of weary and I was like, oh wow, this actually did work. It wasn't just a dream.
So you're considering the edge cases also. I mean, that's the problem with geometry is like, there's probably just gonna be all kinds of weird polygons that you have to. So you're like thinking, you're imagining the edge cases and trying to see how do I not create inefficiencies in this algorithm while still considering the edge cases, allowing for the edge cases.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to write software that's like 99% correct. It's the 1% that's the really hard part, and where the devil lies in the details.
What about like lighting? Is there other interesting?
Well, the funny answer is like we know the laws of physics, so it's actually really easy to do everything in computer graphics.
Yeah.
But the direct solution of the laws of physics is immensely slow, and so what we're finding are approximations rather than complete solutions. Because you need something that's 1,000,000 times faster than the brute force answer.
We should say that the physics of the seed is you just take a bunch of photons, bounce them around. That's how light works.
Yeah,
that's going to be very inefficient because there's a lot of bouncing and a lot of photons.
Yeah. Photon tracing is the subject matter that does brute force calculation of pixels on a screen from all of the light in the scene, and it works and it's correct, and it just is an implementation of the laws of physics, and it's millions or billions of times slower than what we do. But Carmack had figured out how to do really cool lighting algorithms, including real-time lighting with objects moving around, and I hadn't taken it very far. So with Unreal Engine, I realized that we don't have nearly enough computing performance on our CPU to compute the light of every pixel on the screen from all of the light sources that affect it. We were at a 6-cycle texture mapper, and we couldn't afford 30 more cycles for lighting. And so the answer had to be some approximation. And the one that Carmack had picked up on the Quake engine was light mapping. If we, instead of calculating all the lighting on every pixel, what if we made a big texture that we placed over all of the walls in the scene that was like wallpaper? And what if we say every foot we're going to compute a lighting value for just that one foot grid on the object rather than computing it everywhere? And then if we just linear interpolate that over the course of it, you get a lighting and solution that actually works pretty well and is fast enough to work. And so a lot of Unreal Engine's lighting techniques were based on light mapping. We introduced colored lighting. So you could have colored light sources. Then we realized, since we're doing this and we're doing it on light maps, we can actually do some pretty expensive calculations, hundreds of cycles, since we're only calculating it for every 1 foot of world space rather than every pixel. And so we introduced a whole bunch of elaborate lighting effects, like torch flickering, and the caustic effects of water bouncing off of a surface, and so on, and like pulsing lights and blinking lights and everything else. I created a system for compositing them together. So if you had an arbitrary number of light sources, they could all do that. And then I implemented a shadowing algorithm. If you cast a ray from a point on a light to a point on a surface and see whether it intersects any other geometry. If it doesn't intersect, then the light hits the object, and if it does intersect, then the light hits something else first, and that pixel on the object should be dark. So I built a real-time version of this, and it ran at about a half a frame a second. So I was running around at half a frame a second, like shooting out light projectiles and looking at dynamic lighting. It's like someday computers will be fast enough for this, but not today. So I made a non-real-time version that pre-calculates all of the lighting. I realized, oh wait, if you pre-calculated the shadowing in an object, you can still apply the lighting dynamically as long as the light's not moving. So you could do torch flickering with shadows, and figure out all the cases of dynamic and static lighting that were actually practical on the computer at the time, and expose them to artists. And this was the wonderful thing. I was just like typing in these little features, exposing them to artists, and every day they find like a drop down with some more lighting options available to them, and they start using them, and they do things that I never thought possible. And this was always the coolest thing. As a programmer building an engine, you might think you know the implications of the feature you're building, but artists are so clever that you always find that you built the capability of doing vastly more than you ever anticipated as they start to use combinations of features together in concert to do ever more amazing things.
That's the genius of artists, is they're given constraints, and within those constraints they create something you could have never possibly imagined given the constraints. That's just such a beautiful coupling between engineering and artistry and art.
That's right. Yeah, it's timeless. You know, what do the Renaissance painters do with paint, and what do the early game artists do with early engines? You know, everybody's figuring out the capabilities of their medium, and you're seeing a revolution.
This is blowing my mind. This is so fun. What about fog? You mentioned fog. That how do you even how do you even do fog? So you mentioned Unreal. So the first version had fog.
Yeah, well, it's a funny thing. So this graphics hardware company had just started up in Finland, and they released a screenshot of what their GPU was doing, and they showed a scene filled with volumetric fog. So you had a foggy room with some light sources in it, and when that happens in the real world, what you see are glows around the light as the light brightens the fog around it, but the brightening of the fog diminishes over time because the fog absorbs some lighting, and so the further you get away from the light, the more fall off there is. And you know, you have a bunch of colored lights overlapping together in a space like that. The effect is just absolutely magical. You know, like being out on a foggy light with street lamps above. It's something that's surreal and just beautiful. So I was like, oh my God, they figured out how to do real-time volumetric fog. I have to figure it out myself. And so that was another like 30-hour coding session.
That's nice.
But like at the core, I realized, okay, what's happening here is we have this lighting function saying that light at a particular point in space is like, you know, falling off with the inverse square of the light, the distance from the light source, right? The inverse square is all from Isaac Newton, which applies to lighting. What I had to realize was that the way the fog interacted with the light was that you calculate the view from your eye's position to a point on a surface in the world. It's going through fog, and you're accumulating more and more light as a function of the amount of light illuminating the fog at that point in time. And so, well, you know, I'd studied that in mechanical engineering without even knowing it. That's the line integral. You know, you have an integral over a line of some function. Well, this is exactly what it's for. It's for accumulating the values of a function over a continuous space and time. And, you know, I did a bunch of math and realized that, oh, wow, the integral, and then I looked in a reference book of all of the integrals, and, you know, thankfully people had solved them all. And I realized the integral of, you know, this transformed 1 over r squared turns out to be solved by the arctangent of r. And so, you know, if you calculate some parameters based on the position of the eye and the position of the surface point you're at ultimately seeing, then you calculate exactly how much fog you can accumulate from that. Of course, you can't do that per pixel because that's hundreds of cycles on CPU time. And so what we had to do is calculate volumetric fog on something equivalent to a light map, but calculating fog every square meter in the world. And so, you know, we had enough performance for that. We built volumetric lighting and gave it to artists, and they started building magically detailed levels with volumetric fog and real time. And then, you know, decades later, I was talking to one of the engineers who'd worked on that hardware and asked about their volumetric fog and told them how it inspired me to you know, figure out how to do it in real time myself. He was like, "Oh no, we cheated. We just rendered it out of 3D Studio Max."
That's awesome. That is so awesome. That is so inspiring on so many levels. Yeah, that you saw that maybe it's possible, even if it was kind of smoke and mirrors, and then you actually made it happen. It's so inspiring to hear these kind of stories when there's so much uncertainty and you figure out, and so many constraints, and you figure out how to bring it to life in real time and create this world that Unreal did. Maybe if we could just pause, since you mentioned John Carmack a few times, as a fellow pioneer in the game industry at that time, what do you admire about John?
John singularly has this intense dedication to getting the best result from his code and having absolutely no attachment to past code And some of the legendary things he did, the end result was an absolute breakthrough in real-time computer graphics. Weren't his first try. They were like his 7th or 8th try after he'd done something time and time again, tried it, found a better approach, thrown out the old one, built it again, and continually rewrote his code until he found the absolute best solution to a problem. And I think that stands as a lesson for every programmer to pick up on. When something is really, really important, its performance is absolutely critical to the product, or its quality, or its capabilities. Just iterate on it until you've achieved perfection, and don't settle for the first or second solution is good enough.
And it's, the result of that, both you and him sort of define the future of gaming worlds. It's so beautiful to see. It's just fascinating. It's inspiring because under so much uncertainty, under so many constraints, you figure out a way. And that, actually continues to this day because yes, the hardware is improved incredibly, but in order to create an ultra-realistic, highly dynamic, real-time rendering of the world around us, it's still really, really difficult. And there's all these kinds of optimization that you mentioned. Maybe you could speak to that Unreal Engine 1 journey from 1 to 5.5 or 0.6 now. What for 30 years you've been creating virtual worlds. What's it like evolving a game engine for those 30 years when the hardware under you is improving exponentially? What are some things that changed, and what are some universal truths that have not changed?
It's been an astonishing experience. Nobody 30 years ago had anticipated that we'd see the performance gains in hardware that we've actually seen in that time frame. It's something like 100,000 times higher CPU performance between multiple cores and higher clock rates and more parallelism. But if we had that in aviation, then we'd be like taking a trip to neighboring stars.
Alpha Centauri, yeah.
Exactly. And in graphics, it's been even more so. It's something like literally 10 million times more net usable GPU performance than we had back running on a Pentium 90 CPU, all in 30 years. And it's really made me appreciate that over the generations, some areas of our engine development have absolutely kept up with that technology. And the rendering team that works on Unreal Engine are the real miracle workers there. Just about every generation of Unreal, we've replaced most of the rendering code, and the different leaders and different points in time and the different luminaries have built systems that were absolutely rethought and optimized for the latest generation of hardware. Unreal Engine 1 was built for software rendering, and then the Voodoo 1 came along late in the cycle, and we had support for it, but it wasn't fully capable and utilized. Unreal Engine 2 was about bringing all of the latest GPU hardware acceleration features to the engine, and keeping forward and building some new features like vehicles, and a few other capabilities. This was in the early GPU era, before GPUs had really broken out of everybody's expectations of Moore's Law. But that breakout occurred with DirectX 9 and the capabilities of programmable shaders. Once you had control of writing code running on the GPU that could color every pixel on the screen, and that GPU code was literally a factor of 100 times faster than the equivalent code I wrote a few years earlier on the Pentium 90. And so that DirectX 9 generation was a godsend. And Andrew Scheidecker, longtime Epic luminary, wrote the core of the Unreal Engine 3 renderer around real-time pixel shading, real-time lighting, being able to do dynamic shadows using several different techniques, and multi-threaded render to support bits of the early dual-core CPUs that were starting to show up at the time. And it was a massive, massive graphical upgrade. Unreal Engine 4 made a number of improvements and just continued to add features to make give artists more and more options for lighting and for geometry that created realism. But then I think probably our biggest single level of leap came with Unreal Engine 5 with the nanite micropolygon geometry solution, and with Lumen, the global illumination lighting solution. which I think really bridged the gap from game-ish computer graphics to total observable photorealism for artists who wanted to create that. And so that's been the evolution, and the progress on the graphics side is absolutely astonishing, as it is on the audio side in a number of other areas. But parts of the engine also haven't changed all that much since the version I wrote and shipped in 1998. The file management system has been optimized a number of times, but it hasn't been completely rethought. And the networking system, the ways that clients and servers talk together and negotiate game state is still an evolution of the thing I wrote. And it's feeling kind of dated now. You still see networking bugs in Fortnite where, for some reason, when you're spectating, you're not seeing some parameters update. Well, that's because of the lossful nature of that networking model. And and the biggest limitation that's built up over time is the single-threaded nature of game simulation in Unreal Engine. We run a single-threaded simulation. If you have a 16-core CPU, we're using one core for game simulation and running most of the complicated game logic because single-thread programming is orders of magnitude easier than multi-thread programming. And we didn't want to burden either ourselves or our partners or the community with the complications of multi-threading. And over time that becomes an increasing limitation. So we're really thinking about and working on the next generation of technology, and that being Unreal Engine 6, and that's the generation where we're actually going to go and address a number of the really core limitations that have been with us over the history of Unreal Engine, and get those on the a better foundation that the modern world deserves, given everything that's been learned in the field of computing in that time frame.
That's a terrifyingly challenging engineering problem, and it seems like every version of Unreal Engine, the amazing teams behind it are willing to just throw away most of the code. Or maybe I'm being a little bit too dramatic, but basically throw away the old approaches that you mentioned with Carmack and start again, like with Nanite and Lumen. Just keep optimizing to the current hardware, but even like rethinking how it's all done. But going from single-threaded to multi-threaded, oh boy, that's terrifying. And that's in part, we'll talk about it, why maybe you have to rethink even the programming language that's being used, to rethink a lot of things. That's fascinating. Can we just stick on Unreal Engine 5? So I watched a bunch of stuff, but the State of Unreal in GDC 2024. I was just giggling with excitement watching some of this stuff. So just if we can talk about different things here, just to nerd out a little bit. So people should go watch this video. They talk about the dirt. Just the ultra realistic, and this is for Marvel 1943, which is kind of putting the Marvel universe into Nazi-occupied France in the winter. So there's snow, and that's a moment in history. That's a very intense moment in history, and it really creates a feeling and puts you there. And there's so much to that, including the snow. But just looking at the dirt is a really nice way to show like how do you add a lot of details to the scene in real time that like gives this experience like infinite detail. Like this is real. This is super real. And then I think in the talk they describe like what's entailed in the generation of the geometry, what's entailed in the lighting, all that kind of stuff. Maybe can you speak about dirt? What are the components for people who might not know in like creating this ultra realistic, the texture, the lighting, the geometry, all of that, like how Nanite, how Lumen all come together in this beautiful orchestra to paint in real time the dirt in Nazi-occupied France in 1943.
Well, there's a lot happening here on screen, and the real hero of this image isn't Epic. It's the artists and technical artists who work together to build this environment, because and the reason we showed it at GDC was it went way, way beyond what we realized the system was capable of doing. largely because of their brilliance. And this is the magic of computer graphics. There's not one feature that makes this cool. There's a dozen technical features that each interplay, and because of the ways that they interplay with each other, you really don't. It's hard to actually identify the individual components of it. One thing that's happening here that's really critical. Oh yeah, now we're seeing it being turned off. Is the lighting happening? The lumen lighting system that's powering the scene is doing different kinds of lighting calculations at different scales. This was the work of Daniel Wright, following a decade of moving the state of the art of lighting forward. But his theory, which was rather controversial at the time, was that if you have enough levels of lighting calculation, then you can get everything, global illumination working everywhere from the absolute highest levels of a scene, that buildings are casting correct shadows, all the way down to details like you see on the dirt here, all working in concert and without distinguishable boundaries. So there's a good decade of foundational work there to make the lighting work. In particular, when you see that very detailed shadows interplaying between the ice and the dirt there, that's screen space lighting. There's actually shadow calculation going on, not based on the world, but on the pixels on the screen, because that is the only way that we could possibly do those calculations fast enough, running them in a pixel shader.
Yeah, watch this. Watch when you add the objects, when you add the textures, the layering, all the shadows that have to be computed.
Yeah,
Boy.
That shadowing's an amazing thing, but the reason that works is counterintuitive. When somebody first explained it to me, I was like, that's really clever, but I don't think that will work. But it does work, because if you observe the positions of incoming lights and you know the z coordinates of the different pixels on the screen, you can figure out how geometry there is likely to include other geometry. Mm-hmm. And even though it's only an approximation and isn't perfect, it looks perfectly good to the human eye and gives you the subtle shadowing that you see in a scene like this that makes it look highly realistic. And the shadowing influences other things. There's also some really interesting things happening with the color here, and I'm not even sure what's causing. It looks like color is bleeding from some parts of the snow onto other parts of the snow. It looks like there's some subsurface scattering going on. I'm not even sure if that's being used in this scene. And then there's a material layering system for laying down layers of material, dirt and snow and other things, all making that work. And then there's the light bouncing off of the geometry, which is another system for lighting on top of the global illumination system.
What about reflections too? Is that count as the light bounce? So there's a light bouncing off of stuff to light it up in different interesting ways, but then there's also actual literal reflections in, like, we're looking at a puddle in the dirt.
Yeah, that's right. But the engine supports a number of different reflection techniques. One is calculating basically textures that capture all the lighting in the scene, and then bouncing that off of texture maps, so you can see different lights bouncing off of different pixels in different ways. And then there's individual lighting, casting reflections off of things too. And a lot of this is under the control of designers. And one of the things that's yet to do problem for the future is you don't just press a few buttons and this kind of scene magically appears. This is a lot of work from some highly skilled people, not only building out this particular scene, but in setting up the material layers so that you get the dirt with the ice layered on top and all of the reflections working. And they had to make a number of technical art decisions to make this work. And if a novice who hadn't worked very hard built the kind of scene like this, it wouldn't look nearly as good. So one of the challenges we have is to make building this kind of quality level even easier and more seamless and automatic. You'd like to just build a scene and say, use this material here and have this appearance come out of it.
Yeah, and I mean, once you create the scene, you could do things. I remember where they said, like, can you turn off the headlights? I forget. You could control the lighting. I mean, all of this, we should say, like, this is dynamic. So you could change the position of the light. You could turn on the lights and off the lights. That's incredible. So this is all real time. The geometry, the lighting, the textures, all of it, real time.
This is the power of awesome technical art, 3 decades of feature development, and you have to give credit also to the 20 teraflops of graphics performance that NVIDIA is delivering.
Thanks, NVIDIA.
90 megahertz to this. 90 megahertz is 90 megaflops. This is 20 teraflops. That's a big change.
That's a lot. So one of the other things that they talk about in the presentation is about snow. So you have to, if you're talking about 1943 Nazi Germany in the winter, you know, you have to create a feeling, one of which is the season, the winter, the cold. And you can control you have to cover everything in snow. And here shown is the ability to control how much snow covers the objects. So the ability to do that for the artist is incredible. Like just to control how much snow is in the scene dynamically like that. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
It's a cool system for material layering and a dozen pieces coming together here. You also notice, there's fogginess and there's some hot objects emanating fog. An artist did that. That didn't just arise automatically.
So that's called material layering. So an artist creates the different materials and are able to layer the scene with it.
Yeah, layer materials on top of each other and see how much of each material should be protruding in different places with the engine handling transitions and things like that.
And that's on top of the sort of the geometry that creates the structure of the scene. And all the occlusions that have to be computed. Okay, I got to go to the other one that was just blowing my mind, which is smoke. Let me see. That. Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh. There's a fire. There's a fire in a trash can with the smoke, and the shadows. The lighting and the shadows interplaying on the smoke. This is real time?
Yeah, that's all real time.
What the hell? So how do you do that? How do you do the smoke?
Well, there's a really powerful particle system underneath that's providing the technological foundations for this sort of thing. But there's awesome artistry on top of that, and an awesome physics engine powering it. It's hard to tell exactly which piece is doing what. You have several different particle systems there. There's one for the fire, and then there's another one for the smoke coming out of it. The really interesting thing happening with the smoke here is that it's occluding light. There's calculation of how the light should diminish as it travels through smoke, and so you're seeing the lighting on the smoke being a really interesting thing. And there have been a lot of attempts, but this was the first demo where I felt like this kind of smoke had really no longer looked like a video game. It looked like just a burning trash can billowing out dark smoke. It's the artist's sophistication. It's a very, very, very large part of it.
So yeah, again, it's the interplay between the tooling and the artist. But yeah, like that, I could watch that for a long time. I mean, there's something magical sitting around a fire in real life and just watching the fire and the smoke. I mean, humans have been doing that for, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of years maybe. And then that same, I was just staring at that, and I wish the people would just stop talking and I could just watch the fire infinitely. And that's immersion. That's like, I want to be in that. I want to sit around that trash can with the fire and the smoke and watch. I mean, be warm because I was also feeling cold because of the snow. You really get immersed into the thing. I mean, it's so beautiful. It's true art. It's true art. It's just really wonderfully done. But okay, so I got to ask you about the humans. We talked about what's it like to create the scenes, but creating realistic humans is really tough. Can you speak to that? How to create ultra realistic humans? So you have an actor behind this to convey emotion, show the nuances and the details of the faces. And maybe this is a good opportunity to also mention MetaHuman Creator that's part of Unreal Engine.
Yeah, that's right. Humans are by far the hardest part of computer graphics because millions of years of evolution have given us dedicated brain systems to detect patterns in faces and infer emotions and intent. Because cavemen had to, when they see a stranger, determine whether they were likely friendly or might be trying to kill them. And so humans, we people in the world have extraordinarily detailed expectations of a face, and we can notice imperfections, especially perfections arising from computer graphics limitations. But it becomes by far the hardest problem. So the MetaHumans effort is part of a decades-long initiative that Vlad Mostilovich, the most talented digital humans visionary in the world, has been working on for generations and generations of games, serving individual clients around the game industry for a while, and then joining Epic as part of the Three Lateral team, and leading now a worldwide effort to build all of the technologies required to make digital humans realistic. Okay, one part is capturing humans, and so they built really advanced dedicated hardware that puts a human in a capture sphere with dozens of cameras in them, taking high resolution, high frame rate video of them as they go through a range of motions. And then capturing the human face is complicated because the nuanced detail of our faces and how all the muscles and sinews and fat work together to give us different expressions. So it's not only about the shape of a person's face, but it's also about the entire range of motion that they might go through. Capturing one human requires a few hours of capture work in a dedicated environment like that, then thousands of hours of processing work to capture a precise and real-time replicatable version of that human in the environment. So one of the things that it's done is just capturing an actor or actress in the real world and then using them in a video game. But the much more interesting thing going on is capturing thousands of humans to form a data set whose goal is to encompass the entire range of faces in all of humanity. So going around every culture, every continent, every age, and every face variety, and capturing representative people. So the entire range of faces is represented. And then being able to combine and merge those together to enable recreating an arbitrary face that the system's never seen before.
Mhm.
So, one of the ideas is capture giant amounts of this high precision data, and then you use it to reconstruct a face at a consumer level. Like maybe, take an iPhone photo of somebody's face and then capture a very accurate depiction of that, not by synthesizing it then and there on that device, but by combining all of the known details of human faces to accurately capture the most accurate representation of that. So that's the data problem. There's a lot of other problems with computer graphics. There's technology for rendering hair, which is really hard because you can't render every. Again, we know the laws of physics. It would be easy to just render every hair. It would just be a billion times slow. So you need approximations that capture the net effect of hair on rendering and on pixels without calculating every single interaction of every light with every strand of hair. That's one part of it. There's detailed features for different parts of faces. There's subsurface scattering because we think of humans as opaque, but really our skin is light travels through it. It's not completely opaque, and the way in which light travels through skin has a huge impact on our appearance. And this is why there's no way you can paint a mannequin to look realistic for a human. It's just a solid surface, and we'll never have the sort of detail you see.
We should actually just linger on that. That kind of blew my mind, like thinking through that. I think I heard that sort of the oiliness of the skin creates very specific, nuanced, complex reflections, and then some light is absorbed and travels through the skin, and that creates, would it be fair to say, like micro shadows or something? It creates like textures that are human eyes able to perceive, and it creates the thing that we consider human, whatever that is. And so like you have to compute both that, the reflection, how light interacts with the oiliness of the skin, and how it is also absorbed in, and all of that while considering all the muscles involved in making the nuanced expression. Just the subtle squinting of the eyes or the subtle formation of a smile. It's a stupid, annoying subtlety of human faces that you have to capture. Like the difference between a real smile and a fake smile. I love human faces. I love humans in general. But the way to show like beginning of a formation of a smile that actually reveals a deep sadness. All of that, like when I watch a human face, I can like read that. I can see that. Again, this is the engineering and the artist. You have to have the tools that in real time can render something like that. And that's incredibly difficult. But anyway, sorry. So there's a lot of this kind of complexity in even just the lighting of a face.
That's right. Getting faces right requires the interplay of literally dozens of different systems and aspects of computer graphics. And if any one of them is wrong, your eye is completely drawn to that, and you find it on the wrong side of uncanny valley. So the level of perfection needed in this area is vastly, vastly higher than world rendering or grass or any of these other things. If the shadows on a work of architecture are slightly wrong, you're pretty forgiving with it, actually. Your brain doesn't really care that much, but if anything wrong with the human, it's totally jarring.
Can you speak more to the creation of digital humans with MetaHuman, both on the editor side and sort of bringing it to life side? It seems like, because I've watched a bunch of videos, a bunch of individual developers doing it, it's not too difficult to bring a human to life using the tooling that Unreal Engine editor provides.
There are two main tools compared to the old days where every face was created by hand by an artist from scratch. One is the MetaHuman Creator tool for creating faces, where you have a huge number of parameters you can adjust to create a unique human by adjusting all the different capabilities of them. You can then get that out of MetaHuman Creator into Unreal Engine, and then you can add all kinds of computer graphics features there in the engine. You could add clothing using the cloth simulation system. You can adjust the hair and all these other parameters on the thing. And then there's MetaHuman Animator, a tool for animating a human based on a facial capture, which can be done on a device as simple as like an iPhone, and transfers the captured animation to the human you want, which is not straightforward. If the actor has one face shape and the character on screen has another face shape, the translation that needs to be done from the actor to the face is actually really sophisticated and non-obvious. And if you just applied it literally, then it would be completely wrong from your point of view. So those are the main tools that people are using now. And then within the Unreal Engine, then you have a face and you can do absolutely anything you want to it. And you could also, if you decide to go outside of the MetaHuman geometry pipeline, you could build your own face, like any creature of any sort, and then use the animation tools to animate it. But this is 30 years into a project that's probably like 50 years in total to get to absolute photorealism and controllability for absolutely everything. So there's vast amounts of work still to do, and we don't feel like we've solved the problem at all. We've just given artists a big productivity multiplier and a quality multiplier, but this is not in a state that we would say is done.
But nevertheless, I've seen people use it really effectively. I saw almost like plugins, maybe external services, where you can get the faces to approximate the mouth movements required to speak a thing. So like that's a really useful feature.
Yeah, that's right. When you have an artist or actor in your studio and you're recording a specific performance, you can just capture their facial motion and apply it. But if all you have is a voice recording, or you're generating a voice recording, or it's parametric or procedural or AI generated, then you need the system to translate that speech not only to movement of the mouth and lips, but also to facial expressions and the whole intent. When we're speaking, it's our whole face that's active and in different ways, and it's not just the mechanical motion of the pieces.
So we spoke a bit about Nanite, so the magic behind the virtualized geometry system, but can you speak a little bit to Lumen and in general what it takes to dynamically light in all the complicated ways, the faces, the scenes that we discussed? Like, what are some interesting things to you that made the magic of it happen?
Lumen is a system for global illumination, meaning it's supposed to calculate the interaction of light with the entire scene in a way that mimics reality. The first generation of engines that did lighting just said, well, the light casts light, and the surfaces it hits are lit, and the surfaces it doesn't directly hit are dark, and that's just all the techniques we have. So you'd have an area that wasn't hit by any light being completely black. But in reality, light bounces around the entire scene dynamically. When a light hits a red wall, then most of the blue and green light is absorbed, but the red light reflects off, and now it is hitting other things. And so if you have a red wall with a white floor, light is bouncing off of the red wall into the floor, and now the floor is being turned red. And so the entire bouncing of light around the scene through multiple bounces is the critical challenge to solve here. And again, laws of physics are known, and so the complete solution to this was written down in the 1950s, I think. The real magic here in Lumen is this system that Daniel Wright developed over the course of many years, based on ideas formed over a longer period of time, to calculate the way lighting bounces around at different scales, ranging from the scale of miles or kilometers down to the scale of pixels and millimeters, and to not only calculate it at each level, but integrate it seamlessly at each level to give the appearance of completely seamless and accurate lighting. And previous techniques were highly specialized, and artists had to make a decision for each light about exactly what it did. The goal is, and a lot of the practice with it now is you build a scene, you place lights in it, and it just works to make it that much easier.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching, so I'd recommend people go to this blog post. Like, look at that. So dynamically, I mean, we should say that so there's the indoors and the outdoors, and to be able to dynamically compute the impact of outdoor light, just look at that. Look at how gorgeous that is.
Yeah.
Just the lighting, like, look, we're looking now at an image of a cave. So external light lighting this the intricate complexity of insides of a cave.
Yeah,
look
that's
at
right.
that.
Light in the real world goes through a lot of bounces, and the effects of it are very, very subtle, but when they're not there, you miss them. Often a person can't point out why a scene is wrong, but they know it looks wrong, and it's the lack of the subtle lighting cues that we're seeing here.
And, for great, because we mentioned for great video games, but also for great films, lighting can make a film. And we're just looking at sort of a very dramatic lighting of a scene. Like, imagine stepping into the scene it's exciting, it's terrifying, and all of that has to do with light. The interplay between light and darkness. It's incredible. It's really, truly, truly incredible. Like, light is everything. And then to put the power of the tooling in the hands of an artist, that is really special.
Yeah, the industry's going through a massive evolution, and there's so many supporting systems to make this awesome. And always artists.
We're looking at reflections on smooth surfaces. Oh boy. Look at how gorgeous that is.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
And you have to appreciate the algorithms are doing quite a lot here.
Yeah.
You can have a scene with a huge number of not just lights, but also bright objects that reflect light off of them. Every one of those has to be captured in the reflections in order for it to be realistic. And you can't calculate every photon in the scene, and so you need really detailed approximations. And that's the field of computer graphics. It's about increasingly effective approximations of the laws of physics, which are just totally intractable.
But the result of that graphics is a feeling, is an experience by the viewer. And it's just, to me, as a fan of, well, let's say, beauty in the world, it's exciting that we can create that synthetically, artificially, via graphics. And that just, it blows wide open the possibilities of storytelling. So outside of video games, a lot of people are using Unreal Engine for movies, for films. And big congrats, I saw War is Over, a short film that was made with Unreal Engine, won an Oscar. So you can add that to the resume. So that's huge. An Oscar-winning film made with Unreal Engine. So what do you see as the future of the use of Unreal Engine and creating stories in the film industry?
Increasing capabilities and productivity. The limiting factor in every one of these businesses is cost. And the more the engine can make their jobs easier, the more power that brings them. One of the big revolutions we've seen in Hollywood is the moving away from doing computer graphics integration into a human scene with green screens to moving to these large LED wall panels they're displaying real-time computer graphics powered by the Unreal Engine. And that's a massive improvement in quality. You can recognize the old green screen movies because the lighting on the characters is just wrong. And as much as they try to fix it up, it never really works. When you're filming in front of an LED panel with LED light emitters in front of you as well, the actor not only picks up all of the lighting from the actual natural scene that they're supposed to appear in the movie, but they also can look around and see it, and they're aware of exactly what set they're acting on. and just the overall end result is that much higher. It's as much because the actors are able to do their jobs better, seeing the scene they're in, because the technology is enabling a better lighting calculation and a better interplay of virtual light and real world light to make the end result awesome.
So there's a lot of excitement around generative AI. What do you think is the future of the interplay between what a human artist creates and what an AI system can create in Unreal Engine?
I think a lot of people in the industry are overly optimistic about the rate of progress of AI for video and other things like that. The real problem is consistency. Like, spurting out an image is really high quality, but with video, over the course of seeing, all the AI approaches have consistency issues going from one place to another, and I don't think that those will just be remedied easily. Fundamentally, AI just doesn't have anything resembling an understanding of the entire scene they're in, the entire arc of the movie or plot they're in, and the entirety of the world around them, and how it might affect the scene. Whereas game engines have that exactly where they need to be. And so I think what we're going to see in the space of world-class, high-quality productions isn't just everybody moves to AI and a large part of the human creatives contributing to that are obsolete. I think what we're going to see is AI becoming a multiplying force on the power of human creatives, making them able to create better stuff more quickly and with higher quality end results. I think, unlike the fields of generative 2D art and generative text, I think the future of AI is much more complex and nuanced. And I think your interview with Mark Zuckerberg conducted in VR was a really good first example of this. So you did this VR discussion. It was capturing your faces and then rendering a completely 3D computer graphics model of your faces. And then the end result was patched up by an AI image enhancer. It was able to add an awful lot of the missing subtleties that are lost by normal computer graphics rendering. And that's the first step. You can imagine the output of Unreal Engine being enhanced by an AI pixel shading post-processor is one thing. You can imagine creation of objects being enhanced, especially mashing up high-quality objects that have already been created. Like Epic's Quixel team went around the world and scanned tens of thousands of real-world objects at extremely high levels of quality. They have everything from rocks to trees to archaeological finds and so on, all captured there. And we have an awesome library of them on the Fab content site. What's missing is the ability to create arbitrary amounts of new content. And I think using data like that and AI to create completely new trees that meet your specification from all of the knowledge that is built up of high-quality scan trees is going to be a really valuable thing. But I don't see this reducing the need for people or the role of people. Rather, I think it actually is probably an enhancer on that. I can't help but think when I go on Amazon and Netflix to watch a movie, there's a lot of linear content, and most of it isn't very, very good because of the limitations of the media and the budgets and of other things. If we can use AI as an enhancer on that, then everybody's going to have even more opportunity than they have now. And every single technological revolution has changed the way that people work, but it's ultimately created more opportunity for people. And their opponents predicting that this might be the last, but I think just the opposite. I'm an optimist on this, and an optimist that it's going to create opportunity for everyone.
Do you think it will be possible to use generative AI to create dynamic objects, like you mentioned, trees, in the Unreal Engine world, so create meshes and textures and empower the creator to create faster? Use meta knobs like hyperparameters versus very nuanced, where you can control much faster the look of a face, the look of a tree, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think that's the central challenge of the next decade of game engines and AI for content creation of all sorts. Because you have two very different models of the world that are emerging. There's the scene graph, the technical term we use to describe the set of all of the objects in the world in a 3D world maintained by Unreal Engine or another engine. So in the videos you saw, it's the rocks and the trees and the snow and the bridge and the people and all of these things. And each one has enormous amounts of data attached to it. Some are like texture maps, some are sound files, some are animation files. And enormous amounts of detail, all stored there in that procedural, and in this precise computer graphics representation that enables rendering it from any perspective with any settings and so on. It's a completely general system that has complete context about the state of the world at any point, and so you can always precisely reproduce it. If you play the same scene 10 times in a row, it's always the same. It's never randomly changing. You're like, oh no, why did this character's face change mid-screen? Yeah. But it's also rather limited because you have to build everything manually. That's costly and it's time-consuming and it requires expertise. And then you have this other model of the world, which is what AI sees or thinks. If we could peer into what's really happening in its parameters, there's something like the mushy connections of neurons in a brain. It has a vast amount of knowledge about the world and about graphics and about images and about people and about everything else. It's stored in a human incomprehensible form, but it can be extracted through queries, like asking it to produce an image from a prompt, or a video from a prompt, or whatever. But the huge problem with that is it's very mushy data. We don't know how to give it a command that will give us a precise result. And if it produces one image one time and we change our prompt slightly, it might produce something completely different. We're unable to art direct it. And so it's this completely untamed tool. I think when we figure out more and more ways to merge these and connect these two together, you can imagine AI enhancing the process of content creation in a traditional scene representation. You can imagine the scene representation being paired with the AI, so the AI not only sees the prompt, but also here's a list of all of the objects in the world and the characteristics and so on. It can learn more about how those objects should move and interact. So if you get a constant feedback cycle going back and forth between an engine and AI, I think you can get the best of both worlds. Stable scenes, but also the higher productivity of being able to get content out, and the ability to select specific parts of it and art direct those. And to have those art directions stick and be recognized as part of this permanent scene representation.
Yeah, I can't wait until AI can operate not in the space of pixels, but in the space of scene graphs. Creating objects in the scene graph, whether it's like you mentioned, audio or any of the things that you mentioned about that empower the creator. Yeah, that's a super exciting future. I wonder if you could speak to a fear that people have on this topic of artists, engineers, fear of losing their jobs, being replaced by AI. Are there words of hope that you could offer them?
This is certainly the most extreme example of it because AI is just so far ahead of prior technologies, but similar fears were had in every other industry. There's a fear that digital music synthesis would obsolete musicians, and there's a very brief period of time in which songs with digital music instruments, like the early mini Moogs and Yamaha synthesizers, weren't allowed to win certain music industry awards because they weren't considered real music. And then, over time, the people were educated and realized that, these are just instruments people are playing, and they're controlling them the same way they did before. There's similar questions about, is, computer art built in Photoshop really art? Or is it just, goofy computer stuff? And, I think nowadays, digital artists have gained respect. I think, if you look at just the tools that exist in Photoshop, some of them are pretty sophisticated. And nowadays, they have AI features. But I think AI is ultimately going to be another tool in the artist's tool set. And, I think it's going to become a more powerful, directable, and human-serving tool in the future. And I think a lot of the alienation comes from the prompt either being immensely powerful at giving you an entire creation, but then being completely unwilling to let you control the nuances. That feels alienating. You give it an image, but you're like, replace this part of it with this thing, or make that object green, and it can't do it. Often it can't be convinced with any number of words in the prompt. And that makes it feel like the computer is taking control away from us, humans and artists, and is refusing to do what we want and has its own opinions. Right? It feels like a competitor. I think when we have much, much, much more nuanced control of it, and artists can go in and just, let's enhance this object, do this, do that, do that. They'll feel it's like some of the tools that exist in Photoshop, which are in some ways compared to a paintbrush or superpowers already. AI will come to feel like that too, and will increasingly serve creators creating and enhancing a work in a way that feels just a natural extension of their own bodies and minds.
And of course, there is a real human pain to layoffs, and there is a hype around AI, and then companies might try to implement AI systems, and in so doing, lay off a bunch of folks, and that the pain that those folks feel is real. I think there's always going to be pain with these kinds of transformation that's happening, and it's a terrible pain. Pain in general in the human experience is terrible. But I think I'm personally excited by the human AI collaboration as you described in this whole process. So I think if you just keep being open to using the tools, constantly trying the cutting edge tools, how they can make you more productive, how can they empower you as a creator, as an artist, or as an engineer, I think you're going to just keep winning.
Yeah, there's a lot of complicated trends underway. It can be hard to break them down and distinguish them. I think a lot of people, like the theories that get the biggest traction on social media, often don't capture the real underlying motive forces at play there. But yeah, I think AI involved in code production will probably create a net benefit for the need for humanity to be involved in coding. It may change parts of jobs. I don't think it's going to obsolete anybody who's willing to learn new ways of doing things. And it's always been this way, and I think that there's also a lot of overhype in AI. AI is really great at spewing out code that does something that a million GitHub repositories already do, because it's kind of learned the underlying pattern. It's notoriously hard to get to do something new. It hasn't been done before, especially when it's a complex task. And the bigger amount of code you ask for, the more it leaves you just a mess of code that sort of works, right? And that's the problem with code. It, like 99% works, but the 1% might be harder to get to 100% with AI than with hand coding. And everybody who's looking at this topic should actually try using the coding assistants on hard problems and see how they do there.
Yeah, I think it, for me personally, it makes it more fun and faster to generate boilerplate code, so I can focus on the harder decisions, harder big picture decisions, and harder innovative decisions, all that kind of stuff. And it just makes programming more fun for me because I feel less lonely.
Yeah,
I have like, even when it gives the wrong code, I feel like, oh, okay, well, that's a way to do it. That's interesting, and then you could talk to it. Maybe that shows something about the programming experience, that it is in part sometimes a bit lonely.
The topic of boilerplate code is an interesting one because, like, the mere existence of boilerplate code is a failure of programming language and of the idea of creating software modules, right? You ask AI to create a sorting function, great. Now you have another sorting function that might be buggy alongside the million others that different people have written. It would be better to have a sorting function that's been written and tested and optimized and everybody relies on it. And more modular software, I think, will actually reduce the opportunity of AI because people doing programming work will largely be solving unique problems. They're actually hard problems in themselves and not just connecting other widgets.
Yeah, I think, as in many cases, AI will just help improve the human systems by shining a mirror to ourselves. I have to apologize for the pothead question ahead of time, but you've been, let's talk about the metaverse broadly. You've been a big proponent of the idea of the metaverse. We'll talk more specifically what that means today, but we've been talking about simulating reality better and better and better. So the pothead question is, what does it take to simulate reality to the level we see around us today? How far away from that are we to simulate this ultra realistic, immersive, fun reality that Earth is? What does it take?
We're going to get shockingly close over the coming years, certainly less than 20 years. If you look at the progress, what areas where we have achieved total photorealism and what areas where we fall short, we're getting very close. In all non-human interactions you see in the world, walking through a jungle or a city, all the lighting, it's very close, and that might be just a few years away. But then all the problems that involve humans, human dialogue and intent, have a much, much, much higher bar that they need to meet to satisfy our brains and convince us that they're realistic and or real. And I think that's going to be the primary challenge of graphics development and simulation development over the coming decade.
So the realistic humans, that's going to be the bottom line. Yeah. So and visual and behavior too. So everything.
Yeah, I was asked about this about 10 years ago, and I said that even if you gave us an infinite amount of computing power, we couldn't simulate realistic humans because we simply don't have the algorithms. We have no idea how to simulate human intelligence. And that was absolutely the case then, but it's not really true anymore. You know, what we're seeing with generative text AI is not only at a level that you could say that it's actually doing a pretty good job of simulating human, at least at humans at the text level, not at the emotional level yet, but at least at the level of words spoken, and find more and more ways of training it on more and more scenarios that you might have a very, very compelling human simulation going on in the next 5 years even. I'm not saying it's a good idea, but I think the arc of the technology is inextricably heading in that way, and it's heading at a shocking rate.
We don't say this enough, but the current state of LLMs, I mean, if you put Alan Turing in conversation with ChatGPT, I mean, it really passes the Turing test. Like, almost definitively passes the Turing test. Of course, we keep raising the bar. Well, the Turing test is not a real test, it's not a useful test, whatever. We just keep raising the bar for AI, where it's always going to be lesser than. But yeah, you have increasingly ultra realistic faces and bodies, combined with increasingly moving and powerful, full of emotion, speech, text. I work with this amazing company called Level Labs that does text to speech well. There's companies that specialize in bringing text to life, right? That's going to increase. Different companies do that very well. And so and then all of a sudden you have this synthetically created scene where a human is speaking, and you're moved to the point of tears because of the scene. Beautifully lit face in the full darkness, the emotion, the drama of the scene. Yeah, I think so. You're saying 5-10 years, maybe 20.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll definitely see it in our lifetimes.
Increasing the level of potheadness in my question, do you think we might live in a simulation? And if we do or don't, how hard would it be to build such a simulation where we're fully convinced we're in it?
Well, I don't think that these questions are necessarily unanswerable. I think I'd like to see more actual effort to ascertain what is the underlying mechanism of the universe. And I don't think we're here for no reason at all. I think the world's a pretty cool place, and the fact that we can exist, and the laws of physics, and especially the standard model of physics, and all of the parameters that lead to these atoms and life evolving in the presence of thermodynamic gradients. That's really cool. And I think it's a worthy field to study more about that holistically. I don't know. The question of are we living in a simulation ourselves always boils down to, well, if we are living in a simulation, what are they living in? Because at some point there has to be some base reality. Mm-hmm. Or, one of the philosophical theories that was put forth seriously was that there is no physical reality. If you have a system of equations, such as the laws of physics, then all possible evolutions of dynamical systems under those equations kind of have a physical reality. So we just are kind of a manifestation of laws of math rather than needing an actual universe around us. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I like dabbling in that philosophy. And as we see AI becoming smarter and smarter, and we get closer and closer to really capturing the full laws of physics, these questions become quite a lot more compelling.
You start to think, if we're not living in a simulation, what are the things about this reality that are not simulatable? So what are the big mysteries around us? It feels like the physics is simulatable. It feels like a lot of the incredible stuff that we talked about, while super nice, seems simulatable. But then there's the flame of consciousness, the feeling of it. Whatever that is that lights up in our eyes as humans. Maybe that's not simulated. Maybe that is the thing. Maybe that's a thread that connects to the explanation of the mechanism, as you said, of the universe. That's really important to understand, and we're completely clueless about that mechanism. A lot of the religious texts sneak up on what that mechanism is, but we're still mostly clueless. We only have these leaps of faith and believing what that mechanism might be.
So the whole idea of nested simulations, perhaps, given a sufficiently advanced technology, is kind of mooted, such that if you wanted to simulate another reality, you're kind of just actually creating the reality. You're doing quantum mechanical operations that would produce the same result anyway, and you're running them at full performance. So it's not really a nested simulation. It's just another thing that's happening in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be interesting. But I think it's ultimately a theological question, and because it's no longer cool to deal with theology as part of science, there's not been much work on that. You can't publish results on those topics in a respected physics journal, so I think it's kind of been set aside. But it's interesting to note that the laws of quantum mechanics themselves have a place for, God or souls or whatever external source of input you might want to attach to such a thing, and that that there's this idea of quantum wave function collapse, that when we look at a quantum system evolving in perfect superposition of many possibilities, and you go to observe it, you actually just see a specific possibility. In the multi-slit experiment, the light ultimately ends up being observed going through one slit or the other, and that's a place where there's this random number being injected into everything around us. Trillions and trillions and trillions of times per second in everything we're observing. And if you want to attach some external input, well, there's a place.
Yeah, and it could be seriously accessible to the rigors of science, but we just know so little there.
Yeah, it's funny. In that area, we know nothing more than cavemen knew whatsoever. We know the laws of quantum mechanics, and we have computers that may be soon more advanced than we are. But we just don't have any answers to the fundamental questions about life, the universe, and everything.
Do you think, sort of more practically, do you think we'll create video game worlds of the metaverse variety in which humans will want to stay? So, I mean, to me, this kind of discussion of a simulated reality, the real test of immersion is like not wanting to go back to the real world. As a perfectly healthy, excited, normal human being choosing to stay in that world, how hard is that, do you think?
Well, I think the technology is coming, and then there's a human question of should we go that far?
Should we?
Yeah. Certainly, as a game developer ourselves, Epic doesn't aspire to that. We make fun games.
Yeah.
And the ultimate manifestation that we found is fun games that people play together to have fun in between, work and the other things in their real lives. But as simulations get more and more realistic and the capabilities become more and more real, I think we have to ask ourselves some hard questions about how should humanity operate in that space. What are the limits that we should go to, and what are the limits we should set?
Yeah, I think there's going to be some hard questions, and I think maybe I'm just being a human-centric here, but there should probably be some legal bounds on two things. Sort of not creating a reality in which humans would want to stay too long. Sort of, focusing more on the game side. And more importantly, not creating simulations of humans that could suffer. To me, as we talked about, creating ultra-realistic humans, eventually that means creating humans that can suffer, that can fall in love and experience heartbreak and loss, that can fear death. And the more you simulate that to the full reality of the human condition, the more you get to this place where you have a simulated humans that is able to suffer. And I think, legally speaking, I think you have to get to a place where that's not allowed. Like there is a line you can't cross. And that's a hard thing for humans to deal with. But that's going to be some interesting Supreme Court cases. Once you create a human sufficiently realistic to where they can suffer, means that human could be tortured and do terrible things to that human that's artificial, quote unquote. Boy, that still feels wrong. I don't know what that is, but it feels wrong to torture a simulated human. Now, when you play a video game and it's a shooter and everybody's having fun, that doesn't feel wrong. But there's a line. And that's going to be a fascinating line for the Supreme Court to explore. Oh, man, what an exciting future we're living in, huh?
Yeah, I think the thing to appreciate is like game developers have just generally been on the good-spirited side of things. If you look at the worst things that people do in popular video games today, it's like what you rob a bank in GTA. But it's clearly fictional and all in fun and not serious and over the top. I think as things get more realistic, especially simulation of humans, there are some hard questions that will have to be answered there. But I think the thing that all game developers need to remember is we're here to make people's lives better by entertaining them, providing them with fun and a diversion from other things, and being a part of their lives, and not trying to be too big or being too much, and not trying to provide an alternate to reality, but to just provide a fun source of entertainment, like the many other things that people do for fun.
So you've spoken, like I mentioned, about the metaverse for many years. Let's step back. What is the metaverse? And speaking of fun, Fortnite, just hundreds of millions of people just enjoying themselves in this huge scale social game. You could call it a metaverse. Maybe you can describe the different flavors, the layers of how you see what the metaverse is.
The metaverse is an idea whose stock price goes up and down depending on who says what on what day. And some have an ability to drive it way down by opening their mouths. But ultimately, this is about multiplayer social gaming experiences. You and your friends getting together in a 3D world and having fun together in any way you want. If you're playing Fortnite Battle Royale, in my view, that is capturing the essence of the metaverse. And it's especially in Fortnite, when we got Sony on board, so that all players on all platforms in Fortnite could play together, could voice chat together, and be part of a single game experience. It really took on a new nature, which was not just like a multiplayer game with heritage from Doom, but also a true social experience between you and your friends. Fortnite Battle Royale was just one manifestation of that. Another one is like Rec Room VR, where you're standing around in VR with friends playing billiards or shooting hoops or doing other like entertainment things. I think every game that has a huge number of players who play together socially as part of their entertainment lives, I think is really getting at the core essence of the aspiration for the metaverse. And but we're still in the very early days of it. I was on the internet in like 1992 or so, and it was a pretty bare bones thing. I think when we look back at the state of gaming today, we'll realize that there's a lot further to go to get to the ultimate version of it. But I think it's all on track, and I think it was the time we released Fortnite Battle Royale and started playing together, all of the people at Epic and squads and experiencing that world, we realized that this trend was afoot, and we needed to do everything we could to bring in other creators, so that anybody could pile on to the work we were doing by creating their own worlds through Fortnite Creative and UEFN, and creating more games and more genres that people could play, and ever expanding the repertoire of fun.
Yeah, I would love to sort of talk about different aspects of that a little bit more, because Epic has created a lot of amazing games, Unreal Tournament, Gears of War, but the game that I think is fair to say that transformed the gaming industry was Fortnite Battle Royale especially. Can you explain the origin story of Fortnite?
Well, Fortnite has humble beginnings. In 2011, we just been in the final days of finishing one of the Gears of War games, and we wanted to explore ideas for new games. And we had a general idea that we would like to build, some smaller games, online games, in order to learn more about, that space, and not just have one single massive game in production at all times and only one. And so that everybody in the company was given a week to form a team and work with whichever coworkers they wanted, and build a game, using Unreal Engine. So you can actually build something pretty interesting in a week. And one of the teams built the very first version of what became Fortnite. The very first version of it had a different art style, but it had the idea at the core that you're going to build forts by day using this building system. Then night would come and you defend the forts against zombies.
Nice.
And the longer you could go, the more elaborate forts you could build, and the more survival waves you could withstand, and it would get cooler and cooler over time.
Nice.
And that game was in development for a very long time. We always saw the potential. Just the building aspect of it was incredibly fun. But we made different pivots at different times. At one point, we moved to the current Fortnite art style away from kind of more of a realistic style. Made it, more in the Pixar vein of, cool stylized characters.
What was that decision like? Because what you mentioned, Gears of War is this like incredible, like shows off the graphics to the fullest. Different than the artistic style of Fortnite. It's amazing that the same company would make this like fun, silly graphic style of Fortnite.
People come to Epic because they want to work with the best people in the world, and artists bring a lot of different personal art aspirations and style capabilities, and many of them are very multi-talented. You can produce photoreal content or highly stylized content. And a lot of the best artists on Fortnite were a lot of the best artists on Gears of War too. Changed styles, but continue doing awesome work. We'd realized that Fortnite could be really mainstream, and that it could be a game people play for a long time. And so having a more visually pleasing art style that's not as stressful as like a Call of Duty game where you're constantly like pixel hunting, a dark scene for somebody's rifle scope. That was the goal. So a few of the artists got through and defined a new art style, and we moved to it. And at different points, it evolved towards being kind of like a light MMO, like Destiny, with rather complex RPG and stat systems. And that evolved into a kind of an MMO-like tower defense game. MMO only in the persistence of items and stats. Which became Fortnite Save the World mode, which we launched in early 2017, and it was a moderate success. It paid its budget, and we come out ahead. And then at the same time, Battle Royale genre was booming. PUBG had just come out. Tons of people at Epic were playing that. They're like, oh, this would be so cool if it had Fortnite building. And so we assembled a team in a war room, like 30 people in one big room. And they worked insanely hard for 4 weeks to build Battle Royale. So the nice thing is all the content for Fortnite had been built over the previous 7 years. They had a huge library of content, but no gameplay of the type they wanted. So they had to build it all in that 4 weeks and ship it. And that put Epic on an exponential growth curve where we went from 300 employees to thousands of employees, and went from about $100 million in revenue to billions of dollars in revenue, and kind of became the center of the gaming world at the time.
Can you actually speak to the technical challenge of going from mostly a not online, large-scale gaming platform to being able to support with Battle Royale a huge number of people playing with each other at the same exact time? Like, what's the technical, 4 weeks, what's the technical challenges there that had to be overcome?
Since 2012, we've been building online backend system to support player accounts and login, and all of the different systems there needed to make a multiplayer game. We've been building them to be scalable. And by some miracle, we built them stably enough that they were able to scale up. And so the online team was responsible for patching that code, spent a year of intense work getting it to scale from like 40,000 concurrent users to 15 million concurrent users.
Yeah, they're scaling. That's a lot.
It's immense, but they've done such an awesome job of building the foundations that it was tractable. It was doable. If they hadn't done that, then the company would have died. Fortnite just wouldn't have been playable, and the whole thing would have failed.
There's just so much detail there that makes all the difference, because that's what Spotify has talked about, that like the latency. It's like how quickly you can deliver the song changes the product from being this shitty thing that I'd rather pirate the songs to, like, this is good enough to where I really enjoy the experience. I want to use it. And so, that's really important, to create an experience for 15 million concurrent users to where it's not lagging, where it actually works. Right? Is there something you could say to sort of like how difficult that is to pull off?
The trend nowadays for building online services is microservices. There's not one big server that handles all of the interactions with Fortnite. There's game servers running 100-player game instances for each Battle Royale session, and then there's an account server and many instances of it all talking to a shared database. And there's hundreds of different microservices talking to each other. And so scaling is a matter of identifying what are the bottlenecks in that system and making sure that each one can scale and has enough redundancy to be able to handle the load. I mean, thank God for Amazon Web Services and cloud hosting, because Epic went to 15 million concurrent users without buying any server hardware.
Mm-hmm.
We were able to just call up Amazon and say we need more. And there was a period of time there where Fortnite was undergoing this exponential growth, and we'd find like 1 week we ran out of servers in Brazil during a heavy weekend of play, and next week we had an even heavier weekend of play, and there were servers to handle it. Like somebody at Amazon had drop shipped, millions of dollars of server hardware into Brazil and turned it on just in time for Fortnite to need it. And there are a lot of unsung heroes in that story, many of whom we've never heard of.
Yeah, I mean, behind AWS, many of them. There's like so much of those folks who run the modern internet. All the incredible services, the games, the services that we take for granted are currently being run on AWS or were originally, and Google Cloud and so on. Yeah, can you speak to how much money Fortnite made? So this is one of the greatest successes in the history of video games also.
Fortnite makes billions of dollars a year, and that's the majority of Epic's revenue. Do we have a robust business around Unreal Engine licensing, Rocket League and Fall Guys, and some other tools like the Fab Content Marketplace. But the majority of it is Fortnite, because we've chosen to reinvest heavily in building what we think is the future of technology. We're spending more every year than we're making. And for a bit of time, we were spending over $1 billion a year more than we were making, and we found that to be unsustainable, and we went through some painful layoffs at that time. And then we stabilized, and now we're spending several $100 million a year more than we're making, which we can very well afford to do because we have billions of dollars in the bank, thanks to a combination of the profits we made when we were a very small company with a very big game, and because of the investment we've raised. We're not an oil well pumping oil out of the ground where we discovered oil. We are growing to be a future technology powerhouse, and we think the 3D space and the future of real-time 3D simulations is going to be one of the major facets of technology for humanity, and we're all investing in that.
Yeah, it's exciting to see that you're investing in a long-term future, sort of taking the risk of doing the research and defining the next chapter of Epic. So using the successes of the day to invest into the successes of tomorrow that might look very different, like completely different. And part of that is investing in the developments, the research, and the innovation in the Unreal Engine.
That's right. We're a company that can start working on a project knowing that we won't reach fruition or make any money from it at all for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. We're totally okay with that. And that's the cycle that's fueled our growth over time. It's constantly investing in the future and being a serious company that's doing serious R&D side by side with shipping and maintaining products and earning money from them.
So can you speak to, there's several directions here. So one of them, sort of the future evolution of this idea of the metaverse. So potentially creating communities. So Fortnite is this incredible, huge community of humans interacting. But your vision is to go outside of just one game. So what is the kinds of standards that you're thinking about building such that people can sort of have an identity and almost travel between games and that kind of thing?
Let me start with the present of gaming and why it sucks.
That's a good start. Sure.
Fortnite is an awesome thing. You go into Fortnite, there's 100 million monthly active users there. A huge number of your own friends are there. You can play with them. Go from experience to experience seamlessly without leaving the app. There are 100,000 different islands you can play on, and some of them are really awesome. And there are constant new ones coming out and constant things to do. If you want to play Roblox, all right, You quit out of the Fortnite app, you launch the Robots app, different program, different friend system, different account names. Your username in Fortnite and your username in Robots are different names, and they're not connected to each other. So you have to remake all of your friends and then find different, things to play. And now the controls are different, so you have to relearn how, the joystick, mouse, keyboard, controller works in that experience. And you have to go from place to place. And you buy some stuff in Fortnite, and it's really cool, and you can use it anywhere in Fortnite. And then you go in Robots, and you don't have that stuff. You have to buy different stuff, and that stuff only works in Robots. Same with Call of Duty. It's another isolated place. And same with World of Warcraft, and same with League of Legends. And every place you go is its own unique place, different friends, different account names, different people, and there's no social cohesion between them at all. And a long time ago, consoles set out to solve this problem by creating their console-wide friend system and accounts. Your friend on PlayStation in one game is your friends on PlayStation in another game, but only on PlayStation. If you're on Xbox, can't see PlayStation friends, and so you have two basically orthogonal and cross-cutting divisions of the world into fiefdoms, which were not created with bad intentions, but arose and are, separated, isolated islands. One is the platforms and their social services: Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, Steam, Epic, if you add it to the list, and the other is these different games people play. And because of this weird historical artifact, we're left in a world where people can't seamlessly move from games to games, bringing their friends and their stuff. So the solution to this is to federate and connect all of the systems together. All of the players on all of the different platforms can be recognized by their name, and put the @ sign in it, so your Xbox names and your Fortnite or Epic names and your Steam names can all live together and interoperate together in a single space. So unifying the social ecosystems is one thing that needs to happen. The next and bigger challenge is to unify the economies too. Now, I'm not talking about like a sword you have in World of Warcraft should work in Fortnite. Every game's going to have its own gameplay rules, and a lot of games are going to have stuff that only works in them. But there's a huge set of games that have in common the idea of a cosmetic system that does not affect gameplay outcomes, but is purely cool looks and cool appearances. Most of the major multiplayer games have them, and if you look at games, you could probably bundle together about 70% of them and say they're similar enough that they could actually interoperate. You could own an outfit in Fortnite, own an outfit in Roblox, and own the same outfit in maybe Call of Duty, and maybe 100 or 200 other games, and actually expect they would work together. And you find other kinds of items are probably interoperable too. Like Fortnite has car outfits, so you can buy different appearances of a car. And when you find a physical car in the world of Fortnite, if you're the first person to get into it in that session, boom, it takes on your chosen car cosmetic, and now you have a cool car that's identifiable as yours. We realized early on with Fortnite that the key to making Fortnite work as a creator economy was to open up the revenue from the item shop to all those sources of engagement, right? There are two big things happening in Fortnite that make it work as a product and as a business. One is the game modes, Fortnite Battle Royale, and all of the user modes and everything else are sources of engagement. People play there because it's super fun, and because they're playing there, they're willing to buy cool stuff to make their character look cooler. And so you have all of these sources of engagement, but the sources of engagement don't make money directly. You can't spend money in Fortnite Battle Royale to buy a game item. Like everything's, the gameplay is not pay to win, and it's all just a game. So we make money from the item shop. And the item shop only exists because of the sources of engagement. If you weren't playing Battle Royale, trust me, nobody would want to buy a Fortnite outfit. If you weren't playing any Fortnite games, why would you buy Fortnite outfits? And so you have all the revenue in this item shop economy and all the engagement in this engagement economy. And the thing that magically makes the Fortnite creator economy works is revenue sharing. Item shop spending according to sources of engagement by engagement. If you buy an item and you've played, 40% of your time in Battle Royale and 60% of your time in these user modes, the money you spent, the portion of that's profit can be separated out and paid out to all the different creators who participate in that economy. And that's why Fortnite scaled up to a $400 million creator economy so far, and is growing.
It's amazing.
One of the really critical things we aim to do in designing that is ensure it's a creator economy that could scale to other companies, other ecosystems. And say, right now we have many industry standards bodies. So one standardized game ratings, age ratings of games. Another standardized file formats for the web. Another standardizing file formats for 3D, like Chronos groups in the Metaverse Standards Forum. If we had a standards body standardize what are portable outfits in games, game outfits that you could buy in one game that work in another, what are their dimensions and what are their capabilities and what can you do and what can't you do and so on. Then you could have an item economy where every game agrees to respect each other's item purchases of that sort, and revenue is shared between ecosystems as well.
That would be incredible. That would be so amazing. Is there, first of all, just it seems silly, maybe for people who don't play video games, but an outfit is an important. If an outfit can be persistent across video games, I mean, I don't know what's the purpose of life. Like, why do we wear clothing? Clothing is a part of our identity. It's how we present ourselves to the world. It's I wear this stupid suit and tie. It feels good. It feels good when I put it on. And even like the other outfit, I have two outfits. This and then a black T-shirt and jeans. And it feels good to wear that. It feels like me when I look in the mirror. Okay, I know that guy. And to be able to have that outfit go from game to game to game, maybe across the years, that would be wonderful. I wonder if you could just even comment, could there also be another standardization about the value? So for more complicated items, so, take a sword from Diablo and transfer it to a gun in Fortnite, but based on the value, some generic concept of money. So the value of a thing in one game versus the value of a thing in another game, where you're almost operating in the space of value versus the actual items. Or is that already getting too general?
I think this can be done. We did a lot of analysis of the Fortnite economy and found that some Fortnite experiences lead to or correlate with higher spending than others. And Battle Royale is relatively strong in that area because you see your character from behind and see all of your other characters from the front, and you have lots of opportunities to really see who you are and to emote and to interact with other players. And a lot of games have that characteristic. One funny anomaly stood out. There was this game that was one of the big breakthroughs in Fortnite, Only Up. Mm-hmm. It's a game where you just climbing up and up by following paths of stacks of objects and things. It was just stupid fun. Everybody loved it. We found people weren't spending a lot of money on outfits when they were playing Only Up. And but it's kind of intuitive, actually. Like, you're not seeing other players. Like, if you see anything, like you're seeing their butt as you're like trying to catch up to them, jumping from object to object, and they're above you. And so, it wasn't a mode that showed off outfits very much. But you could, you can determine the economic correlation between a game mode and spending.
That's so fascinating. I mean, Fortnite is this gigantic economy where you can do those kinds of studies. You can understand markets, the digital markets as they emerge amongst humans and what they value. And from that value, you can probably have a very stable kind of money that emerges.
Yeah, I think so. You don't need like an alternate currency system. Unfortunately, a bunch of ideas have been conflated because people are trying to hype up different things. But this idea of large-scale multiplayer social gaming, that notion of the metaverse, there's 600 to 800 million people playing that kind of game every month. So that's real and that's happening, and it's very much underway. VR is a much smaller audience. I don't think you need VR to have anything like this. VR is hardware that may or may not enhance the experience for some usage cases. For some, it will probably be better, and for some, it will probably be worse. But certainly, there's not any set of battle royale players flocking to VR. And the other thing is NFT is trying to equate digital or cryptocurrency to the metaverse. It's like, well, it's just a way of denoting money or value exchange. You can do that with money, or you can do it with NFTs or whatever. But there's nothing about this future digital economy that fundamentally requires cryptocurrency or whatever. What you need is interoperability. Interoperability can happen through a blockchain. It can happen through a database. It can happen through standards bodies, with defining standards and protocols. And we've been doing it for hundreds of years since the railroads were standardized. And it's not something that totally requires a novel technological solution.
Yeah, I mean, even on the topic of cryptocurrency, it's very frustrating. Blockchain and crypto is a really powerful technology that I think can enable a lot of the things that we're talking about. But so many people use it to try to make money, to create these bubbles and the hype and the meme coins and so on and so forth. That becomes much less about that drifts far away and rapidly from things that are actually of value, which is the experience of playing Fortnite and how you look when you play Battle Royale. It sounds ridiculous to say, but it's true. That's valuable. That's like, you have like gold in the physical space. We know that holds value. How your outfit looks like in Fortnite, that as you're saying, provably holds value. And so you want to connect like a standard definition of money value to that, and not let it become this hype thing, which NFTs that you mentioned are just become that. It quickly drifts away into the land of people trying to buy and sell and trying to make money versus like staying close to the thing that people actually value. Forget the money. It's more about exchanging valuable experiences or things of value. So you can play Fortnite and then go to another video game and continue the valuable experience, and then come back to Fortnite and do that kind of thing. So you're saying there might be a way to do that, and to basically create standards the way the web has different standards for displaying websites and all this kind of stuff, or the communication that's required on the networking side. So all the different standards that make the web work, there need to be those kinds of standards. Like what would those standards look like to enable the metaverse?
We need a lot of different things. The one area where the standards bodies have been very successful in creating working standards implemented by all of the major engines today is in low-level file formats for data interchange. The web has PNG files for 2D images and MP3 files for audio. And 3D has the Pixar USD file format, the Universal Scene Description, which is a description of the scene graph, the entire set of objects in the scene and all of their parameters, so that any engine that supports those features could import that and then render the same scene as the engine they came from. Large parts of this work across Unreal Engine and Unity and Blender and all of these 3D packages of different sorts. And there's the GLTF texture format, which stores textures and geometry and other low-level data for 3D objects. When you see a Fortnite character, that file format, together with the image file formats, can store their static appearance, their the shape of their body, even their animations and their different poses, and the appearance of them. The different standard file formats could store all of the sounds they make in their emotes, but we're still missing a bunch of pieces. The biggest missing piece is a programming language that's at the center of standardizing the metaverse. If you look at the web is a combination of a bunch of different technologies. The two biggest ones are HTML, which describes the 2D scene graph, or the 2D layout of controls and objects on the web page. But that's just static data. It's just a non-moving, non-animating web page. And then you have the JavaScript programming language, which is used to manipulate that, to display things to the user, and to implement anything you could implement in code. So it's a little programming language that runs in your